Introduction. Lin Zhennan, an orphan, inherits a second-hand bookstore and art shop left by his father. By a twist of fate, during a tempestuous storm, he inadvertently shatters the corporeal form of a millennia-old spider with a single strike. The spider's essence merges with him, granting Lin Zhennan extraordinary powers. Subsequently, he acquires an ancient, powerful spatial ring, which contains a miniature world of its own. Lin Zhennan excels in various pursuits, appraising treasures, gambling on stones, fortune-telling, feng shui, and cultivation, leading to an unexpected windfall that elevates him to newfound wealth and prosperity. Chapter 1. A Windfall from the Heavens. Seated in his second-hand shop, Lin Zhennan idly peruses an old book he had acquired. Finding it rather dull, he retrieves his phone and immerses himself in online novels, which he finds far more engaging. The weather in September is notoriously fickle. Moments ago, the sun blazed brightly. Now dark clouds gather ominously. A distant rumble of thunder echoes ominously. Lin Zhennan glances outside, predicting imminent rain. Observing the brewing storm, he closes the glass door of his shop and returns to his antique wood armchair, focusing intently on his reading. As the wind howls and raindrops begin to fall heavily, the thunder rolls from the horizon to directly overhead, creating a cacophony. Yet, Lin Zhennan remains engrossed in his book, indifferent to the tempest outside, as business is usually slow, especially on such a stormy day. As he reads, he becomes oblivious to a large mosquito that lands on his forehead, greedily drawing his blood. The mosquito, having feasted well, contemplates resting on its seemingly indifferent host. However, from the ceiling, a large flower spider descends gracefully, spinning a silk thread. It lands atop Lin Zhennan's forehead and consumes the blood-filled mosquito. As the spider savors its meal, a thunderclap jolts the earth, causing the spider to momentarily lose its essence. The thunder also startles Lin Zhennan, pulling his attention away from his novel. In that instant, a colossal hand comes crashing down upon the spider. The impact obliterates the creature, scattering its remains. Lin Zhennan, momentarily distracted from his engrossing read, had instinctively swatted at what he presumed to be a mere mosquito or fly, unaware of the spider's true nature. A white fluid from the spider's remains seeps into a minuscule wound on Lin Zhennan's forehead, and he suddenly feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. He examines his hand, now smeared with the spider's remnants. This particular flower spider was no stranger to Lin Zhennan. It had resided in a corner of the shop, spinning webs to catch pests. He wonders how long it had been there. Yet he had never bothered it, as the shop was filled with second-hand items, books, paintings, porcelain, and carvings. In such a place, a spider's web would hardly raise eyebrows, and he was too lazy to evict it. After all, spiders, affectionately referred to as little creatures, were generally well received. Lin Zhennan, a man who cherished tranquility, had coexisted with the spider for many years. Now, seeing the familiar creature in his hand, he feels an overwhelming sense of nausea. A sharp pain pierces his forehead, and the dizziness deepens, causing him to faint. Upon losing consciousness, Lin Zhennan finds himself in an expansive wilderness, utterly devoid of human presence. Looking down, he spots a colossal spider crawling before him. Alarmed, he recognizes it as the very spider he had just vanquished, now magnified beyond comprehension. Perplexed, he scratches his head, incredulous that he might have traversed realms with a spider. He approaches and playfully kicks the enormous spider, asking, "Hey, flower spider, what brings you here?" The spider, now the size of a basin, stands upright before him, its large eyes glaring. "You think I've chosen to be here? You are the one who crushed me," it retorts indignantly. Lin Zhennan, taken aback, sheepishly inquires, "Then where exactly is this? Have we crossed into another realm?" The spider scoffs, "Crossed? This is merely your mind. I could easily drain your brain and render you a fool." Desperate to placate the irate creature, Lin Zhennan smiles nervously. "Oh, dear spider, please don't be angry. I didn't mean to kill you. I thought you were a mosquito." The spider, still glaring, corrects him, "It's beauty, not brother." Lin Zhennan feels a pang of frustration, realizing he is now conversing with a female spider spirit. "Apologies, beauty. If this is not a different realm, how did you end up here? You claim this is my mind." The spider explains, "Your mighty strike in swatting the mosquito shattered my core. Why essence flowed through the wound it inflicted and now resides within you, forcing me to take refuge in your mind." Lin Zhennan gasps, "So, you're a cultivated spider spirit. Does this mean you've taken possession of me? Will I become your puppet?" The spider, somewhat embarrassed, replies, "Possessing you isn't so simple. My power is still insufficient. Perhaps in a year, that might change." Relieved, Lin Zhennan pats his chest, grateful that he is not yet bound to the spider's will. So, will you be residing in my mind indefinitely? You can't venture outside? The world beyond is so splendid. The spider soars to his head, spinning a silvery thread that entangles his hair and dangles before his face. Causing Lin Zhennan to shudder in trepidation, he stares at his palm, astonished at the newfound power he seems to possess. Chapter 2. The basement. Lin Zhennan inquired. What will you do then? Are you going to reside in my mind indefinitely? Wouldn't that result in perpetual headaches for me? What if you end up damaging my brain? The spider spirit replied, what can I do? I can only dwell in your mind for now. Besides, your mind is vast enough that my presence will not hinder you, unless you provoke me. If I decide to practice my martial arts within your mind, it would indeed be quite troublesome for you. Lin Zhennan quickly responded, how could I ever upset you? Just tell me what you desire. I shall fulfill any request within my capacity, as long as you refrain from causing chaos in my mind, which would drive me to despair. The spider spirit reassured him, you need not worry. I have no intention of causing you distress. After all, I am a practicing spider myself, with aspirations of becoming an immortal. I would not trouble an ordinary human like you. Moreover, my presence in your mind can be quite beneficial. I can guide you in acquiring abilities that you currently lack. If you are willing, you may even train alongside me. All I ask is that you maintain a good diet, ensuring your nutrition is adequate. This will enhance my cultivation significantly. Lin Zhennan joyfully exclaimed, is it really that simple? Just eat well and maintain proper nutrition? What a trivial request. Regardless of you, I must eat well and drink well. The spider spirit replied, indeed, that is my sole demand. Now that I reside in your mind, I need not worry about meals and can focus entirely on my cultivation. Perhaps if you inadvertently damaged my physical form, it might even turn out to be advantageous for me. I shall eventually merge my consciousness with your thoughts, allowing you to directly consult my awareness for any uncertainties, thus transforming you into a different version of yourself. Curiously, Lin Zhennan asked, do you possess extensive knowledge about our world? The spider spirit disdainfully retorted, I have lived in this world for 10,000 years. Do you think I am unaware of your affairs? I can certainly comprehend the deceit and treachery that pervade your realm. While I may not be as clever as you humans, I am, after all, an ancient spirit. If I fail to understand it once, would I not grasp it after 10,000 attempts? You truly are a fool. Lin Zhennan, repeatedly subjected to the spider spirit's scorn, felt a flush of embarrassment. He blushed and asked, can you assist me in acquiring wealth? If I cannot attain riches, I cannot provide you with the nourishment you seek. The spider spirit screeched, you seek wealth, yet you offer excuses, claiming it is for my sustenance. You humans are so convoluted with your words. It is a challenge to decipher your intentions. Granting you wealth is a trivial matter. It can be accomplished at any moment. Is that true? Lin Zhennan pondered, considering it the most delightful statement he had heard that day, and he eagerly grasped the spider spirit. Startled by his fervent gaze, the spider spirit thought, poor human, why are they so obsessed with wealth? She kicked Lin Zhennan's hands away, saying, of course it is true. Granting you wealth is exceedingly simple, yet facilitating your cultivation is far more challenging. Lin Zhennan hastily replied, I only desire wealth. The pursuit of cultivation is of no concern to me. The spider spirit shook her head in dismay. Alas, a rotten tree cannot be carved. How can the grand endeavor cultivation be placed beneath the pursuit of wealth? Very well, I shall first grant you some fortune. I have been residing in your establishment for several years, and I have yet to witness you engage in any legitimate business. Given your kindness towards me, I shall bestow upon you a small fortune today. Upon hearing that the spider spirit could help him acquire wealth immediately, Lin Zhennan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, great spider spirit, please tell me, how can I attain this fortune? The spider spirit, exasperated by her master's naivety, replied, is there not a dilapidated house at the end of this street, left behind by a deceased resident who relied on government support? It stands vacant. Lin Zhennan quickly affirmed, indeed, there is such a house at the street's end, on the verge of collapsing from the rain. He continued, due to the chaos of war, the family sought refuge elsewhere, burying their precious belongings within the basement of their home. You should rent that derelict house, claiming it as storage for miscellaneous items. After all, you possess many worthless goods. You can feign transporting them there, thus raising no suspicions regarding your true intentions for renting the property. Then, by night, you can excavate the basement and uncover the hidden treasures, ensuring your small fortune. Lin Zhennan laughed heartily at the prospect. His laughter abruptly awakened him from his reverie. Tentatively, he called out, Spider Beauty? Instantly, the The spider spirit's impatient voice resonated in his mind. What now? Lin Zhennan's excitement surged as he realized this was no dream. Everything was indeed real. He quickly offered a sheepish smile to the spider spirit in his mind. Oh, spider fairy, I was unsure if this was merely a dream. So I saw confirmation. The spider spirit chose to ignore him. Lin Zhennan, dismissing her disdain, hurried to locate the owner of the dilapidated house. The property had been reclaimed by the community after the death of the resident, as he had been supported by the state. Following his demise, all his assets reverted to the government. However, the community committee deemed the crumbling structure to be of little value and allowed someone to acquire it. The new owner was also named Lin, which made the leasing process effortless for Lin Zhennan. He secured the rental for a mere 3,000 yuan per quarter. The owner, not being greedy, accepted the amount without hesitation, stipulating only that if the house collapsed, he would bear no responsibility for any damages. As it was already in a precarious state, Lin Zhennan readily agreed, claiming that he would be storing worthless items, and if the house fell, it would not matter. After much anticipation, evening arrived, and Lin Zhennan, armed with a shovel, stealthily approached the rented derelict house. Strictly speaking, the property comprised 3 rooms. The older houses were generally quite spacious, and these 3-tiled rooms were at least 100 square meters in total. He used the key to unlock the creaky wooden door, which emitted an unsettling groan from years of neglect. The electricity had long been disconnected due to the absence of occupants. Prepared for this, Lin Zhennan switched on his flashlight, illuminating the dim interior. He began to dig into the ground with his shovel, prying up the tiles. The soil beneath was remarkably loose. In no time, he uncovered a metal plate topped with a handle. Grasping the handle, he pulled with all his might, lifting the plate to reveal a dark, gaping hole. A surge of joy filled Lin Zhennan's heart. Indeed, there was a basement beneath. He quickly donned a gas mask and crawled into the dark abyss. Chapter 3. How Yoshing Lin Zhennan descended the staircase. Within minutes, he arrived at the bottom. The basement was square-shaped, not particularly large, measuring about 10 square meters. As he surveyed the area, he noticed 20 to 30 wooden boxes scattered throughout the space. These boxes, having endured a century of time and the dampness of the basement, were on the verge of disintegration. Lin Zhennan struck one of the boxes with his shovel, and the wood crumbled away effortlessly. To his astonishment, a cascade of silver coins spilled forth from the boxes. His eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. The boxes were filled to the brim with silver dollars. How much wealth lay before him? Lin Zhennan was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of it all. Lin Zhennan turned his gaze to other corners of the room, where numerous boxes lay scattered, filled with calligraphy and paintings, all of which had succumbed to decay. A sense of regret welled up within him. Yet, he could hardly contain his excitement. He found himself at a loss for how to express his joy. The silver dollars, if sold, could fetch an unimaginable sum, but would their value diminish as a result? He was uncertain. Lin Zhennan retrieved his snakeskin pouch, and with both hands, carefully collected the silver dollars from the ground, filling his pouch to the brim. However, once it was half full, he struggled to lift it. After all, silver dollars are made of metal, and metal is undeniably heavy. He estimated that there were around 3,000 of them, each weighing approximately 26 to 27 grams. Thus, 3,000 would weigh at least 80 kilograms. He tightened the pouch and slung it over his shoulder, ascending the stairs slowly. Upon reaching the upper room, he lowered the iron plate and meticulously relayed the floor tiles, ensuring they were perfectly aligned. From the outside, it appeared as though no one had disturbed the decrepit dwelling. But who would venture into this dilapidated place for inspection? Peering through the crack of the door, Lin Zhennan noted that the night had deepened, and the streets were nearly deserted. He gently opened the wooden door, slipped out quietly, and locked it behind him. With the heavy pouch of 3,000 silver dollars on his back, he made his way to his shop. Once back in his store, he placed the snakeskin pouch on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. Grabbing a glass of cold tea from the table, he gulped it down eagerly before delicately pouring the silver dollars onto the floor. After glancing out the door a few times, he lowered the roll-up door. The silver dollars spilled out, forming a small mountain on the ground. He sifted through the pile, searching for particularly rare versions. The current market for silver dollars had yet to reach its peak. The frenzy of later years was still a distant reality. Nevertheless, a common yuan shirkai silver dollar was already valued at around 500. Some rare editions, however, could command prices in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. As he rummaged through the silver dollars, he found only ordinary versions. Yet, these common coins did little to dampen Lin Zhennan's spirits. The sheer quantity was exhilarating. Even at 500 each, his 3,000 would be worth 1,500,000, a sum he had never before imagined. Moreover, he speculated on the potential treasure hidden in the basement. Surely there were at least 100 more sets of 3,000 silver dollars. What fortune might that yield? 100 sets equated to 150 million. Lin Zhennan clamped his hand over his mouth, questioning whether he had unwittingly joined the ranks of billionaires. The magnitude of it all was overwhelming. With 150 million in hand, what would he do next? Conflicted, he pondered the irony of his situation. Without money, he was perplexed. Yet with it, he remained equally so. It appeared he would spend the night in restless contemplation. Lin Zhennan retrieved a bottle of 1980s Luzhou Laojiao from the shelf, hoping that a half bottle might lull him to sleep. However, he found himself without any food. Resolutely, he locked the shop door and ventured to a nearby barbecue stall, ordering an array of lamb skewers and various cold dishes. At that moment, he encountered a burly man, standing at a towering height of 195 meters. This man, known as Hao Yoxing, clapped Lin Zhennan on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Brother Nan, why are you buying so much delicious food so late? Are you hiding a beauty in your golden house?" Lin Zhennan chuckled, replying, "What beauty? I just acquired some items today and am too excited to sleep. I thought I'd grab some food and drink. Where have you been lately?" Hao Yoxing, Lin Zhennan's close friend, had once practiced martial arts but often found himself embroiled in disputes, leading him to leave his hometown and make a living by selling local goods in the city. Despite their different backgrounds, the two connected over late-night barbecues, forging a strong friendship as fellow single men. Upon returning to his shop, Lin Zhennan unfolded a folding table and placed the barbecue and beer on it. Hao Yoxing deftly popped the cap off a beer bottle and handed it to Lin Zhennan. With a swift motion, he opened another bottle, causing foam to overflow. He filled a large beer mug to the brim and offered it to Lin Zhennan. "Cheers, Brother Lin." Lin Zhennan clinked his mug with his friends and downed it in one gulp. Hao Yoxing followed suit, relishing the lamb skewers. After a few rounds of beer, the conversation flowed freely. Hao Yoxing inquired, "Brother Nan, you mentioned a big deal today. What business are you involved in that has you so elated?" Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Lin Zhennan replied, "Brother, I discovered a treasure today that will change my fortunes forever. Care to join me in this venture?" Hao Yoxing looked around the shop, noting no significant changes, and skeptically chewed his lamb, muttering, "All I see is the same old junk. Where's the treasure?" Lin Zhennan nudged the snakeskin pouch beneath the table. "Here, the treasure is right here. Open it and see for yourself." Bending down, Hao Yoxing opened the pouch, revealing a glimmering array of silver dollars. He was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. "Brother Nan, are you selling fake silver dollars now? Didn't you claim never to sell fakes?" Lin Zhennan rolled his eyes. "Open your eyes and see. These are genuine silver dollars." Hao Yoxing, who had been friends with Lin Zhennan for 2 to 3 years, had some understanding of antiques and coins. After examining them closely, he began to believe they were indeed authentic. "Just how much did you acquire these for?" Hao Yoxing stammered. "They must be worth a fortune." Lin Zhennan couldn't divulge the secret of his encounter with the spider. Laughing, he replied, "A former customer of mine thought they were fake and sold them to me for 50 each. If I sell them, they should fetch at least 400 to 500 each. I'm going to make a killing." Hao Yoxing's jaw dropped as he swallowed hard. "Brother Nan, have you been sleeping with a dog lately? Your luck is incredible. You're poised to make 10 times your investment. There must be 2,000 or 3,000 in that pouch. You're really going to strike it rich." Lin Zhennan beamed at Hao Yoxing. "Little Hao, are you interested in joining me in this venture?" Hao Yoxing eagerly nodded, like a chicken pecking at grains. "Of course, I want to partner with you, Brother Nan. I want to earn more money and find a wife to end my bachelor days." Lin Zhennan pointed at Hao Yoxing and laughed, "Boss, I still don't have a wife. I haven't found my other half yet, so you absolutely cannot either. Brothers stick together." The two burst into hearty laughter, enjoying skewers and drinks together. After finishing a bottle of beer, they grabbed 2 bottles of white liquor from the shelf to drink as well. Naturally, the outcome was that both of them ended up leaning drunkenly on the table, fast asleep. When they awoke the next day, it was already approaching noon. Lin Zhennan was the first to stir, noticing Hao Yoxing drooling in his sleep. Anger welled up inside him. Damn it. He always boasts about how good he is at drinking, but look at him now, 1 bottle of white liquor, and he has out like a light. He picked up a feather duster and playfully tapped Hao Yoxing on the head. "Get up. The sun's already shining on your backside." Hao Yoxing groggily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and asked, "Nanga, is it morning already?" Lin Zhennan retorted, "Please drop the is it part. It's not just morning, it's nearly noon. Aren't you always bragging about how well you can drink? I don't see it." Hao Yoxing replied sulkily. What can I say? It was beer mixed with white liquor. Even Li Bai would struggle. Lin Zhennan, uninterested in further banter, stated, "Let's not dwell on pointless matters. Today, we need to cash in these silver dollars to secure some capital. I have grand ambitions, and without funds, nothing can be accomplished." Hao Yoxing eagerly replied, "Sure, Nonggu. Just give me the word. When it comes to hard work, you can count on me." Lin Zhennan nodded, "Excellent. Today, we'll take these silver dollars to the antique shop on the pedestrian street. With so many coins, we need a reputable shop that can handle the entire transaction." Hao Yoxing had no objections. He followed Lin Zhennan's lead, confident that listening to him would ensure a prosperous life. He willingly hoisted the bag of silver dollars over his shoulder. They hailed a taxi to the bustling city center, where numerous antique shops lined the pedestrian street. Eventually, they found a coin specialty store named Qin Shimingyu. As they entered, Hao Yoxing boisterously asked, "Does the boss buy silver dollars?" Behind the counter, a young and attractive woman was engrossed in her phone, barely glancing up as she replied, "Of course we buy coins. It's a coin shop. But if they're fake, don't waste my time." With a flourish, Hao Yoxing unceremoniously dropped the snakeskin bag onto the wooden counter, startling the woman, who rolled her eyes at him. "Be careful. You might break my counter. There are precious porcelain pieces underneath. Can you afford to pay for any damage?" Lin Zhennan chose not to engage with the woman further and opened the bag, pouring out a substantial handful of silver dollars onto the counter. The sight of so many coins made her realize the potential value, but as a mere salesperson, she could not make any decisions. She dialed the store owner. "Hello, Lu boss. You need to come down. There's someone here with a large bag of silver dollars, and I can't determine their authenticity." Moments later, a well-dressed man in his 50s descended the stairs. This was likely the Lu boss the salesperson had mentioned, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Lu boss greeted Lin Zhennan politely. "Young man, are you selling silver dollars? Where did you acquire such a large quantity?" Lin Zhennan replied, "These are my ancestors' coins. I'm looking to sell them to buy a house as I plan to get married." Lu Hong, the owner of Qin Shimingyu, reassured him, "Rest assured. Our shop has a good reputation in this area. Our family has been in the coin business for 3 generations. We are trustworthy." Lin Zhennan exchanged a knowing glance with Hao Yoxing, who immediately understood and emptied the remaining coins from his pocket onto the counter. The sheer volume of silver dollars left Lu Hong and the other customers in the shop astounded. Once regaining his composure, Lu Hong carefully asked Lin Zhennan, "What price do you have in mind for these coins? If it's reasonable, I'll take them all." Lin Zhennan stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Let us keep it straightforward, shall we? I have $3,000 and I'm asking for 550 each. Can you accommodate that?" Lu Hong considered the offer before responding. "I'll be frank. Coin prices have indeed risen, but these are ordinary coins and their current value isn't high. I can offer you a middle ground price of 450 each. How does that sound?" Lin Zhennan was primarily focused on selling the coins and wasn't he overly concerned about the price. He nodded, "All right, I'll accept Lu boss's price." Lu Hong was pleasantly surprised by Lin Zhennan's straightforwardness and called over his employees to assess and count the coins. Afterward, he led the two to a nearby seating area, where they were served 2 cups of fine tea. Hao Yoxing, not one to hold back, downed his tea in a single gulp, much to Lin Zhennan's embarrassment. After a considerable time, Lu Hong's team reported back, confirming the authenticity and count of the coins. "Boss, we've confirmed everything is genuine. The total count is 3,012 coins," one of the workers relayed. Lin Zhennan waved his hand generously. "Let us just say it's 3,000. Hao Yoxing felt a pang of regret over the 12 coins that would have amounted to a significant sum. "You're just going to let it slide? That's over 5,000 bucks." The total for 3,000 coins at 450 each was a staggering one. 35 million. Lu Hong requested Lin Zhennan's bank account details, and within minutes, the funds were transferred. Lin Zhennan stared at his phone, receiving the bank transfer notification. It would be disingenuous to say he wasn't thrilled, though he feigned indifference. Lu Hong stood up and shook Lin Zhennan's hand. "Mr. Lin, if you ever have coins to sell in the future, make sure to remember your old friend." Lin Zhennan nodded, of course, with a prominent figure like Lu boss. "I'll be sure to come to you for any future transactions." Chapter 5. A generous windfall as Lin Zhennan and Hao Yoxing exited Qin Shimingyu. They exchanged glances and embraced, bursting into euphoric laughter. "We're rich. I'm rich," Lin Zhennan shouted joyfully. He felt a surge of exhilaration. "I'm now a millionaire. Let those who looked down on me in the past eat their hearts out." Hao Yoxing congratulated him. "Nonggu, You become a millionaire. I'm genuinely happy for you. Lin Zhennan clapped Hao Yoshing on the shoulder. What a millionaire. Soon, we'll all be billionaires. Let us keep pushing forward, brother. They gave each other a high five, and Lin Zhennan declared, let us go to the bank. Hao Yoshing asked, what for? Lin Zhennan replied, to withdraw some cash, of course. I want to take out 100,000 just to count it. Hao Yoshing looked at Lin Zhennan, thinking, so Nanga could be a bit childish too. The two made their way to a nearby bank. Lin Zhennan transferred 300,000 yuan from one bank card to another, as the daily withdrawal limit for a single card was capped at 50,000. Thus, it was impossible for him to withdraw 100,000 at once. To be precise, he withdrew 99,900 yuan. However, Lin Zhennan was indifferent to the missing 100 yuan, as in his mind, he intended to take out 100,000 for leisure. Comfortably seated in his old Nanmu armchair, he tossed the 10,000 yuan onto the dining table, propped his feet up, and swung his legs with unrestrained joy, embodying the demeanor of a sudden rich man. Observing this, Hao Yoshing felt an urge to punch him. After a while of shaking his legs, Lin Zhennan addressed Hao Yoshing, saying, here, take 50,000 as a red envelope from me today. Your salary remains unchanged. I shall give you 10,000 each month henceforth. Hao Yoshing was momentarily bewildered by such a substantial red envelope. He quickly shook his head, saying, don't do this. Though we are brothers, we should keep finances separate. Salary is salary, and while I appreciate the gesture, I would prefer not to receive such an unsolicited gift. We must ensure our brotherhood remains intact. Lin Zhennan shot him a glance. On your first day at work, you refuse to heed your superior's words. You have two choices, accept the red envelope or resign. The decision is yours. Hao Yoshing comprehended Lin Zhennan's intention and was deeply moved. It was clear that his brother regarded him as a true friend. Although he was a rough-and-tumble man, his eyes turned red with emotion as he said, all right then, I will accept the red envelope. Lin Zhennan pointed a finger at Hao Yoshing. You are the quintessential case of wanting to benefit without effort. Unfazed by Lin Zhennan's derision, Hao Yoshing took the 50,000, tore the seal, and began counting it with glee, as if he had never seen money before. Seeing Hao Yoshing's delight, Lin Zhennan couldn't resist grabbing his remaining 50,000, tearing open the seal, and counting it repeatedly. If anyone had walked in at that moment, witnessing the two of them foolishly counting money, they would undoubtedly have laughed until their sides ached. Both men counted their respective 50,000 at least 3 times before setting the money down, exchanging glances and bursting into laughter. Hao Yoshing exclaimed, I used to scoff at those who said counting money could lead to cramps. Now I finally understand the sensation. Lin Zhennan replied, this is merely the beginning. In the future, we must invest in a bill counter, lest we wear it out from overuse. Onward, my good brother. Hao Yoshing then inquired, what shall we do next? We cannot remain in your shop indefinitely. Shall we embark on our grand venture? Lin Zhennan responded, that is, of course, out of the question. I intend to lease a spacious storefront on the antique street in the city center, exclusively for dealing in antiques. Now that we have capital, we can expand our efforts in antiques and artwork, as I am quite familiar with this domain. The only reason I had not pursued it before was the lack of funds. Chapter 6, A Fortuitous Encounter with a Ming Dynasty Guanyin. Hao Yoshing remarked, Brother Nan, you cannot abandon this storefront. It was left to you by your grandfather. Lin Zhennan replied, this shop is too small for expansion and is situated too far from the city center. If I establish an antique shop downtown, I will have no use for this place and will simply lock it up. In truth, Lin Zhennan held a deep affection for this shop, which he had inherited after his grandfather's passing at the age of 16, 5 years prior. Strictly speaking, the shop originally belonged to his father, who had passed away when Lin Zhennan was merely 2 or 3 years old. His grandfather had managed the shop until his own death, at which point it was entrusted to Lin Zhennan. This decision had sparked numerous disputes with his 2 uncles, who argued that the shop was rightfully theirs. However, their grandfather had left a will designating the shop for Lin Zhennan, thus preventing his uncles from claiming it, as the document was legally binding. Lin Zhennan instructed Hao Yoshing, you go ahead and find a new shop while I tidy up this little place of mine. Hao Yoshing nodded and pocketed the 50,000 yuan. Hailing a taxi outside, he hurried towards the city center. Meanwhile, Lin Zhennan began to organize his belongings in the shop. There was little of value among his possessions. The artworks were local pieces of modest renown, as he could not afford the more prestigious ones. His books were merely lead prints from the Republic era, and he had no woodblock prints from the Song and Yuan dynasties, as such editions were exceedingly rare. As Lin Zhennan busied himself with his collection, an elderly woman entered, clad in simple attire and carrying a bulging cloth bag. Observing her, Lin Zhennan surmised she intended to sell something. He greeted her with a smile. "Good day, madam. Are you here to sell something, or perhaps to make a purchase?" The elderly woman, with her lips pursed, replied, "I cannot buy your worthless items. I am here to sell." Lin Zhennan continued to smile. "What is it that you wish to sell? Please, allow me to take a look." With great effort, the elderly woman placed her bag on the counter and retrieved an item wrapped in cotton cloth. It appeared to be a figurine. Lin Zhennan refrained from intervening, allowing her to slowly unwrap the cloth, adhering to the unspoken rules of the antique trade. Should he unwrap the item and it sustained damage, determining responsibility would be fraught with complications. As the last layer of cloth fell away, a white jade guanyin statue was revealed. The statue bore a solemn expression, the jade exhibiting a faint yellow hue, imbued with a lustrous sheen under the light, particularly evident in the areas where skin-like textures emerged. Lin Zhennan recognized this as a characteristic of Xinjiang Hetian white jade, specifically the highly coveted sheep fat white jade, exceptionally rare and valuable. The guanyin statue stood approximately 1 foot tall, with an elegant and ancient design, the carvings indicative of a mid-Ming dynasty creation. Such a sizable Hetian jade guanyin from the Ming period was indeed a rarity. Lin Zhennan's heart soared with excitement as he asked the elderly woman, "Madam, are you willing to part with this guanyin? How much would you require?" The elderly woman, with a quivering mouth, replied, "I am unsure of its worth. I merely wish to pay for my husband's medical expenses. The hospital quoted 50,000, but if you can offer 5,000, I shall sell it to you." Perplexed, Lin Zhennan inquired, "Why does the hospital require 50,000, yet you are willing to sell it to me for only 5,000? The elderly woman wiped her tears and explained, "I know my husband is gravely ill, and further treatment would not only fail to heal him, but could also lead to further suffering. Moreover, I recognize that this statue is unlikely to fetch 50,000 from you." Finding the elderly woman intriguing, Lin Zhennan replied, "Madam, how can you be so certain that I wouldn't offer 50,000 for this guanyin?" The elderly woman, slightly embarrassed, responded, "We have been venerating this guanyin for many years. It's quite old now. Would you truly spend so much on it? If it weren't for my husband suggesting that this jade guanyin is valuable, I would never have dared to ask you for 5,000. Lin Zhennan, recognizing her sincerity, asked, "What ailment afflicts your husband that necessitates such a sum?" Lin Zhennan understood that this was the hospital's routine. The elderly couple likely had limited financial means, prompting the hospital to push them aside. Had they been billionaires, the hospital would have gone to great lengths to provide them with treatment, purely for the sake of profit. He then addressed the elderly lady, "Do not be disheartened, madam. This exquisite guanyin statue you possess holds significant value. I am prepared to offer you 550,000 yuan for it, with the hope of assisting you." The elderly lady, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Oh, 55,000 yuan is already quite good, surpassing my expectations by 5,000 yuan. Wait, did you say 550,000 yuan? Am I hearing correctly?" She was momentarily confused, thinking she had misheard. She had asked for 50,000 yuan, and now the gentleman was offering her 550,000 yuan. Had she lost her senses, or was he mistaken? Lin Zhennan smiled reassuringly, affirming, "Indeed, you heard correctly. I am offering 550,000 yuan for your guanyin statue, which is highly valuable and dates back to the Ming dynasty. It is undoubtedly worth this price." The elderly lady's eyes widened again as she asked, "Really? Are you genuinely offering 550,000 yuan?" Lin Zhennan confirmed once more, "Of course. At your age, do you think I would jest with you? Here is 50,000 yuan in cash, and the remaining 500,000 yuan can be transferred from my bank account." He then handed her 50,000 yuan, which he had withdrawn from the bank. The elderly lady, still in disbelief, stared at the money but soon accepted it, moistening her fingers to count the bills. Murmuring to herself, "This gentleman truly has a kind heart. It seems my decades of devotion to guanyin have not been in vain. There's still many good souls in this world." Lin Zhennan patiently waited for her to count the money. After a considerable time, she finally confirmed the amount. He then led her to a nearby bank, where she produced her identification to open a bank account. Afterward, he transferred the remaining 500,000 yuan to her account, ensuring a bank employee witnessed the transaction, as he knew she would be skeptical otherwise. Exiting the bank, Lin Zhennan casually inquired, "Madam, is this guanyin statue a family heirloom?" Do you possess any other collectibles? The elderly lady shook her head, stating, "This statue is not inherited. My late husband discovered it by a river after a flash flood during his youth." Lin Zhennan was taken aback. If it had been found by the river, there was a possibility it had originated from an ancient site, implying there could be more valuable items. He then asked, "Did your husband only find this one piece back then?" He chuckled, adding, "Perhaps some of your belongings were stolen. But look at you now, selling for 550,000 yuan. Far more valuable than what you lost." The elderly lady, realizing the truth in his words, smiled brightly. "You're right. It's a pity my husband is no longer here. Otherwise, he would be overjoyed." Lin Zhennan inquired further, "Where do you live? I could visit your husband and consult some renowned doctors to see if there is any hope for him." The elderly lady, filled with excitement, grasped Lin Zhennan's hand, exclaiming, "Really? Young man, if you can indeed save my husband, I will return all of this 550,000 yuan to you. We live in Taiyan Wangdong village. My husband is called Wang Laoshi. Everyone in Taiyan Wangdong knows him." Lin Zhennan was aware that Taiyan Wangdong village was located approximately 80 to 90 kilometers from the city, in a relatively remote area surrounded by dense forests and high mountains. He hailed a taxi, though the driver hesitated, citing poor road conditions. Chapter 7. The Bronze Ring. Lin Zhennan picked up the He Tian jade guanyin statue placed on the counter, unable to part with it as he examined it closely. At that moment, a voice in his mind remarked, "Today, you've struck gold. Your luck is indeed remarkable." Lin Zhennan replied with pride, "Of course. Just look at who I am. Luck is always on my side." The voice retorted disdainfully, "Humph. Do you even know what you've stumbled upon? If I don't tell you, you'll remain oblivious." Lin Zhennan countered, "Don't underestimate my knowledge. This guanyin is a mid-Ming dynasty carving made from He Tian jade. Such a large statue is exceedingly rare, worth several million." The voice in his mind scoffed further, "A few million is nothing. The true treasure lies within the guanyin. That is what is truly rare." Intrigued, Lin Zhennan questioned, "What do you mean by true treasure? Is there a mechanism hidden inside the statue?" He disregarded the voice's mockery as he examined the guanyin statue closely, searching for any hidden secrets. Shaking the statue gently, he heard a faint clink. Indeed, there was something concealed within. Overjoyed, he meticulously inspected it with a magnifying glass. He noticed a subtle seam at the base of the statue, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Using a small knife, he carefully pried open this seam, which was tightly sealed with fish skin glue. After considerable effort, he managed to open the seam and found a small piece of jade within. As he turned it, he heard a click, and the jade piece naturally fell away. Lin Zhennan peered into the small opening at the base of the guanyin statue and spotted a bronze ring lying quietly inside. Disappointment washed over him. He had expected to uncover a treasure, only to find a mere bronze ring. Nevertheless, he retrieved the ring from the hollow abdomen of the guanyin. It was an ordinary bronze ring, adorned with two archaic dragon patterns encircling a crown. Observing the ring's design, Lin Zhennan surmised it was not of Chinese origin, as traditional Chinese motifs seldom feature dragons and crowns together. He speculated it was likely from a small Southeast Asian nation influenced by both Chinese culture and British colonialism, resulting in this peculiar artifact. Regardless, it still bore the charm of an antique. Habitually, he slipped the ring onto his middle finger, and to his astonishment, it felt as though it had a life of its own. The ring trembled, and the vibrant, colorful light emanating from it seemed to animate the dragon patterns, causing them to writhe as if alive. In an instant, the ring embedded itself deeply into his finger, sending piercing pain coursing through him. Alarmed, Lin Zhennan attempted to remove the ring with his other hand, desperate to discard it, as it was terrifying. However, unexpectedly, the ring felt as if it had fused with his finger. It wouldn't come off. Lin Zhennan was at his wit's end, contemplating the absurdity of being bound to a mere ring. He stood up to find a wire cutter, intending to sever the bronze ring. But as it was deeply embedded, only a small portion remained outside, making it difficult to grasp. In a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently pinched the flesh of his fingertip with the cutter, eliciting a sharp pain that made him drop the tool, hopping around while clutching his finger and crying out loudly. A horrifying scene unfolded. Blood flowed from the wound on his finger, trickling into the mouths of the two dragons on the ring. The dragons, resembling butterflies, eagerly drank his blood, which seemed to flow endlessly into their mouths. Lin Zhennan was utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting the pain in his finger as he gazed blankly at the ring adorning it. After what felt like an eternity, the ring ceased its blood-sucking, Lin Zhennan noticed that the pain in his finger had subsided. He attempted to remove the ring. To his surprise, it slid off effortlessly from his middle finger with little effort. In a fit of frustration, he hurled the ring to the ground, exclaiming, "You are a cursed ring, still sucking blood. Are you a vampire?" A voice in his mind, the old spider, chuckled, "My dear little master, you truly do not recognize treasure. Countless individuals have coveted this gem, and many have perished in its pursuit. Yet here you are, discarding it as if it were nothing. You are quite amusing." Lin Zhennan, bewildered, retorted, "Hey, old spider, if you're going to speak, then be clear. What makes this treasure so special? It is merely a worthless copper ring, is it not?" The spider in his mind replied, "This ring is said to belong to a great emperor from eons ago. It possesses a vast spatial realm, and legends claim it can transport one to other starry realms. This ring is essentially a time and space travel device." Lin Zhennan scoffed, "Legends, legends. You only speak of legends. Have you ever ventured inside? What have you seen within this ring?" The old spider fell silent, unable to provide a satisfactory response, and muttered, "I too wish to explore the ring's spatial realm, but I lack the power. This ring requires a master. If it does not draw your blood to recognize you as its owner, it will not permit entry into its realm, unless sanctioned by its master." "Oh, I see." Lin Zhennan nodded in understanding. He cautiously retrieved the bronze ring from the ground, hesitating to adorn his finger with it. He inquired of the spider, "How can I enter this ring's space?" The spider replied, "The ring has already acknowledged you as its master. You need only express your intent, say 'I wish to enter' or 'I wish to exit,' and it is that simple." Still skeptical, Lin Zhennan feared the spider might deceive him. What if he became trapped within the ring's space? He would not even know how to cry for help. The spider disdainfully suggested, "If you doubt me, simply focus on any object in your shop and silently command it to enter, then command it to exit. You will see for yourself." This seemed a plausible test. Lin Zhennan promptly thought, "Pliers, enter." In an instant, the pliers vanished from sight. He was astounded. Could such phenomena truly exist? He quickly thought, "Pliers, exit." And just as swiftly, the pliers reappeared on the floor. This is utterly mind-boggling. Is this some sort of illusion? Chapter 8. Isn't this just yours? Lin Zhennan still hesitated to personally enter the ring space. However, he contemplated using this spatial realm for storage. He considered visiting the rented basement that evening to place all those silver dollars into the ring's space, allowing him easy access for future sales, while keeping them safe from prying eyes. Delighted by this idea, Lin Zhennan couldn't help but dance with joy. He carefully slipped the ring onto the middle finger of his right hand. This time, no excruciating pain ensued. It seemed the old spider had indeed spoken the truth. With great care, Lin Zhennan stored what he deemed valuable items from his shop into the ring space. In an instant, the cluttered shop appeared significantly more spacious. Overjoyed, Lin Zhennan mused whether he might profit from logistics. The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. He reveled in the novelty of placing and retrieving items at his leisure. When night fell, he stealthily returned to his dilapidated rented abode, lifted the floorboard, and once again descended into the basement. He whispered, "Place these boxes into my ring space." And with a swish, all the wooden boxes vanished into thin air. What bliss! That evening, strange occurrences transpired at the bustling food street, where numerous dishes inexplicably disappeared. Lin Zhennan, brimming with pride, watched the perplexed expressions of the food stall owners, nearly bursting into laughter. The following day, Hao Yoshing visited Lin Zhennan. Eager to report, "Brother Nan, I found a store for sale in the antique street. The owner wants to exit the business, but is looking to sell the inventory as well. I wonder if you're interested. The store seems quite spacious, though the goods aren't exceptional. It'll likely require several million to acquire, as he hasn't even calculated the cost of his items. If you're interested, you should discuss it with him tomorrow." Lin Zhennan nodded. Several million? That shouldn't be a problem. I can manage the funds. It just depends on whether I find the store appealing. Let's go see it together tomorrow." Hao Yoshing, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Nan, do you really have that kind of money? You only have over $1 million, right? I heard that shop requires at least $5 million. The owner mentioned a transfer fee of $3 million, and his goods are estimated to be worth around $3 million as well. Even with a discount, it would still total $5 million. Do you possess such a sum?" Lin Zhennan quietly contemplated and then summoned several bags of silver dollars from his ring space, placing them behind the counter. He smiled and said to Hao Yoshing, "I may not have much cash, but I have several bags of silver dollars. I can certainly exchange them for 10 to 20 million. Hao Yoshing, perplexed, asked, "Brother Nan, are you pulling my leg? Where did you get so many silver dollars?" Back when you were struggling, you never mentioned selling silver dollars. Feigning mystery, Lin Zhennan replied. Ah, little Hao, that is my secret. You mustn't share it with anyone. Upon hearing it was a secret, Hao Yoxing's curiosity piqued, and he eagerly assured Brother Nan. Do you not trust me? I am unwaveringly loyal to you. Whatever secret you have, I promise not to share it with anyone. Not even my future wife, though I am not married yet. Lin Zhennan jokingly retorted. You little rascal, check which silver dollars are genuine and which are counterfeit. These were passed down from my family. My grandfather feared my uncles would want to claim them, so he intended them as my capital for the future, perhaps even as a dowry, since my parents passed away early. Thus, my grandfather has always been quite indulgent with me. Hao Yoxing rushed to the counter and found the bags neatly arranged, identical to the ones he had sold a few days prior. He hastily opened one bag and was met with a cascade of silver dollars. Dumbfounded, he stared at the coins, muttering, Brother Nan, you are truly something else. You are a hidden rich second generation, yet you deceived me into believing you were poor, even making me pay at the food stalls. Is this how the wealthy amuse themselves? Lin Zhennan felt a twinge of embarrassment. I was not trying to be amusing. I genuinely was poor back then. However, such matters cannot be openly discussed. He then explained to Hao Yoxing, I was merely trying to keep a low profile. If I have money, it becomes your money too, doesn't it? Why make a fuss? Hao Yoxing, buoyed by Lin Zhennan's words, brightened at the thought. Indeed, if Brother Nan is wealthy, then I am wealthy too. That night, Lin Zhennan had a dream. In his dreams, he once again beheld that infuriating yet endearing ancient spider. The old spider had retreated into a corner of his mind. Lin Zhennan, feeling somewhat irritable, addressed the spider. Hey, spider spirit, how long do you intend to dwell within my body? The spider, lacking vigor, replied, of course, I shall remain until I have cultivated my way to transcend a void. Alas, that day is surely far off, especially since your host is but a mortal. If you are willing to cultivate alongside me, we would surely achieve greater results with less effort. Lin Zhennan scoffed. I have no desire to cultivate with you. I have yet to savor the delights of this earthly realm. How dull it would be to devote myself to your ascetic pursuits. At this, the spider spirit looked down upon Lin Zhennan, saying, You are truly a person of base tastes, unable to appreciate the grandeur of cultivation while clinging to the sordid matters of the mortal world. Lin Zhennan laughed heartily. You speak of cultivation as if it were so illustrious, yet you spent 10,000 years in this state, and still, you are but a mere insect. This remark incited the spider, causing it to writhe and foam at the mouth as it exclaimed, What are you, a mere mortal, no? If I had not cultivated, could I have lived for 10,000 years? You are a fool. Lin Zhennan pondered this. Indeed, a spider, without the benefit of cultivation, would likely live only a few years. Yet, he retorted, just because you have cultivated for 10,000 years, it only means you are older. You could still be squashed by my hand. The spider, rather than becoming enraged, burst into laughter. Do you think you could simply squash me? Technically, you did not kill me. You merely destroyed my corporeal form, leaving me without a host. It was the thunder that forced my soul to leave, otherwise. Do you truly believe you could have vanquished me? Lin Zhennan considered this. Indeed, the day he had seemingly defeated the spider, the sky had been filled with thunder and rain. Skeptically, he asked, Then what skills have you actually cultivated? The spider, in a dejected tone, replied, I exist now merely as a consciousness within your mind. My abilities can no longer manifest through my own form, but can be utilized through you. You currently possess at least 1/3 of my former capabilities, though you remain unaware of it. Lin Zhennan, excited, inquired, Is it true that I have inherited 1/3 of your abilities? What can you do? The spider boasted, What can I do? You can now ascend to the heavens in an instant, soaring at least dozens of meters high, and traverse 100 meters with the wind effortlessly. You can climb buildings with the ease of a cinematic Spider-Man and travel 1,000 miles in a day. Lin Zhennan dismissed this. What does it matter to travel 1,000 miles in a day? I can cover thousands of kilometers on the high-speed rail. However, the ability to scale buildings effortlessly is indeed entertaining. I won't have to jostle for elevators anymore. If I can't win a fight, I can simply take to the skies and escape. The spider chuckled. Look at your aspirations. You seem more interested in fleeing than winning. Lin Zhennan bluntly asked, What other abilities do you possess? The spider shook its head. I have many abilities that you will discover gradually. I shall not enumerate them all. However, there is a spider's image within your third eye. If you find yourself in danger, pressing your third, I will unleash all my powers. Your eyes have transformed into mine. enabling you to perceive the true goodness and beauty in people, as well as discern the authenticity of antiques. This should serve as a shortcut to wealth for you. I still do not understand why mortals are so fixated on money. Is it truly so enjoyable? Lin Zhennan retorted, get lost. It is meaningless without money. How can I procure food or drink? Did you not say I must nourish my body to restore your injured soul? Without funds, how can I purchase supplements like 1,000-year ginseng or 10,000-year lingji? Do those come for free? At this, the spider fell silent. When Lin Zhennan awoke, he reflected on the events of his dream. He rolled out of bed and approached a dressing mirror, pressing his hand against his third eye. Indeed, an indistinct spider image flickered within, startling him momentarily. Fortunately, the spider's shadow vanished into his skin within a second. More remarkably, Lin Zhennan felt his vision pierce through walls, witnessing the cars racing down the street, even clearly reading their license plate numbers. This was truly extraordinary, he murmured to himself. Chapter 9. Establishing the facade the following day. Lin Zhennan and Hao Yoxing took a taxi to the Qin Shimingyu antique shop. Upon arrival, they lifted 6 bags filled with silver dollars from a taxi. The shop's attendant, upon seeing Lin Zhennan and Hao Yoxing, wasted no time and promptly called her boss. Soon after, she approached to assist in bringing the bags into the shop's front hall. Moments later, the owner, Lu Hong, hurried down from upstairs, extending his hand towards Lin Zhennan from a distance, greeting him warmly. Brother Lin, it has only been 2 days, yet you seem so much more debonair. Lin Zhennan chuckled. Boss Lu, you flatter me. I do not possess any filters to enhance my appearance. This elicited laughter from those present in the antique shop. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Hong got to the point. Brother, are you planning to sell everything? Lin Zhennan replied candidly, yes, indeed. I intend to sell all 6 bags of silver dollars. I'm looking to set up an antique shop on the street ahead. However, rest assured, I generally do not deal in currency. I focus on paintings and miscellaneous items. Understanding the implications of Lin Zhennan's statement, Lu Hong chuckled. If you wish to enter the antique trade, our street has gained a new ally. I wholeheartedly welcome you. Do not worry. We each operate independently. There is no monopoly here. Competition invigorates the market. Lin Zhennan earnestly assured Lu Hong. I am serious, Boss Lu. I truly do not deal in currency. I have always been more interested in paintings, ceramics, and rare books. Lu Hong felt relieved. After all, no one desires a competitor. If this young man focuses on other antiques, it would not affect his profits. He then said to Lin Zhennan, each trade has its specialization. Since you excel in paintings, it would be wise to advance in that direction. Should I receive such items in my shop, I can certainly supply them to you. We can mutually benefit. Lin Zhennan nodded and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Boss Lu. Now, let us see how much our batch is worth. I estimate this collection to be around 20,000 silver dollars. Give or take. Boss Lu, you may have your staff count them. I guarantee they are authentic. With that, Lin Zhennan poured out the 6 bags of silver dollars, covering the floor of the hall. Lu Hong took a cursory glance, noting they were all genuine antiques. Yet he instructed an experienced employee to meticulously inspect each piece. In the antique trade, attention to detail is paramount. One careless mistake can lead to disaster. Furthermore, this industry does not permit credit. No matter how reputable or familiar one as friends may be, one cannot afford to make mistakes. Lin Zhennan felt no discomfort as he and Hao Yoxing settled onto a nearby chair, sipping tea while awaiting the employee's thorough examination. 20,000 silver dollars is no small sum, and Lu Hong's employee busied himself for quite some time before completing the appraisal. A total of over 20,000 silver dollars, among which there were several hundred smaller denominations, such as triangular coins and European versions, which generally commanded prices exceeding those of ordinary coins by more than half. Lin Zhennan was indifferent to these nuances, as the silver dollars were all profit for him. Boss Lu Hong was quite straightforward, transferring a sum of 9 million yuan to Lin Zhennan at the previously agreed price of 450 yuan per silver dollar. Lin Zhennan politely declined Lu Hong's invitation to lunch. He and Hao Yoxing hurried toward an antique shop on the street that was up for transfer. Upon arrival, they discovered that the shop was called Duobao Pavilion, a rather commonplace name in the antiques business. Lin Zhennan entered the store, which was relatively spacious, covering about 120 square meters, with an additional floor above for accommodation. Hao Yoxing mentioned that it also included a 150 square meter small garden, making it one of the largest spaces on this pedestrian street, albeit slightly off the prime location. The shop's owner, Mr. Huang Zhongzheng, was in his 60s, short and stout, with a genial demeanor. When he smiled, his eyes nearly disappeared. Having been in the business for several decades, he had initially intended to continue. But a recent phone call from his son in the countryside informed him that their village was undergoing demolition, resulting in a substantial compensation payout. Despite the antiques business being lucrative, it was fraught with anxiety, as one had to be wary of hidden pitfalls and the risk of purchasing dubious items that could lead to police confiscation. With the demolition compensation, Mr. Huang had become quite affluent, allowing him to consider exiting the business and transferring the shop. Upon seeing Hao Yoxing enter, Mr. Huang greeted him warmly. "Young man, you're back. How have you been?" Hao Yoxing pointed to Lin Zhennan and said, "This is my brother Nan. He is the true prospective tenant." Lin Zhennan surveyed the shop, noting its decent arrangement, filled mostly with old items, though some were replicas of dubious authenticity. Yet this was already a sign of a conscientious merchant. The overall inventory consisted of standard fare. For instance, there were Qing dynasty bridal vases that, while grand in appearance, held little value. There were also some porcelain pieces painted by lesser-known artists from the Republican era, alongside items from the 1950s and 60s, which possessed some collectible worth. In terms of calligraphy and paintings, there was nothing of significant value, mostly Taoist water and land paintings from the late Qing and Republican periods. After a thorough inspection, Lin Zhennan inquired of Mr. Huang, "How much do you want for the entire inventory along with the premises?" Mr. Huang replied with a smile, "The total for the shop and goods is 6 million yuan. Lin Zhennan countered, "That seems a bit steep. Your goods do not warrant such a price. None of these items are of exceptional quality." Mr. Huang, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. "While these may be ordinary items, they are plentiful. Furthermore, my shop spans over 300 square meters, with a monthly rent of 20,000 yuan, and I have 2 years' rent left, totaling 500,000 yuan. I also invested significantly in renovations. Thus, 6 million is quite reasonable." In truth, Lin Zhennan did not find the price excessive, but haggling was a normal part of business. If one did not negotiate, others might feel at a loss, potentially jeopardizing the deal, a psychological aspect of commerce. Therefore, Lin Zhennan proposed, "Boss, I genuinely wish to run a business here. Let's settle at a firm price of 5 million. If not, then that's that." The 5 million offered was considerably above Mr. Huang's psychological price, which was around 4 million. The additional 1 million was easily accepted. Once the price was agreed upon, Lin Zhennan summoned a nearby intermediary to draft the contract, as he was not entirely familiar with the terms of such transfers. Although he incurred an additional 10,000 yuan in intermediary fees, it was a small price to pay for peace of mind. Chapter 10. A Fortuitous Encounter with Lin Xianqian. Lin Zhennan finalized the transfer contract for the shop and promptly transferred 5 million yuan to Mr. Huang. Thus, Duo Bao Pavilion officially became Lin Zhennan's property. Mr. Huang was quick to gather his personal belongings and departed without hesitation, demonstrating his decisiveness. Lin Zhennan instructed Hao Yoxing to find some workers to renovate the shop, aiming for a fresh atmosphere. After issuing his instructions, Lin Zhennan meandered alone along the street. Although this antique pedestrian street was quite famous in Jiangzhou, he seldom visited. This was partly due to the fact that, despite being an antique street, most of the offerings were mere crafts, and many unsuspecting buyers often spent thousands on items worth only a few dozen yuan. Furthermore, since taking over the second-hand art shop, left by his grandfather, Lin Zhennan had been financially strained. To put it bluntly, he was unable to pay rent, and had he been required to do so, he would likely have been evicted long ago. Lin Zhennan's principle was to never sell counterfeit goods, yet the reality of the antique market was such that without selling fakes, it was challenging to acquire authentic old items, and standard antiques held little value. Moreover, antique enthusiasts often sought to find treasures at bargain prices, leading to a phenomenon where those who sold counterfeit goods became wealthy, while those committed to selling genuine antiques struggled to make a living. As Lin Zhennan strolled through the antique market square, he noticed it was not a weekend, so there were fewer vendors. He spotted a crowd gathered around a stall, with someone shouting, "Oh, it collapsed again." Curiosity piqued. Lin Zhennan pushed through the throng to see what was happening. Upon reaching the front, he observed a group scrutinizing a pile of stones. They were engaged in a stone gambling activity. One man, holding a sawn stone, was vocally lamenting, "I spent 3,000 yuan on this stone, and it's worth no more than 5 yuan. What bad luck." Lin Zhennan couldn't help but chuckle. These people were out of their minds if they thought they could find valuable stones in such a place. Would the good stones ever make their way to a third-tier city like this? Most of what ended up here were mere rocks. Remember, just rocks, not jade. This spectacle of folly amused him greatly. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his backside and instinctively checked his pocket. realizing it had been slashed. Without a doubt, the few hundred yuan he had in his back pocket had been taken. Lin Zhennan laughed. Who was so foolish as to attempt to rob him? Was it possible that someone was unaware of his abilities? He turned around, but could not discern who had cut his pocket. Well then, let us test the powers of the 1,000-mile eye that Spider spoke of. Pressing his forehead, his vision transformed, illuminating the crowd as if under a spotlight, allowing him to identify the culprit. Before long, he spotted a beautifully dressed young girl who had concealed his few hundred yuan and a blade within her sleeve. She was indeed striking, and no one would suspect her of being a thief. Lin Zhennan approached her, standing before her with a smile that was neither entirely friendly nor hostile. "Miss, you've torn my pocket. You owe me for the damages." The girl, appearing around 16 or 17, gazed up at Lin Zhennan with wide, innocent eyes. "What do you want, you big pervert?" Lin Zhennan was amused by the young girl, exclaiming, "So this is how I become a lecher with a chill on my backside. Am I not the victim here?" The crowd surrounding the gambling stone stall was drawn to their banter, curious about the alleged lecher. In a nation that revels in excitement, they were eager to play the role of bystanders. Consequently, all eyes turned to Lin Zhennan and the girl. Unfazed, he addressed her. "In your right hand, you conceal a blade, while your left clutches the 326 yuan you pilfered from my wallet. Why not show it to everyone?" The girl, taken aback, was astonished that he could discern her actions so precisely. Was he perhaps part of the underground world? With a quick flick of her eyes, she approached Lin Zhennan, playfully wrapping her arms around his. "Oh, you naughty senior brother. I was merely testing your vigilance. Why must you embarrass me so?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers lost interest, realizing it was merely a playful exchange between siblings. Lin Zhennan recognized that the girl was indeed skilled, having deftly extricated herself from a precarious situation. He remarked, "Indeed, you exhibit composure in the face of danger, a true expert. However, you have encountered me, and your little tricks are hardly impressive." He then produced a 1 yuan coin from his pocket, flicking it with his thumb and forefinger. The coin soared like an arrow, striking a distant wall with a resounding thud, creating a small hole. The girl gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "It seems I've kicked a steel plate today." Both she and Lin Zhennan were taken aback. He had intended to showcase his prowess to test the truth of the old spider's claim that he had inherited a fraction of his skill. But the outcome was unexpectedly exhilarating. Realizing Lin Zhennan's formidable ability, the girl hesitated to play any further tricks, timidly offering him the money, her eyes downcast as she said, "I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong, but I have no money on me. May I have some time to gather the money to repay you for my pants?" Lin Zhennan chuckled. "Should I grant you time to pick others' pockets?" The girl pouted, "But I have no money left. What shall I do?" Lin Zhennan found himself at a loss on how to address the girl. He didn't mind the damage to his pants, especially since he possessed considerable wealth now. Observing her youthful naivety amidst such a harsh environment, he realized it was detrimental to her well-being. Feigning seriousness, he inquired, "What is your name? I can help you find a job, and you may repay me once you earn some money." The girl sighed with relief at the prospect of not being immediately asked for money, thinking that if she could just escape his sight, she would vanish without a trace. She began to playfully flirt, "Big brother, my name is Lin Zhennan. What is your name?" Upon hearing her surname, Lin Zhennan felt a connection, noting the shared lineage from 5 centuries ago. "I am Lin Zhennan. Come with me," he replied. The girl exclaimed in delight, "Big brother, are you truly surnamed Lin? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lin Zhennan retorted, "Having the surname Lin is hardly prestigious. Why would I lie to you?" Lin Zhennan pouted, falling silent. Chapter 11. The High Ice Imperial Green. Lin Zhennan removed his jacket and wrapped it around his waist to conceal the wallet that Lin Zhennan had slashed. She giggled behind him, covering her mouth. Lin Zhennan shot her a fierce glare and waved his hand. "Keep up." Reluctantly, she followed, still a bit shaken by his earlier display of skill, complying with his command. Lin Zhennan returned to the earlier gathering, parting the crowd to reveal a gambling stone stall. Although it was a makeshift setup, the sheer number of stones captured the attention of the locals. After all, who doesn't enjoy gamble? The innate desire to gamble resides within everyone, whether on a grand scale or a small one. Life itself is a gamble. Business people engage in the gamble of fortune, while government officials aspire for advancement, all betting on their rise to success. Lin Zhennan subtly pressed his hand against his forehead, and in an instant, his eyes sparkled with vibrant colors, emanating beams of golden light, an occurrence unseen by the surrounding crowd. He scanned the assortment of stones, roughly 200 to 300 pieces, though only around 8 to 10 contained jade. Among these, one stone stood out, a fully green jadeite, though it lacked the quality of glass jade. It was nonetheless of high ice imperial green. The stone appeared to weigh about 15 to 16 kilograms. To purchase, it would cost around 10,000 yuan. But approaching the stall owner directly might arouse suspicion. Thus, Lin Zhennan had a clever idea. He pulled Lin Zhennan aside, pointing to a stone in the corner. "Buy that one for me, the fifth one over there. If I go, he might fleece me. As a young girl, they won't suspect you." Lin Zhennan muttered, "What is the point of buying such a worthless stone? I would take it even if it were given to me." Lin Zhennan pushed her forward. "Why all this chatter? Just go buy it." Reluctantly, she approached the stall owner, asking, "Sir, how much for these worthless stones?" The owner, a greasy middle-aged man, brightened at the sight of the beautiful young girl, responding eagerly, "Little girl, these stones have been meticulously selected from Myanmar. They are not worthless, but rather jade. If you choose one, I can open it for you for free. If you happen to select a piece of glass jade, you'll be set for life." Lin Zhennan shot back, "If this is such a great opportunity, why don't you open them yourself?" Her retort left the owner speechless. She then said, "I'll buy one to play with, but don't cheat me." The stall owner quickly replied, "Don't worry, little sister, I'm honest. They're 300 yuan per kilogram." Lin Zhennan pretended to look around, but she had already spotted the stone Lin Zhennan had indicated. After some theatrical deliberation, she finally declared, "I want this raw stone. Please weigh it for me." The owner took the stone to weigh it electronically, revealing it to be 17 kilograms. He grinned, "Perfect. 17 kilograms at 300 yuan per kilogram totals 100 yuan. I'll give you a discount of 100 yuan, so you only need to pay 5000. Without hesitation, Lin Zhennan pulled out his bank card and made the payment. The stall owner beamed, "Would you like to open the stone? It's free." Lin Zhennan was eager to see how Lin Zhennan's discerning eye fared, skeptical that a mere 5000 yuan spent on such an unsightly stone could yield any jade. At the stone gambling stall, a rudimentary stone cutting machine was set up, capable of handling stones no larger than 50 to 60 kilograms. Thus, this machine was sufficient for the stones available at the stall. The stone cutter attached Lin Zhennan's wagered stone, weighing over 10 kilograms, to the machine. Upon pressing the button, the machine emitted a piercing sound. In a brief moment, the rough stone was stripped of its outer layer, revealing a misty white sheen. The emergence of the mist suggested a promising outcome, heightening the chances of discovering green jade. The onlookers began to murmur excitedly. Lin Zhennan gestured for the cutter to continue. After a while, the stone had been sliced on all sides, reducing it to less than 10 kilograms, yet no green was visible. Lin Zhennan marked lines on the stone, instructing the cutter to follow the drawn paths for additional cuts. This time, the process was markedly quicker. Soon, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. "It's green. It's green. It appears to be imperial green, though it doesn't seem to be of glass grade." The excitement was palpable. Imperial green and high-quality jadeite were already considered a great find, let alone glass-grade jade. Upon hearing the announcement of imperial green high-quality jadeite, the street was soon crowded with people eager to witness the spectacle. Pushing Du Qianqian aside, she jumped up in frustration, exclaiming, "What is going on? Are you all trying to take advantage of the situation? Step aside, or I'll make you regret it." The crowd, seeing the owner being pushed out, quickly parted to allow Lin Zhennan to return to the cutting machine. At this point, the jadeite had been fully revealed, weighing about 3 kilograms, and radiating a vibrant green hue that was visually pleasing. Someone exclaimed, "Miss, I'll offer 500,000 for this jade. You bought it for 5,000. You'll make 100-fold profit." Immediately, someone countered, "Hey, Fat Zhang, stop taking advantage of her naivety. I'll offer 1,500,000. Lin Zhennan was bewildered. Is this stone really worth so much? Regrettably, she thought, but it's not mine. Her expression of regret only fueled the frenzy. "I'll offer 3 million. For million. 5 million. 6 million. This last bid silenced the crowd, for it had reached an extraordinary amount. The bidder was a well-dressed young man in his 20s, exuding charm and sophistication. He addressed Du Qianqian, "Miss, this price is quite fair, nearly market value. If it goes higher, it might scare off potential buyers as we are all in business. And at this price, there is hardly any profit margin left for us jewelers." Lin Zhennan nodded, feigning maturity, and pulled on Lin Zhennan's arm, asking, "Big brother, is this price acceptable? Will you sell?" Lin Zhennan replied affirmatively, "Of course, we'll sell." The suave young man requested Lin Zhennan's bank account details and proceeded with the transfer. Upon hearing the notification of the bank transfer, Lin Zhennan checked his phone to find that 6 million had indeed been deposited. Lin Xianxian, curious, leaned in to glance at the message on Lin Zhennan's phone. Chapter 12. Abduction. At that moment, the young man who purchased the jade spoke, Lin Gongzi, I am Wang Wenjing, engaged in the jewelry and jade industry. Should you come across any quality jade in the future, I would be more than willing to purchase it at a price that will not disappoint. After handing Lin Zhennan a business card, he smiled and nodded. Lin Zhennan accepted it. Thank you, Wang Gongzi. If I find any quality jade, I will certainly reach out, especially since your offer is quite reasonable. However, this is my first experience with stone gambling. After a brief conversation, they parted ways as it was their first meeting and familiarity had yet to develop. Lin Zhennan and Du Qianqian wandered leisurely through the market square, but yielded no further discoveries, finding the aimless wandering unproductive. Lin Zhennan decided to visit a clothing store in search of suitable attire, especially since his pants had been torn by Lin Qianqian. Though her clothing was not ragged, it was quite outdated, and, on a young woman, it appeared less than presentable. Lin Zhennan beckoned to Lin Qianqian, who rolled her eyes in response. What? He suggested. Let us buy 2 outfits. Your pants are in tatters. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she muttered, oh. Lin Zhennan led her to a large department store in Jiangcheng, the Jiangdu Mall. Women naturally love shopping, and initially, Lin Qianqian was reluctant to accompany Lin Zhennan, but upon entering the mall, she became animated, chattering excitedly and acting as if she were a sales assistant. They arrived at an Armani clothing store. Lin Zhennan, unfamiliar with high-end fashion, had lived a modest life and knew little about luxury brands, though he recognized Armani as being expensive without knowing the extent of its cost. Dressed in ordinary, somewhat dirty clothing, they entered the brand store without receiving a warm welcome from the staff. Lin Zhennan was unfazed, accustomed to a lack of enthusiasm from his experiences in the antique trade. However, Lin Qianqian was displeased, stating, the service here is terrible. If I were the owner, I would have fired them long ago. Lin Zhennan selected 2 suits and called for a salesperson to finalize his purchase. As he approached the fitting room, he said to Lin Qianqian, choose 2 outfits you like. I'll pay for them. In that moment, Lin Qianqian felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. Throughout her years in this world, no one had ever genuinely cared for her. Lin Zhennan entered the fitting room and closed the door. He removed his outer clothing and prepared to try on the new suit. Wearing the Armani jacket, he admired his reflection in the mirror. Indeed, the brand elevated his appearance significantly compared to the inexpensive garments he usually wore. Clad in the high-quality suit, he felt like a dashing young gentleman. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. As Lin Zhennan turned to see what was happening, the glass door of the fitting room was suddenly kicked in, shattering and scattering shards across the floor. A voice commanded, anyone who moves will be shot. A menacing figure clad in black, with a mask obscuring his face, stood brandishing a submachine gun, the barrel aimed directly at Lin Zhennan. Dazed, Lin Zhennan thought, what the hell is happening? I merely came to buy a piece of clothing, and now I'm faced with armed robbery? The assailant, seeing Lin Zhennan frozen in shock, prodded him with a gun. Hurry up. Do you want me to turn you into a sieve? In that moment, Lin Zhenan's appearance was quite comical. He wore an Armani suit on top. Yet below was a pair of 15 yuan long johns, and cheap sneakers adorned his feet. The absurdity of the situation was palpable. At that moment, Lin Zhennan noticed that within the Armani clothing store, 5 masked assailants brandishing micro-submachine guns had taken control. Each of the 5 criminals had seized a hostage, among whom Lin Qianqian was also held captive by one of the bandits. Lin Zhennan felt perplexed. Why would these individuals choose to rob a clothing store with such armaments? One would expect them to target a bank instead. Although this was a luxury boutique, it hardly contained a substantial amount of cash. Tears welled in Lin Qianqian's eyes as she timidly called out, Big brother. The thug holding her captive slapped her across the face, warning, silence. Speak again, and I'll shoot you. Instantly, her cheeks swelled and reddened. Lin Zhennan's fury ignited. What on earth are these people doing? He wished to confine them all within the confines of his ring space, allowing them to perish from hunger, but feared such an audacious act would draw too much attention. He preferred to remain inconspicuous. Lin Zhennan signaled to Lin Qianqian with his eyes, urging her to remain calm, and assured her that he would handle the situation. Meanwhile, a multitude of police officers had arrived, surrounding the entire shopping mall and evacuating all customers. One officer called out, Attention, assailants! You are surrounded. We urge you to face reality, lay down your weapons, and surrender peacefully. We will offer leniency. Should you resist, we will use lethal force. Among the criminals, a leader figure laughed arrogantly, declaring, Ah, we have over 20 hostages here. If you wish for them to perish alongside us, we are indifferent. Within 5 minutes, provide us with a vehicle to ensure our safe departure. If not, I will kill one hostage. Outside the Armani store, a large assembly of high-ranking officials from the Jiang City Police Department gathered, all wearing expressions of concern. Who could have anticipated that a small inland city would attract a group of foreign desperados? It was evident they were not ordinary criminals, but likely mercenaries with significant backing. The officers were accustomed to dealing with petty thieves and, at most, drug dealers. They never imagined they would encounter armed assailants today. Chapter 13. Capturing the Criminals. The officials from Jiang City Police deliberated for an extended period but failed to devise a viable plan. Just then, a striking female officer emerged from the police station. She announced, "Leaders, I will pose as a hostage to persuade these criminals to release the innocent civilians." Hu Shoujin, the police chief, felt a headache coming on. The woman was a detective captain dispatched from Kyoto, and Hu Shoujin had been cautioned by his superiors to overlook any minor faults in her conduct due to her influential background, which was beyond the management of their small police department. The female officer, Yi Yulan, had been appointed as the captain of the 3rd Squad of the Jiang City Police and hailed from the prominent Yi family of Kyoto. Though she bore no heirs, she had a fiery temperament and always charged headlong into action. The local police chiefs hoped she would remain quietly for a year or so before receiving a transfer order to return to Kyoto, which would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, Yi Yulan's decisive and vigorous approach left them all on edge. Hu Shoujin forced a smile and said, "Xiao Yi, you need not involve yourself in this matter. We have so many male officers here. Must we send a woman to be a hostage? Isn't that a blow to our dignity as men?" Yi Yulan, unyielding, retorted, "No. These criminals are desperate. If we send male officers, they will be more vigilant. As a woman, I will lower their guard. It must be me." Hu Shoujin cast a troubled glance at Chen Guoqing, the top official of Jiang City. Chen, a lean man in his 50s, furrowed his thick brows. Jiang City, a relatively obscure small city, rarely made appearances on national television. However, they were now embroiled in a significant crisis. The armed group was not merely after money, but was a foreign force sent to seize a confidential document from neighboring city, Qinshan. Though Qinshan was even more impoverished than Jiang City, it housed a nationally renowned nuclear power plant that had recently captured a substance known as dark matter, highly sought after by scientists worldwide. Consequently, their adversary, the United States, dispatched mercenaries to seize this information. They refrained from sending their special forces, fearing exposure, opting instead for mercenaries who could deny responsibility. Unfortunately for the mercenaries, upon nearing the nuclear facility, they were intercepted by security forces, resulting in heavy casualties. And the remaining fugitives fled to Jiang City. As soon as they arrived, they were tracked by drones. In a panic, the bandits stormed the Jiangdu department store, took hostages within the Armani boutique, and initiated negotiations with the police. Chen Guoqing, aware of Yi Yulan's background, realized that should anything happen to her, his own position would be jeopardized. He pleaded earnestly, "Xiao Yi, please do not proceed. These are international criminals, not ordinary domestic thugs. The risks are exceedingly high. You must reconsider." Yi Yulan remained resolute. "Are the other officers not facing danger? I have experience with the International Criminal Police's special operations." She removed her firearm, raised her hands, and walked towards the Armani store. Upon entering, she was immediately confronted by the assailants, who aimed their weapons at her. The leader of the criminals waved an electronic device over her, and soon it emitted a series of beeps. "A tracking device implanted in your body? You may look beautiful, but you are quite the fool to have such a thing inside you." "Impressive," he sneered, before striking her to the ground with the butt of his gun. The mercenary leader shouted to the officers outside, "Listen closely. If you continue with your tricks, I will execute all the hostages." He then proceeded to assault Yi Yulan brutally, causing her to double over and cough up blood. Lin Zhennan watched, feeling a pang of sympathy for her suffering. In a fleeting moment, he pressed on his brow, and in that instant, his eyes flickered with a kaleidoscope of colors. To him, the mercenary leader's movements appeared as if in slow motion. Seizing the opportunity, while others were distracted by the female officer, he stealthily withdrew his belt from his trousers. He flicked the end of the belt with lightning speed. With a steel belt buckle, he struck the forehead of the mercenary, causing blood to pour forth in an instant. Lin Zhennan then pulled out a handful of coins and flung them towards the 4 bandits. The sounds of thuds echoed as several armed thugs found their fingers shattered, their guns clattering to the ground. In truth, Lin Zhennan had already utilized his extraordinary abilities to sabotage the triggers of their firearms. Even if these thugs managed to pull the triggers, their guns would remain silent, though those nearby were oblivious to this fact. Upon hearing the commotion, police officers stationed in the corridor rushed in, swiftly subduing the mercenaries. The sudden turn of events left the more than 20 hostages in the shopping mall bewildered, and thus the story reached its conclusion. Chen Guoqing, the head of Jiangzhou, followed closely behind, and upon seeing that Yi Yulan was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Guoqing addressed Yi Yulan. "Xiao Yi, you are indeed a heroine. This small group of international scoundrels was apprehended by you. You are a true hero of Jiangzhou, and I must commend you." Enduring the pain, Yi Yulan smiled and replied, "Secretary Chen, you may be mistaken. The true hero today is that young man over there." She pointed towards Lin Zhennan. Due to the angle, Chen Guoqing had not witnessed the events inside the specialty shop and assumed that Yi Yulan had engaged in a fierce battle with the bandits. As he followed her finger, his expression shifted. At that moment, Lin Zhennan was clad in autumn pants, playfully throwing punches and kicks at the gangsters, a sight that was more comical than heroic. The bandit Lin Zhennan was reprimanding was the very one who had harmed Lin Xianqian, which fueled his particular disdain for this thug. Yi Yulan approached Lin Zhennan and said, "All right, sir, the bandits have been disarmed. Let's refrain from further violence." Chen Guoqing stepped forward to shake Lin Zhennan's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young comrade. Your bravery in aiding the police to apprehend these bandits in a moment of crisis is commendable." Lin Zhennan humbly replied, "I was merely acting in self-defense. I did not think much of it at the time." After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Guoqing led everyone out of the department store. Lin Zhennan, along with the others, went to the police station to give their statements. Once outside, Lin Zhennan stretched languidly and remarked, "Who would have thought that a simple clothing purchase would lead to such a significant ordeal?" Lin Xianqian pouted and said, "Isn't that the truth? I merely wanted to buy 2 outfits, yet I ended up being kidnapped by villains. It's infuriating." With a smile, Lin Zhennan replied, "Don't be upset. We didn't come out of this empty-handed. I managed to acquire quite a fortune." Curiously, Lin Xianqian asked, "What did you acquire, big brother? Are you being awarded a bravery medal?" Lin Zhennan scoffed, "Who cares about that medal? It's worth a mere 18,000. Do I look like I need that?" He proudly produced a black card from his pocket, declaring, "Look, little sister, what do you think this is? This is a black gold card issued by a Swiss bank, requiring a minimum deposit of $1 billion to obtain. It allows for overdrafts up to 100 million. Lin Xianqian squealed with delight, snatching the black card from Lin Zhennan's hand and examining it closely while bombarding him with questions about its origins. Lin Zhennan, stroking his imaginary beard, boasted, "I obtained this from those mercenaries. It contains the wealth they amassed through years of international kidnapping and extortion. What a stroke of luck for me." Lin Xianqian regarded him with skepticism. "Look at you flaunting it. What good is that card if they didn't give you the password? It's just a worthless piece of plastic." Lin Zhennan chuckled. "Oh, little sister, you underestimate me. Do you think I wouldn't have acquired the password?" Intrigued, Lin Xianqian pressed, "But I didn't see you talking to the thugs. When did they give you the password?" Lin Zhennan smiled smugly. "You're unaware of many things. Little sister, do you know I possess telepathic abilities? I can discern a person's secrets without uttering a word." A chill ran down Lin Xianqian's spine at his words. Could this elder brother truly read minds? Would that mean he held no secrets before him? Yet, her skepticism persisted as she challenged him. "Then what am I thinking right now?" Lin Zhennan regarded her seriously, stating with a grin, "Little sister, you're pondering how to extract the password from me, hoping for an opportunity to make a quick getaway. Am I right?" Lin Xianqian gasped, astonished by his insight. This person was remarkable. He seemed to read her thoughts. Yet she remained defiant. "Do you know my real surname? How old am I? When is my birthday?" Lin Zhennan dismissed her attempts. "Little sister, you won't succeed in tricking me. Your true name is Lin Xianqian, and you were born on the 18th day of the 12th lunar month, making you 18 years old this year, correct?" This revelation left Lin Xianqian thoroughly impressed by Lin Zhennan, as she herself had nearly forgotten her own birthday over the years. She quickly embraced him, exclaiming, "Big brother, you're truly amazing. How did you learn such a secret skill? Can you teach me? I would love to know how to read minds. It would be wonderful to know when someone is lying." With a serious demeanor, Lin Zhennan replied, "This is a closely guarded secret of the Lin family. I cannot share it so freely. Moreover, mastering such abilities takes at least 10 to 8 years of dedication." Lin Xianqian quickly interjected, "But I share the same surname, so I'm not an outsider." Lin Zhennan responded, You certainly don't consider yourself an outsider. With a playful pout, Lin Zhennan insisted, Big brother, I'm not an outsider. You're the one treating me as such. Lin Zhennan retorted, enough of that. Hand over my bank card without any ulterior motives. Reluctantly, Lin Zhennan hesitated to return the card, suggesting, Big brother, let me keep it for you. You boys can be so careless. You'll regret it if you lose it one day. With a wave of his hand, the black gold card flew back into Lin Zhennan's possession. Lin Zhennan gasped in astonishment. Wow, do you really know magic? He patted her head and said, no need to be so surprised. Let us find an ATM and check the balance on this card. Nodding in agreement, Lin Zhennan replied, all right, big brother. Let us go check how much money is on the card. We must not be deceived by that foreigner. Thus, the two of them, with a sense of mischief, approached an ATM, inserted the black gold card, and entered the password to check the balance. The machine screen displayed a lengthy message. This machine does not support balance inquiries for this card. Lin Zhennan and Lin Zhennan exchanged glances. Suddenly, he realized that perhaps this card could not be inquired about at domestic ATMs. He recalled that the card had a number to call for direct inquiries. Consequently, he dialed the mysterious number. In a moment, the line connected. Hello, I am your car manager, Davis Smith. How may I assist you? Lin Zhennan's face lit up with joy. I would like to check the balance on my car, please. Lin Zhennan grasped Lin Zhennan's hand and swiftly departed from the bank's ATM, fearful that someone might uncover the existence of a card worth billions of dollars in his possession. After a considerable time, they finally distanced themselves from the ATM, finding refuge in a narrow alleyway. Such secrets are rarely divulged to others, especially not to someone he had just met. She hurriedly stepped back from Lin Zhennan, her voice trembling. Big brother, you won't resort to silencing me, will you? Lin Zhennan couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Zhennan's words. Do you think I would kill for a trivial sum of money? I possess abilities that have yet to be unleashed, and there will be ample opportunities to acquire wealth in the future. He feigned a menacing demeanor and added, I wouldn't need to kill. However, I could erase your memory and render you an imbecile. Lin Zhennan was nearly brought to tears. Big brother, please don't frighten me. I promise I won't reveal your secret. Lin Zhennan laughed heartily. Look at your pitiful expression. I was merely jesting. Even if you were to speak of this matter, few would believe you. Nevertheless, it is best you keep it to yourself. If it were to come out, the police would undoubtedly seize this card. After all, it belongs to a foreigner. We haven't wronged our nation, so we can safely conceal this card and see if we can access it when we travel abroad. Lin Zhennan nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. Lin Zhennan then inquired if she had a bank card. She replied, I obtained a bank card when I turned 16, but there is only 100 yuan left on it. Having a bank card is sufficient, Lin Zhennan affirmed. Let us find a bank. I will transfer 600,000 yuan to you as your share from our stone gambling this morning. As promised, a 10 commission. This news thrilled Lin Zhennan. The allure of the billion-dollar card faded in comparison to the tangible 600,000 yuan Lin Zhennan was offering, acquired in a legitimate manner. They soon located a nearby bank, where Lin Zhennan promptly transferred the amount to Lin Zhennan's account. She gleefully counted her balance multiple times, her excitement palpable. Chapter 15, Arrival of the Dragon Team. At that moment, in the interrogation room of the Jiangzhou City Police Department's Criminal Investigation Unit, the lead interrogator was Officer Yi Yulan, the team leader of the 3rd Squad. Police Chief Hu Shoujin was present to supervise. Normally, such matters would not warrant the chief's attention, but this case held significant national implications, involving international mercenaries. Thus, Chief Hu took it upon himself to oversee the proceedings. The subject of interrogation was Li Kelong, the leader of the international mercenary group, a Chinese-American, 42 years of age. He had long been entrenched in Southeast Asia, commanding a band of mercenaries and committing various crimes, including kidnappings and assassinations, making him one of the most wanted criminals by Interpol. With a stoic expression, Yi Yulan queried, Name? Li Kelong, with a sullen countenance, appeared gaunt with deep-set eyes that radiated menace. He was handcuffed, his feet shackled, and his right hand bandaged, as Lin Zhennan had incapacitated his thumb using a coin as a projectile. As a seasoned mercenary, Li Kelong dismissed the petite officer's authority, scoffing at her inquiry. What qualifies a mere police officer like you to interrogate me? Yi Yulan, incensed, took a step forward, brandishing the case file as if to strike him. Li Kelong, unimpresa, retorted, Are you attempting to coerce me? Yi Yulan reined in her aggression. Li Kelong's cold, mocking laughter followed. Little girl, you should be grateful that the kid in autumn pants intervened yesterday. Otherwise, your fate would have been dire. Yi Yulan paused, contemplating the gravity of his words. Indeed, had it not been for Lin Zhennan's timely intervention, she might have suffered severe injuries or worse. Seeing her silence, Li Kelong grew more audacious. Who would have thought that the Jiangzhou police are inept while the common folk possess such prowess? Today, I find myself in this unfortunate position. Yet I wish to meet that boy in autumn pants. Is that possible? Yi Yulan rolled her eyes. What for? Do you seek revenge? Remember your current predicament. His arrogance was astonishing, a blatant disregard for the authority of the Jiangzhou Police Department. This infuriated not only Yi Yulan, but also Police Chief Hu Shoujin. The interrogation concluded hastily, and Li Kelong was escorted away by armed officers. Hu Shoujin furrowed his brow and asked Yi Yulan, "Have you ascertained the background of the young man who assisted you in overcoming this band of international mercenaries? His record is clean, save for his remarkable martial skills, which have suddenly come to light. It appears he possesses capabilities far superior to mine." Hu Shoujin expressed surprise. "You hold his skills in such high regard. Why then was he subdued by these mercenaries without resistance?" Yi Yulan pondered. He indeed possesses extraordinary skills. The surveillance footage revealed his movements were akin to lightning. The mercenaries had no time to evade his projectiles and were swiftly incapacitated. Perhaps he initially perceived no danger. Many skilled individuals prefer to remain inconspicuous unless their lives are at stake. Hu Shoujin nodded, accepting this rationale, albeit reluctantly. Just then, an officer approached, reporting, "Chief, a representative from a special department in Kyoto requests your presence." Hu Shoujin was not taken aback. He anticipated that this case would soon be handed over to a specialized unit, given the international implications. Adjusting his uniform, he made his way to his office, with Yi Yulan following closely, curious about the visitor from Kyoto. Upon entering his office, Hu Shoujin found a young, handsome officer in his 20s, adorned in a distinctive uniform. The insignia featured 2 entwined dragons. As the police chief of a small city, Hu Shoujin recognized the significance of such an emblem. The Dragon Team? Have they been alerted to this matter? The Dragon Team is the pinnacle of special units, akin to the historical Jinyui, wielding the power of life and death, with the authority to act without prior approval. He saluted sharply, Chief Hu Shoujin of Jiangzhou Police Department reporting to leadership. The young member of the Dragon Team waved dismissively. "No need for formalities, Chief Hu. Here are my credentials. I am here on official orders to take over the Jiangzhou mercenary case. Please transfer all pertinent files to me." Hu Shoujin took the identification of the Dragon Group member and noted the name and rank inscribed upon it. Nie Gaofeng, Colonel, leader of the 5th team of the Dragon Group. He promptly returned the credentials to the Dragon Group member, standing at attention and proclaiming, "Welcome, Team Leader Nie, to our city to oversee our work." Team Leader Nie Gaofeng nodded, gesturing for Hu Shoujin to dispense with formalities, inviting him to sit and converse. Yi Yulan, slightly lagging behind, approached Hu Shoujin's office and recognized the Dragon Group officer, a familiar face she did not particularly favor. "Nie Laosen, what brings you to this place? Are you here to gild your resume?" Yi Yulan exclaimed. Nie Gaofeng chuckled. "What a coincidence, second sister. So you're here gilding your resume as well. I was unaware of your whereabouts. I inquired at your home, and your family kept it a secret. It seems fate has brought us together." Yi Yulan retorted. "You're the only one acting foolish. Your entire family is foolish." Chapter 16. Nie Gaofeng. Hu Shoujin, intrigued, asked, "Little Yi, do you know each other?" Yi Yulan muttered under her breath, "Who knows that person?" Yet Nie Gaofeng smiled and replied, "Oh, Director Little Yi and I grew up together. Speaking informally as we have always done. I hope you won't take offense." Hu Shoujin smiled in understanding, of course. Childhood friends speaking without restraint is the essence of true friendship. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Nie Gaofeng adopted a serious tone. "Now, let us put aside idle chatter. I have been dispatched by my superiors to take over this case, and I kindly ask for your cooperation from the Jiangzhou Police Department. We need to transfer the case details immediately." Yi Yulan, typically verbose, became methodical as she presented the various case documents neatly to Nie Gaofeng. Hu Shoujin arranged several large offices for Nie Gaofeng, providing a few officers to assist them as needed. Although Nie Gaofeng wished for Yi Yulan to remain to assist him, she resolutely refused. Once the handover was complete, Nie Gaofeng casually inquired of Hu Shoujin, "Did you come across any substantial amounts of cash or bank cards while seizing the assets of these criminals?" Hu Shoujin and Yi Yulan exchanged glances, puzzled. Isn't the interest in such cases primarily political? Who would care about their financial assets? Besides, what wealth could these kidnappers possess? They risked their lives to execute their mission. Surely, they wouldn't carry much cash. Nia Gaofeng, initially hesitant to engage extensively with local officers, recognized that Yi Yulan, having also grown up in a prominent family in Kyoto, would eventually learn these matters. Thus, he candidly stated, "You may not know, but the leader of these mercenaries is involved. They intended to establish a base in a small country near ours. He carries the entire liquid assets of their mercenary organization. A secret even his fellow mercenaries are unaware of. We received this intelligence from abroad, the veracity of which is uncertain, hence our need for verification." Yi Yulan furrowed her brow. "We did come across a few bank cards during the asset seizure, but they appeared to be ordinary cards, unlikely to hold significant funds. If they were high-value accounts, they would likely be issued by a special bank, not a common one." Nia Gaofeng replied sternly, "I urge you not to conceal the truth. The sum in question is considerable, beyond your local jurisdiction's capacity." Yi Yulan scoffed. "Nia Lao-san, you underestimate Jiangzhou. How much could these few criminals possibly carry? Would our Jiangzhou government conceal it? Although we are a third-tier city, would we really covet your trivial amount? You have an air of superiority that I find quite unsettling." Ignoring Yi Yulan's words, Nia Gaofeng asserted, "It is said that this criminal leader possesses a black gold card worth $200 billion US. It is a special black gold card issued by the Swiss bank. Little Yi, do you think such a card is ordinary? Moreover, he supposedly carries a treasure map of immeasurable value, said to lead to the lair of pirates from over a century ago." This revelation stunned both Hu Shoujin and Yi Yulan, leaving even the combative Yi Yulan speechless. $200 billion and a treasure map? The magnitude of this information was staggering. Hu Shoujin, older and more composed, cautiously remarked, "Team leader Nia, I personally oversaw this case, ensuring no outsiders were involved. From the moment we engaged in combat until its conclusion, not a single outsider touched any of their belongings. Not even a lighter. Everything was documented. We did seize a few bank cards, but the amounts varied. Some held up to $1 million, while others at only a few thousand. As for the treasure map, we haven't seen a trace of it." Nia Gaofeng rubbed his temples, pondering, could it be that during their retreat from Qinshan City to Jiang City, someone abandoned this unit? Yi Yulan suddenly recalled, "I think I remember that of the 5 criminals had bank cards, but the most troublesome leader seemed to have nothing on him." This was crucial information, prompting Nia Gaofeng to inquire urgently, "Did this criminal divulge anything?" Yi Yulan responded, "That criminal was quite arrogant, revealing nothing. He merely boasted that we were unworthy opponents, claiming we lacked the authority to interrogate them. He even expressed a desire to meet the young man who injured them." Nia Gaofeng, intrigued, asked, "How did that young man manage to injure them? Aren't you officers involved? Were there others present?" The question made Yi Yulan, who considered herself quite tough, feel slightly embarrassed. "At that moment, I was preparing to replace them as a hostage. These criminals were clever. They discovered a tracking device implanted in me and proceeded to beat me mercilessly, just when they were enjoying themselves. A young man among the hostages suddenly appeared and single-handedly subdued them. His martial prowess was extraordinary. He disarmed them with a swift motion, severing their fingers with coins. His skills were nothing short of miraculous, surpassing even the legendary Wang Feihong. The event unfolded so rapidly that none of us anticipated it. The turnaround was too swift, allowing us to subdue these criminals in an instant. That criminal harbors great hatred for the young man and wishes to meet him again, but to protect the youth. We certainly cannot allow that." Hearing Yi Yulan, usually combative, speak so highly of this mysterious youth piqued Nia Gaofeng's interest. "Then, please arrange for this young man to meet with me. I would like to have a conversation." Yi Yulan rolled her eyes at him. "What do you intend to do? He hasn't committed any crime. The case is already resolved for him. Why would you want him to come out? Are you expecting him to pay medical expenses for the criminals?" Nia Gaofeng found himself exasperated with Yi Yulan's obstinacy. "Hey, second sister Yi, can you not target me on everything? I am merely curious about this mysterious youth. I wish to see what kind of person he is. Is it so wrong to want to make a friend?" Yi Yulan dismissed him. "The people of your dragon group either end up dead or become your own." Nia Gaofeng exaggeratedly spread his hands. "Prejudice. This is all prejudice. Second sister Yi, you harbor 2 deep-seated biases against us." Yi Yulan retorted fiercely, "If you call me second sister Yi one more time, I swear I will sever all ties with you and never speak to you again." Nia Gaofeng raised his hands in surrender. All right, I want to call you second sister Yi. Can I call you Officer Yi instead? Officer Yi, could you kindly share the phone number of that enigmatic young man with me? I would like to find time to chat with him over tea, if that is permissible." Yi Yulan retorted with annoyance, his name, phone number, and address are all documented in the case records. Take your time to look it up yourself. With that, Yi Yulan sashayed out, her police demeanor commanding attention. Hu Shoujin, smiling nervously, followed her out and discreetly closed the office door behind him. Chapter 17. Collecting protection fees. Lin Zhennan and Lin Qianqian emerged from a bank. Lin Qianqian had transformed into a little heiress. Leisurely savoring a large handful of candied hawthorn skewers, her mouth bright red, resembling a blood-red maw. This elicited a round of teasing from Lin Zhennan, who remarked on her sudden wealth. Undeterred by his jests, Lin Qianqian playfully insisted on feeding him a skewer, forcing it into his mouth. Upon hearing his words, she abruptly discarded the treat onto the ground, crouched down, and began to wail, "You don't want me anymore, boo-hoo." Lin Zhennan, startled, exclaimed, "What do you mean I don't want you anymore? You make it sound as if I am a heartless villain. Please be clear with your words to avoid misunderstandings." As anticipated, a crowd of onlookers gathered, fascinated by Lin Qianqian's dramatic display. A concerned elderly woman approached Lin Zhennan, imploring, "Young man, look at how heartbroken this girl is. Please do not let her down. Cherish her and lead a good life together." Feeling overwhelmed, Lin Zhennan grasped Lin Qianqian and dashed away. "You are quite the dramatist," he remarked with irritation. "Once I have the means, I shall finance a play for you, and you can become an actress." Lin Qianqian clung to his arm. "Big brother, do you still want me?" Lin Zhennan replied loudly, "From now on, speak clearly. Enough of these nonsensical declarations. I hereby appoint you as my second employee. Stick with me, and you shall not be wronged, but refrain from making absurd statements." Curiously, Lin Qianqian asked, "Big brother, if I'm the second employee, does that mean there is someone before me?" "Indeed," Lin Zhennan declared proudly. "Though our company is just starting, I already have a close brother as the first employee, leaving you in second place." Lin Qianqian, swaying playfully, pleaded, "Big brother, please let me be the first employee. Allow your brother to be the second." Lin Zhennan, exasperated by such trivialities, insisted, "No, you shall remain second. I cannot go back on my word to my brother. He is the first employee, and as long as I am chairman, he shall be the general manager. That is unchangeable. In due time, when our company grows and more female employees join, you may become the leader among them." Hearing this, Lin Qianqian's spirits lifted. After all, being the top female employee was still a significant position, placing her on equal footing with the first male employee. As Lin Zhennan approached his antique shop, he overheard the furious voice of Hao Yoshing. "You street thugs are utterly despicable. My elder brother's shop isn't even open yet, and you come demanding protection fees. I have no money to give, but you can take my life if you dare. Come on, who fears you? You're no one." Seeing Lin Zhenan's expression, Lin Qianqian inquired, "Big brother, is this your shop? It isn't even opened yet, and the gangsters are already harassing you. They must be blind to cause trouble here. Is this your first employee? He doesn't seem very impressive if he's being bullied." Lin Zhennan slapped Lin Qianqian lightly on the back of her head. "You talk too much." He advanced towards his antique shop, where a crowd had gathered, with over a dozen tattooed thugs surrounding Hao Yoshing, who was arguing with them. Lin Zhennan approached Hao Yoshing and asked, "What is going on, brother?" Observing the large man beside Hao Yoshing, he stated, "In the world of the streets, actions speak louder than words. If you want my money, you must defeat me." With that, Lin Zhennan threw a punch at one of the burly men in front of him. This man, adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos, appeared to be the leader of the group. He was struck in the stomach and flew several meters back, landing with a loud cry of pain. Without further ado, Lin Zhennan swiftly dispatched the remaining thugs, leaving them incapacitated, some with broken limbs and others unable to stand. The onlookers cheered in delight, relieved to see these bullies, who had long tormented small business owners, finally receiving their comeuppance. Hao Yoshing was ecstatic, marveling at his brother's unexpected prowess. "When did you become so formidable? I had no idea," he mused, wondering if Lin Zhennan had been holding back all this time. Lin Qianqian, however, was unimpressed. The infamous mercenaries of international fame had been bested by her big brother. What were these petty thugs in comparison? Hao Yoshing grabbed the thug leader and dragged him before Lin Zhennan, throwing him to the ground. Lin Zhennan addressed him, "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to gather your companions. Whether it's a one-on-one or a group confrontation, I am ready for it all." With a swift motion, he struck a stone lion at the entrance of his shop, shattering it into dust with a loud crash. The thug leader trembled, realizing he had underestimated Lin Zhennan. Yet, he was not one to back down easily. He defiantly proclaimed, "Brother, today you may have the upper hand. But our boss is not someone to be trifled with in Jiangxing. If you dare to confront him at Jiangdu World, you will meet your demise. If you don't, you are nothing but a coward, pretending to be a hero before me. Since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, Lin Zhennan had never let anyone provoke him without consequence. And today, this thug had succeeded in angering him. You little brat, do you think you can provoke me? I'll crush you into a pulp first, and then we'll see how tough you are. Hao Yoxing, teach this fool a lesson. Make him wish he never crossed us. Hao Yoxing, ever eager for a fight, was delighted to receive Lin Zhennan's order and immediately set upon the thug leader with relentless ferocity. Chapter 18. Lin Zhennan demonstrates his powers. Lin Zhennan ordered the gangsters to vacate the antique street, providing the leader with a phone number, stating that they should not mistake his stance for fear. They could call him anytime, regardless of their affiliations. Noticing a beautiful girl following Lin Zhennan, Hao Yoxing eagerly inquired, "Brother Nan, who is this lovely young lady?" Lin Zhennan intended to introduce her as his new employee, but, seeing the forlorn expression on Lin Qianqian's face, he instead replied, "This is my long-lost cousin, Lin Qianqian. Come on, Qianqian, greet Brother Yoxing." Upon hearing Lin Zhennan refer to her as his cousin, Lin Qianqian's spirits lifted immediately. With an air of grace, she approached Hao Yoxing and respectfully greeted him. "Hello, Yoxing Ge. I am Lin Qianqian. I hope you will look after me in the future." Hao Yoxing, a rather boorish fellow, was taken aback by her politeness, stammering, "There is no need for such formality, young lady. I'm merely a small brother or elder brother. If you need anything, just instruct me directly." After the pleasantries, they settled in the antique shop to discuss renovations and naming. Lin Zhennan proposed, "I believe we should name our antique shop Hong Gutang. As purveyors of antiquities, our aim is to promote our ancient culture, hence the name Hong Gutang. What do you all think?" Lin Qianqian clapped her hands in approval, lacking much education herself, and wholeheartedly endorsed her elder brother's suggestion. Hao Yoxing, too, had no objections, as he believed whatever the elder brother decided was best. Lin Zhennan continued, "Excellent. We have decided on a name. Now, we must focus on the renovations. The profit is secondary. After all, this antique business is a family inheritance, and I do not wish to let it decline during my stewardship." Hao Yoxing remarked, "Renovation costs are quite steep nowadays. Our shop is relatively large, and if we aim for quality, it may cost several million. A simpler renovation might suffice for over 100,000. I wonder if Brother Nan has made any preparations." Lin Zhennan replied, "I have indeed made arrangements. You need not worry about the renovation costs. Today, Qian and I gambled on a stone and made 6 million, so rest assured about the expenses." Hao Yoxing exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Nan, when did you become a stone gambler? I am continually surprised by your talents. I wonder what else you are hiding from me." Lin Zhennan playfully punched Hao Yoxing on the chest. "We are brothers, so if I have money, that means you have money too. There is no need for such astonishment. There will be many more surprises in store. Be prepared, little brother." Hao Yoxing, still recovering from the surprise, murmured, "Brother Nan, I am finding it increasingly difficult to fathom you." Lin Qianqian interjected, "My brother has many talents. This afternoon, he even assisted the police in solving a case involving international mercenaries. These petty thugs are nothing." Hao Yoxing, listening to Lin Qianqian excitedly recount the kidnapping ordeal, regretted not joining them. "Oh, I wish I had gone with you too. I missed such a grand spectacle." Lin Zhennan dismissed his lament. "What is there to regret? Those were real threats, capable of taking lives with a mere flick of their fingers." You didn't see how pale Qianqian turned. "It's easy to talk lightly now." Lin Qianqian recalled the moment and admitted, "I was terrified and nearly cried. If I had known my elder brother possessed such formidable skills, I wouldn't have been so frightened and embarrassed." Hao Yoxing, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Brother Nan, when did you acquire such exceptional martial abilities? I have been with you for 5 or 6 years and have never seen you practice. You seem to admire my rudimentary skills." Lin Zhennan struggled to explain, "Oh, my skills are not often on display. It is part of our family code to remain discreet until life is truly endangered. Furthermore, what I possess is not strictly martial arts, but rather an illusionary technique, sometimes referred to as cultivation. This technique allows me to momentarily pause time, enabling me to counter even if my opponent is 10 times faster." Hao Yoxing gasped. "Such a technique exists?" Seeing his disbelief, Lin Zhennan challenged, "If you doubt me, attack me with your utmost speed and witness how I counter your assault." Skeptical yet intrigued, Hao Yoxing readied himself and launched a powerful punch at Lin Zhennan, aiming to catch him off guard. Lin Zhennan gently pressed on his third eye, and in that instant, a kaleidoscope of colors flashed in his eyes. to Hao Yuxing. Lin Zhennan appeared to move in slow motion as he effortlessly pinched Hao Yuxing's wrist with just a couple of fingers, exerting a slight pressure. Suddenly, Hao Yuxing felt as though his wrist was ensnared by an iron grip, blood rushing to his face as he cried out, all right, brother Nan, please release me. I believe you. Lin Zhennan released him, chuckling, good brother, do you now believe in me? Hao Yuxing, now thoroughly convinced, exclaimed, brother Nan, I am in awe of you. Your hands did not seem exceptionally quick, yet you were able to thwart my attack. I am truly impressed. Lin Zhennan replied, this is merely a fraction of our family's legacy. Should I reveal all, it would be utterly astonishing. I prefer to remain low-key and not let the world know of our heritage. Watch closely. With a flick of his wrist, all the antique cabinets in the shop vanished in an instant, leaving Hao Yuxing and Lin Zhennan dumbfounded. The cabinets, substantial in number, seemed impossible to have disappeared without a trace. Lin Zhennan, amused by their bewildered expressions, waved his hand again, and the cabinets reappeared as if they had never left. Hao Yuxing rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but the cabinets stood there as though they had always been present, leaving him questioning his reality. Lin Zhennan taunted, if you still do not believe, I can make you vanish from this world. Hao Yuxing quickly replied, brother, I believe now. Please, don't make me disappear. He waved his hands in protest. Amused by his reaction, Lin Zhennan chuckled. Just then, a van pulled up outside the antique shop, and a group of people emerged, led by the very ruffian whom Lin Zhennan had previously bested. The ruffian, now brimming with arrogance, shouted at Lin Zhennan, you little brat. Didn't you want to meet our boss? Our boss has sent me to summon you to the Jianghui Club. Do you dare? Lin Zhennan simply beckoned with his hand, and in an instant, the ruffian felt an invisible force grasp him, pulling him directly to Lin Zhennan's side. Terrified, the ruffian stared at Lin Zhennan, bewildered as to how he had been so effortlessly brought before him. At that moment, Hao Yuxing fully grasped that his elder brother was indeed no ordinary man. Lin Zhennan gently patted the ruffian's cheek and said softly, little brat, what is your boss's name? Is the Jianghui Club a den of dragons and tigers? Why should I fear meeting him? I merely worry he might regret it after our encounter. The ruffian leader dared not meet Lin Zhennan's gaze, as he instinctively sensed an aura of malevolence emanating from the latter's eyes. Lin Zhennan regarded the ruffian leader with indifference, stating, today, I shall pay a visit to your boss and discern what sets him apart from ordinary men. Lead the way. Hao Yuxing, anxious not to be abandoned by his elder brother, hastily followed behind Lin Zhennan, while Lin Xianxian, unwilling to lag behind, trailed closely as well. At that moment, a graceful figure stood before Lin Zhennan, inquiring, Mr. Lin, where are you headed? I have a small matter I wish to discuss with you. If you have a moment. The ruffian leader, with a haughty tone, interjected, little lady, this fellow has no time at present. Save your questions for later. Though who knows if there will be time then. The woman was none other than Yi Yulan, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Despite her gentle demeanor towards Lin Zhennan, she was irked by the ruffian leader's interruption and swiftly delivered him a resounding slap. Who do you think you are? Are you and your gang, armed and dangerous, here to threaten my friend? Yi Yulan demanded fiercely. The ruffian leader felt as though he might weep. What misfortune had befallen him today? Had he neglected to consult the calendar before venturing out? Twice he had encountered violence on this day, a stark contrast to his usual role as the aggressor. Lin Zhennan explained to Yi Yulan, Missy, you see, this friend's boss wishes to host me at the Jiangdu Club. Naturally, I cannot disappoint their expectations. I shall visit them now. Any matters can be discussed another day. The Jiangdu Club, also known as Jiangdu World, was infamous in Jiang City as a den of vice, rumored to be operated by the notorious underground overlord, Hou Jinxian. Known as Monkey Master, this Hou Jinxian was reputed to be the emperor of Jiang City's underworld, wielding absolute authority over all criminal factions. Those from any faction seeking to establish a foothold in Jiang City were obliged to pay homage to him. Upon hearing that Lin Zhennan was headed to the Jiangdu Club, Yi Yulan's heart raced with anticipation. She had long sought an opportunity to eradicate this malignant presence in Jiang City, and today seemed fortuitous for confronting Hou Jinxian. The ruffian leader, unaware of Yi Yulan's identity as a police officer, dismissed her presence, thinking to himself that a mere woman posed little threat. Originally, Yi Yulan had her own vehicle, but to avoid revealing her identity, she joined Lin Zhennan and his companions in the ruffian's van. 3 vans had arrived, and Lin Zhennan and his 3 companions were seated in the middle van, flanked by another van to prevent their escape. Did Lin Zhennan intend to flee? Certainly not. He regarded the ruffians with disdain. Since inheriting the spider's unique abilities, he had conducted several trials and comprehended the terrifying nature of this power. He was uncertain whether others with similar abilities exist in the world, but among those he knew, none posed a challenge. The spider had once suggested that if Lin Zhennan trained alongside him, their powers would grow even stronger. However, Lin Zhennan was not inclined to engage in rigorous training just yet. He had yet to fully savor the pleasures of life and could not abandon his desires to pursue such endeavors. The spider had mockingly called him an ordinary mortal, choosing to disregard his aspirations. Soon, the three vans arrived before the opulent Jiangdu World Building, a 30-story structure, the tallest in Jiang City. While the entire edifice was known as Jiangdu World, locals refer to it simply as the Jiangdu Club. The club occupied only the 6th to 12th floors of the building, with the lower levels reserved for other purposes. The Jiangdu Club served as Hou Zhenxian's stronghold, operating various establishments with dubious reputations, including upscale restaurants, bars, and gambling venues where high-stakes bets were placed on precious stones. The elevators serving these 6 floors were isolated from the rest of the building, requiring special permission from the club security for access. Lin Zhennan and his companions were escorted into the Jiangdu Club without hindrance, as the ruffians led the way. They were brought to the 9th floor, where Hou Zhenxian's office was located. The office, designated Room 5, was said to have been assigned based on auspicious numerology, representing the esteemed 9-5 Supreme. At that moment, Hou Zhenxian sat in his expansive office, where his underlings had been attacked. He felt no need to intervene himself, as he had achieved considerable success and preferred to distance himself from the street-level scuffles of his past. Yet, with a large number of subordinates, he feared losing their loyalty if they lacked sufficient tasks to occupy them. His secretary entered, reporting, "Chairman, the individual we had a confrontation with, Lin Zhennan, has arrived. However, he is accompanied by a female police officer, a captain in the criminal investigation unit, as indicated by facial recognition. Should we meet with them?" Hou Zhenxian was taken aback. Is it truly necessary for the police to involve themselves over a mere altercation with a businessman? This seems excessive. Given his status, he felt no fear of the police, and the incident seemed trivial. Did this businessman possess formidable connections? Initially, he had intended to assert dominance over Lin Zhennan, but now he reconsidered his approach. Hou Zhenxian waved his hand, stating, "Since they have come, let us meet. If we do not, they may think we fear them, complicating future dealings. However, we shall alter the manner of our introduction." The secretary nodded and exited. Chapter 20. Selecting Precious Stones. Lin Zhennan and his companions entered Hou Zhenxian's office. They marveled at the vastness of the space, measuring over 200 square meters, divided into working and leisure areas. The leisure section was adorned with fine liquors, exquisite teas, and various artworks, while an abundance of redwood furniture filled the room. Among them, a precious Ming-style Wangwali table stood out, valued in the millions, seemingly reserved merely for tea-drinking sessions. In the realm of the affluent, the impoverished remained bewildered. Yet Yi Yulan remained unperturbed, coming from a prominent family in the capital, having witnessed far grander spectacles, rendering this display of local wealth insignificant in her eyes. Lin Zhennan silently vowed to become wealthy. What was the purpose of wealth? It appeared to be merely for ostentation. True affluent individuals seemed devoid of grand ambitions, indulging in extravagant meals costing thousands, fine wines worth tens of thousands, and bespoke clothing and luxury watches valued in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, there seemed to be little substantial meaning behind it all, merely an elevation of status. The matter at hand does not seem to align with my current aspirations, for I, Lin Zhennan, remain in a state of financial struggle. Hou Zhenxian, seated comfortably in his grand chair, a luxurious cigar perched between his fingers, regarded the 2 men and 2 women who entered with an air of haughtiness, remaining silent. Lin Zhennan, disinclined to engage in cryptic exchanges, stated plainly, "You are the leader of this group. What message do you wish to impart?" Hou Zhenxian smirked coldly. "Leader? Such a term makes me sound like a gangster. I am merely their chairman. I have been informed that your actions towards my property management staff, who came to collect fees, were quite aggressive. Are you not aware that fighting is against the law? Has the underworld now taken to invoking legalities?" Lin Zhennan, taken aback, replied, "What property management fees? I owe you nothing. My business has yet to commence." Hou Zhenxian replied earnestly, "Are you not aware that the antique street falls under the jurisdiction of my property management company? All sanitation and security fees are collected by us. We are a legitimate company, not a band of thugs demanding protection money." Lin Zhennan retorted, even if you are collecting property fees. Is it reasonable to demand such a high rate? 5,000 a month? That would be extortion. I may not even earn that much in a month. Hou Zhenxian clarified. You seem to be mistaken. We charge 5,000, but that is for an entire year. Hao Yoxing interjected, but your staff claimed it was 5,000 a month, totaling 60,000 a year. Hou Zhenxian argued. I believe there has been some confusion. Do you have evidence of this monthly fee? Your claims lack substantiation. Let us settle this amicably. Once you are officially in business, I will only charge you 500 a month for property management. I merely called you here to clarify. There is no ulterior motive. His words left the group bewildered. They had been summoned with such apparent urgency, only to be met with trivialities. Lin Zhennan glanced at the poised Yulan, suddenly realizing he had brought a police officer along. This revelation seemed to temper Hou Zhenxian's bravado. Hao Yoxing muttered, "Is this not a mere jest? You summoned us from afar only to dismiss us with these words? Unlike you affluent individuals, we have pressing matters to attend to." Hou Zhenxian, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, continued, "I did not summon you without purpose. I have heard that you, Brother Lin, are a master in the art of stone gambling. Today, you wagered 5,000 and uncovered a jade stone worth 6 million. I find myself intrigued and wish to invite you to gamble with me at the stone hall. It would also serve to enhance my reputation. The stones I possess are not comparable to the low-quality materials found at street stalls." Lin Zhennan, internally amused, realized the extent of Hou Zhenxian's awareness of his recent fortune. He smiled slightly. "Very well. I also enjoy a good gamble, but I lack experience. If you could grant me an 80 discount, I would be inclined to wager on several stones." Hou Zhenxian's heart leapt at this prospect. The young man was walking willingly into his trap. An 80 discount was inconsequential, as the stones were typically priced at 10 times their cost. Even at a third of the price, he would profit immensely. Initially, he aimed to undermine Lin Zhennan's arrogance in a more physical manner, but with a police officer present, he had to reconsider. Instead, he could exploit the gambling aspect, which was legally permissible. With a congenial smile, Hou Zhenxian assured Lin Zhennan, "An 80 discount is certainly agreeable. As long as you express interest in a stone, I will provide this discount. All my stones are available for your selection." Thus, the group ascended to the 12th floor, where their gambling venue was located. The stones there were of a higher caliber, attracting affluent clientele. Consequently, security was stringent. All visitors were subjected to thorough checks and facial recognition. Upon entering the 12th floor, Lin Zhennan and his companions encountered a myriad of stones, numbering in the thousands, ranging from a few kilograms to several hundred or even over 1,000. Some stones had been previously opened, while others remained entirely uncut. The open stones, being semi-gambling pieces, were priced higher, whereas the uncut stones, though cheaper, posed a greater risk of being worthless. Lin Zhennan encouraged the others, "Feel free to select a stone to test your luck." However, the trio shook their heads vigorously. The stones were exorbitantly priced, with even the least expensive exceeding 100,000. They were not willing to risk such sums. Though Yi Yulan had wealth, she had no interest in gambling. Hao Yoxing had around 100,000 on him, but he was unlikely to spend it on stones. Lin Qianqian possessed 60,000, but as a cautious individual, she was reluctant to gamble her hard-earned first fortune. Observing Lin Qianqian's frugality, Lin Zhennan felt an inexplicable urge to pat her head. Surprisingly, she did not mind his playful gesture. He proposed, "Today, I will provide each of you with 100,000. Let us each select a stone worth that amount and test our fortune. Should we lose, I will bear the cost. If we win, the profits are yours. What do you say?" The little money-savvy Lin Qianqian's interest was piqued at the prospect of not having to use her own funds. "Really, big brother? You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lin Zhennan replied with a hint of annoyance. "With your meager amount, why would I bother to deceive you?" Realizing that the money was indeed a gift from her older brother, Lin Qianqian felt reassured, and she, along with Hao Yoxing, eagerly set off to select their stones. Yi Yulan, however, remained hesitant, feeling unfamiliar with Lin Zhennan and unable to accept such a generous gesture. Lin Zhennan chose 5 stones. One weighed 500 kilograms, the smallest about 5 to 6 kilograms, with the remaining 3 around 100 kilograms each. Among these, 4 were likely to yield significant surprises, while one was merely a plain stone. He could not afford to draw too much attention by having all 5 stones turn out to be valuable. He preferred to maintain a low profile. In truth, he felt a pang of regret, as the plain stone weighed around 500 kilograms and it cost him 5 million. The total value of the 5 stones was approximately 12 million, and after an 80 discount, it would amount to 9,600,000. Meanwhile, Lin Zhennan and Hao Yoxing successfully purchased 2 stones, each valued at around 20,000. They were not overly ambitious, adhering to Lin Zhennan's suggestion of spending 10,000 each. After settling the payment, Lin Zhennan found his account dwindled to a mere 20,000. Chapter 21. Gambling on Stones. Excitedly, Lin Zhennan presented her chosen stone to Lin Zhennan for inspection. Surprisingly, she displayed remarkable acuity in her selection. The stone she chose weighed approximately 5 to 6 kilograms. As she intentionally avoided larger stones, opting instead for one whose color and skin resembled that of the stone they had gambled on earlier that day. Do not dismiss the meticulous nature of this young girl. After a single gamble on a stone, she managed to remember Lin Zhennan's techniques for selecting stones. When Lin Zhennan, employing his extraordinary abilities, took a glance at the stone chosen by Lin Zhennan, he was taken aback. Lin Zhennan was exceptionally fortunate. This stone, though modest in size, was a piece of violet ice jadeite. Although the extracted stone weighed no more than a kilogram, it could easily fetch 1 to 2 million in the market. It seemed that Lin Zhennan was indeed a bearer of good fortune. In stark contrast, Hao Yoxing's choice left much to be desired. He had purchased the largest stone available for 100,000 yuan, claiming that it was prudent to spend the least for the most substantial yield. This stone weighed approximately 50 to 60 kilograms, which made it seem like a bargain. However, Lin Zhennan estimated that Hao Yoxing's stone would only be worth a few thousand yuan once extracted. Lin Zhennan urged the two of them to proceed with their extraction first. While he would wait for his turn, they eagerly obliged, handing their stones over to the workers. Lin Zhennan's stone was small, and soon enough, she let out an earth-shattering cry. "Big brother, come quickly. I've struck it rich." Within the expansive betting stone market, which covered over 2,000 square meters and was bustling with hundreds of people, her exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. Indeed, Lin Zhennan was holding a piece of violet ice jadeite, weighing roughly a kilogram. While it might not qualify as high-grade violet ice, it was still a rarity. After all, she had only spent 100,000 yuan on it, and this ice violet jadeite was undoubtedly worth over 1 million, making her excitement entirely justified, especially since for the affluent, 1 to 2 million is hardly significant. Yet for Lin Zhennan, who had merely 100 yuan to her name yesterday, this was monumental. A rotund, middle-aged man approached her, inquiring if she was willing to sell the stone. He offered her 2 million yuan, intending to have a set of jewelry crafted for his wife. His offer was already slightly above market value. Although Lin Zhennan was enamored with the jade, the thought of 2 million made her eyes glisten with tears. She glanced at Lin Zhennan, who seemed indifferent. He had previously stated that as long as they won their stones, the decision to sell or not was theirs to make. Seeing no opposition from Lin Zhennan, Lin Zhennan joyfully concluded the deal with the middle-aged man, who promptly transferred the funds. As she read the bank transfer notification on her phone, she couldn't help but smile broadly. "In just one day, I've become a millionaire," she exclaimed with glee. Lin Zhennan chuckled at her exuberance, but at that moment, Hao Yoxing shuffled over, his brows furrowed, holding a stone weighing about 5 to 6 kilograms. He had been informed by the extraction worker that this type of material was generally undesirable, only suitable for crafting into decorative items, thus holding little value. Crestfallen, he approached Lin Zhennan, lamenting, "Brother Nan, I've lost my bet. They say it's only worth a few thousand. I truly regret participating in this gamble. I could have used that 100,000 yuan for 3 years." Lin Zhennan and Lin Zhennan burst into laughter, and Yi Yulan joined in. Lin Zhennan remarked, "In gambling, there are certainly wins and losses. Look at Zhennan. She just sold for 20 times her purchase price. Besides, mine hasn't even been extracted yet." Hao Yoxing muttered, "You two are truly a family, blessed with luck greater than mine." Lin Zhennan replied, "That's not certain. I spent 6 million, and I haven't seen it yet. Who knows? It could be as disappointing as yours. Then I might as well jump into the river." He placed a stone weighing over 100 kilograms onto the extraction machine, which emitted a disconcerting noise. They all gathered around to witness the extraction process. After all, Lin Zhennan's stone was valued at around 2 million, unlike Lin Zhennan's 100,000. After a considerable amount of time, the outer layer of the stone was finally removed, revealing a hint of green beneath. The crowd erupted in excitement, shouting, "It's green! It's green again!" Lin Zhennan, while pleased, felt something was amiss. What do they mean by green again? As if he had been deceived multiple times. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that it was indeed green, albeit a muted lake green, which was not particularly vibrant and held less value. However, given the stone's substantial size, if it yielded 70 to 80 kilograms, it could still command a respectable price. Ultimately, as he had anticipated, the extraction revealed approximately 60 to 70 kilograms of glutinous lake green jadeite, which was sold to a jade merchant for 9.6 million yuan. This left Lin Zhennan with 4 stones that effectively cost him nothing. Whatever they yielded would be pure profit. Even if the remaining 4 stones yielded nothing, he would still incur no loss, especially since Lin Zhennan had just made a staggering 2 million. Meanwhile, the envious Heobei seethed with frustration. Lin Zhennan then pushed another stone weighing around 100 kilograms up to the extraction machine. He had even drawn lines on this stone, as he had sensed something peculiar about its formation through his abilities. A moment's inattention could result in damaging this valuable material. Such a loss would be significant. Indeed, the stone exhibited an unusual growth pattern. The first cut yielded nothing but a white expanse, and the second cut was similarly barren. Most would have given up hope of revealing any green and would have recklessly sliced it in half, thereby ruining the stone entirely. Lin Zhennan, however, guided the extraction worker patiently, directing the cuts along his drawn lines. Gradually, a red glow began to emerge from the stone. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that blood jade?" The quality appeared to be high-grade ice, and they realized that Lin Zhennan was about to strike it rich. Once the stone was thoroughly rinsed, it revealed a vivid, blood-red hue. In the jade market, this color, known as blood jade, is exceedingly rare, particularly of high quality. Almost immediately, a merchant offered, "You don't need to continue the extraction. I'll give you 50 million. Just sell it to me now." Lin Zhennan smiled coldly, thinking to himself how easily they attempted to deceive him. If he lacked his abilities, he might have fallen for their tricks. He shook his head and told the extraction worker, "Please, take your time to extract it carefully. There will be a substantial reward for you once it's done." The extraction worker, thrilled at the prospect of unveiling such exquisite blood jade, recognized that in his career spanning 20 to 30 years, he might never encounter another opportunity like this. Thus, half an hour passed, leading to the reveal of a staggering 350 million for the high-grade blood jade. Through the tireless efforts of the stone workers, a uniquely shaped piece of high-quality icy blood jadeite, reminiscent of a peacock, was successfully extracted. It appeared to weigh over 30 kilograms. Instantly, the entire gambling stone hall erupted in excitement, with onlookers eager to bid, creating a cacophony of voices. The price escalated from an initial 50 million to a staggering 90 million, yet it seemed far from over, as the crowd continued to raise their bids. Lin Zhennan suddenly recalled Wang Wenjing, the first person he had purchased a gambling stone from. He deemed Wang Wenjing to be a commendable individual, offering reasonable prices. Consequently, he took out his phone and called Wang Wenjing. To his surprise, the call was answered almost immediately. Wang Wenjing politely inquired, "Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? Have you uncovered some fine jade again?" Lin Zhennan chuckled, "Indeed, Mr. Wang. Your auspicious words have led me to discover a remarkable stone. Would you be interested? If so, please come to the Jiangdu Club." Wang Wenjing, with a smile, asked, "May I inquire about the type of stone?" Lin Zhennan replied, "Mr. Wang, I am not particularly knowledgeable, but they say it is a high-quality, icy blood jadeite. Approximately 30 to 40 kilograms. They're already in the midst of bidding, so if you're interested, you should come quickly." Upon hearing this, Wang Wenjing trembled with excitement. Having noted a few key phrases, high-quality icy, blood jadeite, 30 to 40 kilograms, he simply responded, "I will be there shortly." Lin Zhennan mused to himself. Wang Wenjing appears calm, yet upon hearing about a fine stone, he becomes rather agitated. It seems that when faced with something they adore, everyone can be a bit impulsive and lose their composure. Lin Zhennan, nearby, listened to Lin Zhennan's phone call, and, once he hung up, eagerly asked, "Big brother, were you calling the gentleman who bought jade for us today?" Lin Zhennan nodded. "Yes, I find that gentleman's bidding is quite reasonable. He seems to have a profound understanding of stones, and he is genuinely passionate about jade, so I believe he will offer us a fair price for this exquisite piece." Lin Zhennan agreed. "Indeed, Mr. Wang was our first source of profit. Selling to him would be splendid." In just 5 minutes, the usually reserved Wang Wenjing hurriedly arrived, accompanied by 4 burly bodyguards. He quickly greeted Lin Zhennan before pushing through the crowd to inspect the blood jadeite, eager to assess its quality. Upon arrival, he beheld a uniquely shaped piece of blood-red jadeite on the table, its clarity unmistakably high. Under the bright lights, The crimson jadeite radiated a mesmerizing glow. Moreover, its form bore a resemblance to a phoenix. If a skilled jade carver were to meticulously sculpt it, it could undoubtedly become a masterpiece depicting a phoenix rising from the flames. Such high-quality, icy blood jadeite, even in the form of a pair of bangles, could fetch tens of millions. How much would this sizable piece, weighing 30 to 40 kilograms, be worth? Wang Wenjing could hardly contain his excitement as the bidding for the blood jadeite soared to 130 million. He was reluctant to engage in a bidding war of 3 to 5 million with others. Instead, he raised his hand and boldly declared, 350 million. I will take it. This announcement left the crowd in stunned silence, as no one dared to outbid him. After all, 350 million is not an amount everyone can readily produce, although the stone is worth far more than 3 to 400 million. Very few in this small venue could afford such a price. Lin Zhennan and Hao Yuxing exchanged ecstatic high-fives. While Hao Yuxing's earlier disappointment over a failed stone extraction dissipated, he was just as thrilled for his brother's success. Of course, the one feeling utterly frustrated was Master Ho Ba. He had intended to pull a fast one on this young man, only to see him gain 35 million in an instant, and he still had 3 more stones yet to be uncovered. Master Ho was on the verge of insanity. Though he possessed tens of billions in assets, they were accrued through decades of struggle in the industry. How could he compare to this Lin fellow, who amassed billions in less than an hour? If it weren't for the public setting, he would have considered issuing a command to eliminate this young man on the spot. Seeing that no one else was raising their bids, Wang Wenjing joyfully turned to Lin Zhennan, saying, Mr. Lin, thank you for calling me. I will transfer the funds to your bank account immediately. Shortly after, Lin Zhennan received a bank notification confirming the transfer of 350 million. Just then, Yi Yulan approached, playfully punching Wang Wenjing on the shoulder. Wang Wenjing's bodyguards moved in immediately. Yi Yulan, Feignin Anoyanje, Remarket, Wang Wenjing. You really are wealthy. You spend billions on a piece of stone. Why don't you lend me some cash? Wang Wenjing, noticing Yi Yulan, waved off the bodyguards. Ah, beautiful officer Yi, what are you doing here? Do you need some money? Just tell me how much, and I'll have it transferred in an instant. Wang Wenjing's charm and gentility were unmatched, qualities we could never hope to replicate. Yi Yulan laughed heartily. Lin Zhennan asked, Officer Yi, do you know Mr. Wang? Yi Yulan replied, nonchalantly, of course. We grew up together. How could I not know him? Wang Wenjing looked at the boisterous Yi Yulan, bemused. Oh dear, officer, you ought to maintain some decorum. Your language resembles that of a rogue. Yi Yulan, unconcerned, retorted, why should I speak like a scholar? Wouldn't that be exhausting? Lin Zhennan instructed Hao Yuxing and Lin Qian to bring the other stone to the extraction machine. This stone weighed around 70 to 80 kilograms, leaving only a few kilograms of material yet to be revealed. Naturally, he planned to extract the final stone, a 500-kilogram gamble that had yielded nothing thus far. Such a large stone, failing to reveal any jade, might ease people's minds. Otherwise, if every stone yielded a substantial gain, they might suspect he possessed some cheat device. Yi Yulan received a phone call, presumably from the police department, and hurriedly shared a few words with everyone before departing. Lin Zhennan did not dwell on it. His stone was quickly extracted, presenting an unremarkable result, yet it still netted him 4 to 5 million. Wang Wenjing did not purchase this stone, as he remained captivated by the excitement of the high-quality icy blood jadeite and showed little interest in this lackluster piece. Lin Zhennan was eager to extract his final, largest stone. At that moment, Master Ho, noticing that Officer Yi had left, began to concoct a scheme. As Lin Zhennan prepared to extract his largest stone, a cunning thought crossed his mind. He approached Lin Zhennan with a disingenuous smile, saying, Young man, how about I buy this stone for 200 million? You've already made a 4-fold profit. I recall you purchased this stone for just over 500 million. Essentially, you've made a fortune. Lin Zhennan shook his head, replying, Boss Ho, let's not. I've already had 3 successful stone extractions. I'm concerned this one might not yield. The more Lin Zhennan declined, the more convinced Master Ho became that this stone was destined for great profit. He believed that Lin Zhennan had placed this stone for last resolution. Perhaps this stone was among the 5 the one with the greatest potential for appreciation. Seeing that Lin Zhennan was unwilling to sell him this stone, Hobei furrowed his brow and devised a plan. Why not, young lad? Let's make this stone the centerpiece of our wager. Let us gamble, Hobei said with a smile. Lin Zhennan, intrigued, inquired, how shall we wager? We shall bet on whether this stone can appreciate to over 20 million. Did you not say you did not hold this stone in high regard? Yet I believe in its potential. I wager that it will exceed 20 million. If it does not, you win, and if it does, I win, Hobei declared. Lin Zhennan found this approach novel. Moreover, he knew that while the stone appeared promising on the outside, it was devoid of value within. Wasn't Hobei essentially offering to hand him money? Initially, he had intended to unveil this stone, demonstrating that he wasn't infallible in his assessments. However, if Hobei insisted on gambling with this stone, he had no one to blame but himself. Lin Zhennan asked, "And if I lose, what then?" Hobei, with a sinister grin, replied, "If you lose, we shall wager 400 million. Regardless, even if you lose, you won't incur a loss today, and you will still acquire a small piece of material." The amount stunned those in the hall. Such a wager was indeed substantial. However, given Hobei's standing in Jiangzhou, no one dared to question him. Chapter 23. Profiting from waystones, of course. Lin Zhennan was well aware of Hobei's intentions. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "I do not provoke you, yet you seek to provoke me. Today, I shall ensure that you leave without your trousers." Lin Zhennan feigned reluctance, saying, "Perhaps, Hou-yi, we should reconsider. I have already wagered so much. I do not wish to win more of your money." Seeing Lin Zhennan's hesitance, Hobei became even more convinced that he could easily manipulate him. "I'll always keep my word. If I lose 400 million, I shall pay you every last cent in front of all these wealthy individuals in Jiangzhou. My word is my bond, and of course, I will not be lenient if you lose," Hobei asserted. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Zhennan's eyes. "Very well, since you insist on wagering, let us proceed. If I lose, I shall consider it as if this stone never appreciated." Wang Wenjing scrutinized Lin Zhennan, pondering whether he was youthful and impulsive or shrewd and calculating. Wang Wenjing perceived Hobei's ulterior motives. Seeing Lin Zhennan as a seemingly weak contender, he resolved to support him. Thus, he stepped forward and said, "Since you both are wagering such a considerable sum, allow me to act as a mediator." Although Hobei did not know Wang Wenjing, he recognized that someone who invested heavily in stones was not an ordinary person. He inquired with a smile, "May I know your name, sir?" Wang Wenjing replied softly, "I hail from a long family of Kyoto jewelry." Hobei was taken aback and quickly responded with respect, "Oh, my apologies. It is an honor to meet the proprietor of Wang Jewelry. Your involvement as a mediator is most welcome. Your family's esteemed position in the jewelry industry commands universal respect." Wang Wenjing referred to the Wang family of Kyoto Jewelry, a prestigious national chain valued in the hundreds of billions, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the nation. Wang Wenjing summoned his lawyer, drafting a stone gambling agreement for Lin Zhennan and Hou Jinxian to sign. Hou Jinxian had not anticipated Wang Wenjing's meticulousness. He had initially intended for a verbal agreement, allowing for easy retraction should things turn unfavorable. Now, he found himself trapped and had no choice but to sign, issuing a bank check for 400 million from his entertainment company. Lin Zhennan, lacking a bank check, offered his bank card, which contained just over 370 million, with Wang Wenjing covering the shortfall of 30 million. This 400 million wager on a stone marked an unprecedented event in Jiangzhou. The venue was filled with wealthy tycoons and affluent young men. While they possessed wealth, none dared to wager 400 million on a single stone. As discussions erupted among the hundreds present, the previously pompous wealthy men resembled mere market vendors. Wang Wenjing, now exhilarated, proposed, "Shall we also place side bets on which party will win? Let us all engage in a little friendly gambling." His words ignited excitement among the crowd. Who wouldn't relish a gamble? They soon divided into 2 factions, each backing their favorite contender. Bets ranged from thousands to millions, yet all paled in comparison to the monumental 400 million wager. However, the sheer number of participants resulted in several billion in total stakes, with most favoring Hobei. After all, the stone's exterior was striking, suggesting a high probability of yielding exquisite jade. Wang Wenjing was resolutely confident that Lin Zhennan would prevail. Yet, this faith was devoid of solid evidence, merely a gut feeling. As the crowd clamored to finalize their wagers, the enormous stone was prepared for its unveiling. A hush fell over the room, with only the sound of the cutting machine piercing the silence. Everyone had staked their money. To claim indifference was mere pretense. Who wouldn't care about their fortunes? The stone was sizable, and the removal of just one face took nearly 20 minutes. The workers, once the stone was cut, rinsed it with a hose. What emerged before everyone was a dull gray rock, devoid of any jade-like appearance. Those who had wagered on green felt their hearts sink. Hobei waved dismissively, "Continue. The stone is large, and its exterior is thick, There's no need for concern. The workers, undeterred, pushed the electric saw 10 centimeters deeper into the stone and resumed cutting. Another agonizing 20 minutes passed before they removed the cut stone and rinsed the remnants from the original. Once again, the unpolished stone was revealed, still lacking any jade. Appearing merely as a commonplace rock, the audience began to grow uneasy. After all, many had placed hefty bets on Hobei. How much had they wagered? Some had staked millions, while others merely thousands. But Hobei had wagered a staggering 400 million. His eyes reddening, Hobei muttered through gritted teeth. If we split in half, I refuse to believe it cannot appreciate. The stone workers, aware of Hobei's mounting frustration, remained silent. Cautiously, they adjusted their positions, aligning the electric saw with the center of the stone before starting again. 20 minutes later, the massive stone was cleaved in two. Without waiting for the workers to rinse it, Hobei rushed forward, dousing the stone with water. Alas, even his direct intervention could not alter the stone's essence. The split stone remained a dull gray, resembling any rock found in the mountains, devoid of value. Even the affluent Hobei slumped helplessly into his chair. In the hall, those who had bet on the stone erupted in laughter, while Hobei's followers cursed vehemently. The stone workers, under the scornful curses of Master Ho, once again sliced the remaining raw stone into pieces akin to tofu. Yet, still there was nothing of value. At this moment, Master Ho was truly taken aback. Had it not been for Wang Wenjing acting as an intermediary, he might have attempted to wriggle out of this predicament. Now, his 400 million yuan check was firmly in Wang Wenjing's grasp. Although he was a significant figure in Jiangzhou's underworld, he lacked the strength to contend with the prestigious jewelry families of the capital. 400 million yuan. Even though Master Ho had a fortune in the tens of billions, his actual liquid assets amounted to merely 5 or 600 million yuan. Losing such a sum was a dire blow to him. Master Ho felt a deep sense of resentment. Meanwhile, Wang Wenjing was busily occupied. Those who had bet on Lin Zhennan's victory were awaiting their payments. In truth, only a handful had wagered on Lin Zhennan, but there were already about 20 individuals involved. Due to the limited number of bets on Lin Zhennan, their profits were substantial, each reaping rewards of 3 times their initial stake, leaving everyone regretting that they had not bet more. With a chuckle, Wang Wenjing handed Master Ho's 400 million yuan check to Lin Zhennan, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Brother Lin, fortune truly favors you. You've turned a worthless stone into 400 million. I too have benefited and made over 1 billion. Ha ha ha." Hearing Wang Wenjing's words pierced Master Ho's heart. He slammed the table furiously, declaring, "Lin Zhennan, I refuse to accept this. I will continue to gamble with you." Lin Zhennan felt discomfort at this, thinking you, the leader of an underground world, should display some grace. Where is your dignity? Look at the big bosses in Macau, welcoming everyone to gamble, smiling as they leave with their winnings. You've merely won a few billion, yet you act like we are mortal enemies. Besides, it was you who wanted to gamble with me, not the other way around. It's truly impossible to reason with someone from a small place like you. Lin Zhennan chuckled. Boss Ho, what else do you intend to bet on? If it's stones, I have no interest. I've seen all the stones here, and they lack significant value. Master Ho bellowed furiously. I won't gamble on stones anymore. I admit you are an expert in that area, but I must clarify that I run a casino, and in other forms of gambling, I do not believe I am inferior to you. Lin Zhennan laughed heartily. You are correct in that regard. I am indeed not well versed in gambling. I only know how to play run fast and fight the landlord. If you wish to gamble on run fast, I can play around with you, but for other games, I must decline. Run fast is a game played with a standard deck of 52 cards among 4 players, each holding 13 cards, where the first to play all their cards wins, and the player left with the most cards loses. In Fight the Landlord, each player receives 3 cards, and the player with the highest combination wins, though there is often deception involved. Master Ho replied, since you only know how to play Fight the Landlord and Run Fast, I will not pressure you into other games. Let us play Run Fast. Lin Zhennan scoffed. You want to lose more money to me? I won refuse. Let us play Run Fast as I excel in it. Thus, they descended into the casino below. Master Ho arranged a gambling table in a relatively quiet room, spacious enough at 200 square meters. Naturally, only the affluent could enter this room, not mere casual gamblers. Master Ho selected the best player of Run Fast from his establishment, and Wang Wenjing eagerly joined this gambling session. Another person who had profited from the stone betting also entered, ready to partake in Run Fast. For players were now gathered. Master Ho, with a cunning smile, asked, what stakes shall we wager? Lin Zhennan remained silent, as did the others. Noticing their reticence, Master Ho declared, since no one is speaking. I assume none of you are in need of money. Time is precious. Let us proceed with a wager of 24, 46, and 80 million. This indeed was a high-stakes gamble. Should one lose, the minimum would be 20 million, with a maximum loss reaching 80 million. Or even more if black cards and bombs were involved. Aside from Master Ho's associates, none opposed the stakes. The other two participants were wealthy tycoons, while Lin Zhennan, having already won 800 million, fell indifferent. The dealer dealt 13 cards to each player and monotonously announced, "The spade 3 speaks." Lin Zhennan glanced at his cards and couldn't help but smile. Fortune seemed to be on his side. His cards were 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and crucially, the spade 3, which allowed him to play first. "I have the spade 3. I speak," Lin Zhennan declared, laying his cards on the table. The others gasped in dismay as Lin Zhennan's trio of spades led to substantial losses. The first player lost 80 million yuan, and Lin Zhennan won 2 billion. Lin Xianxian and Hao Yoxing cheered from the sidelines, with Lin Xianxian eagerly assisting her elder brother in collecting the winnings. The dealer reshuffled and dealt again, this time with Lin Zhennan as the dealer, as he was the winner. Upon examining his new hand, Lin Zhennan found he held 4 threes, the smallest bomb, 3 fives, a pair of 8s, and a 2. This hand was neither particularly strong nor weak. Assessing the situation, he decided to play a 3 with a pair of 8s. The affluent player opposite him confidently countered with 3 sixes and a 10. One of Master Ho's subordinates laughed. "I have 3 and a pair of century eggs." When it was Wang Wenjing's turn, lacking any noteworthy cards, he simply stated, "I pass. You may proceed." Laughter erupted from Master Ho's associate. Lin Zhennan played his 4 threes, declaring, "I will play a supporting hand, the smallest bomb of 4 threes." The players exchanged glances. No one had a stronger hand this round, and Lin Zhennan's minimum bomb prevailed. Noticing the silence from the others, he played 3 more cards, and they all shook their heads, unable to match him. Lin Zhennan laid down his last card, a 2, winning decisively once again. This round saw Master Ho lose the least, but still, he lost 60 million, while the others lost 80 million and 100 million respectively. Lin Zhennan's winnings for this round totaled 2 billion. The dealer dealt the next round of cards. However, Lin Zhennan felt a slight unease. It was impossible to win every round. His hand comprised 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, but he had busted with a pair of 2s. The sequence was 12 cards long, preventing the other players from surpassing him. Yet, Wang Wenjing joyfully exclaimed, "Thank you for your cooperation, but I can pass." Wang Wenjing revealed his cards, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Such an extensive hand of cards was beyond anyone's capability to play, as each card had already been played, making it impossible to form a 4 of a kind. To everyone's astonishment, no one could surpass Wang Wenjing, who excitedly played a pair of 2s. He effectively blacklisted 2 players, and the dealer neither won nor lost. In this round, Wang Wenjing emerged victorious with a staggering profit of 160 million yuan. Chapter 25. Lord Hoba couldn't afford to lose. Subsequently, Lin Zhennan experienced more wins than losses, while Lord Hoba was on the verge of tears, having lost nearly 1 billion yuan intermittently. In the end, Lin Zhennan, weary of winning his money, opted for a neutral stance, inadvertently allowing Wang Wenjing to amass considerable wealth. With joy, Wang Wenjing exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, you truly are my lucky star. Being with you feels like discovering precious stones. I've won such a fortune from this game that the jade I purchased today feels like it cost me nothing. What a delightful day." Wang Wenjing's words were piercing, igniting Lord Hoba's ire. In a fit of frustration, Ho Jinxian declared, "No way. I've lost so much today. I must recoup my losses before you leave." Lin Zhennan chuckled at his absurdity, saying, "According to your logic, must I also lose to leave?" Unable to maintain his facade, Ho Jinxian retorted, "That's because you cheated. Otherwise, would I have lost so much?" Lin Zhennan thundered back, "What nonsense! Which of your eyes saw me cheat?" He continued to berate, "How can you, a supposed underworld figure in Jiangsheng, be so inept compared to mere street thugs?" Blushing with embarrassment, Ho Jinxian drew a dagger from his waist, slamming it onto the table. "You are indeed cheating. You want to leave here without relinquishing all the money on you." Wang Wenjing's expression darkened. "Ho Jinxian, what are you trying to do? Are you resorting to thuggery?" Resolute, Ho Jinxian thought of his dwindling assets, which had halved, a considerable accumulation over many years. "Young Master Wang, I bear you no ill will. I simply demand this cheating scoundrel return his winnings." Lin Zhennan felt a wave of frustration. It was Hou Jinxian who insisted on gambling against him and now blamed him for his losses. With an icy demeanor, Lin Zhennan replied, "Lord Hou, do you truly think I am an easy target for you to manipulate? Today, I refuse to gamble with you. What will you do about it?" A sinister smile crept onto Hou Jinxian's face. "Do you think my name, Hou Ba, is without reputation in the underworld? Brothers, bind this brat and seize all his belongings." Wang Wenjing gestured for his bodyguards to protect Lin Zhennan, while Lin Qianqian and Hao Youxing also rushed to his side. Unfazed, Lin Zhennan raised his hand, signaling them to halt. "Young Master Wang, Qianqian, stand down. I wish to see what Lord Hou can do to subdue me." Suddenly, dozens of burly men surged forth from Hou Jinxian's ranks, surrounding Lin Zhennan. With a slight smile, Lin Zhennan picked up 13 playing cards and flung them into the air. A series of swift sounds echoed as all 13 cards embedded themselves into the legs of the towering men, causing them to collapse in agony. From his clothing, Lin Zhennan produced a handful of Qianlong Tongbao coins and tossed them again, sending another 20 men to the floor. Ever since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, Lin Zhennan had kept an ample supply of these coins as weapons, as they were both affordable and effective. The crowd in the gambling den stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the prowess of a martial arts master? Of course, Lin Qianqian was not surprised, having witnessed her elder brother's formidable skills the previous day when he had easily defeated international mercenaries. At that moment, Lord Hou Ba felt a surge of fear. Watching Lin Zhennan effortlessly incapacitate his men, he realized their combat effectiveness had evaporated. Lin Zhennan slowly rose and approached Lord Hou Ba. In a panic, Hou Jinxian withdrew the dagger from the table and warned, "Don't come any closer, or I'll stab you." Lin Zhennan appeared unperturbed by the threat. Seeing Lin Zhennan dismiss him with such nonchalance, Hou Jinxian, in desperation, lunged forward with the dagger aimed at Lin Zhennan's chest. However, the blade halted mere inches from its target, as if an invisible wall shielded Lin Zhennan. Frustrated after several futile attempts, Hou Jinxian grew increasingly anxious. Lin Zhennan, impatient, delivered a swift strike to his shoulder. "With such skill, you dare claim to be a figure in the underworld? Do you think all the people of Jiangzhou are gone?" Hou Jinxian cried out in pain, feeling his shoulder bone shatter under Lin Zhennan's blow, rendering his arm powerless. Lin Zhennan seized Hou Jinxian by the nape of his neck and lifted him effortlessly, despite Hou Jinxian's considerable girth. The display of strength was remarkable. As Hou Jinxian flailed in a futile attempt to escape, Lin Zhennan opened a window, allowing a rush of cold air into the room, causing everyone to shiver. Panicking, Hou Jinxian feared Lin Zhennan intended to throw him out of the 11th floor window. "Please, spare me. I'll give you all my wealth. Just let me go." Lin Zhennan remained silent, gripping the back of Hou Jinxian's neck and leaping through the open window. This audacious act stunned everyone inside the room. After a moment of shock, they rushed to the window to look down. But where was Lin Zhennan? The scene was perplexing. He had clearly been in a position of advantage. Why would he choose to perish alongside Hou Jinxian? Hao Youxing and Lin Qianqian hastily exited the gambling den and rushed to the elevator. Everyone else scrambled to leave, eager to discover what had transpired between Lin Zhennan and Lord Hou Ba. The chaos ensued as multiple elevators could not accommodate the throng of people. Chapter 26. Off to buy car. Hao Youxing and Lin Qianqian were the first to reach the ground floor. Outside, Lin Zhennan stood unscathed, while Hou Jinxian lay pale and unconscious on the ground, clearly having fainted from fear. At least 100 participants from the gambling event surrounded them, watching with bated breath. In truth, Lin Zhennan had not leapt directly from the building. He had utilized his spider abilities to shoot a transparent web, securing it around a nearby pillar, allowing him to float down gracefully. Unbeknownst to Hou Jinxian, he had simply fainted from fright. Lin Zhennan nodded at Hao Youxing, indicating, "Douse him with water to wake him up." Without hesitation, Hao Youxing uncapped a bottle of mineral water and poured it over Hou Jinxian's face. Blinking awake, Hou Jinxian found himself surrounded by a crowd, feeling utterly humiliated, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. Lin Zhennan coldly addressed Hou Jinxian. "Enough of the charade. Stop pretending to be dead." Awkwardly scrambled to his feet and said to Lin Zhennan, "I apologize, Lin Xiao, for my lack of discernment. Please, grant me your mercy." Lin Zhennan, somewhat irked, replied, "Was it not you who refused to relent? How have I become the one to show you mercy? Have you truly lost your senses?" In response, Hou Ba simply bowed repeatedly, speechless, as he indeed had no words to offer. In truth, Lin Zhennan had always aspired to lead a low-profile life, quietly amassing wealth without drawing undue attention from the authorities. He had no desire to engage in any outrageous acts that might attract scrutiny, as that would compromise his freedom. Today, however, it was Ye's overstepping that had provoked Lin Zhennan's ire. After all, he was but in his early 20s and could hardly tolerate being bullied. Furthermore, as one endowed with extraordinary abilities, he found it intolerable to be belittled by mere mortals. Lin Zhennan addressed Yi very well. As you are a prominent figure, I shall not make it difficult for you. I sincerely hope that your subordinates refrain from causing any further disturbances on Antique Street. I'm not one to seek out trouble. With a firm pat on his chest, Yi responded, Lin Xiao, you jest. From now on, should you require anything, simply let me know, and I, Hou Zhenxian, will undoubtedly heed your call. Lin Zhennan chose not to linger on the matter with Hou Zhenxian, gesturing for Hao Yuxing and Lin Qianqian to follow him as they took a taxi to depart. Wang Wenjing observed them thoughtfully as they left. Inside the taxi, Lin Zhennan inquired of Hao Yuxing and Lin Qianqian, do either of you possess a driver's license? We should each purchase a car. After all, we have acquired some wealth. Hao Yuxing replied, I obtained my license several years ago, but since then, I have had little opportunity to drive. And I fear I'm nearly forgotten how. Lin Qianqian added, I just turned 18 and have not yet learned to drive. I do not have a license. In truth, she had never even contemplated owning her own vehicle, as her opportunities to ride were scarce, often limited to public transportation. Lin Zhennan remarked very well. We shall purchase 2 vehicles. Qianqian, once you learn to drive and obtain your license, I shall buy you a car. The taxi driver promptly headed toward the nearest car dealership. Upon arriving, the trio entered a dealership primarily selling Mercedes-Benz vehicles. It was now late afternoon, around 5 or 6 o'clock, and many employees were preparing to conclude their workday. Consequently, as the 3 entered, they were not perceived as potential customers, but rather as casual visitors. Lin Zhennan maintained a commendable composure, regardless of whether the staff were exuberantly welcoming or frigidly indifferent. He remained unfazed. As long as no one spoke harshly to him, he generally refrained from expressing anger. Having run an antique shop, he was accustomed to a similar demeanor where vendors seldom pushed sales upon prospective buyers. Thus, while the sales staff prepared to leave for the day and paid little attention to them, the trio engaged in casual discussions about the vehicles, offering their opinions. Lin Zhennan turned to Hao Yuxing and asked, what car do you fancy the most? Hao Yuxing rubbed his hands together and replied without a doubt, it has to be the Mercedes-Benz. The Hummer is the best, but in our small city, acquiring a Hummer would be nearly impossible. A 30-something sales representative overheard this, smirking internally at Hao Yuxing's navette. Dressed in ordinary attire, Hao Yuxing seemed merely a driver, yet he spoke of luxury vehicles. Among the 3, only Hao Yuxing's attire was somewhat plain, while Lin Zhennan and Lin Qianqian had donned new outfits purchased earlier that day, presenting themselves well. At that moment, Hao Yuxing was admiring a high-end Mercedes-Benz, noting its elegant design. The vehicle, priced around $2 million, was a sight to behold. The 30-something sales representative, observing Hao Yuxing's fascination, disdainfully interjected, Hey, don't touch that. It's a $2 million car. If you're not buying, keep your hands to yourself. Initially, the trio had been enthusiastically discussing the cars, but this abrupt remark caused Hao Yuxing's face to flush with embarrassment as he stepped back, distancing himself from the vehicle. Lin Zhennan turned to the sales representative and coldly retorted, Is a $2 million car so exorbitant that one cannot even look? Lin Qianqian chimed in, Indeed. Are we not even allowed to take a look? The sales representative, now perceiving their designer attire, felt uncertain about their financial standing. His tone softened considerably. I was merely advising him not to touch the vehicle if he wasn't interested in purchasing. I meant no offense. Lin Zhennan chose not to engage further, instead asking Hao Yuxing, Do you like this car? Hao Yuxing nodded silently. Lin Zhennan encouraged, If you like it, let's purchase it. After all, it's spacious and well-suited for you. Lin Zhennan then noticed a young attendant busy tidying up tea service nearby and beckoned her over. She appeared to be new, as the more seasoned employees were preoccupied with packing up their belongings at the end of the day. When she approached, she assumed Lin Zhennan wanted tea. The young attendant eagerly came to Lin Zhennan's side, and he inquired, Are you able to handle the sale and paperwork for a vehicle? To his surprise, she nodded enthusiastically, Yes, I can. I'm a sales representative. I'm just new and haven't sold a car yet. Upon learning she could assist with the purchase, Lin Zhennan instructed, Very well, please prepare the paperwork for this vehicle and let me know the total cost. Chapter 27. The dealership manager, Lin Haiyang. The total cost for this vehicle is approximately $1 million, but we can offer a discount of several thousand. We can arrange financing. And if the paperwork is completed today, you can receive the car in a month. The young attendant added, we do not wish to finance. But a month is too long to wait for a new car. I would prefer it sooner. Hearing that it would take a month for the new car, Lin Zhennan felt a tinge of disappointment. The attendant quickly responded, we do have stock available. Lin Zhennan waved his hand. If it costs an additional 200,000, so be it. We are after the immediate availability. If I must wait a month, my desire to purchase may dwindle. The attendant, initially inclined to persuade them to wait a month for the new vehicle, refrained from doing so upon hearing his statement. Young lady, please proceed with the paperwork. I will make the payment immediately, Lin Zhennan instructed, pulling out his bank card. The 30-something sales representative, eager to assist, approached and said, since she is new and unfamiliar with the procedures, allow me to help you. Lin Zhennan glanced at him without speaking, understanding her brother's intent. Lin Zhennan quickly interjected, we prefer this young lady to assist us with the paperwork. We don't wish to trouble you. The 30-something sales representative, feeling embarrassed, retreated, regretting his earlier words that had inadvertently offended Lin Zhennan. It seemed his commission was slipping away. The young tea server is indeed new and is still unfamiliar with many of the established protocols, especially considering that this vehicle is valued at over 2 million. While a car worth over 100,000 would be manageable, he needs to consult someone nearby to resolve this matter. Consequently, he hurriedly contacts his sales manager to handle the paperwork for this expensive car. Shortly thereafter, Lin Haiyang, the sales manager from the dealership, rushes over. Upon hearing on the phone that these individuals are interested in purchasing a high-end Mercedes valued at over 2 million and that it will be a cash transaction, Lin Haiyang does not share the condescending attitude of his subordinate. Having reached a certain level in sales, he has encountered countless customers and understands that some wealthy individuals prefer to conduct their affairs discreetly. One misstep could offend a client and jeopardize business. After all, the struggle of working hard is ultimately for the sake of earning a living. Isn't it? As soon as Lin Haiyang arrives, he firmly shakes hands with Lin Zhennan, recognizing him as the key figure among the three. Years in the industry have sharpened his instincts. Lin Zhennan casually states, I wish to purchase this Mercedes on the spot. Is there any issue with that? Lin Haiyang promptly nods, assuring him, Mr. Lin, there's no problem at all. I will personally assist you with the transaction. You can drive the car away immediately with a temporary license plate. Within 3 days, we will have your official license ready and will notify you. Lin Zhennan inquires, will the commission from this sale go to the young lady assisting in the transaction? Lin Haiyang, perceptive to the dynamics at play, realizes that the successful sale hinges on the young tea server's presence, indicating that perhaps another employee has offended Lin Zhennan. He quickly reassures, the commission will certainly go to the young lady. My manager would never take credit for my employees, so you can rest assured, Mr. Lin. Without further ado, Lin Zhennan hands over his bank card to Lin Haiyang and shares the PIN. Lin Haiyang hastily processes the purchase paperwork, and with a swift swipe of the card, the substantial sum of 2.3 million is transferred. Maintaining his composure, Lin Haiyang promptly returns the bank card to Lin Zhennan, who casually pockets it and asks, do you have any constructive suggestions, Manager Lin? I am considering purchasing another vehicle. Lin Haiyang, thrilled by the opportunity, recognizes that Lin Zhennan is unlikely to opt for a lower-tier vehicle. He eagerly asks, may I inquire which brand or type of vehicle you are interested in? Perhaps a sports car or a luxury sedan? After contemplating, Lin Zhennan concludes that a sports car would not be suitable for their frequent outings together, as it lacks seating capacity. Additionally, he prefers something understated yet luxurious. Thus, Lin Zhennan proposes, let us go for a low-key yet opulent business vehicle, ideally around 10 million. A 30-something salesperson, having stepped back but still observing, overhears the intention to purchase a vehicle exceeding 10 million. Feeling his heart sink at the prospect of losing such a lucrative sale, Lin Haiyang, buoyed by the prospect, responds, Mr. Lin, allow me to recommend the Rolls-Royce Phantom Dragon Year Edition. This model is perfectly attuned to the tastes of our Chinese clientele. He elaborates, it features a golden dragon on the front fender and various embroidered dragon motifs within the interior. While it retails internationally for around 10 million, this customized luxury vehicle is in high demand, especially given the exorbitant tariffs imposed in China. We actually have one in stock because a wealthy client, who commissioned it last year, unfortunately went bankrupt and could not settle the balance, leaving this exquisite vehicle in our garage, untouched. Lin Zhennan inquires about the price. Lin Haiyang explains, Due to its bespoke nature and additional lavish decorations, the total, including taxes and fees, amounts to approximately 30 million. Lin Haiyang, despite Lin Zhennan's initial request for a vehicle in the 10 million range, recognizes that Lin Zhennan's bank balance exceeds 1 billion in Huaxia currency, rendering the 30 million price tag inconsequential to him. What truly matters is that he is satisfied with his purchase. Lin Haiyang feels compelled to recommend this 30 million vehicle, especially since it has been idle in their garage for nearly a year, tying up significant funds for the dealership and proving difficult to sell in their small city. Lin Zhennan is already familiar with the vehicle's reputation, having heard that it was specifically designed by Rolls-Royce for the Asian market, capitalizing on the cultural significance of dragons to Chinese businessmen. The limited production run sold out within 2 months, and due to its custom nature, it will not be reproduced, leading to an increase in its value. Many fortunate buyers have opted to keep it as a collector's item rather than as a daily driver. Lin Haiyang leads the three into a special garage filled with custom luxury cars, a privilege denied to ordinary buyers. Chapter 28. Test drive in the suburbs. Lin Haiyang escorts Lin Zhennan and his companions into this opulent garage where luxury vehicles abound, though most are valued only in the millions. The Rolls-Royce Phantom Dragon Year Edition stands out, particularly with its dragon emblem, which Lin Zhennan finds particularly appealing. Upon opening the door, he admires the interior, replete with handcrafted silk, showcasing the essence of Chinese culture. He is indifferent to specifications like engine performance or acceleration times, as he is not interested in racing. However, he learns that the vehicle can reach speeds of up to 150 miles per hour, which he converts to over 240 kilometers, realizing that while it is not the fastest car, it is certainly respectable. Turning to Lin Haiyang, Lin Zhennan declares, "I will purchase this vehicle. What will be the total cost?" Lin Haiyang, ecstatic, responds, "Mr. Lin, this is wonderful news. You have resolved a significant dilemma for me. This car has been sitting in our garage for months, and due to its high value, we have been exceptionally cautious in its maintenance, fearful of any potential damage. As our staff cannot afford such losses, let us settle on 30 million flat," he proposes, "and we can have your license processed within 3 days." Lin Zhennan nods in agreement without further comment and hands over his bank card to Lin Haiyang once more. He then climbs into the driver's seat of the luxurious vehicle. Lin Qianqian, initially enamored with the Mercedes, quickly shifts her attention to her older brother's extravagant 30 million Rolls-Royce, eager to experience the luxury for herself. Hao Yoxing also yearns to sit in the opulent vehicle, but with the Mercedes still parked outside, he resigns himself to his own car, sighing heavily at the disparities between their circumstances. Lin Zhennan drives the customized Rolls-Royce onto the suburban roads, accelerating as he relishes the thrill of the open space, free from heavy traffic. Indeed, a luxury car is a luxury car. While its speed may not be the highest, the experience it offers is unparalleled. However, when Lin Zhennan propelled the vehicle to over 200 kilometers per hour, it remained remarkably stable. In contrast, most ordinary cars would be jostled and unstable at such speeds. Hao Yoxing's Mercedes, capable of exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, still exhibited noticeable vibrations upon reaching that velocity. The two cars raced through the outskirts for over an hour before heading into the city. By then, night had fallen, and they sought out a reputable barbecue stall to indulge in grilled delicacies. This evening, Hao Yoxing felt no need for restraint. Fully aware that his brother had amassed considerable wealth, they ordered nearly every delectable item on the menu, along with 2 bottles of beer, preparing for a lively feast. Lin Qianqian, too, was unreserved, devouring skewers and sipping beer with delight. Hao Yoxing relished the grilled meat and beer, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire of Lin Zhennan, "Brother Nan, where shall we park these luxury vehicles? We cannot simply leave such expensive cars by the roadside, especially yours, which costs over 30 million. A scratch or dent would incur substantial losses." After some contemplation, Lin Zhennan replied, "Let us purchase a villa or a spacious flat tomorrow, ensuring it has ample parking. For tonight, we might as well settle for a hotel." Lin Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, are you really buying a villa? Could you reserve a guest room for me? That way, when I come to visit you, I will have a place to stay." Lin Zhennan playfully tapped Lin Qianqian on the head with his finger. "Of course, there will be a room for you, and Hao Yoxing will have his own as well." The two animatedly discussed the prospect of buying a home, agreeing to search for properties the next day. After enjoying their meal and drinks, they arranged for 2 designated drivers and headed to the nearest hotel for the night. The following morning, Lin Zhennan was still enveloped in slumber when a knock echoed at the hotel room door. Groggily, he rose to answer, only to find Lin Zhennan already dressed and ready. He asked, "What are you doing up so early?" Lin Zhennan, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Aren't we going to buy a house today? Look at the time." Upon checking his phone, Lin Zhennan realized it was just after 8 o'clock. Having barely rested due to a late night, he retorted, "It's only a little past 8. The real estate offices may not even be open yet. Why the rush?" Lin Zhennan countered, "Even though it's only 8, you still need to have breakfast and drive to the sales office. That will take at least an hour or two. Besides, you haven't even decided where to buy." Lin Zhennan, somewhat speechless, thought to himself, is it really necessary to be this excited over purchasing a house? He sighed, "Fine, you've woken me up, so let's get moving. Please wake Hao Yoxing, and we can head down for breakfast." With that, Lin Zhennan dashed a knock on the neighboring room door, while Lin Zhennan shook his head, resigned to his spirited sister. After each of them freshened up, they descended to the hotel lobby and located the dining area for breakfast. Once satisfied, they proceeded to the parking lot to retrieve their vehicles and departed the hotel. On the way, Lin Zhennan asked Lin Zhennan to search for newly launched properties in the vicinity. She quickly found one on her phone, stating, "Big Brother. There's a newly opened development just a kilometer away, nestled amidst mountains and waters, featuring both villas and high-rise apartments. Shall we take a look? It's called Songshan Villa." Lin Zhennan replied, "Let's head to Songshan Villa first. Please message Hao Yoxing to catch up with us." Lin Zhennan complied and sent him the address. Within minutes, they arrived at the sales office of Songshan Villa. Songshan Villa is a renowned villa community in Jiangcheng, nestled against the backdrop of Song Mountain, with the Luoshui River and Yangtze River converging nearby, offering picturesque views. It ranks among the most expensive villa developments in Jiangcheng, with prices around 20,000 per square meter for villas and approximately 9,000 per square meter for high-rise apartments, making it quite costly for a third-tier city like Jiangcheng. The estate spans several hundred acres. After parking in the designated area, the trio walked toward the sales office. Given its recent opening and popularity, the place was bustling with potential buyers. They entered without anyone attending to them, which allowed them to peruse the property brochures and models at their leisure. Suddenly, Lin Zhennan felt a hand clap on his shoulder, followed by an excited exclamation. "Zhennan, are you here to buy a house? Have you struck it rich?" It was his cousin, Lin Xie, the daughter of his uncle. Although there had been some discord with his uncle over the inheritance of his grandfather's business, he maintained a relatively good relationship with Lin Xie. During his own business struggles, she often visited his shop under the pretense of collecting rare comics, discreetly supporting him in her own way. Seeing her now filled him with joy, and he eagerly asked, "Xie, you've graduated from university this year, right? Are you planning to take the entrance exam for graduate school? What brings you here?" Lin Xie chirped animatedly, "Zhennan, you know my studies were just barely sufficient for graduation. Graduate school is out of the question. I'm looking for a stable job instead. I started working here at the sales office just half a month ago and still have no sales to show for it. Zhennan, if you know anyone looking to buy, could you please refer them to me?" Lin Zhennan smiled. "Certainly, if my friends are in the market for a house, I will send them your way. However, I must say, the prices here seem a bit steep." Lin Xie sighed. "The land prices are indeed high, but the location is exceptional. Just look at the favorable feng shui of being nestled by the mountains and rivers. It's bound to appreciate in value, and living here would be quite pleasant." Lin Zhennan playfully pinched her nose. "Oh, you've only been working here for a short time, yet your salesmanship is commendable." Lin Xie replied coyly, "It's merely the truth. You're just teasing me." Lin Zhennan, no longer teasing, asked earnestly, "What is the price per square meter for your villas? And what are their sizes?" Lin Xie, slightly taken aback, queried, "Do you truly have friends interested in purchasing a villa?" Lin Zhennan replied, "That is none of your concern. Just provide me with the details on the villa prices." Suppressing her curiosity, Lin Xie began to explain. "Our Songshan Villa community features 3 types of villas. Small ones around 200 square meters, medium ones about 350 square meters, and large ones approximately 700 square meters. The crown jewel is the king of villas at the summit, spanning about 1,000 square meters." Lin Zhennan was taken aback. The king of villas seemed magnificent, with a size of 1,000 square meters, not including the garden area, which would exceed 1,200 square meters. This was indeed lavish and extravagant. Intrigued, Lin Zhennan found himself drawn to the idea of this king of villas. He inquired of Lin Xie, "How much is this villa of the king?" Lin Xie replied, "Our smaller villas start at an initial price of 18,000, but this king villa is set at 20,000, firm on the price. The key factor is its spaciousness. which draws many inquiries, yet no one has yet attempted to negotiate. Lin Zhennan then asked, "Sister, may we take a look at the King Villa?" Lin Xia hesitated, sensing that Lin Zhennan merely wished to broaden his horizons. She felt somewhat troubled, as she had just arrived and needed managerial approval to access the King Villa. For the keys were in the manager's possession. Uncertain if the manager would grant permission, she pondered for a moment before deciding to approach the manager for a favor. Considering her cousin's desire to explore, Lin Xia asked Lin Zhennan to wait a moment and proceeded to the office of the sales department manager. The manager, Lowly, was a middle-aged woman with over a decade of experience in real estate sales. Lin Xin knocked and entered, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she addressed Manager Lowly. "Manager Lowly, a client wishes to view the King Villa. May I take the keys?" Lowly glanced at Lin Xia, momentarily unsure of who she was, as there were dozens of sales agents and staff frequently changed. However, it mattered little, as long as there was interest in the property, especially the King Villa, which had seen scant visitors since its opening over a month prior. It was all for the best. Lowly retrieved a set of keys from a small safe beside her desk and handed them to Lin Xia, saying, "Certainly, take the client to see it. If they express interest, the price can be slightly negotiated. If you successfully sell this King Villa, your performance will notably improve." Lin Xia accepted the keys with a bow. Joyfully departing, she found her cousins in the hall and led them outside, where they summoned a viewing vehicle. As expected from a large company, the viewing car was a BMW. Lin Xia took the front passenger seat while Lin Zhennan and the others settled into the back. She instructed the driver, Master Wang, "Please head to the King Villa atop the mountain." The driver, without a word, accelerated towards their destination, as his role was simply to transport guests. Soon, they arrived at the summit. Lin Xia took the keys and unlocked the grand entrance of the villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by a beautifully manicured lawn adorned with a variety of exquisite flowers. The garden featured many uniquely shaped trees, all procured at considerable expense. Stepping into the villa's grand hall, spanning over 100 square meters, they were enveloped in opulence, with an array of mahogany furnishings and European-style lighting fixtures illuminating the space. Lin Qianqian listened as Lin Xia described the villa, which consisted of 3 floors with over 30 rooms, including living areas and a cinema. The top floor boasted a skylit swimming pool. Lin Xia guided her cousins through the villa, layer by layer, detailing numerous features. Technically, the villa comprised 4 levels, as there was also a basement, but Lin Xia noted that the basement was a complimentary addition from the company and thus not included in the property title. After exploring for over an hour, they grew weary and returned to the ground floor hall. Lin Xia prepared tea for everyone, and her cousins drank heartily. After quenching their thirst, Lin Zhennan asked Lin Xia, "Sister Xia, how much would it cost to purchase this villa, including all expenses?" Lin Xia took out her phone and calculated, stating, after accounting for various fees and taxes, it would be around 22 million. "Do you have any friends who can afford such a villa?" Lin Zhennan replied, "What friends? Can't your brother buy it?" Lin Xia gazed at her cousin in astonishment. "Really? Brother Zhennan, have you struck it rich?" Lin Zhennan tossed his hair with pride. "Of course. You should see who I am. Today I'll buy a villa to reside in." "Ah, the prices in Jiangsheng are so reasonable." Lin Xia felt an urge to smack her cousin. She quickly confirmed that he was not joking and called her sales department manager to prepare the contract documents for signature at Villa Number 1. Given the substantial amount involved, Lin Xia lacked the authority to finalize such a significant deal. Only the sales department manager could sign such a contract. Manager Lowly, upon receiving Lin Xia's call, was elated. Having not anticipated the King Villa would sell today, she hurriedly prepared the sales contract and drove to the King Villa. Chapter 30. Purchasing a home with Sister Xia. The sales department manager, Lowly, swiftly arrived at the King Villa. In the expansive living room, she shook hands with Lin Zhennan, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you truly possess discerning taste. Having chosen our King Villa, this property is the crown jewel of our Songshan estate, boasting unique geographical advantages. We even consulted a feng shui master, and residing here will surely lead to a prosperous career and continuous success." Lin Zhennan smiled, but remained silent. Lin Xia promptly presented her cousin's identification to Lowly. "Manager Lowly, this is my brother's ID. Please offer him a discount." Lowly glanced at Lin Xia, internally surprised by the wealth of her new colleague's family. She quickly affirmed, "Since you are a staff member's relative, we will certainly provide the best discount. Rest assured." Manager Lowly processed Lin Zhennan's paperwork, granting a 1 million discount, likely due to his connection to an employee. After all discounts were applied, the total purchase price was 21 million. Lin Zhennan, without hesitation, produced his bank card and transferred the amount, which was confirmed as received almost instantly. It was clear he was indeed affluent, prompting Loli to consider nurturing a better relationship with Lin Xie moving forward. As Loli prepared to leave, she informed Lin Xie, "Your task today is to accompany your brother. The paperwork for the house will be completed within 3 days at most. Notify your brother when it is ready for him to collect. No, we will personally deliver the property documents to him. Mr. Lin, goodbye. I must return to work. Should there be any uncertainties, have Xie contact me." The group remained in the hall, sipping drinks and chatting. Lin Zhennan asked Lin Xie, "Sister Xie, how much will this sale contribute to your performance record?" Lin Xie counted on her fingers approximately 300,000, as the price of this king villa is quite high, thus yielding a higher commission than usual. She then added, "Of course, I must thank Brother Zhennan. With today's sale of the king villa, even if I do not sell another property this year, my performance will suffice, ensuring my salary and bonuses remain intact." Lin Zhennan chuckled, "We are siblings, so no need for formalities. Besides, I was going to buy a property anyway. Purchasing from you helps you out, so why not?" At this moment, Lin Xie curiously asked, "Brother Zhennan, have you struck it rich? Did you come across a windfall?" Lin Zhennan explained, "Oh, a friend invited me to try my luck at gambling on stones, and I struck it big, acquiring a fortune of 3.5 billion. 3.5 billion? Lin Xie gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, staring incredulously at her cousin. This was utterly outrageous. The sum of 3.5 billion yuan is enough to purchase nearly 20 grand buildings, a thought that left Lin Xie salivating. Could it be that my foolish brother has finally struck fortune? No, I must ask him to buy me some quality cosmetics. Look at how parched my skin has become, yet I lack the funds for such indulgences." Without hesitation, Lin Xie nestled against Lin Zhennan's arm, acting coyly. "Brother Zhennan, you appear remarkably handsome. You must be enjoying a stroke of good luck. Look at me. I'm 2 years younger than you, yet my skin resembles that of aged bark, and I still lack the means to purchase cosmetics." Lin Zhennan chuckled and replied, "Speak plainly. What do you desire?" With a hint of shyness, Lin Xie confessed, "I've set my eyes on a set of cosmetics from Paris, but the price nearly gave me a heart attack. Over 20,000 yuan for the set." Lin Zhennan interjected, "Did you not earn a commission of 300,000 yuan from selling that villa? Surely you can afford a few thousand for cosmetics?" Lin Xie pouted. "That commission won't be available for at least 3 months. With a grand gesture, Lin Zhennan conceded, "All right, I will purchase you 10 sets to spare me the incessant clamor." Overjoyed, Lin Xie shook Lin Zhennan's arm and exclaimed, Thank you. You truly are the best brother. I have always believed in you." Lin Zhennan retorted playfully, "Nonsense. You speak as if you were my elder." Hao Yoxing paid no heed to their sibling banter, focusing intently on the fruits delivered from sales office. Meanwhile, Lin Shanqian had gone upstairs to select her own bedroom. Lin Zhennan teased Lin Xie again. "Little Yeye, do you have a boyfriend? If you do get married, I shall gift you a new home." Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, are you serious? You wouldn't deceive me. To trick me would be akin to deceiving a puppy." Reflecting on the past, tears glistened in Lin Xie's eyes. Her brother had endured hardships unlike any other, and their parents, as well as their uncle, had strongly opposed grandfather's decision to bequeath that storefront to Lin Zhennan. Consequently, the closest of kin had no contact, and they instructed their children to avoid Lin Zhennan, leading to their secretive interactions. Lin Zhennan reassured Lin Xie, "Enough of that. This community seems splendid. Would you like to choose a place? I can acquire it for you right now, and it can serve as your premarital asset, secure from anyone else's claim." Lin Xie knew well that the property prices here were steep. Even for a flat, it was 9,000 yuan per square meter, and this community had no smaller units, starting at a minimum of 120 square meters. Even a modestly decorated apartment would cost over 1 million yuan. Initially, she sought only cosmetics, but here was this wealthy brother willing to buy her 10 sets, and now, contemplating a home. She found herself conflicted. Should she accept or decline? Lin Zhennan, noticing her indecision, chuckled, "Stop overthinking. It's merely a house. At most, 2 million yuan, which I can easily afford." Hearing his words, Lin Xie couldn't help but smile through her tears. "Look at you, flaunting your newfound wealth like a peasant suddenly struck by fortune." Lin Zhennan grinned. "How do I appear? Am I not exuding an air of affluence?" Thus, Lin Zhennan, accompanied by 3 others, descended from a hilltop villa and arrived at the sales office lobby. The saleswomen were envious. as Lin Xie had just sold the luxurious villa for over 20 million yuan. The commission from such a sale must be substantial. Lin Zhennan and Lin Xie diligently selected an apartment. Lin Xie, however, was not greedy and opted for a 150 square meter, 3-bedroom, 2-living-room unit. Lin Zhennan suggested a larger home of over 200 square meters, but Lin Xie steadfastly refused, convinced that 150 square meters was ample for a family of 4. The decorated apartment was priced at 11,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 165 million yuan, but due to her status as an employee, she received a 50,000 yuan discount, bringing it to 6 million yuan. Without hesitation, Lin Zhennan swiped his card for payment, leaving the nearby sales staff astonished. What extraordinary luck had Lin Xie encountered today? Not only had she sold the most expensive villa, but this affluent brother was also purchasing a home for her, immediately exceeding 1 million yuan. As the saleswomen gossiped, the sales office manager, Luo Li, emerged with a frown, asserting, "Are you all idle? Stop speculating. This is Lin Xie's brother purchasing her premarital home. If you had such a wealthy brother, you too could have a home." The terms wealthy and brother were significant revelations. If he was not Lin Xie's boyfriend, did this imply that they had hope? The saleswomen pondered. Chapter 31. The Rooftop Swimming Pool. Having secured the apartment for Lin Xie, Lin Zhennan chose not to disturb her at work and instead accompanied Lin Xianqian and Hao Yoxing to his antique shop for inspection. The shop was in disarray, with renovations underway and dust flying. After a brief assessment, he stepped outside onto the street and addressed Hao Yoxing and Lin Xianqian. "Yoxing, the shop is officially open. I want to have much time to oversee it. You will need to manage all operations. If you lack expertise, we shall hire an experienced mentor. I will transfer 20 million yuan to your account. For routine expenses, you need not consult me, just manage it as you see fit." With that, he called his bank account manager to transfer 20 million yuan to Hao Yoxing's account. Given that Lin Zhennan's bank account boasted over 1 billion yuan, the bank treated him like a deity, providing him with a dedicated financial advisor, making transfers a mere phone call away. Lin Xianqian watched without envy. She too had become somewhat affluent, with over 2 million yuan in her own wallet. Furthermore, she understood that the 20 million yuan Lin Zhennan transferred was company fund for the shop's startup costs. Lin Zhennan also transferred 10 million yuan to Lin Xianqian. "This amount is for you to manage logistics. Purchase whatever is needed for the household without needing to report to me. Now, I shall take a stroll alone." Although Lin Xianqian wished to accompany Lin Zhennan, enjoying their shopping outings together, she refrained, realizing that her brother's new villa would require furnishings and decorations. Thus, she suppressed her desire to accompany him. Lin Zhennan strolled through the antique street, where most stalls sold counterfeit goods and crafts, finding it uninteresting. Reflecting on the grand villa he had purchased, he decided to return and inspect it thoroughly. He entered his Rolls-Royce, heading toward the villa, eager to explore its distinctive features. His vehicle's license plate and model had already been registered with the security system of the villa community. Upon seeing the custom Rolls-Royce, the security guard promptly granted him access. Even without prior registration, the guards would not dare to stop such an extravagant car. Rumored to be the only one of its kind in Jiangzhou, valued at several million yuan. He alighted from the car and secured the door. Gradually, he meandered through the entire villa district, employing his extraordinary abilities to survey the surroundings of the villa. A purple haze enveloped the estate, rendering it ethereal and dreamlike. Lin Zhennan marveled at the remarkable geographic setting of this prestigious residence, undoubtedly guided by a master of feng shui. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. He then ascended to the 3rd floor, where the sky-lit swimming pool awaited. This room spanned approximately 200 square meters, while the pool itself occupied about 70 to 80 square meters. The walls were adorned with glass aquariums, home to a myriad of exotic goldfish and tropical species, frolicking joyfully within. The aquariums were equipped with a self-circulating water system, ensuring the fish would not suffer from oxygen deprivation. The pool earned its name from the bulletproof glass overhead, allowing starlight to filter through at night, and during sunny days, retractable shades would automatically unfurl. On this overcast day, the sun was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Lin Zhennan was struck by the desire to swim, to relish the ambience of the pool. After all, he was alone in this vast villa. Without hesitation, he shed his clothing and rummaged through a wardrobe for a pair of swim trunks. Before long, the water in the pool had warmed to a soothing temperature. Lin Zhennan reclined on the surface of the water, enveloped in bliss that was beyond expression. By chance, His gaze fell upon a bronze ring beside the wardrobe. He pondered what could the space within that ring possibly be like. A yearning to explore, it surged within him. Yet he feared that once inside, he might never return. Although he had successfully transported inanimate objects before, the thought of living creatures entering that realm filled him with trepidation. Would they perish? Would they suffer harm? His attention was suddenly drawn to the vibrant goldfish and tropical fish in the aquariums. And an idea sparked in his mind. Why not transfer these goldfish into the ring's space and observe their condition? If they emerged lively and unharmed, it would indicate that life could thrive within the ring's confines, and he could then venture inside to uncover its mysteries. Resolutely, Lin Zhennan pointed at the goldfish in the glass tank and quietly uttered the incantation to enter. Instantly, every goldfish and tropical fish vanished from their aquariums. Though Lin Zhennan was well aware of the ring's power, he was momentarily awestruck. He refrained from retrieving the fish immediately. He wished to see if they would remain alive after some time. It is said that fish cannot survive without water, but they can endure brief periods out of it. He resolved to wait an hour before checking on the fish's fate. As he floated in the pool, he slowly paddled through the water, marking the passage of time. An hour typically slips by unnoticeably, yet today it felt interminable. He checked the phone resting at the edge of the pool more than 10 times, and at long last, the hour had elapsed. Lin Zhennan exhaled a breath of relief. In an instant, the glass aquariums were once again teeming with a lively goldfish and tropical fish, appearing vibrant and full of energy, seemingly even more spirited than before. Lin Zhennan mused. It appears that the ring's space poses no threat to life. Should I venture inside to explore? He stepped out of the pool, dried himself off, and hastily donned his clothes. Summoning his courage, he whispered the incantation and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from the swimming pool. The skylit pool was now desolate, devoid of any presence, save for the carefree fish swimming in their glass confines. Lin Zhennan found himself momentarily disoriented. Chapter 32, A Space Beyond Time. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Struggling to open his eyes, he soon realized he had arrived in an unfamiliar realm. This space resembled a winter wonderland, blanketed in snow, devoid of any hint of greenery. Lin Zhennan pondered whether this could indeed be the Antarctic, surrounded by snow-capped mountains. Impulsively, he rose to his feet and began to survey his surroundings. Not far from him, he spotted a snow-covered mountain, at the base of which stood what appeared to be a temple. The temple was exquisitely adorned, distinct in its beauty and craftsmanship. Lin Zhennan approached it slowly. Above the entrance, he noticed several characters inscribed in an ancient script. Drawing nearer, he scrutinized the inscriptions. Fortunately, Lin Zhennan had spent his childhood learning to appraise artifacts and ancient texts with his grandfather, and thus he recognized the characters. The plaque read, "Abode of the Celestial Sovereign of Purple Clouds." Flanking the entrance were couplets. The first line proclaimed, "White clouds and fleeting dogs, both real and illusory," while the second line stated, "The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother are not true deities." Lin Zhennan could not help but chuckle, acknowledging the audacity of the poet who penned such lines, seemingly dismissive of all celestial beings. He approached the slightly ajar double doors and pushed them open, eager to discover what lay beyond. Upon entering, he realized he had stepped into a mystical cave enveloped in swirling mists. The spider in his mind sensed the extraordinary nature of this cave and spoke to Lin Zhennan. "Master, the spiritual energy here is abundant. Could you rest for a moment? I wish to cultivate." Lin Zhennan paid no heed to the spider's words and wandered through the misty cave. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings depicting the tales of various deities, resembling murals. As he reached the front of the grand hall, he beheld a statue of an ancient elder. The figure was slender, clad in a Taoist robe, with eyes closed as if in slumber. Upon closer inspection, Lin Zhennan realized the statue was intricately carved from genuine Hetian jade, standing twice the height of a normal person. The weight of this jade statue must have been several thousand pounds. If presented in the marketplace, it would surely command an astronomical price. Lin Zhennan's thoughts were met with the spider's disdainful scorn. He approached the statue of the Taoist elder, noticing that on its middle finger rested a ring identical to his own bronze ring. Lin Zhennan was taken aback. Could it be that the ring in his possession belonged to this elder? Before the statue, there was an offering table, upon which lay several ancient bamboo scrolls. Lin Zhennan stepped forward to examine one. The characters inscribed upon it were obscure, written in a small seal script. Fortunately, his early studies with his grandfather had familiarized him with the distinctions of various scripts, allowing him to decipher the text. After diligent study, he finally understood the scroll's contents, which recounted the origins of the cave's master. It stated that the master was a true immortal from the primordial era, known as Ziyun. The immortal Ziyun had practiced for millennia, ultimately transcending the void. This cave served as his earthly cultivation ground. Before ascending, Ziyun had left behind his spatial ring, awaiting a fated individual to claim it. The bamboo scrolls on the offering table are indeed the sacred texts for cultivating celestial arts, bestowed upon those fated to receive them. The esteemed Lin Zhennan elucidates within these scrolls that this spatial ring he has crafted is a miniature world of his own creation, rich with spiritual energy. Practicing cultivation within this realm accelerates one's progress by a factor of 10 or even 100 compared to the outside world. Upon examining these scrolls, Lin Zhennan recognized them as treasures of Taoism and, filled with exhilaration, promptly seated himself before the offerings, diligently absorbing their contents. Adjacent to the hall of this cave dwells a mountain spring, its waters cascading into a stone pit of several square meters. The water churns with a mystical aura, shrouded in ethereal mist, indicating its extraordinary nature. As Lin Zhennan peruses the sacred texts, he diligently studies the various methods of cultivation described within, mimicking the gestures outlined in the scriptures. Soon, fatigue sets in and hunger pangs arise. After a thorough search of the cave, he finds no sustenance, save for the mountain spring water. Approaching the pool, he cups his hands to drink deeply. To his surprise, the water possesses a subtle sweetness, quenching his thirst and alleviating his hunger instantaneously. In this secluded sanctuary, he immerses himself in the Taoist scriptures, quenching his thirst with the spring water whenever hunger strikes. Time becomes an abstract concept. Since entering this realm, the clock on his phone has ceased to function. Indeed, it is a place where the sun and moon do not exist. After what feels like an eternity, Lin Zhennan finishes studying the scrolls, not fully mastering them, but at least committing their essence to memory. He estimates that a day has passed and worries that both Qianqian and Yoxing may be in distress over his absence. Should a report be filed with the authorities declaring him missing, it would surely lead to a farcical situation. As he prepares to depart, he glances back at the mountain spring, contemplating the delightful water he wishes to share with Qianqian and Yoxing. However, despite searching the cave thoroughly, he finds no vessel to carry the water. Resolved to seek out some mineral water bottles upon his return, he recalls that his spatial ring is always with him, making it unnecessary to worry about transporting anything. Yet he suddenly spots a bamboo tube nearby, likely once used for letters, complete with a lid. He fills the tube with spring water, taking it with him. The bamboo tube, though smaller than a typical mineral water bottle, will suffice. With a silent incantation to exit, Lin Zhennan feels himself transported out of the ring space. However, upon emerging, he is met with astonishment, both from himself and those around him. What realm have I entered? Lin Zhennan recalled that his entry into the spatial ring occurred while he was at the swimming pool of his luxurious villa. Yet, upon closer inspection, he found himself in an untamed forest, albeit within a tent. The view outside revealed a pristine wilderness, with towering trees so immense that it would take several people to encircle them. If it were not for the original forest, how could such colossal trees exist? Chapter 33. Lin Zhennan was airdropped into the primeval forest. This sudden event left Lin Zhennan utterly bewildered. The other individuals within the tent were equally stunned by his unexpected appearance. Inside the tent were several robust men with dark complexions, among whom Lin Zhennan recognized a familiar face. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, you, the mercenary leader, have made your grand entrance. Surely, you must have escaped from prison. With the crimes you've committed, even if you avoid the firing squad, life imprisonment is inevitable." The familiar figure Lin Zhennan had spotted was indeed the mercenary leader, Li Culong. Li Culong glared at Lin Zhennan. "Kid, you've been following us. No wonder we couldn't find you. You've been tailing us all along." Lin Zhennan retorted vehemently. "Who has been following you? You're no beauty. What advantage would I gain from trailing you? You look like misfortune incarnate." Li Culong, incensed by Lin Zhennan's words, swiftly drew a handgun and aimed it at him. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll blow your head off right here. Who is going to come to your aid in this forsaken place?" Lin Zhennan, upon regaining his composure, observed that they were indeed in a tent nestled within a dense forest. The tent appeared to be military rather than recreational, and the demeanor of the men surrounding him suggested they were not of benevolent intent. Could this be the hideout of those mercenaries? Yet, Lin Zhennan was perplexed. he had been in his own home, and how had he emerged from that space only to find himself in what seemed to be a primeval forest in Southeast Asia. It was utterly baffling. Li Kelong, with his gun still trained on Lin Zhennan, scrutinized him, trying to decipher what chaos was brewing in the young man's mind. He recalled escaping from Jiangzhou prison and subsequently searching Lin Zhennan's opulent villa. He remembered scouring every room, yet Lin Zhennan had eluded his grasp. All he had found was a solitary pair of swim trunks resting beside the rooftop pool, with nothing else in sight. However, there was one peculiar item, a uniquely crafted bronze ring he had discovered atop a cabinet next to the pool. With the mindset of a thief who never leaves empty-handed, he had pocketed the ring, believing it could be worth something, given its age of several centuries. Today, it seemed as if this young man had fallen from the heavens to appear before him. This indicated that Lin Zhennan had indeed been present in the villa that day. He had simply been overlooked. Remarkably, Lin Zhennan's tracking skills were extraordinary. Even a seasoned mercenary like Li Kelong had been outwitted, highlighting the young man's adeptness at counter-surveillance. With the gun pressed firmly against Lin Zhennan's chest, Li Kelong menacingly demanded, "Kid, tell me, which organization are you affiliated with, National Security or another? You do not appear to be an ordinary police officer." Lin Zhennan felt utterly wronged. "I am merely a common antique dealer. My encounter with you that day was purely coincidental. Do you believe that?" Li Kelong certainly could not trust Lin Zhennan's words. "You claimed it was merely a coincidence that day, yet here you are, following us yet again. Are you here to rescue this young lady?" It was at this moment that Lin Zhennan noticed a woman bound and helpless on the ground within the tent, seemingly in her 20s. Despite her beauty, the torment she had endured left her face etched with exhaustion. She cast a weak glance at Lin Zhennan. Lin Zhennan lamented his predicament. "Who is this young lady? I did not even recognize her. How could I possibly be here to save her?" I find myself pondering how I arrived at this juncture. A group of burly mercenaries erupted into laughter, remarking on the absurdity of the situation. "You have no idea how you ended up here. Don't tell me you're one of those who has traversed time. Or perhaps you were airdropped here by the military." Li Kelong pondered for a moment and interjected, "Brothers, let's not mock him just yet. It is entirely possible that he was indeed dropped here by a military aircraft, albeit rather unfortunate that it landed in our tent." How peculiar. The mercenaries mulled over this notion, and one voiced a counter-argument. "You claim he was airdropped, yet there are no visible holes in our tent." Another added, "I scanned the area and saw no parachute. This lad appeared before us without explanation. Could he be a ghost?" Lin Zhennan contemplated inwardly, wondering if his extraordinary abilities could withstand the force of a bullet. However, he hesitated to take such a gamble. If his powers failed to evade the bullet's might, it would spell his demise. His only recourse lay in instantaneously retreating into the space of his ring. Yet such an act would risk exposing his extraordinary capabilities, unless he silenced these men permanently. At present, Lin Zhennan is unaware of the whereabouts of his ring and does not know if he can instantaneously retreat to the sanctuary of his ring. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he possibly stow away their weapons into his ring space? If these mercenaries were left unarmed, he would no longer fear them. Li Kelong jabbed his gun into Lin Zhennan's chest, demanding, "Kid, what exactly are you up to? What is your purpose in following us? And did you not swipe my black card the last time we met?" Lin Zhennan's heart raced. That black card was still in his possession, and if they discovered it, it would mean disaster. He hastily commanded with his mind, "Go." He sensed his bank card slipping into the ring space. It seemed that this ring space was nearby, perhaps even on one of these formidable men. He utilized his extraordinary abilities to peer into the mercenaries' belongings. Each of them carried sidearms and daggers, while several boxes on the ground contained sniper rifles and numerous submachine guns, all stowed within portable violin cases. Lin Zhennan repeated his mental command, and in an instant, the guns and knives disappeared from the mercenaries as well as the weapon-laden cases from the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he pulled a handful of Qianlong coins from his pocket, flinging them at the mercenaries, striking their knees and faces, hitting various acupoints with his coins. Only Li Kelong, standing close by, evaded his hidden projectiles. Lin Zhennan delivered a powerful punch to Li Kelong's nose, causing a copious amount of blood to flow. He quickly crouched down and wrapped his arms around Li Kelong's legs, tripping him to the ground, then drove an elbow into his chest. A cracking sound echoed, suggesting that Li Kelong's ribs had been shattered by Lin Zhennan's assault. With a cry of agony, Li Kelong could no longer resist Lin Zhennan. With all their firearms transported to the ring space, the mercenaries were now left vulnerable and injured. Lin Zhennan dispatched them with ease, delivering punches and kicks until they lay moaning on the ground, unable to move. The mercenaries were baffled as to how their weapons had vanished without a trace. Fear crept into their hearts as they regarded Lin Zhennan, wondering if this enigmatic figure might be some forest spirit or demon. Among them, only Li Kelong had seen Lin Zhennan before. The others were unfamiliar with him. Chapter 34. Retrieving the Space Ring. After incapacitating the mercenaries, Lin Zhennan searched them to locate his space ring. Ultimately, he found his bronze ring tucked away in Li Kelong's inner pocket. Infuriated, Lin Zhennan unleashed another flurry of punches and kicks upon the mercenary leader. It was this man who had stolen his ring and brought him to this desolate location, causing him to emerge from the bronze ring in such an inhospitable place. Li Kelong watched in dismay as Lin Zhennan clutched the tattered bronze ring, feeling as if he might weep over the brutal treatment it was receiving. He lamented his foolishness in acquiring such a dilapidated ring, which had led to the annihilation of his small team. Lin Zhennan donned the bronze ring on the middle finger of his right hand. At this moment, a woman on the ground kicked one of the fallen mercenaries. This commotion caught Lin Zhenan's attention, reminding him of the charming young woman bound nearby. He knelt to untie her restraints and tore the tape from her mouth. Once freed, the young woman eagerly asked, "Are you someone sent by my grandfather?" Lin Zhennan shook his head, replying, "No, it is purely coincidental." The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. "You're not sent by my grandfather? What a coincidence. This is too fortuitous, being in such a remote forest." However, in his search, Lin Zhennan found nothing of value, just compasses and the like. He then pulled out his phone. Although it had no signal, the time remained visible. Upon glancing at the time, Lin Zhennan's eyes widened in astonishment. Over a month had elapsed since he entered the ring space. How could this be so exaggerated? He had felt as if only a day had passed. Could it truly be that a day in the heavens equates to a year on Earth? Opening his phone again, he noticed numerous missed calls. Among them were calls from the fierce policewoman Yi Yulan, as well as from Hao Yoxing, Lin Xianxian, and countless calls from his cousin Lin Xia. He could only imagine their frantic worry over his sudden disappearance. The liberated young woman then spoke. "This is the primeval forest of Myanmar. There's no possible way to get a mobile signal unless one has a satellite phone." Lin Zhennan hurriedly inquired of Li Kelong, "Do you have a satellite phone?" As the mercenary leader, Li Kelong remained stoic, refusing to utter a word despite the beating he had endured. Lin Zhennan turned to the young woman and asked, "Miss, who are you? Why were you captured by these vicious mercenaries?" She replied simply, "My name is Wang Ziwei. From Kyoto. My family is quite affluent, and these thugs likely intended to kidnap me for ransom." Lin Zhennan questioned in confusion. Aren't these men after confidential state documents? Why are they resorting to kidnapping instead? Their operations seem quite diverse. Wang Ziwei asked in astonishment, "You truly know these men? How do you know they are after our national secrets?" Lin Zhennan replied with a smirk, "The first time they attempted to steal documents. They failed and took 20 innocent civilians hostage in a fashion boutique, negotiating with the police. Coincidentally, I was shopping there and managed to apprehend them, handing them over to the authorities. Unfortunately, the police were stingy and did not reward me." Wang Ziwei looked at Lin Zhennan in shock. "You were the one who caught them during their first attempt?" Lin Zhennan beamed with pride. "You know of this incident? Don't I appear to be quite the hero?" Wang Ziwei internally scoffed. "You are no hero, perhaps just a big bear." Feeling a bit deflated, she added, "Do not worry. Once I recover, I can lead you out of this primeval forest. I am an explorer of such forests. No terrain is too challenging for me." Lin Zhennan, feeling anxious, remarked, "You look terribly weak. Given that there is nothing here, how can you recover?" He had initially considered using his abilities to heal her, but feared that she would incessantly question him, so he refrained. He believed that the mountain spring water he had would be rich in energy to rejuvenate her frail body. If he were to use this spring water to restore Wang Ziwei's strength, he could spin a tale to gain her trust. Thus, Lin Zhennan retrieved a vial of ancient spring water from his waist, opened it, and said to Wang Ziwei, "I have a vial of ancient spring water collected from the ice mountains, rich in trace elements essential for the human body. Drink a couple of sips and see if it helps you." Wang Ziwei initially exhibited little interest in the spring water presented by Lin Zhennan. However, the water container, a bamboo tube, captured her attention. This tube, weathered by a millennium, bore a rich patina and was adorned with a deep reddish-brown hue. Intrigued, Wang Ziwei reached out to grasp the ancient vessel, inspecting it intently. Lin Zhennan urged her, "It's merely a container for letters. What is there to admire? Your life is at stake. This spring water is vital for your well-being. Drink it quickly and see if it brings about any effect." I shall gift you this tube for your future contemplation. With that, Wang Ziwei poured the spring water in her mouth and swallowed it. As the liquid warmed her insides, a wave of relief washed over her, soothing her wounds inflicted during the month of torment by mercenaries. It felt as though half of her injuries had miraculously healed. Overjoyed, she gazed at the remaining water in the tube, hastily sealing the half-full vessel and concealing it carefully. Chapter 35. The mercenary silenced Lin Zhennan observed Wang Ziwei's careful handling of the remaining water, a secret delight blooming within him. Little did she know, the spring water in his spatial ring was abundant. Nevertheless, he refrained from disclosing this fact, aware that such information might diminish her appreciation for the precious liquid. Wang Ziwei rose, scanning their surroundings. We must leave this place at once. It lies in a low-lying area, prone to flash floods in the tropical rainforest. We could easily be swept away without a chance of escape. Lin Zhennan gestured toward several mercenaries. What should we do with these ruffians? Wang Ziwei replied coldly. What else is there to do? They must be eliminated. We cannot allow them to continue their reign of terror. Each of them has likely taken the lives of countless innocents. At her words, Lin Zhennan shivered, realizing that beneath her elegant demeanor lay a lethal force. He thought it prudent to limit his interactions with her, lest he find himself on the receiving end of her wrath one day. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Zhennan, Wang Ziwei mused. He clearly isn't a soldier. He lacks the decisive aura of one. But who is he, suddenly appearing here? The two searched the mercenary camp, each shouldering a military backpack filled with various provisions salvaged from the tents, primarily food. They were uncertain how long it would take to escape the primordial forest. Sustenance was of utmost importance, followed closely by antidotes for venomous creatures. By the way, where did the mercenaries' weapons go? How did you manage to disarm them so swiftly? Wang Ziwei inquired. Lin Zhennan, feeling a swell of pride, replied, That is my secret technique. I possess certain mystical abilities. Diverting their weapons was merely a simple illusion. Had I not feared the consequences of taking lives, I could have dispatched them all in an instant. Wang Ziwei shot him a disdainful look. You're just boasting. Unperturbed by her scorn, Lin Zhennan waved his hand in the air, chanting, Come forth, weapons. Instantly, a multitude of handguns, submachine guns, and a large-caliber sniper rifle materialized on the ground, leaving the fallen mercenaries in stunned silence. Wang Ziwei gasped, astonished at the display. Could this young man truly possess such powers? Is there truly such magic in the world? Noticing her bewilderment, Lin Zhennan chuckled. What do you think, beautiful? I was not deceiving you, was I? Momentarily dazed, Wang Ziwei nodded slowly. After a short while, she picked up a submachine gun from the ground and, with a swift pull of the trigger, dispatched the remaining mercenaries with a series of gunshots. Lin Zhennan murmured, She is indeed a fierce woman. He quickly raised his hands. I didn't say anything. Wang Ziwei retorted. Do you understand that showing mercy to enemies is akin to cruelty to oneself? If we do not eliminate these men, not only could they perish in this harsh environment, but if they were to regroup, they could expose our whereabouts. Can we fend off their numbers? In this unfamiliar wilderness, our survival depends heavily on fortune. Her reasoning silenced Lin Zhennan, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Would you believe me if I told you I practiced my techniques in a cave a month ago and stumbled into this forest afterward? Wang Ziwei, wide-eyed, shook her head, clearly expressing disbelief. Lin Zhennan continued, I suspect I may have been transported here. I possess magic, albeit of a lesser sort, not of grand powers. He then displayed his phone to her. Look at the messages. All my calls are from a month ago. I have nothing from the past month. Doesn't that suggest I crossed over? Wang Ziwei pondered the peculiar situation, muttering to herself about the potential disruption of magnetic fields. She then perused his contact list. Do you know Yi Yulan, this fierce woman? Lin Zhennan chuckled awkwardly. I have no idea who this fierce woman is. Wang Ziwei glared at him. What are you laughing at? Your smirk suggests you're thinking something untoward. Lin Zhennan shrugged. Not everyone harbors impure thoughts like you. This provoked Wang Ziwei's fury. Who are you calling impure? Don't think that saving me makes me hesitate to kill you. Lin Zhennan waved his hands dismissively. Listen to you. So quick to speak of murder. Do you still claim to be innocent? You call others fierce, but I believe you are the true fierce one. Wang Ziwei, upon hearing his words, smiled wryly. Ah, I see now. You're defending this Yi Yulan, which means you have some connection with her. Lin Zhennan scoffed. You seem delicate, yet your words are so crude. Wang Ziwei retorted. Oh, little brother, you prefer to play the charming boy. Unfortunately for you, I am straightforward, lacking any subtleties. Lin Zhennan chose not to engage further. He was uncertain of her true nature. In a place where mercenaries roamed, she had not been harmed, indicating she was no ordinary individual. It was wise not to offend her. With a military backpack slung over his shoulder, Lin Zhennan trekked toward a hilltop, followed closely by Wang Ziwei, who called out, "Hey, why didn't you say anything before walking off? In this dense forest, we must help each other. It's difficult to navigate otherwise. You shouldn't head toward the hilltop. It's easy to get lost and exhausted. We should follow the riverbank. It offers a water source and leads out of the forest, akin to a highway. Eventually, we'll find our way to safety." Lin Zhennan, growing impatient, replied, "But you just said that the low-lying areas near the river could be dangerous. Now you want us to walk along the riverbank? Isn't that contradictory?" Chapter 36. Lin Zhennan slays the crocodile. Wang Ziwei remarked, "Previously, I uttered those words to confound any potential foes. Should an adversary be lurking nearby, they would intercept us elsewhere upon hearing. If they know we are traversing along the riverbank, it would be quite easy to ambush us. However, walking by the river certainly necessitates vigilance towards the possibility of sudden floods. Yet, despite appearing like a delicate young lady, Wang Ziwei's manner of leading the way revealed her extensive experience in long treks through the wilderness. Thus, Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei followed the meandering path of the small river, navigating the banks where, in some parts of the primordial forest, no paths existed, and in others, they had to clear thorns with knives to advance. Within just a few days, both of them found themselves in tattered clothing, resembling beggars. Nevertheless, our esteemed Miss Wang, though weary from the long journey, hesitated to consume the remaining spring water that Lin Zhennan had provided, only permitting herself a small sip due to her exhaustion. Lin Zhennan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The spring water was rich with spiritual energy, and despite the arduous trek, Wang Ziwei exhibited no signs of fatigue, appearing rather invigorated. Lin Zhennan refrained from disclosing the true origin of the spring water, merely stating that he had collected dew from the towering trees. Wang Ziwei did not press further, content with the water's delightful taste. After several days, their provisions dwindled, and they were left to forage for wild fruits along the riverbanks to stave off hunger. Lin Zhennan complained, "With so many mercenaries, how could they prepare only this little food? Did they not plan to venture out?" Wang Ziwei laughed. "These mercenaries are specially trained and possess excellent survival skills in the jungle. They can eat virtually anything. Unlike you, who only consumes palatable food, they can survive on insects and roots for months. Can you?" Lin Zhennan retorted with a smirk, "You speak as if I alone devour all the sausages and hams, while in truth, you have consumed the majority." Wang Ziwei, unfazed, responded, "I'm merely indulged a bit more. What is wrong with that? Ladies first. Is it so burdensome to accommodate a lady?" At that moment, a dark shadow glided through the river, resembling a piece of driftwood. Having undergone systematic training in jungle warfare and survival, Wang Ziwei immediately shouted, "Lin Zhennan, do not approach. That could be a crocodile." Lin Zhennan, undeterred, inquired, "Is crocodile meat tasty?" Wang Ziwei retorted angrily, "I have no idea if crocodile meat is delicious, but I do know they have a penchant for human flesh." Lin Zhennan, undaunted by the imposing crocodile, felt a sense of confidence. During his month in the ring space, he had absorbed much knowledge from the Taoist scriptures, which encompassed a vast array of mystical arts, medical practices, and martial techniques. He had spent this time honing his understanding, feeling as though only a day had passed, and had become quite adept at practicing the spells within his mind. While domestic fruit markets offer tropical rainforest fruits at exorbitant prices, claiming great nutritional value, one would soon realize how taxing it is to consume them daily. Thus, upon sighting the massive crocodile, Lin Zhennan felt a rush of excitement. He called out loudly from the shore, attempting to attract the creature's attention and coax it ashore. However, to his chagrin, the crocodile regarded him with disdain, as if mocking the absurdity of this human who danced and shouted at the water's edge. Had Lin Zhennan known the crocodile's thoughts, he would have surely spat blood in fury. Seeing the crocodile ignore him as it leisurely swam in the center of the river, Lin Zhennan felt a surge of anger. Pressing his finger to his brow, he invoked some spells learned from the Taoist texts. With his right hand raised in a two-finger salute, the other 3 fingers clenched. He shouted, "Begone!" A violet light, invisible to ordinary eyes, erupted from his fingertips, striking the crocodile's back. The purple glow severed a significant portion of the crocodile's left forelimb, instantly staining the river with its blood. The crocodile, suddenly attacked, thrashed in the water in agony. Seeing his technique was effective, Lin Zhennan pressed on. directing his energy towards the creature's pristine belly, delivering several precise strikes. The once immaculate belly was soon marred by countless gashes, blood gushing forth. Although the crocodile remained alive, it had lost all capacity for aggression. Wang Ziwei, witnessing the crocodile's injury, gathered her courage to approach and asked, "Hey, Lin Zhennan, what method did you use to injure it? I noticed a peculiar glow from your fingers." Lin Zhennan was taken aback. She could see the extraordinary light in his hand. This woman was not simple. Could she also possess extraordinary abilities? Concealing his unease, he replied flamboyantly, "You see, this is the legendary 6 Meridians divine sword. Such a skill I would not dare to display in a crowd. It is only in remote and perilous locales that I can reveal it, lest others wish to take me as their master." Lin Zhennan scoffed, believe it or not. He then retrieved the silk from the spider spirit, wrapping it around a dagger, and hurled it into the river. The dagger shot through the water like an arrow, piercing the crocodile's head. With a resounding thud, it struck true, embedding itself deep within. Lin Zhennan tightened the silk, gradually pulling the enormous crocodile closer. At this moment, the fierce Wang Ziwei felt a tinge of fear and clutched Lin Zhennan's clothing, whispering, "Lin Zhennan, do you think it's truly dead?" Lin Zhennan, eager to impress the beautiful woman, feigned nonchalance. "This is simple. Let me test it." After assuming a sturdy stance, he clenched one fist while raising the other hand, forcefully striking the crocodile's head. With a resounding crack, the head shattered, brains splattering in a gruesome display. Lin Zhennan turned to Wang Ziwei and said, "This time, it's surely finished." Wang Ziwei shoved Lin Zhennan's back. "Aren't you disgusted by this?" Chapter 37. Cooking crocodile. Lin Zhennan sliced open the crocodile's belly, selecting a portion of tender meat weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds. "Let us roast half and make soup with the other half to nourish ourselves." He retrieved a military pot from his backpack, cutting the crocodile meat into smaller pieces for roasting, while cutting larger chunks for the soup. He filled the pot with clean river water and added the larger pieces of meat, tossing in some seasonings from his supplies. Surprisingly, the mercenaries had prepared adequately for wilderness survival, providing Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei with ample supplies. Lin Zhennan then gathered stones to construct a makeshift stove and sought dry twigs for firewood. In this tropical rainforest, the ground was perpetually damp, necessitating the search for dry branches high in the trees. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Zhennan, whose physical strength had greatly improved since acquiring his extraordinary abilities. Like a monkey, he climbed up a large tree, gathering numerous dry branches and discarding them. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a sizable bird's nest, the origin of which was unknown, containing 2 eggs. Lin Zhennan, unceremoniously, dismantled the nest along with its eggs. The nest, made of dry grass, served as perfect kindling. After simmering a substantial piece of meat, he quietly retrieved a knitting needle from his spatial ring, threading small pieces of crocodile meat in preparation for roasting. Lin Zhennan was unsure how he had come to possess a knitting needle, yet it proved fortuitous for his culinary endeavors. Wang Ziwei, puzzled, inquired about the source of the knitting needle. Lin Zhennan, attempting to conceal the truth, replied, "Who knows? I found it in the backpack of that mercenary. Perhaps one of them has a penchant for knitting." After an indeterminate period, the crocodile soup was finally ready, and the roasted meat emitted an enticing aroma. However, observing Lin Zhennan's appearance, which resembled that of a calico cat, Wang Ziyin couldn't contain her laughter. From his backpack, Lin Zhennan produced a bottle of white liquor. Enjoying the barbecue and sipping the liquor was indeed a delightful experience, complemented by the crocodile meat soup. As Lin Zhennan drank directly from the bottle, Wang Ziwei snatched it away and took a hearty swig, causing tears to stream down her face. Lin Zhennan, noticing this, mused to himself, "Isn't this akin to an indirect kiss? Has my first kiss been stolen in such a manner? How unfortunate." Wang Ziwei, realizing the implication, felt her cheeks flush. However, her earlier embarrassment from the liquor rendered it less noticeable, so Lin Zhennan remained oblivious and continued enjoying his meal. This extravagant crocodile feast lasted over 2 hours. With no urgency to leave the primitive forest, they relaxed as if on a leisurely excursion. After finishing the meal, Lin Zhennan cleaned the iron pot and hung it on his backpack, putting away the knitting needle. Alcohol has its charm, for it tends to bridge gaps between people. Wang Ziwei seemed to have softened, shedding her earlier frosty demeanor. In a gentler tone, she responded when Lin Zhennan inquired about her profession and the reason for her abduction by mercenaries, suggesting that she must be the daughter of a corporate magnate. a military official, or a high-tech expert, as such individuals are the usual targets for kidnappers. Wang Ziwei, with a sly look in her slightly flushed eyes, teased. Little brother, you are quite the analyst. What do you think I do? Lin Zhennan thought to himself. What could she possibly do? She appears to be a madam of sorts. However, he refrained from voicing this, fearing a violent reaction. He earnestly responded, Miss, you seem delicate, yet your decisiveness in dealing with those mercenaries suggests a leadership role. You're likely a military leader. If you were in law enforcement, you wouldn't resort to killing indiscriminately, as the police are tasked with apprehending criminals, leaving the matter of punishment to the courts. Your familiarity with jungle warfare indicates you may possess some knowledge, but you have likely not engaged in actual combat, which implies you might be a leader in a special department, perhaps in a civilian capacity. Am I correct? Wang Ziwei was taken aback, realizing he had accurately discerned her identity. She deftly changed the subject, asking, and what about you? You seem to know one of the mercenaries. Lin Zhennan recounted a tale of woe involving the mercenaries. It all began when my sister and I visited a stone gambling site and won a chunk of stone worth 6 million. In our excitement, we went to a high-end fashion store to buy outfits, only to have these mercenaries, pursued by the police, burst in and take us, along with over 20 others, as hostages. Wang Ziwei exclaimed, what a coincidence. Indeed, Lin Zhennan replied, feeling the absurdity of the situation, akin to a comedic skit. He recounted how Officer Yi Yulan, the fierce female officer, had entered as a negotiator, attempting to exchange hostages. The mercenaries recognized her tracking device, leading to chaos. Unable to stand idly by, he intervened, defeating several mercenaries, who were subsequently apprehended by the police. Having spent over 10 days with Lin Zhennan, Wang Ziwei acknowledged his truthfulness, recognizing his ability to take down mercenaries. No wonder that Li Kelong looked as if he wanted to kill you upon first meeting. It turns out you were the one who sent them to prison. Lin Zhennan, displeased, remarked, I incurred the wrath of international mercenaries for your police department. Yet I have yet to receive any reward, not even 30 or 20,000. It's quite ungrateful. Wang Ziwei chuckled. Even if the police were to grant you a reward, it would take months to process, passing through numerous bureaucratic hurdles. You can't expect it to be as simple as your private transactions, where a mere word can yield immediate payment. Lin Zhennan pointed at her. Look at the administrative folks, looking down on the common people. Wang Ziwei retorted, spare me your sarcasm. Lin Zhennan sighed. It seems my grievances have no avenue for redress, but thankfully I've confiscated numerous weapons from those mercenaries, which I can utilize for hunting in the future. With a wry smile, he lamented, I rescued you from their clutches, and now you seem eager to abandon me. Wang Ziwei blushed fiercely. Who said anything about abandoning you? Stop making such baseless accusations. Chapter 38. Sister Wang Wenjing. Upon hearing his mention of Wang Wenjing, Wang Ziwei eagerly asked, what did you say? Wang Wenjing? Did he buy some stones in Jiangzhou from you? Lin Zhennan, surprised, responded, you know about those 2 stones? Indeed. I sold them to Wang Wenjing, especially the blood jade. It is exceptionally rare. He made a great profit, and I did not lose out either. I purchased it for around 2 to 3 million, and sold it to Wang Wenjing for a mere 3.5 billion. Wang Ziwei raised her hand in disbelief. I could slap you. A worthless stone sold for over 3 billion, and you call that a bargain? I can't fathom what kind of madness Wang Wenjing is on to spend billions on such rocks, Lin Zhennan remarked. Do you know Wang Wenjing? He asked, glancing at Wang Ziwei, pondering their connection. After all, Wang Wenjing had indeed made a fortune, so what loss could there be? Wang Ziwei, with her enchanting eyes, replied, I've seen the blood jade you sold to my brother, and I didn't find it particularly special. It resembled plastic to me. Lin Zhennan looked at her, baffled. Your family deals in jewelry and gemstones, a billion-dollar listed company, and you claim to be ignorant of jade? What a peculiar statement. Wang Ziwei shrugged. I've never liked those stones and jades. Only people like you find joy in fiddling with them. Lin Zhennan observed her attire, though soiled. Each piece was a renowned brand. If he were to calculate the value of her clothing and accessories, it would easily amount to hundreds of thousands or even millions. He then said to Wang Ziwei, if it weren't for your family playing with those worthless stones, could you possibly afford all these luxury brand clothes and watches solely with your salary? Wang Ziwei blinked her bright, watery eyes, pondered for a moment, and candidly replied, to be honest, if I were to buy this outfit with my salary, it would take several years of earnings to afford it. It seems I can no longer bully my younger brother. All of this was bought with the money he earned from his stone dealings. Lin Zhennan changed the subject. Miss Wang, Weren't you in Kyoto? Why were you kidnapped, and what exactly were they after? Upon hearing this, Wang Ziwei seethed with anger. That phrase irks me the most. It's that scoundrel Nie Gaofeng, who couldn't even extract a result from an interrogation and summoned me from Beijing to assist him. Nie Gaofeng, that official from the Dragon Team. Yi Yulan had called him, mentioning that an official from the Kyoto Dragon Team, named Nie Gaofeng, wanted to consult him at any time. Lin Zhennan inquired, Nie Gaofeng, a member of the Dragon Team. Does that mean you were part of it? Wang Ziwei looked at Lin Zhennan with a smirk. Little brother, it seems you know quite a lot. Who informed you? This is classified information. Lin Zhennan replied, I didn't pry. Yi Yulan called me, asking me to cooperate with Nie Gaofeng from Kyoto. She said he was a member of the Dragon Team and had a bad temper, so I should be cautious. Wang Ziwei exclaimed, that's prejudice. That wretched girl Yi Yulan, having never been part of the Dragon Team, harbors bias against it. What she said is purely damaging to our team's reputation. Lin Zhennan, with a hint of amusement, remarked, seeing you so worked up, you must be part of the Dragon Team too, right? Wang Ziwei, with a fierce demeanor, placed her hands on her hips and declared, yes, I am indeed part of the Dragon Team. So what if you know? Are you planning to kidnap me like a mercenary? Lin Zhennan chuckled. What would I gain from kidnapping you? With that time, I might as well gamble on a couple of stones. Wang Ziwei, feeling belittled, retorted, you know gambling isn't a sure thing. Kidnapping me would be a guaranteed profit. Lin Zhennan burst into laughter with your intellect. I find it hard to believe you're from the Dragon Team. What fool would wish to be kidnapped for ransom? Wang Ziwei scolded. Who are you calling a fool? As she spoke, she raised her leg in a swift kick towards Lin Zhennan, who quickly caught her ankle. The situation was somewhat humorous. Her long leg, elevated by Lin Zhennan, created an ambiguous scene. Wang Ziwei struggled a bit, exclaiming, put me down. Realizing the awkwardness, Lin Zhennan promptly set her down. My apologies, Miss Wang. You're not the fool here. I am. He awkwardly apologized. Wang Ziwei shot him a glance, remaining silent as a blush crept onto her cheeks. The two fell into a comfortable silence, walking along the small river downstream. However, as they continued, they suddenly found themselves at a loss. Lin Zhennan glanced at Wang Ziwei, saying, what now? This path is blocked. Wang Ziwei pondered and replied, our only option now is to find a higher mountain to see if there are signs of a river. If there is a river, it may indicate the exit of this underground river. Lin Zhennan considered this and agreed it was their only choice. Thus, they began to climb a tall mountain before them. Progressing slowly, they finally reached the mountainside. Wang Ziwei, feeling exhausted, struggled. After all, as a girl, her stamina couldn't match that of a man, especially since Lin Zhennan had been enhanced by the spider spirit. Seeing Wang Ziwei panting heavily, Lin Zhennan felt a pang of sympathy. Without asking for her consent, he hoisted her onto his shoulder, reminiscent of a child riding a pony. Wang Ziwei's face flushed with embarrassment, but as she sat on Lin Zhennan's shoulder, he couldn't appreciate her bashful expression. With his enhanced abilities, carrying someone weighing around 100 pounds posed no challenge for Lin Zhennan. Having absorbed the energy from the ring's space, even if asked to carry a cow, he wouldn't break a sweat. After much effort, Lin Zhennan finally reached the mountain peak with Wang Ziwei, only to be met with another surprise. Chapter 39. The Wang family's worry flashback to a month ago in the Wang family of Kyoto. The patriarch, Wang Jinhua, is one of the few surviving elders of China. In his youth, he was a general who valiantly fought against invading forces, having defeated countless enemies throughout his illustrious career. Although now retired, no military or political figure dares to overlook him. He has two sons, one in the military and the other in politics, both pivotal figures in their respective fields. Each son has a child. However, the younger son also has a daughter, Wang Ziwei, who is deeply cherished by the old man. Wang Jinhua initially envisioned his granddaughter pursuing a clerical or business career, yet she had an affinity for martial arts, which he viewed as his only regret. Nonetheless, he was pleased as she carried on his legacy. Eventually, she joined the Dragon Team as a clerk. However, every member of the Dragon Team is formidable, even those in clerical roles. Recently, Nie Gaofeng from the Dragon Team sought Wang Ziwei's assistance with a mercenary case that he couldn't resolve, particularly as she excels in psychology and interrogation. Wang Ziwei agreed to help, recalling that Nie Gaofeng had grown up in a military compound. And since her brother Wang Wenjing was in Jiangcheng, she intended to visit him while assisting with the case. However, upon landing, she was kidnapped by the escaped mercenary leader, Li Kulong, and taken deep into the primitive forests of northern Myanmar. When the news reached Wang Jinhua, he erupted in fury, smashing a table and cursing Nie Gaofeng for his incompetence. Nearly 2 months had passed without any word of his beloved granddaughter, leaving him in despair. Frustrated with the ineffectiveness of the relevant authorities, he summoned his sons and grandsons to his residence. Wang Jinhua's 2 sons stood helplessly beside him. The eldest, known as Commander Wang, bore a name that sounded peculiar. He was born in a tumultuous era, and Wang Jinhua admired a famous saying: "A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier." Thus, he named his eldest son Wang Shiling, hoping he would rise to command. Although his son found the name impressive in his youth, he felt it awkward as an adult and wished to change it, but his father refused. Commander Wang had no choice but to live with the name, gradually rising from a common soldier to a squad leader, platoon leader, and company commander. Eventually, he attained the rank of commander in a military district, proudly telling everyone that he was pleased with the name he had bestowed. The second son was named Wang Sihua, as it was fitting to have a signaling officer alongside a commander. During battles, the signaling officer is the first to issue the charge command. Wang Xingjuan, a robust and formidable soldier in his 30s, has ascended to the position of a division commander. His younger cousin, Wang Wenjing, has always shunned violence and, upon growing up, chose not to enlist in the military. Instead, he developed a passion for gems and jewelry. Remarkably adept in business, he transformed a modest workshop into a nationwide chain of jewelry stores within just 7 to 8 years and successfully took the company public, achieving a market valuation exceeding 100 billion. According to Wang Wenjing, his commercial endeavors ensure that his family lacks for nothing, thereby eliminating any potential for corruption or bribery, allowing the family to stand tall and secure their esteemed position within the government. Consequently, the elder Wang Jinhua had little opposition to Wang Wenjing's entrepreneurial pursuits. Today, the family is gathered in the courtyard, observing the elder with keen interest. However, despite their scrutiny, they could not decipher his emotions from his tranquil visage. The elder's calm demeanor belied a brewing storm, as those present understood that such serenity often heralded impending turmoil. Wang Jinhua lifted a bamboo table and, taking a sip from the purple clay teapot, impassively inquired about the whereabouts of Ziwei. His 2 sons silently shook their heads in response. In a sudden outburst, Wang Jinhua hurled the teapot onto the courtyard's blue brick floor, shattering it into pieces and splattering tea everywhere. A treasured heirloom he had cherished for decades, now destroyed, revealing his genuine ire. "Why are you shaking your heads? Speak plainly. What is the situation?" commanded the elder. The eldest son, Commander Wang, straightened his back and said, "Father, I have learned that the Dragon Team has dispatched multiple elite personnel to Myanmar, pursuing the path of international mercenaries. Initially, there were mobile signals, but they have since vanished. Their movements suggest they have entered the primal forests of northern Myanmar. Are they not venturing into that forsaken zone, a place that has claimed the lives of 100,000 expeditionary troops? Entering there is tantamount to courting death. My poor granddaughter." The elderly man, now over 80, spoke with tears welling in his eyes. The gathered crowd fell silent, knowing that speaking to the old general at this moment would surely earn them a scolding. Yet, witnessing his distress, they hesitated to offer comfort, fearing it might further agitate his frail health. The eldest son exchanged glances with the others, urging them to console the elder. However, they seemed oblivious to his plea. In such dire times, no one wished to provoke misfortune. The tension in the courtyard was palpable, with glances exchanged like sharpened blades, each person wary of the other's intentions. Among the assembly, only Wang Wenjing, a mere scholar, found himself at a loss. He approached his grandfather and gently said, "Grandfather, please take care of your health and do not worry excessively. From what I have gathered, my sister is not in immediate danger. The electronic tracker implanted in her remains functional, though its signals may fluctuate due to the mountainous terrain. If she encountered peril, the tracker would cease to move, ultimately becoming stationary." Upon hearing these words, the elder Wang Jinhua exhaled a sigh of relief, though his tone remained stern. "Your friend. It wouldn't happen to be that fellow from the Nye family, would it?" Wang Wenjing hurriedly denied. No. I learned this from Miss Yi Yulan of the Yi family. As you know, many in the Yi family work with Interpol, making their information quite reliable." The elder acknowledged that news from the Yi family, a lineage rich in law enforcement, was credible. Observing the elder's expression soften, Wang Wenjing seized the moment to add, "Grandfather, I have another piece of news, though I'm unsure if it is good or bad." The elder shot him a glare. "For heaven's sake, just tell me." Regardless of its nature, Wang Wenjing, aware of his grandfather's temperament, managed a wry smile. "I also found out that a friend of mine has gone missing around the same time." The onlookers regarded him with skepticism. What relevance does your friend's disappearance have to this situation? Wang Wenjing explained, my friend is exceptionally skilled. I witnessed him leap from a 10-story building, effortlessly carrying someone, and land unscathed. Coincidentally, he vanished within an hour of my sister's disappearance. Commander Wang frowned. People go missing every moment. How can you be certain your friend's disappearance is linked to your sister's? Moreover, your sister does not even know this friend. Wang Wenjing replied softly, Uncle, you may not know, but this group that recently escaped from prison was apprehended by my friend. I suspect that upon their release, their first course of action would be to seek vengeance on him. The elder Wang Jinhua remained silent, stroking his chin in contemplation, seeing his grandfather's lack of opposition. Wang Wenjing continued, I surmise that the mercenaries either capture my friend or he is following them. Wang Xingjuan, his cousin working in security, interjected according to our department's intelligence. There was no sign of your friend before the mercenaries breached the border. Wang Wenjing countered, you don't understand. My friend is extraordinary. Not only is he a martial arts master, but he is also a gambling prodigy. I sometimes suspect he possesses the ability to see through stone, an ability far beyond what ordinary people can achieve. He has never lost a game, and even when he does not win, he never loses. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. Have you been gambling as well? Startled, Wang Wenjing quickly replied, it was merely entertainment among friends. I would rely on gambling for a living. The elder, somewhat reassured, considered that his grandson's company was indeed worth billions, and he did not seem the type to depend on gambling for sustenance. With narrowed eyes, the elder Wang Jinhua scrutinized Wang Wenjing. You assert your friend possesses such remarkable abilities? Wang Wenjing eagerly nodded. Indeed, he descended from an 11-story building without any aid, landing unscathed, witnessed by over 100 people. Additionally, my friend and my sister's disappearances occurred within an hour of each other. He once single-handedly rescued over 20 hostages from armed mercenaries. The elder Wang Jinhua replied, let us hope your friend is indeed with your sister. Wang Wenjing added, if my friend is with her, she will be safe. My greatest concern is whether those mercenaries will be annihilated, and whether my friend may lose his way in northern Myanmar, where even mobile communication fails. His cousin, Wang Xingjuan, remarked, you seem rather superstitious about your friend. Wang Wenjing remarked, brother, if you ever have the chance to meet my friend, you will believe my words. He is indeed an extraordinary individual. Wang Xingjuan, unimpressed, retorted, I fear I may never have the opportunity to encounter him. The elder interrupted Wang Xingjuan with impatience. Enough of this trivial chatter. He then addressed Commander Wang, elder brother, please liaise with the military and the forces in Xidian to dispatch a helicopter search team to the northern region of Myanmar and see if they yield any results. Commander Wang nodded in agreement. The elder continued in a grave tone. You all should pay attention over the next few days to the movements of certain families that harbor animosity towards ours. Some individuals do not wish us well. The group nodded in acknowledgement. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Now, go about your business. Do not linger here and annoy me. One by one, they excused themselves, and the courtyard fell silent once more. The elder gazed skyward, noting the overcast skies. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Group's base, member Nie Gaofeng was being chastised by his superior, Long Hao Ian, who was ostensibly the highest authority within the Dragon Group. Long Hao Qian slammed his hand on the table and glared at Nie Gaofeng. I instructed you to interrogate a mercenary robbery case, yet you failed to extract any substantial information and even summoned Wang Ziwei for assistance. While seeking help is not inherently wrong, did you not consider the organizational protocols? Wang Ziwei is the apple of old Master Wang's eye. With her being kidnapped, do you think our Dragon Group will emerge unscathed? At that moment, Nie Gaofeng felt a wave of despair. He indeed had not achieved any results in interrogating the mercenaries. Remembering that Wang Ziwei had grown up in the same courtyard as him and worked in the same department, he thought to enlist her aid for the interrogation, knowing she had studied interrogation techniques. However, upon arriving in Jiangsheng, she was abducted by escapees. With so many people at the airport, why was she specifically targeted? Such misfortune seemed unjust. These mercenaries likely did not recognize Wang Ziwei. Could it be that a rival faction of the Wang family orchestrated this? If so, he felt exceedingly wronged. As these thoughts swirled in Nie Gaofeng's mind, he dared not voice them, but instead humbly listened to Long Hao Ian's lecture. After reprimanding Nie Gaofeng, Long Hao Ian dismissed him. Logically, the abduction of Wang Ziwei by this group of mercenaries served no purpose, as she appeared at the airport as an ordinary civilian. The mercenaries should have been unaware of her identity. Furthermore, within the Dragon Group, she was merely an administrative officer and had not participated in significant operations. Feedback from the mercenaries indicated they were oblivious to Wang Ziwei's lineage. If they had known her background, they surely would have used it to leverage the military. Yet, if they were unaware of her connections, why would they want to kidnap her? If their intent was to escape across the border and use her as hostage. Once they were out of China, Wang Ziwei would hold no value and should have been abandoned. However, reports indicated the mercenaries continued to keep Wang Ziwei with them while evading capture in the wilderness. Was it possible that old Master Wang's political adversaries were at play? This thought troubled Long Haoyan. He wished to remain uninvolved in the feuds of these prominent families. Did he need to venture into northern Myanmar himself? However, if he left, who would oversee the Dragon Group's daily operations? Yet, if he did not act, and something befell Wang Ziwei, he would find himself unable to justify his inaction. After much deliberation, Long Haoyan resolved to undertake the journey to Myanmar personally. He meticulously selected 10 elite members from the Dragon Group to form a specialized team, equipped with high-grade gear, resembling a small military unit capable of contending with their adversaries. As for the affairs at the Dragon Group's headquarters, he entrusted them to Yi Yulan's cousin, Yi Yuqing, who also served as the deputy leader of the Dragon Group. Long Haoyan felt at ease handing over responsibilities to Yi Yuqing, who was mature beyond his years and backed by the influential Yi family, making him a formidable presence. After briefing Yi Yuqing on various matters, Long Haoyan and his team boarded a military aircraft bound for the Myanmar border. After several hours of flight, the military helicopter landed at a small military airfield on the border of China and northern Myanmar. The cabin door opened, and the team disembarked from the helicopter. Having coordinated with the airfield personnel beforehand, they faced no hindrances while exiting the aircraft. In a corner of the airfield, a minibus awaited them, and they boarded it, departing the military airport. The minibus eventually halted at a location adjacent to the Myanmar border, and the 10 individuals disembarked as the vehicle sped away. The border between China and Myanmar was merely separated by a narrow, dry creek where locals often engaged in trade. The Myanmar villagers would extend bamboo poles across the creek to exchange their fruits and goods, having agreed upon prices, while the Chinese would place cash on the poles, a true testament to honest trade. Chapter 41. Arrival at the vast sinkhole. Meanwhile, Lin Zhennan, carrying Wang Ziwei atop the ridge, found himself once again astonished. The summit revealed a steep cliff, beneath which lay a small basin spanning several kilometers. This basin resembled an enlarged sinkhole, featuring a small plain and a stream that flowed through it, likely the very river they had traced from the underground waterway. The elevated edges of this expansive sinkhole were dotted with thatched huts and stone houses, some constructed within the recesses of the rocky walls, suggesting a settlement of dozens of households. After half a month of wandering, Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei finally encountered human habitation, and it felt comforting. However, the sheer cliff from a mountaintop to the basin's floor exceeded 1,000 meters in vertical drop, offering no feasible path for descent. Undeterred, Lin Zhennan retrieved the heavenly silk from the spider spirit from his spatial pocket, wrapping one end around a small tree along the ridge. He then gently placed Wang Ziwei down and embraced her, feeling the warmth of her body against his chest, stirring his emotions. Wang Ziwei, feeling her heart race, blushed fiercely. Lin Zhennan leaped into the air with Wang Ziwei in his arms. As they descended, she felt the rush of wind and the sensation of freefall. In a moment of panic, she exclaimed, "What are you doing, Lin Zhennan? Don't be reckless. If you lose your mind, don't drag me down with you." Hearing her exclamations, Lin Zhennan playfully swatted her rounded backside, retorting, "Who is losing their mind? We must pass through this place. Can't you see there are people down below? It's been ages since we've seen anyone. Look at us, we're practically wild." As they spoke, they effortlessly landed at the bottom of the sinkhole, near the stream's edge. Lin Zhennan released Wang Ziwei, who quickly dashed to the water's edge, cupping her hands to wash her dirty face. At that moment, several children and adults clad in ancient attire approached, curiously observing the pair. Wang Ziwei, upon encountering a group of children, smiled brightly and inquired, "Little ones, what is the name of this place?" The children mumbled indistinctly, their words a curious jumble. Lin Zhennan interjected, "They are Burmese. Who knows if they understand your words? We certainly cannot comprehend their language." He then produced a bag of compressed biscuits from his belongings and offered it to the group of children. For these young ones, who had never experienced the outside world, the biscuits, which Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei had grown weary of, were akin to divine delicacies. There were about 7 or 8 children, each taking a small piece of the biscuit, nibbling cautiously, as if afraid that once consumed, it would vanish forever. At that moment, a group of adults arrived, clad in attire reminiscent of the minority ethnic groups from Huaxia, speaking a language that was equally incomprehensible. Among them was a frail elder, appearing to be around 70 or 80 years old, whose legs seemed unsteady. He was carried in a sedan chair by 2 young men. The elder, speaking haltingly in Huaxia's language, asked, "Did you descend from the mountain?" Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei were elated to finally encounter someone with whom they could converse in Huaxia. Previously, they had felt despondent, surrounded by those who merely mimicked speech without understanding. Wang Ziwei replied promptly, "Dear sir, we did not fall. We flew down for the mountain. We noticed that there were many households here. After traveling for over 10 days without encountering a single home, we were curious to come and take a look." "Fly down? Are you celestial beings capable of flight?" the old man queried with astonishment. Lin Zhennan replied, "To be honest, I possess certain magical abilities that allow me to soar from the mountaintop." Strangely enough, the elders seemed to believe him, as those steeped in tradition and lacking in education are often more inclined to accept tales of the supernatural. In an effort to gain the trust of the villagers, Lin Zhennan approached the nearby stream, dipped his hands into the water, and in an instant emerged with 2 lively carp, each weighing 2 to 3 pounds, thrashing vigorously in his grasp. This display astonished the onlookers, who promptly knelt in reverence, murmuring in their native tongue. The elder in the sedan chair smiled and said, "We villagers all venerate you, believing you to be a celestial being. We hope you will bless us with favorable weather." Lin Zhennan thought to himself, "If only I possessed such abilities." He raised his hands, and to his surprise, the kneeling villagers stood as if supported by an unseen force. This act further captivated the onlookers, who were unaware of their own ethnicity. Wang Ziwei felt little astonishment, having previously heard Lin Zhennan mention his skills in illusion, and thus believed he was merely deceiving the simple villagers. The elder, still seated, remarked with a smile, "This young gentleman is indeed a divine being. It is a rare fortune for us simple folk to encounter a true immortal." With that, the elder bowed respectfully to Lin Zhennan. Observing the elder, Lin Zhennan noted his esteemed position in this community, as his every gesture exuded knowledge and refinement. Lin Zhennan addressed the elder, "Sir, there is no need for such formalities given your mobility challenges." The elder sighed, "Alas, this ailment is a common affliction in our region. Every individual reaches the age of 50 or 60 and becomes incapacitated, unable to move. Perhaps it is some curse from the heavens." At that moment, Lin Zhennan realized that among the gathered crowd, there were indeed no elderly individuals beyond 50 or 60 years of age, only young men in their 20s and 30s, along with a few women, all relatively youthful. As someone endowed with extraordinary abilities, Lin Zhennan stepped forward, grasped the elder's hand, felt his pulse, and opened his gifted eyes to examine the elder's condition closely. Indeed, he discovered that above the elder's waist, there were no issues, but below, the limbs lacked proper blood circulation, leading to atrophied veins and stagnant blood, which had formed clots that hindered movement. It became evident that the soil or water in this area contained some pathogenic factors, causing such paralysis. Otherwise, why would the affliction only manifest at a certain age? It was likely a cumulative effect of harmful substances gradually poisoning them, leading to the elderly becoming incapacitated. The elder felt a warm sensation coursing through his veins, a sensation he had not experienced in decades. Surprised, he marveled at the newfound warmth in legs that had long been numb. In Chapter 42, Lin Zhennan attempted to assist the elder. The elder's trembling feet touched the ground, and with a tentative effort, he stood upright. He took a few cautious steps forward, his balance unsteady but not faltering. Elated, the elder exclaimed, "My legs are truly healed. I, Sun Tianfa, never imagined I would walk again in my lifetime." It turned out that the elder's name was Sun Tianfa, the respected leader of this small community, now over 80 years old. Seeing Sun Tianfa stand, Lin Zhennan realized that he had successfully restored the elder's circulation. However, he knew his powers were not yet sufficient to allow the elder to move freely like a normal person. He recalled the spring water he had stored in his ring. With a silent thought, a bottle of spring water materialized in his hand. Lin Zhennan addressed the elder, "Sir, please drink this bottle of water. It is sacred water from the Yao Pool on Kunlun Mountain, meant to nourish your blood and restore the damage caused by years of immobility. However, do not consume it all at once. The potency is immense, and too much could be detrimental to your frail body, potentially causing your muscles and bones to rupture. Just a small half bottle will suffice. Upon hearing that it was sacred water, Sun Tianfa solemnly accepted the bottle and instructed a nearby young man to fetch a bowl for drinking. He carefully poured a little less than half of the water and drank it slowly. The effects of this celestial water were remarkable, and he could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Divine, truly divine. I have encountered a celestial being today." With that, he bowed deeply to Lin Zhennan. Lin Zhennan quickly assisted him back to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality, sir. It was merely a simple act." Sun Tianfa, as the esteemed leader of the community, sighed deeply, reflecting on his restored vitality. "It is a pity that while I have regained my strength, there are hundreds of others in our village, like me, who are paralyzed and unable to walk. I doubt such sacred water could save them all." Lin Zhennan, contemplating the elder's words, reassured him, "Do not worry, sir. Since there are many others suffering from similar ailments, I believe I possess the ability to heal them as well, though it may take a bit longer." Upon hearing this, Sun Tianfa, filled with excitement, grasped Lin Zhennan's hand. "Immortal, is what you say true? If so, it would be wonderful. Whether sooner or later, it matters not. Some have suffered for decades, while others for only a few years. Time is inconsequential. What matters is that they can recover, which would be their great fortune." Lin Zhennan, feeling the elder's grasp tighten, gently withdrew his hand, preferring not to be held by an old man, though he would not have minded if it were a beautiful woman. The crowd then led Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei to their dwelling. Observing the houses in which they reside, one could discern a resemblance to the architectural style of our ancient Huaxia. The locals warmly welcomed Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei, offering them what they considered their most precious delicacy, fried rice candy and boiled water. Upon tasting, Lin Zhennan found the flavor somewhat charred yet sweet, presenting a rather unique taste, for sugar is a rare commodity in this region. The village elders had heard of a celestial being who could cure their paralysis, prompting them to carry their elderly to the residence of the village chief, with the young ones either pushing or carrying them on their backs, all eager for the divine intervention. Soon, the chief's abode was bustling with activity, filled with the cacophony of voices. Lin Zhennan inquired of Sun Tianfa, "Where is your water tank? I wish to dilute my holy water therein, so that all villagers may partake and be healed of their afflictions, albeit gradually." He insisted that while diluting the holy water, he required solitude, urging Sun Tianfa to gather everyone outside to avoid prying eyes. The elderly Sun Tianfa, already restored to full mobility, held the celestial being in high regard, readily agreeing to disperse the crowd, effectively shepherding them out without a single complaint. After a while, Lin Zhennan emerged and instructed Sun Tianfa to bring the villagers inside, providing each with a bowl of the carefully prepared water. "I have concocted a full tank of holy water. Consume a small bowl each morning, and within 10 days, you shall all regain your health." Sun Tianfa, astonished to see his water tank now brimming, recalled that it had only been half full when he stepped outside. Where had this water come from? Clearly, this young celestial being possessed remarkable powers, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Wang Ziwei, observing Lin Zhennan's eccentric behavior, could not help but internally scorn him as a charlatan. Sun Tianfa, disregarding the patients drinking the water, summoned a few young men to showcase their unique unicycles, insisting that Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei take a ride to explore the scenic beauty of the small plain. The sinkhole plain was adorned with rice paddies, while the slopes bore various crops. In the lower areas, a winding stream meandered into the distance, presenting a picturesque pastoral scene. At the highest point, adjacent to the mountain wall, stood a small grove of towering trees. Lin Zhennan whispered to Wang Ziwei, "Do you not feel as though we have stepped into the realm of the peach blossom spring?" Wang Ziwei glanced at the surrounding beauty and nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, it bears a resemblance to the idyllic descriptions found in ancient texts." Thus, Lin Zhennan intrigued the chief, Sun Tianfa, by discussing the origins of this place. According to Sun Tianfa, we are also descendants of ancient Shenzhou, kin to Qiyu, during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After Qiyou's defeat by the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor, we fled from the central plains to this miasmic refuge, discovering this sinkhole plain surrounded by mountains, which offered protection from outside invasion. Our ancestors chose to settle here, living in self-sufficiency for thousands of years. Lin Zhennan was astonished, exclaiming, "You mean to say you have had no contact with the outside world for millennia?" Sun Tianfa replied, According to our oral traditions, our ancestors, upon entering this sinkhole plane, had some limited interactions with the outside world for the first 2,000 years. However, after an earthquake caused the collapse of our passage to the outside, we became isolated, finding self-sufficiency within this little world, thus feeling no discomfort with our circumstances. From Sun Tianfa's account, Lin Zhennan gleaned that this sinkhole plane had once been connected to the outside through a cave, but an earthquake had sealed that route. Ironically, the seismic activity redirected a river underground, leading it to this sinkhole plane and resolving their water supply issues. Lin Zhennan inquired, "Have no outsiders ever visited?" The elder shook his head. "This place is quite remote. Those who stumble upon it are typically hunters, and seeing such high cliffs would deter them from descending. Moreover, when we spot them trying to come down, we would beat drums to warn them. Gradually, they cease their attempts, perhaps considering us as savages or wild folk. Consequently, no one has ventured here in recent times. Even representatives from the court would look down upon this small patch of land, leaving us as a secluded realm, free from oversight, which we find rather pleasant." Lin Zhennan mused, "This truly resembles a modern-day rendition of the peach blossom spring." Observing the villagers clad in coarse linen garments, he noted their stark disconnection from the outside world. He then asked, "Do you not yearn to see the world beyond?" Sun Tianfa replied, "We have grown accustomed to life here and have little desire to explore the outside. Besides, we are surrounded by towering mountains, making it nearly impossible to leave. In recent years, many young people have expressed a longing for the outside world. We often see strange birds soaring in the sky, emitting thunderous cries, which fills us with both fear and wonder." Strange birds? Thunderous cries? Lin Zhennan pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter, realizing they were likely referring to airplanes. He then explained to Sun Tianfa, "Those are not divine birds. They are machines created by modern society that transport people and goods through the skies. Such aircraft are common in many parts of the outside world, and if you wish to venture out, I can guide you." The elders showed little interest, while the younger individuals were intrigued by the notion of flying machines that could carry people. Sun Tianfa and the other elders harbored no desire to leave. Lin Zhennan chose not to press the matter further, instead shifting the conversation to inquire about the ailments affecting their legs. Sun Tianfa explained, "We are uncertain of the cause. As we age, all individuals here, regardless of gender, seem to develop this peculiar affliction, leading to mobility issues and eventually paralysis." Lin Zhennan contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Your condition may be a localized ailment, likely linked to your water source. Do you drink from the river, or do you obtain water from wells?" Sun Tianfa responded, "We do not consume river water. Our drinking water is sourced from a natural spring that emerges from a cave. We fear the river's water may be contaminated, as it flows from the outside world, and if outsiders were to poison it, we would be defenseless." Lin Zhennan furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. "It is most likely the mountain spring water from your cave that contains heavy metals or similar substances. Consuming that spring water over time can lead to various health issues. The young people are not affected yet, primarily because they have not accumulated enough toxins to trigger any ailments. They may not understand what heavy metals are, but they certainly recognize them as dangerous poisons that can cause toxicity when ingested in excess over time. The youth yearn to leave this secluded mountain nest, yet they hesitate to converse freely with the young immortal due to the presence of their village chief." Lin Zhennan perceived the inner thoughts of the young individuals, yet refrained from engaging further, fearing the discontent of the elder villagers, who were traditionally minded and reluctant to venture beyond their confines. After all, the inhabitants have been isolated for millennia, harboring an intangible fear of the outside world. Lin Zhennan then visited their distillery, situated in a sinkhole with a favorable microclimate and abundant resources, with ample grain that cannot be exchanged with the outside world. The villagers resort to brewing wine from their surplus, as it can be preserved for long periods. Upon entering the distillery, the fragrant aroma of alcohol wafted through the air, evoking a sense of comfort even in Lin Zhennan, who was not particularly fond of liquor. He felt an urge to indulge in 300 cups. This distillery, nestled within a cave in the mountains, spans approximately 20,000 square meters by external estimates, housing thousands of clay wine jars filled with beverages crafted through traditional methods over the centuries. If these wines could reach the outside world, they would surely captivate the connoisseurs of the present day. However, Lin Zhennan had yet to propose taking the wine outside, as he currently lacked any means of exchange. Money would hold little value here, where currency is less useful than paper, and they do not even possess paper. That evening, they took shelter in the village. Initially, Lin Zhennan intended to share a room with Wang Ziwei, but she insisted on sleeping in the same room, fearing that he might vanish by morning. Thus, Lin Zhennan slept on the floor while Wang Ziwei occupied the bed. They exchanged no words throughout the night. Upon waking the next morning, villagers brought forth their traditional delicacy, rice wine boiled eggs. The enticing blend of the subtle aroma of alcohol and the flavor of eggs filled Lin Zhenan's mouth with saliva even before tasting them. Chapter 44. Preparing to depart the mountain after breakfast, Lin Zhennan sought out the village chief, Sun Tianfa, to bid farewell. Elder son, I must take my leave today due to pressing matters, he stated. Sun Tianfa felt a twinge of reluctance at their departure, as Lin Zhennan and his companion were the only guests the sinkhole plain had seen in a millennium. Hesitant, he inquired, "How will you two ascend from our plain? Surrounded by steep peaks with no footholds?" Lin Zhennan chuckled. "There is no need for your concern, elder son. These mere cliffs shall not impede my progress." Approaching the nearest rock face, he discreetly summoned his extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, fine, spider-like hairs sprouted from his fingertips, and his nails elongated and curved. He swiftly scaled the steep cliff, his fingers digging into the rocky surface, sending debris flying. Like a monkey, he ascended rapidly, soon reaching a dizzying height. The villagers below gaped in astonishment at Lin Zhennan's swift ascent. Indeed, this immortal is extraordinary. He traverses such a steep mountain with ease, they marveled. Others countered. He has yet to reveal his full capabilities. Perhaps he could soar on clouds or ride a sword through the air. As Lin Zhennan's figure diminished from view, Wang Ziwei, initially laughing with the crowd, suddenly realized he might be leaving her behind, and her heart sank. "Lin Zhennan, don't leave me," she cried, her tears flowing. Just then, she felt a tickling sensation on her face and opened her eyes to find Lin Zhennan holding a bouquet of wildflowers, playfully brushing them against her tear-streaked cheeks. Overcome with emotion, she leaped up and embraced his neck tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "I thought you were abandoning me. How could you do this? What would I do if you left me here?" She lamented, her small fists pounding against his chest. Lin Zhennan felt exasperated by her antics. "Why is she crying over my brief absence? I merely climbed a mountain to demonstrate," he thought, hesitant to comfort her due to her unpredictable temperament. He opted instead to gently reassure her. "Dear Miss Wang, do not weep. How could I ever abandon you? If I did, your brother would surely retaliate against me." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wang Ziwei leaned against Lin Zhennan's shoulder, wiping her tear-streaked face on his clothing, leaving behind traces of her tears and mucus. Lin Zhennan sighed in resignation. After all, she was a young lady of privilege. The accompanying villagers averted their gazes, pretending not to witness the scene between the immortal and his companion. As the saying goes, when immortals quarrel, mortals suffer. "We did not see anything. Please continue," they thought. Lin Zhennan, feeling a bit awkward, sought to divert the attention of the onlookers. "Elder son, as we prepare to leave, is there anything you require? We can procure some supplies from nearby markets once we emerge from the mountains." Wang Ziwei, intrigued, asked, "Do you not assault here?" Sun Tianfa shook his head. "Not exactly. We have a cave from which springs forth mineral-rich water, and we collect this water in copper pots to boil down into salt. However, the quality is quite poor, merely a substitute. Without this coarse salt, our people would struggle to survive, yet even this supply is insufficient. Many have succumbed to various ailments. With some young ones perishing prematurely. It is heart-wrenching. Our most precious resource is salt, which we distribute evenly among ourselves. No one receives more due to their status. To violate this rule would result in punishment, cast into a pig pen and left to fate. Medicine is even scarcer. We endure our illnesses, and if we survive, we live. If not, we simply perish. We can only pray to the deities for mercy." Lin Zhennan sighed inwardly, recognizing the hardships faced by these descendants of Huaxia. "Elder son, I will procure some supplies for you, but you must choose 10 or so able-bodied individuals to accompany me. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to transport everything back alone." Sun Tianfa hurriedly said, all right. Here we lack everything except for idle men. These young rascals spend their days doing nothing but farming. If they hear about an opportunity to venture out with the immortal Taoist, they would be overjoyed and rush in without hesitation." With that, he instructed his subordinates to call the young people to gather by the riverbank, awaiting Lin Zhennan's selection. Indeed, within 10 minutes, groups of young men emerged from their homes, racing towards the riverbank, excitement radiating from each of them. Once they had assembled, Lin Zhennan addressed them. "Dear villagers, we are preparing to depart. Before we leave, I intend to procure some salt and essential supplies for you, but you must accompany me. We need at least 10 individuals. However, once we are outside, I fear your dialect may raise suspicions among outsiders, so you must follow my lead and refrain from speaking. Just do as I instruct, understood? Those who refuse to comply should not accompany me, as we do not wish to encounter troubles that could be difficult to resolve. Sun Tianfa nodded in agreement, aware that if these individuals acted recklessly outside, it could lead to complications. Although they had lived in obscurity for thousands of years, unnoticed by the locals, any mischief could attract unwanted attention, with dire consequences for their kin. Lin Zhennan selected a dozen individuals he deemed suitable. The chosen youths nodded eagerly, fully aware of the rarity of this opportunity to venture beyond the mountains, and pledged to follow instructions diligently. Chapter 45. The Journey Begins. Sun Tianfa observed Lin Zhennan conversing with the young men and, without requesting anything for himself, eagerly inquired, "Immortal, what should we prepare for salt and medicine? I have heard that people outside conduct transactions with money, but we possess none of that. What will you use to barter?" Lin Zhennan chuckled, "Rest assured, I have ample funds for purchasing goods outside. I will cover the expenses. After all, we are children of Huaxia." Unfamiliar with the term children of Huaxia, Sun Tianfa understood it to mean descendants of a shared ancestry. He respectfully bowed to Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, esteemed immortal. The old man has little to offer in return, but I hope you might occasionally visit these old fellows." The elder, along with his clan, daily offered incense and bowed in reverence to the immortal. The young men were thrilled to learn that this immortal could use magic to transport them to another realm, making the daunting ascent of the cliff seem effortless. Lin Zhennan then asked Wang Ziwei, "Miss Wang, will you join them? I can use an illusion to place you in a separate space, so you won't find the climb exhausting. I will release you shortly." Wang Ziwei shook her head vehemently. "I refuse to be with them. You tricked me before. If you toss me into that mountain with them, how will I ever find you?" Lin Zhennan, enjoying the banter, playfully retorted as he prepared to make his move. In an instant, the group of young men standing on the riverbank vanished without a trace, leaving only the chaotic footprints they had made. Witnessing this spectacle, no fewer than 200 or 300 locals stood in stunned silence, marveling at the miraculous disappearance of the young men. Was this youthful immortal truly a deity? Their admiration for Lin Zhennan grew, particularly since he had previously healed many of their ailments, and now they beheld his extraordinary powers, leaving them in awe. Sun Tianfa and the other elders knelt before Lin Zhennan, bowing their heads in prayer for divine protection. Wang Ziwei, amused, remarked, "Lin Zhennan, you great swindler. You only enjoy teasing these honest folks." With a stern gaze, Lin Zhennan replied, "Speak carelessly again, and I may just stuff you into my magic bag and send you off with those lads to face the harsh winds." This notion struck fear into Wang Ziwei, and she shivered at the thought of being squeezed among those rough young men, promptly silencing herself. Lin Zhennan clasped his fists together in gratitude towards Sun Tianfa, then swiftly lifted Wang Ziwei onto his back, instructing her to hold tightly around his neck. With a mighty leap, he ascended the cliff, utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Lin Zhennan's fingers gripped the rocky face of the cliff like iron hooks, and in no time, they became invisible to those below, leaving only the sound of stones clattering down the mountainside. The ascent from the depths of the sinkhole to the mountain peak took merely a minute. Once atop the ridge, Lin Zhennan gently set Wang Ziwei down. She steadied herself, finally daring to open her eyes after the nerve-wracking climb, although she was known for her fearless spirit. The sheer height of the cliff, with the mountain peak looming overhead and the howling winds at her ears, had left her dizzy. Surveying the area, Wang Ziwei realized they stood on the highest peak, surrounded by rolling hills, with the wind rushing past and a vast expanse of untouched forest stretching into the distance, obscuring any visible paths. Lin Zhennan silently chanted, and soon, the group of young men appeared on the flat ground of the mountaintop. They marveled at the breathtaking scenery, each filled with amazement. Having never ventured beyond the sinkhole, they were instinctively captivated by the outside world. The leader, a young man named Sun Tianzhong, exclaimed, "Brothers, look, that is our home. It appears so small, almost no bigger than an ant." The young men buzzed with excitement, discussing their awe at the wonders of the world. After a brief respite, Lin Zhennan led them down a narrow path, their goal now to locate a larger settlement where they could procure essential supplies for life in Sinkhole. The mountains were steep and the forest dense, with wild animals occasionally lurking nearby. However, typical creatures like leopards hesitated to approach the group of over 10 men, cautiously observing from a distance. Larger predators, such as tigers, had yet to be sighted, and it remained uncertain whether such formidable beasts existed in northern Myanmar. As the group ambled along, they lost track of time, and by midday, they had yet to encounter any signs of civilization. Lin Zhennan remarked, "This place is indeed vast. We've walked for ages without seeing a single soul. It seems we may have to resort to hunting for our lunch. Is it illegal to hunt wild game here?" Wang Ziwei retorted, "Even if it were illegal, it would require someone to apprehend you." Lin Zhennan quipped, "At this point, I would welcome the arrival of the authorities, as it would afford me a free ride." Just then, a herd of wild goats emerged leisurely from the forest. Lin Zhennan chuckled, "Speak of the devil, our lunch has arrived." He picked up a few small stones from the ground and casually threw them. With a series of thuds, the stones struck 3 or 5 goats, causing those hit to collapse lifelessly, while the unharmed goats, startled, fled in panic. The more than 10 young men who followed were left utterly astonished. The immortal was truly formidable, effortlessly dispatching a goat with a mere flick of the wrist. They dragged the lifeless goat to a nearby stream, where they proceeded to gut and prepare it. The mountain men were always equipped with knives, making the task of butchering the goat second nature to them. With many hands at work, some tended to the goat, while others gathered dry twigs. In no time, they had a fire roaring and began roasting the goat. Lin Zhennan retrieved cumin from his pack, seasoning the meat, which soon began to emit an enticing aroma. As the goat reached perfection, Lin Zhennan instructed everyone to partake. The group eagerly seized their knives, carving into the succulent meat, selecting their preferred cuts. Lin Zhennan, too, took a piece and handed it to Wang Ziwei before savoring a slice himself. With the fragrant goat meat in her mouth, Wang Ziwei felt a warmth in her heart, appreciating Lin Zhennan's thoughtful care. However, upon glancing up at the endless expanse of primordial forest, she wondered when they might escape this place. Chapter 46. Contacting home. Lin Zhennan observed Wang Ziwei's pensive expression. What was she contemplating? Wang Ziwei spoke. "We have no idea how to navigate our way out of this man-eating wilderness, nor do we know if we are headed in the right direction. The magnetic field here is so chaotic that our compass is rendered useless." Lin Zhennan smiled reassuringly. "Do not fear. Even if we cannot leave this place in the short term, you will not starve with me by your side." Wang Ziwei reflected on this, comforted by the knowledge that with Lin Zhennan, even if they remained lost, they would not go hungry, though the local wildlife would suffer. The group of over 10 continued their journey, walking and pausing intermittently for 2 days until they finally spotted a rural road. Although it was termed a road, they saw no automobiles, only a couple of horse-drawn carts. Lin Zhennan attempted to hail one of the carts, conversing with the driver for a while, but to no avail. Wang Ziwei stepped forward, pulling Lin Zhennan aside and communicating in a widely spoken ethnic language from northern Myanmar. Before long, they found common ground and were able to understand one another. It is noteworthy that Myanmar is home to over 100 ethnic groups, each with their own complex languages, making communication challenging. In urban areas, this is somewhat easier, but in rural regions, people typically only speak their native dialect, complicating interactions. Fortunately, Wang Ziwei had extensive experience in interrogation, having dealt with a wide array of individuals in the Dragon team, thus acquiring knowledge of many languages. While she was not fluent in all, she could manage basic conversations. Today, serendipity favored her, as she happened to know a few phrases in the local dialect. After a brief exchange, she learned that a small town was not far from their location, boasting a variety of goods for sale. Lin Zhennan proposed that they rent the cart, inquiring whether the driver accepted Chinese yuan or US dollars, as he had collected a substantial amount of the latter from the mercenaries. Upon hearing they wished to rent his cart, the driver was elated, confirming he accepted both currencies, which were both considered valuable locally. Lin Zhennan produced a handful of loose US dollars, around 100, and handed them to the driver. As over 10 men boarded the cart, Wang Ziwei adamantly refused to join, finding their odor unappealing, preferring to walk alongside Lin Zhennan. Lin Zhennan didn't mind, with his enhanced abilities. He felt invigorated and hardly noticed any fatigue. Wang Ziwei, having improved her physical condition through the rejuvenating spring water of the ring space, also found walking not particularly taxing, especially as a member of the Dragon team, her physical fitness surpassing that of the average person, despite her administrative role. The men from a sinkhole had no such concerns, unaware that Wang Ziwei was repulsed by their sweat. Thus, the car continued its slow journey along the rugged mountain path, while Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei playfully jogged alongside. Wang Ziwei occasionally asked Lin Zhennan to pluck flowers from trees or gather feathers from nesting wild birds, creating a lively scene filled with laughter that made the men on the cart envious, yearning to walk alongside the ethereal beauty. After roughly 2 hours, they caught sight of a modest market town. It resembled a small village in China, yet was far less organized and beautifully constructed. The crooked houses bore the weight of many years. Upon entering the town, Wang Ziwei's primary objective was to locate a place to make a phone call. Although they had escaped danger, the mobile signals remained elusive. She needed to use a landline to see if she could reach anyone. She approached a shop with a public telephone and communicated with a shopkeeper for a while before requesting $200 from Lin Zhennan, which she handed to the proprietor. As it was an international call, the shopkeeper was reluctant to proceed without upfront payment, wary of those who might abscond without paying in such small towns. Wang Ziwei then dialed her family's number back in Jindu, China. At the Wang family's villa, the elderly patriarch's sons and grandsons, rarely gathered, sat in the living room like anxious brides, fearful of provoking their grandfather's ire. The landline rang unexpectedly. In contemporary times, most landlines serve merely as decoration, rarely used except for significant matters where mobile phones fail. The family hesitated to answer, fearing bad news. Eventually, Wang Mama, noticing the phone ringing, cautiously picked it up. "Hello," she said gently. Immediately, Wang Ziwei's excited voice filled the line. "Is this Wang Mama? I'm so happy to hear your voice. Are Grandpa and the others around?" Upon hearing her voice, tears streamed down Wang Mama's face. Wang Ziwei had grown up before her eyes, and the bond they shared was profound. The sudden news of her abduction had weighed heavily on her heart. 2 months had passed, and hearing her voice again overwhelmed her. "Oh, my dear girl, where are you? Your grandfather, uncles, and cousins are all here. Let me get them for you." Wang Mama hurriedly brought the phone to the elderly patriarch. Wang Zhenhua, suppressing his excitement, asked gravely, "Little girl, where are you? Why are you using a landline?" Wang Ziwei steadied her emotions. "Grandpa, my mobile phone doesn't work here. There's no signal. So I thought to use a landline. I'm near a primordial forest in northern Myanmar, but I don't know the exact name." The old man exchanged glances with his sons, signaling them to contact the authorities to trace the call's origin. Then he inquired further, "Have you escaped from the mercenaries?" Wang Ziwei, wiping her tears, replied joyfully, "Grandpa, I almost thought I would never see you again, just when they intended to kill me. A person from our homeland miraculously appeared and saved me. This individual possesses remarkable skills." Lin Zhennan listened nearby, rolling his eyes. Upon hearing that Wang Wenjing's friend had rescued his beloved granddaughter, the old man was intrigued. This situation mirrored Wang Wenjing's analysis from a couple of days prior, and he was eager to meet this young man who had managed to extricate his granddaughter from the clutches of merciless mercenaries. Such a feat was no small accomplishment. The landline phone's volume was quite loud, allowing everyone present to hear clearly. Wang Wenjing, upon realizing that the acquaintance in question was likely Lin Zhennan, smiled at the thought of her brother and sister in the primordial forest, which made her chuckle. She leaned closer to the old man's face, speaking into the receiver. "Sister, is that young man who saved you Lin Zhennan?" A dismissive voice came from the phone, belonging to Wang Ziwei. "Indeed, it's someone of the same ilk. One can tell who it is just by the sound of their voice. Who else could prattle on like a mystic all day long?" Wang Wenjing, summoning her courage, replied to her sister, "Sister, be gentle with him. After all, he traveled a great distance to rescue you. Is it fair to mock him?" Wang Ziwei, undeterred, retorted, "Who saved whom is still debatable. Without my extensive experience in jungle warfare, whether he could have succeeded remains an open question." The others in the living room could envision the inhumane treatment the rescuer must have endured, and in 3 seconds, after Wang Ziwei concluded her call, Lin Zhennan also managed to speak with Hao Yuxing back home. Hao Yuxing, upon receiving a call from his long-lost friend after nearly 2 months, felt a mix of concern and joy. However, upon learning that the conversation involved confidential matters, he refrained from probing further. He assured Lin Zhennan that he would manage the antique shop well, at least ensuring it wouldn't incur losses. Lin Zhennan responded that profit and loss were of little consequence to him. As long as the shop was maintained adequately, that was sufficient. He then asked Hao Yuxing to pass on a message to Lin Qianqian, assuring her of his safety while explaining that he could not call her directly. Hao Yuxing promised to relay the message to Lin Qianqian. After some time, the old man finally hung up the phone, deep in thought. He concluded that once they had definitive news of her, there would be no need for further urgency. He instructed the dragon team to be notified about the situation. Hadn't they mentioned deploying several groups to search? He urged them to contact the team and direct them toward the town where his sister was located, emphasizing the importance of ensuring their safety. Wang Wenjing smiled and said, "With Lin Zhennan, that remarkable individual by my sister's side, you all need not worry. I bet he is more effective than your entire dragon team combined." The old man then inquired, "You've been boasting about your friend being extraordinary. What exactly makes him so remarkable?" Wang Wenjing shook her head. "It's hard to fathom. My friend is incredibly perceptive when it comes to stones and possesses exceptional martial skills. I suspect there are many more extraordinary traits I have yet to discover. Just think, he managed to rescue my sister unharmed from those merciless mercenaries. From what I gather from her, she seems unperturbed, and I have this feeling that our fierce dragoness has taken on a more delicate demeanor. It's concerning." The old man struck his grandson on the head with his cane, exclaiming, "You rascal, you're nothing but a chatterbox." Subsequently, the Wang family contacted the higher-ups of the dragon group, instructing them to converge on the small town in northern Myanmar to safeguard Wang Ziwei, who had been rescued. Should any further mishaps occur, they were to ensure the necessary personnel were prepared. The higher-ups of the dragon group communicated via satellite phone with their leader, Long Haoyan. Upon hearing that Wang Ziwei had been located near the small town of Ziyang, less than 50 kilometers away, excitement surged within the team. After toiling for over half a month, they had finally pinpointed their target. It was a lamentable situation, indeed. The esteemed dragon group had been outdone by an ordinary individual, who had managed to rescue their comrades from the mercenaries, an undeniable affront to their pride. Long Haoyan summoned his subordinate, Long, and retrieved a map from his military bag. "We have a target now, located in Ziyang, approximately 50 to 60 kilometers from here. Despite our constant patrols, we failed to encounter our abducted members. Yet, here we are, outshone by a hero from the streets. It's truly humiliating." The 10-man team exchanged glances, at a loss for words. After folding the map, they set off in haste toward their designated objective. Indeed, Lin Zhennan was in the town of Ziyang, procuring various essential supplies needed by the inhabitants of the sinkhole: salt, fabric, medicine, and an array of household items. He was generous with his money, refusing to haggle, paying either in Chinese currency or dollars, both of which were highly valued locally, bringing smiles to the faces of the local merchants. After purchasing these goods, he instructed the merchants to transport them to a grove outside the town using horse-drawn carts. He informed them that a vehicle would soon arrive for loading. So they unloaded the goods at the edge of the grove. The sellers, indifferent to how the items were transported as long as they received their payment, happily complied. Once the merchants departed, Lin Zhennan stored all the supplies in his spatial ring. The group of over 10 young men who had emerged from the sinkhole had grown accustomed to Lin Zhennan's magical abilities, showing no surprise. He then gathered these men back into his spatial ring and purchased a new motorcycle from the locals. However, Wang Ziwei insisted on accompanying him, refusing to remain behind. With no other option, Lin Zhennan agreed, and the two of them rode the motorcycle toward the sinkhole. In fact, the distance from their current location in Ziyang to the sinkhole was not very far, perhaps just a few dozen kilometers, certainly less than 100. They had taken many winding paths to arrive at their current location, which had delayed their journey. Now, riding swiftly along the forest paths, they felt the distance was negligible, and within a short time, they reached the summit of the sinkhole. Lin Zhennan parked the motorcycle nearby, dismounted, and gazed into the mist that enveloped the sinkhole, obscuring his view. Wang Ziwei clutched his clothing tightly, her silence speaking volumes. Lin Zhennan understood her unspoken fears. With no alternative, he embraced Wang Ziwei and approached the edge of the sinkhole. Although she was aware of Lin Zhennan's formidable martial prowess and his minor magical abilities, the thought of leaping from such a height still filled her with trepidation. She clung tightly to his neck, her eyes squeezed shut, radiating a sense of brave resignation. This amused Lin Zhennan. Despite the safety of his spatial ring, she chose to jump with him, all the while terrified. Once he sensed that Wang Ziwei was prepared, Lin Zhennan leaped like a great bird, soaring into the air above the sinkhole. The descent was swift and in under 10 seconds. He landed on a plot of land on the prairie below, trampling a number of crops in the process. Fortunately, the residents of the sinkhole regarded him as a divine figure and bore no grievances. Lin Zhennan set Wang Ziwei down and released a group of local youths from his spatial ring. They arrived at the front courtyard of the clan leader's son, Tianfa's residence, where Lin Zhennan unloaded all the supplies he had purchased creating a massive pile in the courtyard. The villagers nearby gathered in curiosity, having never seen such items before, yet recognizing their utility. Children are primarily concerned with their snacks, drooling as they gaze upon treats such as egg pancakes and wafers, delicious morsels that are readily available. Observing this, one cannot help but acknowledge humanity's intrinsic anticipation for edible delights. These children, having never encountered such delicacies, instinctively perceive them as delectable. Chapter 48. Ambushed again, Sun Tianfa led a group of elderly tribesmen to welcome Lin Zhennan and his companions. Bowing respectfully, Sun Tianfa addressed Lin Zhennan, Honorable Lin. On behalf of my people, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the abundance of supplies you have bestowed upon us. We are at a loss for how to repay your generosity. Lin Zhennan glanced at the elderly individuals trailing behind Sun Tianfa. Their ailments have improved considerably, I trust? He inquired. Indeed, Sun Tianfa replied promptly. Most have recovered significantly. Only a bit of nurturing remains. Lin Zhennan waved dismissively. No need for excessive pleasantries. Please ensure these supplies are stored or distributed promptly. I must take my leave today, but I shall return when time permits. Honorable Lin, you are so busy. Will you not linger a few days with us? Sun Tianfa offered. But with Miss Wang as your companion, I wouldn't dare keep you. I hope you will grace us with your presence again. This old man will be here to welcome you. Lin Zhennan surveyed the picturesque landscape of the sinkhole, appreciating the natural beauty, and felt a twinge of pity for the simplicity of the tribespeople. He contemplated the possibility of establishing a long-term presence here, yet acknowledged the area's inadequate living conditions. Clearly, infrastructural improvements would be necessary in the future. However, such matters could wait. Transforming the infrastructure would not be insurmountable, provided there were financial resources to hire a construction team. The challenge lay in the fear that word of this pristine locale would spread, attracting throngs of tourists, which would inevitably mar its unspoiled charm. Thus, careful deliberation was required regarding development plans. After conversing further with Sun Tianfa, Lin Zhennan took his leave, accompanied by Wang Ziwei. They ascended a steep cliff with ease, Lin Zhennan demonstrating a newfound mastery of his abilities. The descendants of Qiyu at the bottom of the sinkhole gazed upwards, awestruck by the departure of Lin Zhennan and his companion, marveling at the celestial prowess that enabled one man to transport such a vast quantity of goods without seeking recompense, a demeanor befitting a deity. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Zhennan retrieved his motorcycle from the underbrush. The two mounted the vehicle and descended the mountain. Wang Ziwei, perplexed, remarked, "Those from the rivers and lakes would revel in showcasing their abilities, yet you prefer to remain enigmatic. Truly, you are a curious individual." Lin Zhennan scoffed. "You recognize them as rogues of the underworld. They exploit their skills for profit, essentially charlatans. Do I resemble them?" Wang Ziwei playfully turned Lin Zhennan's head to scrutinize him closely. Chuckling, "Strangely, you do bear a resemblance." Lin Zhennan lost his focus momentarily, causing the motorcycle to veer slightly. "Hey, Wang Ziwei, what are you doing? Are you trying to endanger my life?" Wang Ziwei laughed heartily. "If even a celestial being could meet their demise from a fall, your divinity is rather lacking. Miss Wang, you hail from a prestigious lineage. Must you speak so coarsely, devoid of any grace?" He chided. Wang Ziwei continued to giggle. "Isn't it the type of woman you fancy? The one who sways with every step, beckoning for a kiss on her delicate hand?" Lin Zhennan shrugged, unwilling to engage further. Knowing well that arguing with a woman is futile, they possessed their own logic. The return journey seemed significantly shorter, and they soon arrived at the designated spot in Ziyang Town. They had previously arranged to meet their contacts here to avoid any miscommunication. Given the distance, that would complicate matters. Lin Zhennan parked the motorcycle while Wang Ziwei dismounted, heading directly into the nearby grocery store. As Lin Zhennan surveyed the street, an unsettling aura enveloped him. He rushed to catch up with Wang Ziwei, seizing her arm. "Something feels amiss. We need to leave this place immediately." Wang Ziwei glanced around, unconvinced. "What are you talking about? It looks just like it did this morning. You're becoming increasingly paranoid, resembling a superstitious fool." Lin Zhennan, rarely speaking, grasped her arm firmly, intent on fleeing the location. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and a dozen armed individuals burst forth from the neighboring shops. Exchanging a glance with Wang Ziwei, they both felt a surge of fear. Had Lin Zhennan not acted swiftly, they might have fallen into the hands of these armed men. From the group emerged a dark-skinned soldier, speaking rapidly in a language Lin Zhennan could not comprehend. He turned to Wang Ziwei, hoping for clarification. She understood the soldier's words and relayed to Lin Zhennan. The officer insists that you must leave me behind and depart alone, or face execution here. Lin Zhennan, bewildered, asked, "What do they want with you?" "They appear to be under the command of a local warlord." "I cannot say for certain," Wang Ziwei replied. "In Myanmar, warlords abound, and no one has authority over another. If someone pays, they will act. Perhaps someone has taken a dislike to me and has hired these warlords to capture me. Could it be your family's political adversaries? Or perhaps your brother's business rivals?" Lin Zhennan pondered, casting a long look at Wang Ziwei. He realized she was not the brightest of companions. Suddenly, a small, slender man, presumably of Chinese descent, was pulled from the shadows. Without hesitation, Lin Zhennan sprang into action. Accustomed to decisive measures, he lifted the motorcycle effortlessly, hurling it like a projectile towards the dark-skinned officer. The motorcycle soared through the air, striking the officer with immense force, leaving him lifeless upon impact. Lin Zhennan's swift reaction caught the officer off guard. He had not anticipated such decisive action from the seemingly unassuming Chinese man. The motorcycle, weighing several hundred pounds, flew from Lin Zhennan's grasp like a cannonball, ensuring that anyone struck would stand no chance of survival. From his spatial pocket, Lin Zhennan retrieved a submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the armed soldiers. He turned to Wang Ziwei, urging her quickly, "Run to the spot where we loaded the goods this morning and wait for me." Wang Ziwei protested, "Give me a gun. I am part of the Dragon team. Although I serve in a civilian capacity, I have undergone rigorous special training and excelled. Do you underestimate my capabilities?" The warlord's soldiers swiftly regained their composure, taking cover and returning fire. The air erupted with a cacophony of gunfire and flying bullets. The quaint grocery store on this narrow street was predominantly constructed of wood, and under the relentless barrage of bullets, the remnants of walls and structures crumbled to the ground. Chapter 49. At last, they encountered members of the Dragon Squad. Observing Wang Ziwei in her current state, Lin Zhennan realized she could not walk unaided. So he retrieved a compact submachine gun from his spatial pocket and tossed it to her. Wang Ziwei, no longer hesitating, swiftly located a concealed position and began firing. Her performance revealed her true nature as a soldier, rather than a frail young lady. Lin Zhennan fought while retreating, eventually positioning himself next to Wang Ziwei. Suddenly, a grenade soared towards them, leaving no time to evade. Without hesitation, Lin Zhennan reversed the grip of his gun and swung it like a baseball bat, sending the incoming grenade back with force. A resounding explosion followed, obliterating the soldier who had thrown it. However, due to the intensity of his swing, Lin Zhennan's submachine gun was rendered useless. Fortunately, his spatial pocket contained several such weapons, all confiscated from international mercenaries. Noticing a 5-story concrete building ahead, the most opulent structure in the town and its strategic high point, Lin Zhennan embraced Wang Ziwei's slender waist and, with a few strides, ascended the only concrete mansion in the area like a monkey. To the astonished gaze of the soldiers below, he had already reached the rooftop, prompting them to think. This Chinese man is utterly terrifying. He is no mere mortal, scaling such heights in mere seconds, while carrying a woman no less. Has he been blessed by the Buddha? It is worth noting that the nations of Myanmar are known for their deep reverence for Buddhism. This fear of the divine led to hesitation among the soldiers. Once atop the concrete edifice, Lin Zhennan felt invincible. From his elevated vantage point, he could discern the positions of every soldier on the street without the need for binoculars. His eyes enhanced by extraordinary abilities. He retrieved a sniper rifle from his spatial pocket and swiftly assembled it. Wang Ziwei, recognizing the importance of silence at such a moment, refrained from interrupting him. With the sniper rifle ready, Lin Zhennan aimed at the soldiers below and fired. One shot shattered a soldier's hand, causing him to drop his weapon and cry out in agony. Wang Ziwei understood Lin Zhennan's compassion. He could not bring himself to kill the soldier, as their animosity was minimal. She quietly advised him, being merciful to enemies on the battlefield is cruelty to oneself. Lin Zhennan exchanged a knowing glance with her and retrieved a few cans of beer from his spatial pocket, tossing one to Wang Ziwei while opening one for himself. Savoring a sip, Wang Ziwei was thoroughly impressed by Lin Zhennan. After enjoying a can of beer, he remarked, "Rest assured, these soldiers are hardly my match. I scarcely regard them as worthy opponents. My dilemma lies in whether to eliminate them entirely or incapacitate them entirely. It's a rather vexing choice." Wang Ziwei found herself at a loss for words. Since Lin Zhennan's appearance, he had seemingly never faced defeat. Over the past 10 days, it seemed he had not lost even a hair. With this thought, Wang Ziwei relaxed and opened her beer, taking a satisfying sip. Lin Zhennan crouched at the stairwell, targeting the soldiers on the street with his sniper rifle, firing at them one by one. Although he did not kill anyone, they were all severely wounded and rendered less threatening. The soldiers on the street were filled with rage towards this Chinese man, unable to retaliate with ordinary firearms or grenades. Their unit was merely lightly equipped and lacked heavy weaponry. To make matters worse, soldiers with binoculars watched in disbelief as this Chinese man casually drank beer atop the building, nearly barbecuing in blatant disregard for them. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades filled the air. Lin Zhennan looked up to see 3 military helicopters approaching in AV formation. Wang Ziwei began to feel anxious. While Lin Zhennan could handle the infantry below, the helicopters posed a significant threat with their heavy weaponry. Although the warlord's helicopters lacked precision missiles, they were certainly equipped with artillery. A single shell could severely injure or kill them both. Yet Lin Zhennan appeared unfazed, exhibiting a carefree demeanor. As the helicopters approached, they did not open fire. Lin Zhennan swiftly threw an unopened beer can at one of the helicopters. His remarkable strength struck the helicopter's rotor, resulting in a shower of beer raining down. Suddenly, a voice from the helicopter's loudspeaker called out in Chinese. "Is this Wang Ziwei? Please lay down your arms. We are sent by the Chinese military to rescue you." Wang Ziwei leapt for joy upon hearing this. "Great! Lin Zhennan, the military is here to rescue us." Lin Zhennan quickly cautioned her, "Don't rush. Find a concealed spot first. We cannot be too careful." Wang Ziwei complied, stealthily moving to a hidden location. Lin Zhennan stood, waved at the helicopter, and placed his weapon on the ground. He was unafraid of the helicopters targeting him with laser-guided bombs, for his abilities had significantly advanced since acquiring his spider powers. Even artillery shells posed little threat to him now. One of the helicopters descended onto the rooftop, and a formidable soldier disembarked. His attire suggested he was a member of the Chinese military, though not in standard uniform. Wang Ziwei dashed out from her hiding place, exclaiming, "Captain Long, you made it." Indeed, it was Long Haoyan, the commander of the Dragon Squad. Lin Zhennan, recognizing Wang Ziwei's call, lowered his guard, understanding they were indeed allies. Long Haoyan smiled wryly at Wang Ziwei, saying, "If I hadn't come, your grandfather, uncle, and father would have torn me to shreds to feed the lions at the zoo. You certainly know how to stir up trouble wherever you go." Wang Ziwei pouted, "Can you blame me? This batch of warlord soldiers, influenced by someone, attempted to capture me. I had no intention of surrendering. If it weren't for my friend's skills, you might not have seen me again." Long Haoyan extended his hand toward Lin Zhennan, saying, "I am Long Haoyan of the Dragon Squad. Thank you for saving my subordinate." Lin Zhennan, feeling no aversion to military personnel, admired them from a young age. Chapter 50. Wang Ziwei returns to China. Lin Zhennan shook Long Haoyan's hand, introducing himself. "I am Lin Zhennan, a humble antique dealer." "Antique dealer? If you're an antique dealer, you've certainly crossed some lines," Long Haoyan remarked, glancing at the carnage below. "This is not the typical behavior of an antique dealer," Dragon Haoyan jested. Lin Zhennan also chuckled, responding, "Isn't it human nature? When faced with danger, who doesn't possess a hint of ruthlessness?" Dragon Haoyan remarked, "Your marksmanship is remarkably precise, even surpassing that of someone like me who has served in the military for decades. Have you ever been a soldier?" He gazed at Lin Zhennan with astonishment. "So, you are a prodigy. Would you be interested in serving under my command?" Had Dragon Haoyan extended such an invitation 2 years prior, Lin Zhennan would likely have leaped with joy. However, now endowed with the abilities of Spider Spirit and his own spatial ring's mystical powers, military service held little allure for him. "Apologies, leader, but I am currently disinterested in military service. I must focus on my business to support my family," he replied. Dragon Haoyan, understanding the nature of those gifted with extraordinary skills, knew that such individuals could not be easily persuaded to serve. Thus, he remained silent and allowed Wang Ziwei to board the plane. Upon boarding, Wang Ziwei noticed Lin Zhennan standing motionless on the rooftop. "What are you doing, Lin Zhennan? Aren't you going to board the plane? Are you going to linger here?" she called out. Wang Ziwei stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Lin Zhennan, you are truly obsessed with wealth. Even at this moment, you're still thinking about making money. How much do you need to leave? I can ask my brother to give it to you." Lin Zhennan empathized with her feelings. He had aided her during a critical moment of life and death, and she surely did not wish for him to come to harm. Little did she know, ordinary people posed no threat to him. Only those who practiced cultivation or possessed magical abilities might present a modicum of danger. Yet he doubted there were many such individuals in the world. With that, Lin Zhennan ceased further conversation, leaping swiftly from a corner of the building. This action left Dragon Haoyan utterly astonished. The building was estimated to be at least 15 to 18 meters high, and Lin Zhennan had jumped down without any precaution. Such skill was not something just anyone could master. Even his elite subordinates, selected from the nation's finest, would struggle to accomplish such a feat. Dragon Haoyan silently lamented the loss of this talent. Wang Ziwei, standing in the helicopter, gazed at the spot where Lin Zhennan had vanished. Her eyes suddenly warm and moist with tears. Was he truly obsessed with money? It seemed not, for he had given away numerous items to the villagers of Tianqing without asking for a single cent in return, despite having spent hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, he had risked his life to save her multiple times without gaining any benefit. Reflecting on the past few weeks, Wang Ziwei pondered what Lin Zhennan truly thought. Dragon Haoyan cast another glance at the spot where Lin Zhennan had disappeared. Wang Ziwei, defiantly pursing her lips, declared, "If Lin Zhennan is not leaving, then I will not leave either. I want to go after him and see what he intends to do." Yet upon hearing this, she immediately felt disheartened. This was a military order, and as a soldier herself, she could not defy it. But what would happen to Lin Zhennan if she simply walked away? Dragon Haoyan paid no mind to her thoughts, gesturing for two soldiers to lift Wang Ziwei and seat her in the cabin. He commanded loudly, "Return to base." Meanwhile, after Lin Zhennan leaped from the building, he swiftly departed the small street. He turned onto a larger thoroughfare, where various goods were sold. He meticulously selected numerous items he required, discreetly placing them into a spatial ring when no one was watching. Primarily, he sought food and clothing, opting for local attire to avoid being recognized as a foreigner. He also acquired cooking utensils, planning to venture into the wilderness of northern Myanmar for exploration. He even purchased several canisters of liquefied natural gas, uncertain if they would explode within his spatial ring, contemplating the potential destruction it could cause. Yet, he reasoned that even if those canisters did explode, the spacious confines of his ring would likely mitigate any significant impact. In an audacious move, he also bought an old-fashioned off-road vehicle from a shopkeeper, paying double the vehicle's worth. The shopkeeper, beaming with delight, eagerly completed the transaction. For who would refuse such a deal? Lin Zhennan drove the vehicle to a wooded area outside the town, unloading various supplies, including the gas canisters, into his spatial ring. After some thought, he decided to store the vehicle as well, changing into the locally purchased clothing. Now, he appeared as a genuine local villager. Chapter 51. The clash of eagles and serpents lightened of burden. Lin Zhennan ventured forth. With ample provisions, he roamed leisurely in the depths of the forest. Whenever hunger struck, he would hunt a game animal, a goat, a leopard, or at the very least, a plump rabbit, and retrieve his barbecue tools from his spatial ring to prepare a simple feast. When fatigue set in, he would find a sturdy tree to climb, fashioning himself a makeshift nest where he slept soundly. Thus, Lin Zhennan meandered through the primordial forests of northern Myanmar for nearly half a month. He had initially aimed to discover whether tigers roamed the woods, hoping to capture a couple for amusement. Alas, whether due to bad luck or the tigers' awareness of his unseemly intentions, they kept their distance, and after over 10 days, he had not even seen a single tiger hair. One day, Lin Zhennan arrived at a broad river valley. This valley lay beside a river, where the rushing waters had carved a small sandbank. The river's water was crystal clear, gently lapping against the shore. The white river sand reflecting in the water was a sight to behold. Lin Zhennan approached the river's edge to observe the schools of unknown small fish swimming in the water. Beneath the clear surface lay countless pebbles, with occasional threads of agate glinting in the sunlight. The vibrant colors of the agate sparkled in the water's reflection, creating a stunning visual spectacle. Lin Zhennan recalled that similar stones, known as rainflower stones in some regions, could be found in the rivers of his hometown. Locals would collect and polish these beautiful stones, crafting them into bracelets and selling them as artisanal goods, which many people adored. Inspired, Lin Zhennan removed his shoes and socks, rolling up his pant legs. It was November, and although northern Myanmar is subtropical, the weather was gradually cooling. Yet, as Lin Zhennan stepped barefoot into the river, the water felt warm against his skin, reminiscent of his mother washing his feet during childhood. Momentarily lost in thought, he realized that there must be a volcanic hot spring upstream, for the river's water would not be so pleasantly warm otherwise. Leaning down, he began collecting the beautiful agate stones, reminiscing about the days spent with Wang Ziwei. Despite her boisterous demeanor and lack of grace, her presence had brought a certain liveliness to his life. Alone in solitude, though one might savor the freedom it affords, the absence of even a solitary companion renders the experience somewhat bland. At that moment, a piercing cry of an eagle pierced the air. Lin Zhennan then lifted his gaze to behold two majestic eagles soaring gracefully above. One eagle appeared to clutch a serpent in its talons, the snake thrashing vigorously, twisting its elongated body, at times entwining itself around the eagle, and at others striking at its neck with its head. The other eagle seemed agitated, flitting about, occasionally pecking at the serpent, yet refraining from exerting too much force, wary of injuring its companion. The struggle between the two eagles and the serpent lasted but a few fleeting minutes before they plummeted into the river, evidently both wounded. The eagle and serpent floated motionless on the water surface. Above, another eagle circled, emitting mournful cries. Observing this scene stirred Lin Zhennan's emotions. The bond shared by the two eagles, whether as siblings or mates, was evident, steadfast in their loyalty even amidst adversity. He felt a stirring urge to assist them. Yet, despite witnessing the serpent's plight, Lin Zhennan harbored no disdain. After all, caught by the eagle, it had bravely fought back in the face of mortal peril. Its spirit was commendable, as its instinct for survival warranted respect, regardless of its serpentine nature. Lin Zhennan retrieved a dry branch from the riverbank, using it to lift the serpent from the water, casting it ashore onto the sand. He then reached into the river to grasp the struggling eagle. Pulling it from the water's grasp, emerging from the river, he stepped onto the sandy bank, producing a chair from his spatial pouch and settling down with a sense of tranquility. Upon closer inspection, he noted the eagle's injury. Indeed, it bore a wound from the serpent's venomous bite, the toxin having coursed through its veins, leaving it weak and barely conscious. The uninjured eagle circled above, crying out in distress, yet Lin Zhennan paid it no heed. Locating the source of the eagle's affliction, he set to work, cleansing the wound with spring water from his backpack. Channeling a glimmer of his supernatural energy, he infused the eagle with a violet glow, seeking to purge the venom from its bloodstream. In a short while, the eagle's eyes fluttered open, and it emitted a series of chirps, seemingly expressing gratitude. The circling eagle, hearing its companion's call, descended cautiously, landing a short distance away, tilting its head in cautious observation. Lin Zhennan then offered the injured eagle a sip of the spring water, renowned for its healing properties, nurturing vitality and bolstering strength. As the water flowed down the eagle's throat, it soon regained its strength, flapping its wings and hopping onto the sandy beach, yet remaining close to Lin Zhennan. It chirped towards the other eagle, which approached tentatively. The two eagles finally reunited, preening each other's feathers, revealing their deep bond. Lin Zhennan took a moment to observe them closely. These eagles appeared to be juvenile golden eagles, standing roughly 2 feet tall. He surmised they had recently reached maturity, as fully grown golden eagles measure over 1 meter in height, boasting impressive wingspans of over 2 meters, establishing themselves as formidable aerial predators. The injured golden eagle seemed to convey to its companion the benefits of the spring water, glancing at Lin Zhennan's bottle. He waved at it, and the uninjured eagle approached without hesitation, eagerly consuming the water Lin Zhennan poured for it. Chapter 52. The Grateful Serpent. The golden eagle displayed a hearty appetite, consuming nearly half a bottle of the spring water, yet it seemed unsatisfied, flapping its wings in anticipation. Given its size, half a bottle was indeed insufficient, and the invigorating sensation coursing through its body made it feel as though it could seize a bull without effort. Its desire for more of the water grew stronger. Lin Zhennan, recognizing this, fetched another bottle of spring water from his bag, offering it to the golden eagle, which he now discerned to be male, its stature surpassing that of the previously injured eagle. At this point, both golden eagles appeared to have forgotten their previous troubles, frolicking in the river, occasionally snatching small fish to consume. Lin Zhennan occasionally glanced up, noting the lifeless serpent sprawled on the sandy shore. Curiosity piqued, he approached it, recognizing it as a silver-ringed snake, known for its potent venom. Observing its abdomen, he noted faint movements. It seemed not entirely lifeless. Folklore suggests that snakes possess multiple lives, making them difficult to kill. Typically, if one were to slay a snake, they would ensure its head is utterly destroyed to prevent its resurrection. Additionally, snakes are said to harbor grudges. Failing to eradicate them invites retribution. However, Lin Zhennan felt no animosity towards this serpent, appreciating its bravery in the face of danger. One must embody such courage, and it was merely a snake. The eagles were not at fault. They existed within the intricate web of the food chain, interdependent without moral judgment. Perhaps by saving the eagle, he had disrupted their equilibrium. And thus, it was only fitting to extend mercy to the silver-ringed snake, as it was still alive. If both parties emerged unscathed, then he had not truly disrupted their ecological balance. With this thought, Lin Zhennan proceeded to cleanse the serpent's wounds with spring water, infusing it with the violet energy. Gradually, the injuries within the silver-ringed snake began to heal under the soothing aura. The serpent started to twist and turn, indicating its revival. Lin Zhennan continued to offer it spring water, watching as it consumed the liquid in small sips. The serpent fully regained its strength, coiling itself and raising its head to glance at Lin Zhennan before slithering away leisurely towards the riverbank. Lin Zhennan sighed, reflecting on the serpent's intellect, which seemed inferior to that of the eagles. The eagles, having been saved, expressed their gratitude by remaining close, while the silver-ringed snake appeared indifferent, slithering away. Yet, it paused at a distance, coiling and raising its head to gaze back at Lin Zhennan. Contemplating its intentions, he mused. Did the serpent wish for him to follow? What purpose would that serve? Perhaps it sought to offer him a clutch of eggs as a token of gratitude? Amusingly absurd. Yet, curiosity is innate to all beings. Lin Zhennan was no exception. He too was filled with curiosity. Thus, he followed the silver-ringed snake into a grove along the riverbank. Fear of the venomous serpent did not daunt him, for his innate abilities and the spring water from his ring were potent antidotes. As the two golden eagles that had been frolicking in the water noticed Lin Zhennan's departure, they ceased their play and followed him. After traversing several valleys, Lin Zhennan arrived at a mountain summit before a sheer cliff. At the base of this cliff, there lay a stone dam devoid of trees, save for an abundance of vines that obscured the rock face, a clear indication of human craftsmanship. The silver-ringed snake slithered into the vines, disappearing from sight in a mere moment. Upon scanning the vines with his heightened perception, Lin Zhennan was taken aback to discover that behind the cliff was an artificially formed cavern. The interior was cluttered with decaying wooden boxes, revealing items wrapped in oiled paper, glistening with a golden hue, reminiscent of gold. Lin Zhennan exclaimed in astonishment. If these contained gold, the quantity would be unfathomable. He remarked on the snake's apparent lack of gratitude, pondering how significant its debt would be if the cave were indeed filled with gold. Retrieving a machete from his spatial ring, Lin Zhennan cleared the vines and scraped away the concealing soil. Soon, the true nature of the cavern was unveiled. It was an air-raid shelter, seemingly abandoned, its entrance constructed of green stone. Behind the stone lay a formidable iron door, its lock rusted and ineffective. Even if someone were to reach this location, they would remain oblivious to the concealed air-raid shelter, hindered by the camouflaging soil and vines. Who would dare to sever the vines to investigate? That would be madness. He extracted a shovel and a crowbar from his spatial storage, discarding a plethora of tools onto the ground. With great care, he donned 2 pairs of work gloves and began prying up the stone slabs. With the enhancement of his abilities and the nurturing effects of the spring water, Lin Zhennan's physical strength was formidable. In no time, he had unearthed a significant pile of green stones, heaping them on the dam. Soon enough, he found himself before the iron door. Given the state of the lock, Lin Zhennan wasted no time. He delivered a powerful kick, causing the door to crash down with a resounding thud, sending dust into the air. The 2 golden eagles, startled, took to the skies. Amused by their timidity, Lin Zhennan chuckled at their exaggerated reaction. He then retrieved 2 large packets of beef jerky from his spatial storage, tore them open, and tossed them on the ground. Beckoning the eagles over, they cautiously descended, pecking at the jerky with delight, whether they truly understood his words or not. He instructed them to remain vigilant outside and alert him if strangers approached. The 2 golden eagles responded with a couple of calls, seemingly comprehending his command. Without lingering to ascertain their movements, Lin Zhennan slipped into the air raid shelter. Upon entering, he soon encountered a pile of wooden boxes, considerably dilapidated, from which golden bars wrapped in oiled paper were exposed. Lin Zhennan was now certain these were gold bars, not mere copper. He pondered who could have stored such a vast quantity of gold in this forsaken cave. Grasping one of the bars, he estimated its weight to be around 50 taels. He surmised that the total amount of gold within the cave was approximately 10 tons. The value of such gold was staggering. at 300 yuan per gram. 10 tons equated to an astronomical sum. Overwhelmed by the calculations, he realized he needed his phone to compute the figures accurately. 1 kilogram equals 1,000 grams, and 1 ton equals 1,000 kilograms. As he crunched the numbers, Lin Zhennan's jaw dropped in disbelief. The estimated worth of the 10 tons of gold was around 3 billion yuan. However, after a moment of exhilaration, he felt a twinge of disappointment. 3 billion was not an insurmountable sum, particularly when compared to the black card he had seized from the mercenary, valued at over 100 billion yuan. Yet, he reminded himself that even the smallest morsel was still sustenance. With a wave of his hand, he stored the 10 tons of gold into his ring. Continuing deeper into the cavern, Lin Zhennan rounded a corner and beheld an array of gilded bronze Buddhist statues, radiating a resplendent golden glow. These statues spanned various dynasties and cultures, including those from China, Myanmar, and Southeast Asia, countless figures, numbering perhaps in the thousands, truly forming a realm dedicated to the Buddha. As Lin Zhennan marveled at this extraordinary collection, he wondered whose grand vision had birthed such a cavern, housing these invaluable artifacts. He cherished the gilded statues, reluctant to set them down, for he had always harbored a deep fascination for antiques, nurtured by his grandfather's teachings. Each time he procured a remarkable piece, he found it hard to part with it, often selling only when funds ran low. However, the business of antiques had its peculiarities. When he desired to purchase something, prices would plummet, but when he was not inclined to buy, sellers would offer exorbitant sums. Thus, his antique endeavors bore little fruit, merely sufficient to make ends meet, especially since he owned the shop and had no rent to pay. Now, confronted with such a plethora of gilded Buddhist statues, he was utterly elated. He ventured further, and after a short distance, he stumbled upon another pile of wooden boxes. This time, the contents were not of monetary value. They were weapons. A collection of rifles, including the iconic Type 38 and various machine guns, alongside countless boxes of ammunition, lay before him. He also discovered several mountain artillery pieces, once highly sought after during their heyday. These firearms were decidedly outdated, likely remnants from World War II. Lin Zhennan recalled that these must have been stockpiled by the Japanese as they retreated into Southeast Asia. Contemplating whether to transport these weapons, he weighed their potential benefits against their practicality. After all, these outdated arms could not be sold. They were decades behind the times. Yet, their excellent condition suggested they could still be of use. In the lawless regions of Myanmar, some factions wielded weapons that were far inferior. Perhaps he should transport them to the sinkhole and arm those within. If the inhabitants of the sinkhole were well armed, they could seize territory and fend off local warlords. Yes, that was the plan. Without hesitation, Lin Zhennan gathered the entire cache of weapons and ammunition, swiftly placing them into his bronze ring. In a matter of moments, he had cleared the armaments from the cave, accumulating a staggering weight of several hundred tons of steel. However, Lin Zhennan did not perceive the ring as particularly heavy. Could it be that this ring contained a gateway to another parallel space, utterly disconnected from his physical form? Perhaps he merely held the key to access this alternate realm. At the far end of the cave, there were remnants of food, all of which had long since decayed, given the cave's damp conditions. Additionally, there was a collection of diesel generators. Upon inspecting them, Lin Zhennan deemed them useful. If transported to the sinkhole, they could serve as a source of power and illumination for the descendants of Qiyu, albeit they consumed an exorbitant amount of fuel. Without hesitation, he stowed the 10 or so diesel generators into his ring space. At that moment, he heard the sharp cry of golden eagles outside. Lin Zhennan wondered if someone had intruded. He quickly exited the cave and looked into the distance. Indeed, he saw a large group of armed personnel approaching from the base of the nearby slope. With no roads leading here, they were all on foot, though a few were mounted on horses. The riders appeared to be the commanding officers of this group. It seemed they had been drawn to the cries of the eagles and were charging up the hill, some even drawing their weapons to take aim at the birds. Seeing this, Lin Zhennan swiftly transported the 2 eagles into his ring space to prevent them from being shot. The armed individuals below did not react unusually. As the area was densely wooded, they assumed the eagles had flown into the trees. Lin Zhennan understood that his space posed no danger to living creatures, and perhaps residing there could even benefit the eagles' health. Thus, he felt no trepidation about their well-being within his ring. He began to descend the slope, anxious that these individuals might discover the empty cave and grow suspicious. Although he wasn't particularly afraid of their inquiries about the cave's contents. After all, he was unarmed, They would never suspect him of possessing a small world capable of containing everything from northern Myanmar. Even if someone asserted such a claim, it was doubtful anyone would believe it. As Lin Zhennan reached the halfway point down the slope, he encountered the soldiers, all of whom aimed their weapons at him. "Who are you and why are you here?" The language they spoke was foreign to him, further emphasizing his status as an outsider. He waved his hands, indicating his lack of understanding. Among the soldiers, one seemed to realize he did not comprehend their language. A mounted officer mumbled a quick phrase. Then a man with a Han Chinese appearance stepped forward, clearly someone who spoke the language. "Who are you? Where do you come from? What are you doing here? Please present your identification," he inquired. Lin Zhennan glanced at this soldier with a familiar face, and suddenly, a line of text appeared in his mind. Yi Huaqiang, male, 35 years old. His grandfather was Han Chinese, and he could barely speak the language. His rank was squad leader. Family situation: both parents alive but in poor health, requiring long-term medication at considerable expense. He had 3 children, 2 daughters and a son, aged between 3 and 12. His wives were both farmers. The family's income was limited, and they lived in considerable hardship. Lin Zhennan was taken aback. Had his abilities truly advanced to the point of scanning another's familial details? "Hey, why are you standing there in a daze? Are you not Han Chinese? Are you Thai or Vietnamese?" This remark jolted Lin Zhennan back to reality. He hastily produced his identification, saying, "I am neither Thai nor Vietnamese. I am an authentic Han Chinese. Here is my identification. Please take a look, officer." Yi Huaqiang took Lin Zhennan's identification and handed it to a dark-skinned officer sitting on a horse. The mounted officer glanced at the identification and asked, "Where is your passport?" Lin Zhennan inwardly lamented, for he had no passport. He had never contemplated traveling abroad. Generally, Han Chinese do not venture overseas and thus do not procure passports. He forced a smile and replied, "Officer, I lost my passport during a disturbance in a town a few days ago." "You lost your passport?" The officer regarded Lin Zhennan with suspicion. "What was the name of the town where this disturbance occurred?" Lin Zhennan honestly replied, "I am not very familiar with your country's geography, but I heard others mention that the town was called Jiyang or perhaps Chaiyang. I'm not quite sure about these names." The mounted officer, upon hearing Yi Huaqiang's translation, could not help but grin, displaying a set of white teeth. "If you lost your passport, why haven't you left this place? Why are you still wandering in these woods?" Lin Zhennan hurriedly explained, "I got lost in this forest. I intended to see what the Wild Man Mountain, traversed by our Han Expeditionary Force during World War II, looked like, but regrettably, I lost my way and am uncertain of my bearings." Yi Huaqiang translated for the Han soldiers, "You have gone the wrong way. You are now further from Wild Man Mountain than ever." "Have I indeed taken the wrong direction? What a pity." Lin Zhennan feigned regret. Internally, he cursed. This was clearly an attempt to detain him, cloaked in the pretext of contacting their diplomatic department. It was evident they were a ragtag army with no authority to engage directly with his nation's diplomatic channels. In a situation where one must bow their head beneath a low eave, Lin Zhennan had no choice but to comply and follow the troops. Though he could have easily escaped at any moment, he recognized that strong-arming his way out would only lead to future troubles. It was wiser to maintain a low profile and accompany them. After all, if it came to it, he could always part with some wealth to secure his safety. These irregular troops resembled bandits. With enough money, they would treat him like a lord. Surrounded by a contingent of armed soldiers to prevent any escape, they walked for a while before reaching a makeshift road, where 3 military trucks and 2 dilapidated jeeps were parked. 2 officers dismounted and entered the jeeps. Lin Zhennan was forced into one of the military jeeps, flanked by 2 armed soldiers in the back seat. 2 cavalry soldiers rode alongside, keeping pace with the vehicle. The jeep traveled far faster than any 2-legged pursuit could manage. Before long, they arrived at a small town, halting in front of an opulent villa. A sign hung at the entrance, the characters of which were unfamiliar to Lin Zhennan, but he surmised it likely indicated the name of the station troops. He was taken into the main hall of the villa, which spanned approximately 200 to 300 square meters. The hall was furnished with numerous pieces of redwood furniture. Though the craftsmanship was somewhat crude, the materials were substantial. Each table and chair was undeniably heavy, unlike the often flimsy furniture back home. Lin Zhennan understood that in this old Myanmar, redwood, rosewood, and even Wong Wali were as common as firewood. Thus, the furniture was made robustly, designed to endure a millennium of use without faltering. 2 soldiers instructed Lin Zhennan to sit in an imposing red sandalwood armchair, awaiting the arrival of their commander for questioning. At that moment, Yi Huaqiang approached, and stood nearby, likely serving as a temporary translator for the commander. After a considerable time, a stout man in military attire, approximately 40 years of age, walked into the room. The soldiers present immediately stood tall and saluted, uttering what seemed to be a respectful greeting in Burmese. It was apparent that this man was their commander. With a mere wave of his hand, the soldiers relaxed their postures. Yi Huqiang addressed the man in his 40s, saying, "Commander, this is a visitor from Huaxia, named Lin Zhennan." He then turned to Lin Zhennan and added, "This is our military commander, General Wu Min." Lin Zhennan bowed respectfully to the military man named Wu Min, remaining silent. However, his gaze discreetly scanned General Wu Min instantly. A series of words materialized in his mind. Wu Min, age 42, male, commander of the Independent Division of the Shan State Army, overseeing no less than 3,000 subordinates. Yet, their weaponry was largely subpar, and in a region rife with various militias, their influence was relatively weak. Deep down, he yearned to strengthen his power and distinguish himself among the various warlords. Wu Min's physical condition, afflicted with a chronic poison that could lead to sudden illness and death at any moment. Lin Zhennan dismissed the subsequent information, as most of it was trivial. His concern lay in the fact that this man was afflicted by chronic poison. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he peered into the being of the soldier known as Wu Min. Indeed, he discovered a lurking parasite within the man's liver, bloated as if it had feasted on the liver's fluids, lazily resting there in slumber. Notably, Wu Min's liver had turned pitch black, and the parasite matched that hue, making it nearly undetectable at first glance. Lin Zhennan pondered whether this was yet another supernatural creature, akin to the ancient spider residing in his mind. The ancient spider, having remained dormant for 2 months, interjected, "Do not compare me to that wretched bug. It is merely a cursed creature set upon him by some sorcerer. Once I regain my strength, I shall devour it like a delicacy." Lin Zhennan engaged the ancient spider. "If that creature is a curse from sorcerer, then what kind of curse afflicts this man?" The spider replied impatiently, "How should I know? I have no interest in such lowly matters. You are welcome to investigate on your own, considering your fascination with the trivialities of the mortal realm." Lin Zhennan, accustomed to the ancient spider's temperament, was not surprised by its disdain for worldly affairs. Meanwhile, General Wu Min observed Lin Zhennan, who seemed lost in thought, with great curiosity. He turned to the translator, Yi Huqiang, and inquired, "Why does he stare at me, as if in a daze?" Lin Zhennan, expressing gratitude, clarified, "I harbor no ill intentions towards you, Commander. I believe you may be unwell, though you may be unaware of it." Yi Huqiang cautiously translated Lin Zhennan's words to General Wu Min, wary that the general might perceive them as mockery and, in a fit of rage, might execute Lin Zhennan, potentially endangering himself in the process. However, to Yi Huqiang's surprise, General Wu Min did not display anger. Instead, he wore a solemn expression, remaining silent. Yet, internally, he was profoundly shaken. His ailment was known only to him, and for months he had endured liver pain and difficulty breathing, particularly at night. He feared revealing this to his subordinates, as many coveted his position. He suspected he might have liver cancer, having previously suffered from cirrhosis due to his fondness for smoking and drinking. The fact that this Huaxia individual could discern his grave illness immediately raised suspicions. Was he truly a doctor, perhaps an extraordinary one? Or was he a spy sent by a rival to disturb his peace of mind? This thought was perplexing, as no one knew his ailment. Could he truly be a miraculous healer? Tales of mystical practitioners from Huaxia were common. Perhaps he was indeed a celestial physician. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Min raised his head and inquired, "How did you ascertain my condition? I advise you not to deceive me, for should I discover you are lying, you will not survive 5 minutes in this world." Lin Zhennan thought to himself, "You believe you can end my life in 5 minutes? I could ensure your demise in 3. Wu Min was taken aback. This was his closely guarded secret, one even his personal physician was unaware of. He had told his doctor that he had merely suffered from a stomach ailment and requested pain relief. Wu Min stood abruptly, taking a step forward toward Lin Zhennan, slightly bowing. "So, you are a miraculous healer. It is impressive that you possess such skill at a young age. I have disrespected you. Please accept my apologies." This unexpected display of respect from the notoriously decisive General Wu Min left Yi Huqiang in a state of disbelief. He had never witnessed his commander treat an ordinary Huaxia person with such deference. Noting Yi Huqiang's stunned silence, Wu Min barked, "Translate quickly. Why are you standing there like a fool?" Startled, Yi Huqiang hastily relayed Wu Min's words to Lin Zhennan. Upon hearing the translation, Lin Zhennan smiled and replied, I am not a miraculous healer, merely someone with a modest understanding of medicine. Upon my arrival, I sensed your liver was afflicted, though this ailment is not intrinsic to your body. Wu Min, perplexed, asked if it is not my own issue, then what does that imply? Lin Zhennan explained, your condition is the result of a curse inflicted by a sorcerer. Are you familiar with this concept? Wu Min, well aware of the prevalence of sorcery in Southeast Asia, particularly in Thailand and Myanmar, understood all too well. Anger surged within him. He was incensed by the thought that someone had dared to curse him. Engaging in direct combat was one thing. Employing such underhanded tactics was another matter entirely. Suppressing his fury, General Wu Min addressed Lin Zhennan with renewed politeness. If you can determine that I am cursed by a sorcerer, might you also assist me in removing this curse? Lin Zhennan hesitated slightly. Extracting the parasite is certainly feasible, but my current abilities may render the process detrimental to my own vitality. Wu Min, a seasoned veteran, recognized the implications of Lin Zhennan's words, understanding that he sought some form of compensation. He promptly instructed his soldiers to bring forth fine tea and retrieve his cherished Cuban cigars, meticulously preparing one and personally lighting it for Lin Zhennan. Yi Huqiang was astounded, witnessing his commander act like a diligent attendant. Had circumstances been different, Wu Min would have likely shot anyone who divulged such vital information to a mere soldier, feeling humiliated by the situation. With a cautious tone, Wu Min addressed Lin Zhennan. As a miraculous healer, you must assist me in removing the parasite. Whatever conditions you propose, I shall comply, provided they are within my means. Lin Zhennan chuckled. I am not a professional doctor. I merely possess a keen interest in various perplexing ailments. I have yet to treat any common illnesses for anyone. However, for your condition, I am willing to extend my efforts, even if it requires a significant expenditure of my vital energy. I shall not accept a single cent from you. I simply wish to forge a friendship. Lin Zhennan glanced at the translator, Yi Huaqiang. I only hope that General Wu Min can extend some care towards me. A descendant of the Huaxia people, as his family is facing difficulties. Upon hearing Lin Zhennan's words, Yi Huaqiang was at a loss as to whether he should translate them. After all, he had only met Lin Zhennan briefly. How could he possibly know about his family's hardships? Was he truly a divine being? Seeing Yi Huaqiang fall silent, Wu Min glared at him and said, what are you doing? Just translate. Even if Mr. Lin claims I have an incurable disease, you should translate it clearly. Yi Huaqiang hastily translated his words with great respect. Upon hearing this, Wu Min burst into laughter, exclaiming, Mr. Lin is truly a great philanthropist. Caring for a mere soldier he has only just met. I'm greatly impressed. From now on, I shall appoint Yi Huaqiang as the commander of his unit, and his salary will be doubled. Lin Zhennan clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, General. Now, shall we begin the treatment? Wu Min inquired. What do we need to prepare? Lin Zhennan surveyed the hall and replied, No need for any trouble. Simply lie on that sofa. Thus, General Wu Min reclined on a wooden sofa. Lin Zhennan approached, ready to employ his extraordinary abilities to extract the goo worm from General Wu Min's liver. Just then, a loud voice shouted, Stop! Chapter 56, The Private Doctor of Raising Goo. Startled, Lin Zhennan turned to see a soldier clad in military uniform and a white coat striding into the hall. This individual was evidently a military doctor. Could he be the private physician Wu Min had mentioned? Lin Zhennan pondered. Mr. David, Wu Min's private doctor, looked at Lin Zhennan with an air of arrogance and remarked, I do not converse with itinerant practitioners. Speaking with them even once insults my intellect. He couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Huaqiang discreetly translated Lin Zhennan's words to General Wu Min. Upon hearing that his private doctor raised goo, Wu Min fully grasped the role this doctor played. However, he chose to remain silent, wanting to observe how these two doctors would navigate the situation. David, the private physician, was taken aback when he heard Lin Zhennan mention the goo. Who was this Huaxia individual, and how did he know about his secret undertaking? He absolutely could not admit to raising goo, so the doctor named David, with a defiant posture, retorted, You shameful Huaxia person. On what grounds do you accuse me of raising goo? Do you have any evidence? Lin Zhennan, uninterested in engaging in a debate, unleashed a surge of purple energy from his hands, which struck David like a laser. Of course, this energy was invisible to others. However, the various goo worms on David could not withstand the assault of Lin Zhennan's purple energy. They crawled out from David's body, frantically scuttling across the floor. It seemed this fellow had quite the array of goo worms, centipedes, spiders, caterpillars, and even venomous snakes. Today, Lin Zhennan had witnessed a miniature exhibition of poisonous creatures. Wu Min, upon seeing this, decided he no longer wished to ask questions and bellowed, "Bring in reinforcements." Dozens of robust soldiers armed with submachine guns swiftly entered. Wu Min gestured and commanded, "Take David away and subject him to rigorous interrogation to discover who sent him to poison me." David stood up, laughing heartily. "Who dares to take me? Do you truly believe that we practitioners of sorcery can be easily subdued by mere mortals? What a joke." He gestured in the air, and several winged insects flew forth from his mouth, targeting the soldiers nearby. In no time, the soldiers were writhing on the ground, crying out in agony. Seeing the soldiers in distress, Lin Zhennan felt a pang of compassion and stepped forward, waving his hand to unleash a few beams of purple energy. Each soldier was soon rid of the various poisonous insects crawling on them. Lin Zhennan approached, and with a flick of his hand, those poisonous creatures were reduced to ash, filling the room with a foul odor. Witnessing the destruction of his prized possessions, David was consumed by rage and charged at Lin Zhennan with a punch. Lin Zhennan, without even a glance, delivered a powerful kick that sent David tumbling outside the hall, demonstrating the strength of his abilities. Wu Min summoned additional soldiers to take David away for strict questioning to uncover who had sent him to harm him. The general then instructed that a lavish feast be prepared to honor Lin Zhennan. Naturally, Yi Huaqiang was present to assist as a translator, as neither could communicate effectively without his help. Before the dishes arrived, Lin Zhennan began the treatment for Wu Min. Lin Zhennan's approach was straightforward. He utilized his extraordinary abilities to draw out the goo worm hidden within Wu Min's liver. His powers possessed a fatal attraction for the worms, making them feel a sense of comfort. Guided by his abilities, the worm slowly emerged from Wu Min's throat. As the bizarre creature crawled out, Wu Min, upon seeing it limp in Lin Zhennan's hand, felt a wave of nausea and promptly vomited. Immediately, the diligent guards disposed of the expelled matter. Lin Zhennan chuckled. "General Wu Min, rinse your mouth and take a couple of sips of wine to calm your nerves. Everything will be fine." Wu Min gave Lin Zhennan a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, you are indeed a renowned healer. I'm deeply impressed. Should you encounter any issues in Myanmar in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I will be more than willing to help." Lin Zhennan responded modestly, "I am not one driven by desire. As cultivators, we do not place great importance on worldly matters. Accumulating wealth holds little meaning for us, as our ultimate goal is ascension, to leave this realm behind. No matter how splendid the treasures we encounter, we cannot take them with us, so we may as well appreciate them while we can." Wu Min listened intently, filled with longing. The prospect of cultivating immortality was indeed a beautiful notion. The two of them continued to sip their drinks, engaging in trivial conversations, all facilitated by Yi Huaqiang's translations. Otherwise, their dialogue would have been akin to a chicken speaking to a duck. Before long, a soldier entered to report, "Commander, your private Dr. David has confessed. He was sent here on the orders of your old rival, Shikun, intending for you to die quietly so that he could launch a surprise attack and seize your territory." Shikun was the commander of another city and frequently clashed with Wu Min over territory. Although younger than Wu Min by a few years, he was quite arrogant. However, his military strength was significantly inferior, with only a little more than 1,000 troops stationed in a much poorer area with limited resources. In contrast, while the people in Wu Min's territory were also impoverished, he possessed a unique advantage: a vast forest rich in precious rosewood. In recent years, as Huaxia became increasingly prosperous, the demand for rosewood surged, leading to the sale of large quantities from northern Myanmar to Huaxia. Consequently, General Wu Min had amassed considerable wealth. This is precisely what makes Shikun envious of General Wu Min. Moreover, the troops under General Wu Min's command outnumber his own, prompting him to exhaust his mind devising schemes to undermine General Wu Min and usurp his position. Thus, he harbors profound jealousy towards Wu Min's manpower and seeks every avenue to recruit Wu Min's forces. Upon realizing that Shikun is the one obstructing him, Wu Min's initial anger dissipates. Such mortal conflicts on the battlefield are commonplace. After all, did he not once aspire to seize Shikun's territory? Ultimately, however, it is Wu Min who prevails, not Shikun. Reflecting on this brings Wu Min a sense of satisfaction. The outcome of battles remains uncertain until the very end. In Chapter 57, Lin Zhennan contemplates arming General Wu Min. He inquires, "General, how do you intend to handle this matter?" To which Wu Min replies, "What can I do? I can only eliminate this Dr. David and leave him at the entrance of Shikun's camp. After all, we have not yet reached a point of no return." After taking a sip of wine, Wu Min continues, In military circles, it is common for factions to infiltrate one another with underhanded tactics. But as long as we maintain a facade of civility, matters often resolve themselves. Besides, if we were to truly engage in conflict, who knows who would emerge victorious? Lin Zhennan, puzzled, asks, I previously heard that your forces outnumber his by nearly half. Why then do you tolerate him? Wu Min chuckles ruefully. You may not be aware, esteemed physician, that while my troop count appears to exceed his, many of my soldiers are aged, infirm, or otherwise unfit for battle, merely inflating our numbers. Additionally, our weaponry is rather antiquated. Numerous firearms have seen decades of service and lack precision. They serve well enough to intimidate civilians, but in a confrontation with Shikun's forces, victory is uncertain. Wu Min expresses a hint of embarrassment. He continues, though Shikun commands merely over 1,000 men, they are all young and vigorous. While our armaments may be comparable, his weapons are in far better condition and possess greater accuracy. Hence, I occasionally find myself swallowing my pride and refraining from confrontation. Lin Zhennan chuckles, acknowledging the truth that one must be formidable to avoid being belittled. Contemplating further, Lin Zhennan recalls a cache of World War II military supplies he discovered in a cave. Could they serve to bolster this local warlord? Should he rise in strength? Having a supportive army in the region could prove advantageous. However, he is uncertain of the reliability of this unnamed general. If he were to grow more powerful under Lin Zhennan's patronage, might he become arrogant and unmanageable? Observing the general's countenance, Lin Zhennan notes a seemingly brazen exterior, yet beneath it lies an honest and upright demeanor. If he were to exert some guidance, perhaps this man could indeed be trusted. With a smile, Lin Zhennan proposes, General Wu Min, would you like to expand your territory and become the sovereign of this region? Wu Min laughs exaggeratedly. Who wouldn't desire to extend their dominion and become a legendary figure? However, esteemed physician, you are not from our land and may not grasp our customs. Do you know what the character Min in my name signifies? Lin Zhennan shakes his head. What else could it mean but cleverness or swiftness? For instance, quick-witted or agile in action. Wu Min laughs heartily. Incorrect. The character Min in our Burmese language means emperor. Now do you understand? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhennan bursts into laughter. It appears General Wu Min possesses grand aspirations. Akin to Liu Bei from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, currently residing under Cao Cao's command, yet poised to soar at the first opportunity. Wu Min claps in delight. I am well acquainted with Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and the Three Kingdoms. They are great heroes whom I greatly admire. Then, his expression shifts to one of concern, yet presently, I am lacking in funds and channels to procure arms. Lin Zhennan, bewildered, responds, Are you not the local sovereign here in northern Myanmar? How can you be short on funds? During my 10 days in the vicinity, I have seen numerous vehicles transporting your precious rosewood to China. Surely, you must be collecting vast sums of money daily? Wu Min replies earnestly, Physician Lin, you are unaware of the realities of our world. We sell raw timber at a low price, yet arms come at a premium, akin to gold. A truckload of rosewood cannot even cover a box of ammunition or explosives, and artillery shells are particularly costly and scarce. Major arms dealers overlook our small forces. Wu Min expresses a sense of despair. Lin Zhennan realizes the truth in Wu Min's words. Why would major arms dealers deign to acknowledge such trivial transactions? It becomes evident that his own military supplies may be of great significance to General Wu Min. Indeed, Wu Min is quite astute. He must sense Lin Zhennan's mention of arms as a potential opportunity. He stands up, approaches Lin Zhennan, and firmly grasps his hand, saying, Brother Lin, do you have connections? If you do, please assist me. Although he shifts from addressing Lin as physician to brother, seemingly lacking respect, it instead draws them closer. Lin Zhennan tentatively states, A friend of mine in the arms trade recently acquired a batch of World War II military supplies, well-preserved and virtually untouched. Would you be interested? Time may have passed, but their functionality is assured. Some of the supplies are American-made, as you know, renowned during the war and exported worldwide. As Lin Zhennan speaks, he watches Wu Min anxiously, fearing the general might dismiss the equipment as outdated. However, Wu Min's eyes light up at his words. You mean the arms left behind by the Eastern Japanese forces? The original goods? Lin Zhennan reassures him. Absolutely original, untouched. I have photographs of their discovery. You can see for yourself. You are knowledgeable, and you will recognize that this batch contains the finest weapons. As he speaks, Lin Zhennan retrieves his phone, opening the images he took in the cave. Wu Min eagerly takes the phone, examining the photos of the amassed weaponry and ammunition. His excitement mounts as he spots dozens of 94-style mountain guns, nearly drooling at the sight. While these weapons may be old, they far surpass those currently in his arsenal, particularly given the abundant ammunition, a critical resource that is often hard to come by. With such armaments, his forces would dominate the region. If the ridiculous Shikun were to see him equipped with these weapons, he would likely avoid confrontation altogether. The sheer number of 94-style mountain guns is astounding. Traditionally, a 3-gun battery consists of only 3 pieces, yet here is a bounty that could equip a significant force. It is said that only around 500 of these mountain guns were produced back then. Whether true or not remains uncertain. Wu Min envisions his forces equipped with this cache of weapons, imagining the formidable power they would wield. In Chapter 58, Lin Zhennan inquires, "Will this batch of arms truly capture your interest, General Wu Min?" General Wu Min swiftly returned the phone to Lin Zhennan, expressing his apologies. "My apologies, it's a professional habit, much like a jeweler's fascination with gems. We soldiers can't help but take an interest when we see something remarkable." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhennan realized the general had taken a keen interest in the batch of weapons. He feigned indifference, responding, "I understand. True men love arms, just as beauties adore finery." General Wu gave a thumbs up, affirming, "Indeed, my brother, you are quite perceptive." He then inquired, "Do you know how many weapons are in this batch, and at what price they are offered?" This question momentarily stumped Lin Zhennan, for he was unaware of the exact quantity or variety of the weapons, as he had no records. He hesitated, wishing to say a great deal. Embarrassed, he admitted, "I'm afraid I truly do not know the specifics. I only know this shipment weighs several hundred tons." General Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. When did arms begin to be sold by the ton? Even cabbages are sold one by one. Moreover, how much would several hundred tons of weapons cost? It must be an astronomical figure, and even if they were for sale, I certainly lack the funds. A wave of melancholy washed over General Wu. It seemed he could only dream of purchasing them when the opportunity to buy arose, yet the quantity was overwhelming and his pockets were empty. It resonated with a song about painful realizations. Seeing General Wu in silence, Lin Zhennan asked, "What do you think, General Wu?" The general hesitated before suggesting, "Could I select a few of these weapons?" Lin Zhennan, intrigued, replied, "Do you find the quantity excessive?" With a woeful expression, General Wu lamented, "It is not that I find it excessive, but rather that my pockets are insufficiently lined with cash." Understanding dawned on Lin Zhennan, who quickly replied, "That's no issue. Money is of little consequence. If you're short on funds, just tell me. The arms dealer is a close friend of mine. We've known each other since childhood." General Wu's face lit up with joy as he grasped Lin Zhennan's hand tightly. "Really? Are you not deceiving me, Brother Lin?" Lin Zhennan, somewhat irritated, retorted, "What would I gain from deceiving you? I already had my lunch. Do you think I would trick you out a meal?" General Wu laughed heartily, then turned serious, stating, "Brother Lin, let us be clear. We are like brothers, and the account must be settled. I will not default. I can pay a portion as a deposit, and when I have the funds, I will repay you fully, interest included. Your support is immensely appreciated." Lin Zhennan chuckled, "No worries, General Wu. You have the look of a prosperous man when you rise to prominence. Do remember to look after your brother." General Wu felt a surge of happiness. Should his fortunes indeed flourish, he would ensure Lin Zhennan was honored. Lin Zhennan placed a hand on General Wu's shoulder, stating, "Let us agree on this. From now on, we are brothers and shall not keep our distance. Thus, you need not rush to settle the financial matters. I will handle it all." General Wu then inquired about the transaction's location, expressing concern over potential dangers in transporting the arms through other territories. Lin Zhennan confidently claimed, "Who would dare intercept my goods? They must be seeking death." With a dramatic flourish, he commanded, "Weapons, come forth." To General Wu's astonishment, 2 micro-submachine guns appeared in Lin Zhennan's hands. This display left General Wu momentarily speechless. Lin Zhennan reveled in the effect of his showmanship, which indeed astonished General Wu and his companions. Resolute, General Wu decided to treat this Lin Zhennan with utmost respect. This was precisely the outcome Lin Zhennan desired. He then informed General Wu, "I will have my friend deliver the weapons to the town of Ziyang, which is under your jurisdiction, correct?" Upon mentioning Ziyang, General Wu felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that Lin Zhennan's unit had been under his command during a recent sniper incident. He apologized, "Brother Lin, I sincerely apologize for dispatching my men to target you that day. I acted on misinformation from my private physician, who falsely claimed you were sent by an opposing faction to spy on me. Your private physician, David? Why did he instruct you to capture us? Lin Zhennan queried, bewildered. No, he did not intend to capture you. His focus was on that woman. He claimed she was a spy sent to instigate public dissent against our military, inciting a revolution among the populace. General Wu quietly explained. Lin Zhennan, perplexed, remarked, it seems strange that my female companion, being new to your region, would have any enmity with your private physician. Whose orders was he following? General Wu replied, that is easily resolved. We should interrogate this fellow immediately. Thus, General Wu escorted Lin Zhennan to an interrogation room in their barracks. Upon entering, Lin Zhennan was struck by a nauseating metallic scent. There, the private physician, David, was bound to a wooden post, bloodied and beaten, stripped of the arrogance he had previously displayed. In Southeast Asia, practitioners of dark arts held considerable sway, revered and feared for their connections to the supernatural. Offending such a figure could lead to untimely demise. As Lin Zhennan observed the dark sorcerer, he noted the terror in the man's eyes, reflecting the realization that his own abilities paled in comparison to Lin Zhennan's, fearful of provoking him further. The sorcerer stammered, Master, I will speak. I was merely following orders from an individual who informed me that a powerful figure from your capital wanted this person eliminated. Though this individual possesses significant influence, they are currently in the grasp of international mercenaries. Any mishap would be attributed to them, posing minimal risk to us. Otherwise, why would we target a high-ranking official from your nation? Lin Zhennan pondered this information, suspecting it was a vendetta from the Wang family. Though he could not discern if it stemmed from political or commercial rivalry, he pressed the sorcerer further. Do you know the identity of the person who requested this? Are they from the political or business realm? After a moment of thought, the sorcerer replied, I am uncertain. I only overheard that this person is quite renowned in your capital, possibly with the surname Yi, but I cannot confirm. Chapter 59. Lin Zhennan's new plans. After gathering the information he sought, Lin Zhennan exited the interrogation room, dismissing the sorcerer's fate from his mind, aware that General Wu would not allow a traitor to live. Back in the main hall, Lin Zhennan addressed General Wu. General Wu, I need to meet with my friend to arrange the delivery of the items directly to your territory. General Wu inquired, if I may ask, where is your friend located? Will he encounter any difficulties in transporting the arms? Lin Zhennan replied quietly, my friend is from Hong Kong. He has offices in Laos and Thailand, and he maintains strong connections with the military of your nation. I'm afraid that your trivial, second-hand, discarded weapons hold no significance. When the time comes, they will be imported and exported under the guise of second-hand steel. Rest assured, simply prepare to receive the goods. They are currently at the Thai border, and there are special channels for entry. Wu Min, upon hearing this, instantly brightened with joy. I entrust everything to you, my brother. Lin Zhennan further advised Wu Min, it is best that you keep my abilities a secret. I cherish my tranquility. If too many people become aware, I would find myself endlessly explaining and demonstrating, which is not the life I desire. Wu Min promptly assured, Brother Lin, I will absolutely refrain from divulging what I witnessed today. You can rest easy. This includes my soldiers. No one is permitted to speak of today's events, as doing so would be a violation of military law. Wu Min had no intentions of disclosing these matters. Lin Zhennan's extraordinary abilities were something he preferred to keep to himself, ensuring no one else could vie for his favor. This secret would remain locked within him, as long as he could hold tightly to this powerful ally. I will head to Ziyang Town first to meet with his liaison and discuss subsequent matters. Fear not. I will have everything arranged within 3 days, stated Lin Zhennan. General Wu Min replied, allow me to arrange transportation for you. Lin Zhennan waved his hand dismissively. No need. I have my own vehicle. Wu Min inquired, Brother Lin, you have a car? Where is it? I have not seen it. Lin Zhennan, with an air of confidence, strolled into the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with General Wu Min's compact cars. Despite his subordinates' meager equipment, his personal vehicles were all renowned luxury brands, indicating he had not been idle in his pursuits. Lin Zhennan raised his hand dramatically and exclaimed, Car, come. Suddenly, an old, rugged off-road vehicle materialized in the center of the courtyard. Though worn, it astonished the onlookers as much as any luxury car would, further enhancing the air of mystery surrounding this man from Huaxia. General Wu Min felt a swell of admiration for his earlier astuteness in befriending such a remarkable individual. Lin Zhennan gracefully entered the vehicle and sped off with a roar, leaving the soldiers in a state of bewilderment. After driving 2 kilometers, Lin Zhennan encountered a fork in the road, unsure of which direction to take. Spotting a local farmer, he promptly halted beside him. Do you know the way to Ziyang Town? The farmer, who appeared more akin to a hunter with a firearm at his waist, replied, Yes, just go past this fork, drive a few kilometers, and then take a small turn. It's about 70 or 80 kilometers. Lin Zhennan, overwhelmed, quickly responded, Oh, no need to explain further. Hop in and guide me. I'll give you $20. Is that agreeable? The hunter, elated at the prospect, $20 could sustain him for 2 months in this remote village, readily accepted. All right, sir. Lin Zhennan opened the passenger door for the hunter, who climbed in. Under the hunter's guidance, they swiftly arrived at Ziyang Town. Lin Zhennan was pleasantly surprised by the hunter's familiarity with the area. He decided to retain the hunter's assistance in locating a larger warehouse, preferably in a slightly secluded location, for a temporary rental of 3 months. He explained that he intended to establish a wholesale business nearby, and if it proved profitable, he would extend the lease. The hunter, thrilled at the prospect of a commission, eagerly sought out contacts to inquire about available warehouses. As the hunter scurried off, Lin Zhennan relaxed in his jeep, smoking a cigarette. The hunter returned shortly, introducing him to Mr. Wu Tianhua, the town's grocery store owner, who possessed a spacious, vacant warehouse situated on the outskirts, conveniently accessible via the road, and offered at a reasonable price. Lin Zhennan, recognizing the utility of the location despite its remoteness, nodded in agreement. No problem. As long as the transportation is convenient and the price is right. The middle-aged Mr. Wu Tianhua grinned, stating, I only require $200 a month for 3 months. Plus a month's deposit, it totals $800. This is the best deal. Lin Zhennan, not one to haggle unnecessarily, promptly agreed. All right, $200 per month. 3 months rent plus 1 month's deposit, totaling $800. Bring me the contract, and I will pay immediately. Mr. Wu Tianhua, delighted, quickly retrieved a pen and paper, ready to finalize the agreement. Lin Zhennan admired the owner's foresight in having the contract prepared, merely needing to adjust the figures. He extracted $800 from his pocket and handed it to Mr. Wu Tianhua, also paying the hunter $100 as a tip. Everyone left in high spirits. Mr. Wu Tianhua swiftly handed over the keys to the warehouse to Lin Zhennan. Lin Zhennan unlocked the large iron door of the warehouse and stepped inside. The space was extensive and sturdy, though a musty odor lingered from years of neglect. Lin Zhennan showed no disdain for the old, odorous warehouse, as he did not intend to stay long. After Mr. Wu Tianhua departed joyfully, and the hunter left with his commission, Lin Zhennan took the opportunity to retrieve a cache of weapons from his concealed storage, stacking them within the warehouse. Although he had several hundred tons of arms and ammunition, they occupied less than 20% of the warehouse's capacity. After organizing the firearms and ammunition, Lin Zhennan exited the warehouse and secured the door. Chapter 60. Lin Zhennan calls Wang Ziwei. Lin Zhennan drove to an area with mobile signal and dialed Wang Ziwei's number. To his surprise, the call was answered immediately, indicating Wang Ziwei had been eagerly anticipating his call for quite some time. Hello, Lin Zhennan. Have you returned to the country? Are you in Kyoto? Wang Ziwei bombarded him with questions as soon as she picked up. Lin Zhennan quickly distanced the phone from his ear, her voice ringing painfully in his ears. He rubbed his ear with his finger. Miss Wang, you must allow me to respond one question at a time. You've fired off several inquiries at once. Which one should I address first? Hearing Lin Zhennan's voice, Wang Ziwei sensed that everything was fine, relieved that he could still jest. She inquired, Do you have any news? Has a woman from Myanmar taken a liking to you, urging you to become an in-house son-in-law? Lin Zhennan retorted with irritation. What about the possibility of homosexuality? Wang Ziwei gasped, exclaiming, Lin Zhennan, you can't possibly mean to say you are gay. Lin Zhennan quickly interrupted her. No, hold on. Conversations with you can be deadly. Don't digress. I've uncovered information regarding someone intending to kidnap you. At this revelation, Wang Ziwei abandoned her playful tone. Who is attempting to kidnap me? Speak quickly. I want to know which scoundrel is behind this, and I will tear him into 8 pieces to feed my dogs. Lin Zhennan, alarmed by her outburst, stammered. Calm down. I managed to capture a sorcerer from Southeast Asia. He claims that someone from Kyoto with the surname Yi instructed mercenaries to abduct you, although it seems you managed to escape. Once again, a small warlord from Myanmar ambushed us in that town. This is all I managed to find out. Pay attention, or perhaps have someone from your dragon group investigate who might have a grudge against your family. Wang Ziwei gritted her teeth in frustration, her mind racing through the list of people with the surname Yi, trying to discern who harbored animosity towards her. Could it be Yi Kai from the Yi family? That rascal has always been at odds with her, yet it didn't seem to warrant such deep-seated hatred. With this thought, Wang Ziwei ceased her idle chatter with Lin Zhennan, hung up the phone, and pressed the accelerator in her Maserati, racing towards her grandfather's residence. Upon parking, she stormed into her grandfather's bedroom, finding him still napping. She decided to wait until he awoke to discuss matters. However, impatience got the better of her, and she rushed up to him, playfully blowing air on his hair. Stop that, stop that. I know you're my wild granddaughter, and you've got something to tell me. Is it good news or bad news you wish to report? The old man slowly propped himself up, sitting at the edge of the bed. Wang Ziwei, as if she had discovered a new continent, excitedly shared, Grandfather, I know who orchestrated my kidnapping and sent me to the jungles of Southeast Asia to be a feast for mosquitoes. Her revelation left the old man stunned. Quickly, tell me, my wild girl, who dares to target my precious granddaughter? I'll take a knife to him myself, he exclaimed fervently. It seemed that Wang Ziwei had inherited her grandfather's fiery spirit. She recounted Lin Zhennan's words to him in detail. The old man stroked his clean-shaven chin thoughtfully. In the capital, anyone with a vendetta against my family is not to be trifled with. If this person with the surname Yi is mingling within the elite circles of the capital, it could very well be the grandson of my old rival, Yi Xiang. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I've battled that old scoundrel my entire life. Yet who would have thought he would entangle himself with foreign forces? That truly diminishes my respect for him. Our rivalry was a matter of internal conflict, but his grandson has now aligned with foreign criminal elements. The stakes have changed dramatically. Wang Ziwei interjected, What shall we do, grandfather? Shall I take a group to report Yi Xiang's grandson, Yi Feng, and beat him to a pulp? He is utterly despicable, having colluded with foreigners to have me kidnapped to the jungles of Myanmar. Even if they didn't kill me, I would have survived alone there. Thankfully, I encountered Lin Zhennan, that little money grubber. Otherwise, you would never see me again. The old man waved his hand dismissively. For now, we can only investigate their illicit activities secretly. We must refrain from acting hastily. Wang Ziwei protested, Why should we? I was kidnapped by them, which is something the state cannot allow. Do they think they can operate above the law? Calm yourself, my dear granddaughter, the old man chuckled. You must temper that impetuous nature of yours. Do you have any evidence of your kidnapping? You have nothing at present. If you claim he kidnapped you now, he could countersue for defamation. We must strike when the moment is right. Our primary task is to gather evidence of their threats to national security or other offenses, and then we will strike decisively. For now, we must feign ignorance. Wang Ziwei nodded, partially comprehending his words. Suddenly, the old man smiled and asked, My dear granddaughter, is that little money grubber your brother's friend? At the mention of Lin Zhennan, Wang Ziwei's excitement surged. Grandfather, you have no idea. This little money grubber, Lin Zhennan. My brother thinks of him as a friend. He bought a jade rough stone for 2 to 3 million, then sold it to my foolish brother for 400 million. He even claimed he was doing my brother a favor. The old man squinted with amusement. I heard from your brother that his rival, Zhou Dasheng or Zhou Shaosheng, offered 800 million for that stone. Do you think your friend Lin Zhennan is either swindling your brother or forcing money upon him? I also heard he only spent 350 million. How did it become 400 million in your words? You didn't pocket 50 million, did you? Wang Ziwei pouted. Oh, come on, I just misremembered the numbers. Stop shaking me, or you'll knock me over. The old man chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. He then inquired, How did your brother's friend Lin Zhennan know you were kidnapped and come to rescue you? You two were unfamiliar with each other before. Recalling Lin Zhennan's sudden appearance to save her, Wang Ziwei replied, Grandfather, I'm not quite sure about Lin Zhennan. He appeared out of nowhere in front of me and those mercenaries, swiftly dispatching them. He showed mercy, wanted to spare them, but I had to eliminate them for my safety. The old man was astonished. He single-handedly defeated those international mercenaries without any weapons and left them powerless? Does he possess such remarkable skills? Wang Ziwei proudly lifted her chin, Of course. He is no ordinary person. He is someone I, Wang Ziwei, have faith in. The old man retorted, Wasn't it you who just claimed he was swindling your brother? Wang Ziwei playfully shook her grandfather's arm. Grandfather, you're so mean. The old man's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Tell me more about Lin Zhennan. Does he have any ulterior motives for associating with your brother or you? Chapter 61. Arms Deal. The old man squinted. Is he uninterested in money? What about power? I see no interest in power either. The leader of the Dragon Group, Long Hao Ian, tried to recruit him, but he coldly rejected the offer. I had to navigate through layers of connections to get into the Dragon Group. Yet he scoffs at it. Wang Ziwei remarked. The old man, maintaining his composure, asked, "So, you claim he possesses extraordinary skills. Where do they manifest?" Wang Ziwei, straightforward as ever, contemplated sharing the extraordinary experiences she had with Lin Zhennan, but recalling his warning about keeping certain matters private, she hesitated and instead mentioned other aspects of him. Most crucially, she refrained from disclosing his ability to create illusions. "I must tell you, grandfather, although Lin Zhennan is a bit of a money grubber, his martial arts are absolutely exceptional. I swear, even Bruce Lee would be defeated by him." The old man chuckled, unconvinced. Seeing her grandfather's skepticism, Wang Ziwei grew anxious. "Grandfather, I'm telling the truth. We fell into a bottomless pit on a cliff, and he carried me up with his bare hands. Which of your soldiers could achieve such a feat? His fingers are like steel hooks, creating 10 finger holes wherever he touches." The old man's eyes flickered with intrigue. He knew his granddaughter would not deceive him. If Lin Zhennan truly possessed such talents, he would indeed be a remarkable individual. It would be advantageous to have him on their side. "What other abilities does Lin Zhennan have? Tell me in detail." "What else can I say? He has so many skills. Where should I start?" Wang Ziwei replied, perplexed. "All right. He is an exceptional marksman, hitting precisely what he aims at. Even Long Haoyan from the Dragon Group greatly admires him, and his expertise in concealed weapons is also outstanding. The funniest thing is, he knows magic tricks." The old man inquired, "What kind of magic tricks are so amusing?" "The enemy's weaponry, whether it be flying knives, hidden darts, or bullets, seems to automatically halt before him, even turning to retaliate against the shooter." Wang Ziwei, in a daze, remarked, "I don't know if it's true or merely an illusion." The old man Wang chuckled. "Ah, my dear granddaughter, you have encountered a remarkable individual without realizing it. This is no mere magic. He is undoubtedly a martial arts master, capable of channeling his inner energy externally. He is not an ordinary person. Perhaps he hails from a reclusive family honing their skills. My naive granddaughter, you truly fail to recognize the brilliance before you. Grandfather, you cannot speak ill of others. You mention Lin Zhennan is a hidden expert, yet I often scold him mercilessly, and he never objects. Why is that?" Wang Ziwei innocently inquired. "Oh dear, how is it possible that you're my granddaughter? Your intelligence seems lacking, not in intellect, but in emotional understanding," the old man lamented, holding his forehead in despair. Wang Ziwei, undeterred, continued to jest with her grandfather. After some playful banter, the old man called his 2 sons and grandsons, advising them to remain vigilant and avoid provoking the Yi family, instead opting to investigate their actions covertly until they had irrefutable evidence to strike decisively. Once the task was assigned, he recounted the peculiarities surrounding Lin Zhennan, expressing suspicion that he was not an ordinary man and urging them to befriend him if they crossed paths, lest they offend him. Meanwhile, after conversing with Wang Ziwei, Lin Zhennan received a call from Looming, who was so thrilled that her hands trembled as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. After ending the call, Lin Zhennan remained in the warehouse, extracting his belongings from his spatial ring and preparing several dishes, drinking alone in solitude. For 3 consecutive days, he did not step outside the warehouse. During his idle moments, he would enter his spatial realm, a place brimming with spiritual energy, to practice the techniques gleaned from ancient texts. Remarkably, in that environment, every endeavor bore fruitful results, greatly enhancing his skills. The spider spirit advised him, "Let us refrain from returning to the mundane world. If we continue our cultivation here, it will not be long before we ascend to immortality." Yet Lin Zhennan scoffed. He still had friends in the outside world and could not vanish without a trace. Moreover, he had yet to truly live in this realm, so he could not simply depart from it. He learned to be prudent, spending no more than half an hour in the spatial realm before re-emerging, fearing that if he remained too long, months might pass outside, leading to an embarrassing predicament. The spider spirit, unable to persuade her host, resolved to focus intently on her own cultivation while Lin Zhennan occupied the space. 3 days swiftly passed. On this particular morning, Lin Zhennan awoke early, finished his breakfast, and made his way to the roadside, concerned that General Wu Min might not find him, as the area lacked mobile communication signals, rendering phones mere decorations. Lin Zhennan sat on a stone by the road, feeling quite bored, and began practicing his Taoist skills. Although the spiritual energy was scant, it served as a decent way to pass the time. An hour slipped by before the rumble of approaching vehicles announced General Wu Min's arrival. As anticipated, a line of military trucks soon came to a halt before him. General Wu Min emerged from his armored vehicle, laughing heartily from a distance as he extended his hand. "Brother Lin, my apologies for keeping you waiting." Lin Zhennan simply shook his hand without uttering a word, leading them into his warehouse. General Wu Min bore no ill will toward Lin Zhennan's subdued demeanor. Had it been anyone else, he would have drawn his weapon. However, Lin Zhennan's demeanor only deepened Wu Min's admiration for him, perceiving it as the mark of a true master. Upon entering the warehouse, Lin Zhennan unveiled the cache of military supplies, revealing countless wooden crates brimming with firearms and ammunition. The crates, though their lids were damaged, contained pristine weapons coated in a layer of protective oil, free from rust. Overjoyed, Wu Min rushed forward, picking up a submachine gun and admiring it. The sight of the artillery clad in camouflage further heightened his excitement. Chapter 62. The Eager Foolish Coin. General Wu Min and his entourage gathered around the munitions, joyfully examining and testing the weapons, each one more thrilling than their current arsenal, which paled in comparison to these World War II relics. Most were constructed of solid steel, unlike contemporary models that incorporated wooden or plastic components, significantly lightening their weight. After a lengthy inspection, General Wu Min reluctantly departed from the stash, respectfully addressing Lin Zhennan. "Brother Lin, I am thoroughly satisfied with these weapons. Has your associate not arrived? What is the price for all this?" Lin Zhennan casually replied. "My friend arranged for the delivery and entrusted me with the transaction. He only requires a sum of $100 million. He has already gone to the Middle East to engage in significant business with the Saudi princes who are in the market for missiles. The price of a few of those would easily surpass that of this entire collection. He hardly has time to waste here." Wu Min felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing Lin Zhennan's words. Indeed, the vast sum he was asking for was a mere fraction of what was typically exchanged in arms trades with wealthy nations. Moreover, he was unable to produce cash on the spot and would need to extend credit. "Brother Lin, I cannot discuss the price further without feeling embarrassed. I currently have $50 million in cash, but I must retain $20 million for regular troop expenses. Would it be acceptable if I offered you $30 million, with the remainder as a loan, complete with interest?" Lin Zhennan, unabashed, responded, "General Wu, rest assured, $30 million is sufficient. Our transaction is based on your character, not merely on profit. This $100 million is inconsequential to my friend and me." Overcome with gratitude, General Wu Min grasped Lin Zhennan's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, thank you immensely. You are like Zhuge Liang to Liu Bei, Wu Tianyong to Song Jiang, and Liu Bowen to Zhu Yuanzhang. From this day forth, I appoint you as the chief strategist of my army. No, not merely a strategist, but the chief of staff. You will serve as the second in command of my forces, and none shall disobey your orders. Brother Lin, where will you go? I cannot impede your path. I know you are a transcendent being, unconcerned with our trivial affairs. However, you will always remain the second in command of my army, and I shall never retract this vow, lest the heavens strike me down." Lin Zhennan smiled. No need for oaths. A gentleman remains open and sincere. It suffices to uphold genuine intentions. Any contract without sincerity can be torn asunder. What merit is there in swearing an oath? General Wu Min nodded in agreement. Lin Zhennan then suddenly inquired, "General Wu Min, what became of your personal physician, David? Did you execute him?" Wu Min suddenly realized, "I've been preoccupied with the arms deal these past few days and completely overlooked this brat's affairs. Rest assured, I will not spare him. Since he dared to use witchcraft against me, he should be prepared for the consequences." Lin Zhennan then suggested, "General Wu, allow me to propose a strategy." Lin Zhennan surveyed the multitude of soldiers surrounding them. Wu Min, understanding Lin Zhennan's intent to avoid unnecessary chatter, promptly ordered his men to leave, except for Yi Huaqiang, as he required him for translation. Once everyone had exited the warehouse and the doors were securely shut, Lin Zhennan conveyed to Wu Min, "Do not rush to execute this, David. Instead, let him spread the word that you are gravely ill, or even that you have passed away. This will incite them to attack your base, and you can set a trap to ensnare them all." Upon hearing Lin Zhennan's advice, Wu Min joyfully slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Indeed, I was right to appoint Brother Lin as my chief advisor. How could my simple mind not conceive such a brilliant plan?" This is akin to the stratagem employed by Cao Cao in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where he was ambushed by Elbu during a night raid on Xuchang. A truly splendid strategy, Commander Lin. You are indeed astute and resourceful. Lin Zhennan chuckled. "General Wu, you possess a commendable understanding of our Chinese culture. The four great classical novels are indeed worthy of their acclaim." Lin Zhennan had initially intended to take his leave, as he had little interest in the conflicts among the Burmese warlords. However, General Wu insisted on retaining him, wishing for his guidance in dealing with Sha Kun, as he lacked confidence in confronting him alone. On their way, they instructed Wu Min's soldiers to meticulously disguise the arms. Each vehicle was filled with various cardboard boxes, falsely claiming to contain everyday goods from the local market. With this substantial cache of weaponry, Wu Min felt an exhilarating surge of confidence regarding the impending battle against Sha Kun, especially with the remarkable Lin Zhennan by his side. Lin Zhennan, rarely present, observed the troop movements while meditating in the rest area prepared by Wu Min. Wu Min arranged for the sorcerer, David, to contact his former master, conveying that Wu Min was on the brink of death and urging prompt action. The prospect of Wu Min's demise incited urgency, as time was of the essence to secure the territory, which held considerable value, especially with the rising demand for hardwood. In the nearby Langsha County, Sha Kun's territory, the land was not particularly fertile but boasted a thriving rice industry, renowned for its delicious grains and exported to many countries at a premium price. Sha Kun envied Wu Min, who profited from logging precious trees in his forest daily, counting his riches with ease, unlike the exhausting labor required for rice cultivation. The news of Wu Min's imminent death had reached Sha Kun, who was filled with excitement at the prospect. He swiftly mobilized his forces, intent on occupying Wu Min's territory before anyone else could intervene, fearing that delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Chapter 63. The ambush. Lin Zhennan meditated until midnight when he was suddenly startled by the sound of cannon fire. He was curious to know if the artillery he had sold to Wu Min was proving effective and felt compelled to witness the unfolding conflict firsthand. He had yet to observe modern warfare, and even a minor skirmish was far more thrilling than watching it on television. Stepping outside, he found Yi Huaqiang waiting, as Wu Min had intentionally kept him on hand to assist Lin Zhennan due to his understanding of Chinese. Upon seeing Lin Zhennan, Yi Huaqiang hurried over and quietly inquired, "Commander Lin, how may I assist you?" Lin Zhennan chuckled to himself, musing on the absurdity of Wu Min bestowing upon him the title of chief advisor without disclosing the salary. "I wish to observe the battlefield," he declared. "I want to evaluate the quality of the arms I supplied to your commander. Should they prove inadequate, I will seek compensation from my associate." Yi Huaqiang, hesitant to contradict Lin Zhennan, advised softly, "Commander Lin, the battlefield is perilous. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from going." "Not at all," Lin Zhennan replied boldly. "Such a trivial skirmish is nothing I cannot handle." Yi Huaqiang remained silent, adhering to Wu Min's instruction to prioritize Lin Zhennan's wishes without question. Yi Huaqiang retrieved a sturdy military vehicle and drove Lin Zhennan toward a vantage point near the combat zone, stopping about 1 kilometer from the conflict. From the treeline, they observed the battlefield, where gunfire illuminated the night sky like dazzling fireworks, a grim but beautiful sight. Sha Kun's troops initially believed they would catch Wu Min's forces off guard, but as they advanced, they fell into an ambush within a valley just kilometers from Wu Min's base. Wu Min's hidden soldiers were well armed, and to their dismay, they were bombarded by dozens of cannons. Confused, Sha Kun could not fathom how Wu Min had acquired such advanced weaponry. The sudden onslaught caused chaos within Sha Kun's ranks, resulting in a swift reduction of his forces by 20 to 30%. From the original 800 soldiers, only 500 remained. Facing imminent defeat, Sha Kun felt the pressure mounting. Meanwhile, Lin Zhennan observed the unfolding drama from his elevated position, but suddenly found himself confronted by a gun pressed against his back. As a voice commanded, "Don't move. Raise your hands. Any sudden movement, and I will shoot." Stunned, Lin Zhennan realized he had been ambushed. Soon, he was surrounded by over 10 men, while Yi Huaqiang was similarly apprehended and brought over under the threat of firearms. These individuals were the vanguard of Sha Kun's forces, sent to scout Wu Min's stronghold. Despite having spotted Lin Zhennan, Wu Min's defenders dismissed them due to their small numbers. The leading soldier inquired about Lin Zhennan's purpose, requiring Yi Huaqiang to translate. Upon learning Lin Zhennan was a guest of Wu Min, their interest piqued, and they prepared to bind him. Lin Zhennan, however, regarded these soldiers with disdain. He raised his hands, effortlessly dispatching the soldiers with precise movements, sending them tumbling to the ground. The nearby soldiers were left aghast, unable to react in time, though even firing their weapons would have proven futile. Yi Huaqiang shrugged off the soldiers grasping at his shoulders and walked proudly to Lin Zhennan's side. The soldiers dared not pursue him further, for the scene before them was utterly astonishing. Was this person a deity? Lin Zhennan had had his fill of the spectacle. The 10 or so soldiers lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Their bones had been shattered, rendering them incapable of rising again. With a mere flick of his hand, Lin Zhennan snapped a cedar tree as thick as a basin. He then addressed the soldiers. You may put down your weapons and bind each other. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. Should anyone dare to defy me, your end will be near. If you possess the strength to break such trees, then you may challenge me. The choice is yours. They hastily produced ropes and bound one another. Yi Huachong utilized the onboard phone to contact their commander, reporting that Chief of Staff Lin had captured dozens of Silly Kuen's men at the mountaintop in the rear. Shortly thereafter, Wu Min arrived in a jeep, flanked by a procession of motorcycle guards. The jeep halted before Lin Zhennan, and Wu Min emerged with a hearty laugh. Chief of Staff Lin, I told you that having you secure our base was the wisest decision. Had you not apprehended these dozens of men, they could have struck me from behind, resulting in severe losses, perhaps even my life. He continued, do not underestimate their numbers. Had they crept upon us unnoticed, they could have caught us off guard. Thus, Chief of Staff Lin, you have saved my life, and I am profoundly grateful. Lin Zhennan smiled slightly as Wu Min continued. Perhaps it was a mere stroke of luck for you, but for me, it was a significant reprieve. It is indeed a stroke of fortune to encounter someone as extraordinary as you, Chief of Staff Lin, in this lifetime. Lin Zhennan, unaccustomed to flattery, chuckled softly. General Wu, you should attend to your duties. Your troops are at a critical juncture and require your leadership. I shall meander about a bit longer. Wu Min nodded in agreement, instructing his guards to escort the 30 or so captured scouts to their base for custody. Chapter 64. General Wu Min's resounding victory. He understood that if Wu Min could not secure a victory with this approach, he would be deemed incompetent. As anticipated, the next day, just before noon, Wu Min arrived eagerly to report the previous day's achievements. He plopped down on the sofa, brimming with excitement. Chief of Staff Lin, let me tell you about the results of our ambush yesterday. Lin Zhennan, somewhat speechless, replied, you truly consider me your military advisor? What use is it for you to share your battle conditions with someone like me, an outsider? Wu Min, with utmost seriousness, responded, of course we regard you as our strategist. While you may be inexperienced in warfare, what we seek is your strategic insight. I require a great strategist, not merely a soldier charging in a battle. Lin Zhennan nearly laughed out loud. How have I become a strategist? General Wu Min, you truly overestimate me. Ignoring Lin Zhennan essayist, Wu Min continued to elaborate on his accomplishments. Yesterday, our forces decisively defeated the invading troops of Silly Kuen, resulting in over 500 casualties. With more than 300 surrendering, we confiscated over 800 firearms, countless rounds of ammunition, 12 military vehicles, 50 mortars, and an abundance of other supplies, achieving a resounding victory. After taking a sip of tea, he added, in the early hours of the night, we pressed our advantage, raiding Silly Kuen's stronghold and seizing countless arms and an immeasurable amount of money. However, I do not yet have a detailed inventory. Once I compile it, I will report back to you, Chief of Staff. Lin Zhennan waved his hand dismissively. General Wu Min, do not feel obliged to report such matters to me. Even if I am your advisor, I am merely a titular one, not involved in the practicalities of your operations. If we are to be true friends, let us dispense with the formalities. General Wu Min nodded in agreement. Brother Lin, I do not view you as a mere titular advisor. I genuinely wish for you to serve as my chief of staff. However, I understand that your talents are far too grand for such a role. He longed to accompany Lin Zhennan to Mandalay for gemstone hunting. Yet with the recent conquest of Silly Kuen's territory, many matters required his attention, leaving him with no choice but to forego the opportunity. Thus, he said to Lin Zhennan, Brother Lin, I cannot accompany you to Mandalay this time. I will send a capable team to protect you and enlist 2 individuals familiar with the urban landscape of Mandalay to accompany you, along with 2 translators. By the way, I will have my daughter join you for an enlightening experience. She is quite lovely. Lin Zhennan rolled his eyes at General Wu Min's offer. You are truly something else. To win me over, you even offer your daughter. I am quite impressed. Wu Min, feigning ignorance, directed his gaze elsewhere, aware that Lin Zhennan was no ordinary individual. He had sold Wu Min a substantial cache of weapons for merely $30 million, an unprecedented deal in the arms trade. Moreover, Lin Zhennan had saved his life on 2 occasions. Observing his demeanor and poise, Wu Min recognized the exceptional nature of this man and resolved to forge a strong connection. If Lin Zhennan were to take an interest in his daughter, it would indeed be a fruitful alliance, especially considering Lin Zhennan's handsome appearance, which would likely win her approval. Before long, Wu Min's daughter arrived at the villa, accompanied by 2 platoons of soldiers, approximately 70 in total, all robust men, selected specifically to accompany Lin Zhennan to Mandalay for protection. Two middle-aged maids emerge from a Rolls-Royce, escorting a charming young woman, likely around 20 years of age. Wu Min's daughter indeed. It was remarkable. Despite Wu Min's rugged demeanor, he had fathered a stunning daughter. She approached Lin Zhennan, gracefully bowing as she introduced herself. Mr. Lin. I am Miao Miao, the daughter of General Wu. I hope you will take good care of me during our trip to Mandalay. The young lady surprisingly spoke fluent Chinese, and after her introduction, she rattled off a string of Burmese, her expression revealing no displeasure at her father's insistence on her accompanying Lin Zhennan. Lin Zhennan was puzzled. Was it not typical for literature to depict daughters being coerced by their fathers to accompany unwanted suitors, resulting in conflict? Yet here stood this girl, smiling amiably. General Wu Min, chuckling, approached Lin Zhennan and said, Chief of Staff Lin, this is my daughter, Miao Miao Dan. Her name means a million jade stones. I hope she will gain valuable experiences accompanying you to Mandalay, as she has always had a fondness for jade. Lin Zhennan smiled slightly. If Mandalay truly lives up to its reputation, I assure you your daughter will indeed have rewarding experiences. Miao Miao Dan was a Na'vi girl, raised in a military household but nurtured with good education, rendering her innocent yet polite. Upon hearing Lin Zhennan's promise of finding exquisite jade, her face lit up with excitement. Observing the stark contrast between Miao Miao Dan's enthusiasm and Wu Min's calculating demeanor, Lin Zhennan couldn't help but find the situation amusing. The two bore little resemblance to one another. Had there been some genetic alteration? Wu Min arranged for Lin Zhennan to travel in his daughter's Rolls-Royce. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Zhennan complied and boarded Miao Miao Dan's luxury vehicle. The two maids of Miao Miao Dan sat in the front, one driving, while Lin Zhennan and Miao Miao Dan occupied the back seat. Lin Zhennan felt somewhat uneasy, as they were still unfamiliar with each other. After all, he was quite shy by nature. This was the first time he had sat so close to a girl, apart from his school days. Of course, Lin Qian sometimes sat close to him, but he never felt uncomfortable in her presence. It seemed that there was an innate sense of intimacy between them, though he could not quite comprehend why, considering they had not known each other for long. Chapter 65. Landslide on the highway. Their group consisted of 15 vehicles, with 70 armed soldiers assigned as security, traveling in 14 jeeps, each carrying 5 heavily armed individuals. Lin Zhennan found himself in Miao Miao Dan's car, feeling quite restless due to her incessant questions. The girl was far too inquisitive, and he felt overwhelmed by her curiosity. Mr. Lin, she asked, I heard from my father that you can perform sleight of hand, making things mysteriously disappear and reappear at will. How enchanting! Could you demonstrate this for me? Lin Zhennan rubbed his forehead, wishing he could confine her curiosity to his space to alleviate his headache. However, seeing the eager gaze of the charming young girl, he found it hard to refuse. All right, consider it magic, he replied. He then gestured dramatically in the air and declared, barbecue skewers. In an instant, numerous fragrant skewers of grilled goat meat appeared in his hands. He had saved a few from his time in the primeval forest, and thanks to the constant temperature of his space, they retained their delicious flavor. Miao Miao Dan was astounded, taking a skewer and delicately biting into it with her silver teeth. Delicious! This is wonderful, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Lin Zhennan, still in his space, produced several flower crowns woven from wildflowers. Miao Miao Dan was utterly mesmerized. She had never encountered such a handsome and playful man in her life. She adorned herself with the crowns and snapped numerous selfies. Just as Lin Zhennan was struggling to manage the exuberant girl, the convoy ahead came to a halt. Yi Huaqiang and an armed personnel approached the front of Miao Miao Dan's Rolls-Royce. Yi Huaqiang lightly knocked on the car door, prompting Lin Zhennan to open it. Stepping outside, he inhaled the fresh air of nature, feeling relieved after the stifling atmosphere in the vehicle. Yi Huaqiang shot him a puzzled glance, thinking to himself, how could someone in such a luxury car feel discomfort, especially with a beautiful companion? I wish I could sit in that car, but I lack the qualifications. Lin Zhennan waved dismissively, saying, no rush, I'll check it out. This made the soldiers in the military jeep tense up. Each vehicle had left 2 soldiers behind, and they all disembarked, weapons at the ready, following Lin Zhennan closely. Even Miao Miao Dan, the daughter of General Wu Min, hurriedly opened the door and joined Lin Zhennan. The group surrounded him as they approached the convoy. Indeed, the mountain road was blocked by a massive pile of stones and mud, at least several thousand cubic meters, rendering it impassable for vehicles and even pedestrians. With a cliff and a winding river below, Fortunately, there are not many vehicles in these mountainous areas, so the blockage was not extensive. Lin Zhennan furrowed his brow, determined to establish his authority among the troop, ensuring they would remember his deeds even after he left. He envisioned a moment when he could command them as needed. He stepped forward, contemplating how to deal with the obstruction. Initially, he planned to transport the debris to the river below, but then he thought it wiser to store the soil and stones in a space. Having been there before, he knew it was filled with pristine snow and lacked much soil. After relocating the debris, he could plant flowers to beautify the environment, uncertain if they would thrive. With a plan in mind, he approached the mound of dirt, pretended to gesture dramatically as if performing a ritual, and shouted, "Go!" In an instant, the vast quantity of soil blocking the road vanished into thin air, leaving the path clear. The soldiers were left dumbfounded by this magical feat. General Wu Min's daughter excitedly tugged at Lin Zhennan's clothing, her voice filled with delight. Miao Miao Dan's astonishment at this display had Lin Zhennan both amused and exasperated. The soldiers, unable to believe their eyes, approached the road to confirm that the obstruction had truly disappeared. Could it be that no landslide had occurred, and their eyes had deceived them? Regardless of their confusion, the road was now clear, and they proceeded to board their vehicles, resuming their journey. Miao Miao Dan's admiration for Lin Zhennan grew immensely as she clung to his arm, eager to board the vehicle together. Lin Zhennan sighed inwardly, realizing he was being ensnared by this young girl. General Wu Min had indeed devised a clever scheme. It seemed that his 70 million arms deal was not meant for him at all. "Mr. Lin," Miao Miao Dan asked, her large, innocent eyes fixed on him. "Why the sigh? The road is clear now, and we can head to Mandalay." Lin Zhennan replied with a wry smile, "I sigh in envy of General Wu Min. Such a rough man could father a beauty like you. It seems quite unfair." Miao Miao Dan burst into laughter, realizing that his comment about her father was a compliment to her beauty. She continued to giggle, leaning closer to Lin Zhennan, claiming most of the back seat. Her intentions were pure, openly expressing her feelings without pretense. She simply liked this handsome and capable young man from Huaxia. What girl wouldn't he? Chapter 66. Lin Zhennan faces peril as their convoy finally rolled into the capital of Myanmar, Mandalay. Lin Zhennan exhaled deeply, relieved to have reached their destination. He knew that his efforts would not only benefit him financially, but would also be lucrative for Wang Wenjing. After all, Lin Zhennan had a keen eye for opportunity, making losses unlikely for Wang Wenjing. Miao Miao Dan and Lin Zhennan's convoy settled into a hotel near the original Stone Street, known as the Queen Hotel, one of the most luxurious accommodations in Mandalay. The lobby manager, upon seeing the procession of vehicles, quickly rushed outside to extend a warm welcome in Burmese and English. At first glance, this group of individuals is anything but ordinary. The main vehicle is a limited edition Rolls-Royce, while the escorting cars, though not extravagant, are accompanied by formidable figures, each with a conspicuous bulge at their waists, unmistakably bearing firearms. Those who can brazenly carry weapons are undoubtedly military personnel. The renowned Queen's Hotel, despite its formidable reputation and backing, is reluctant to offend those with military ties. Consequently, the lobby manager, Wu Xiaolong, dares not provoke them, hastily leading the way into the hotel. Miao Miaodon's subordinates efficiently handle the accommodation registration. She is increasingly audacious, playfully toying with Lin Zhennan's hand, oblivious to the giggles of his maid trailing behind. Naturally, she has secured the presidential suite, fully aware of her father's recent financial strains, yet resolute in not compromising her beloved's comfort. Little does she know, her father, with Lin Zhennan's assistance, has recently captured a significant territory from Shakuan, amassing considerable wealth. Upon entering the presidential suite, which boasts 6 rooms, 1 master bedroom, and 5 individual quarters for Miao Miaodon's 2 maids and over 10 bodyguards, the atmosphere is lavish. The master bedroom is spacious, yet only 1 bed is present. After enjoying a sumptuous meal in the living room, Lin Zhennan and Miao Miaodon retire to the master bedroom, where he intends to rest after days of exhaustion. Miao Miaodon follows, gazing at him with an alluring look. Lin Zhennan, puzzled, inquires, "Aren't you tired, Miao Miaodon? Why not rest?" With a blush, she replies, "I am indeed weary, but I must attend to Mr. Lin. This is a task my father entrusted me." Lin Zhennan responds, "Oh, dear niece, what could a grown man like me require of your service? You should go to sleep." Lowering her head, she implores, "Could you refrain from calling me niece?" Perplexed, Lin Zhennan retorts, "What else should I call you? I am of the same generation as your father. Thus niece is appropriate." Although I recognize it may not be ideal, you are hardly much younger than I, only by 2 or 3 years. Meow, meowed on counters. Then when we marry, how will our children address you and my father? Would they call their grandfather uncle? Taken aback, Lin Zhennan exclaims, wait a moment, meow meowed on. What are you talking about? Marriage and children. This is utter nonsense. Meow, meowed on, innocently stares at him, bewildered. Did my father not mention it? He has given me to you, awaiting your consent for our marriage. If you refuse, I shall remain your concubine, ever at your service, and I will bear your children regardless. Her declaration leaves Lin Zhennan astounded. What is General Wu thinking? How could he offer his cherished daughter to me as a concubine? This is absurd. He raises his voice. Your father is a commander. How could he send such a princess as you to me? If he seeks to flatter me, this is not the way to do it. He is shattering my worldview. Meow Meowdon softly explains, this is our custom here. Girls hold little value. Parents may offer their daughters as they see fit. I have no regrets. Serving someone like Mr. Lin brings me joy. Even if tasked with household chores, I bear no complaints. If I can bear your children, that would be my lifelong happiness. Lin Zhennan gazes at the enchanting young woman, perplexed. You are a modern, educated woman. How can you accept this? You do not resist your father's arrangements? Meow Meowdon looks at him with innocent eyes. In our Myanmar region, it is common for men to have multiple wives. It is not unusual. Moreover, we women believe that providing for our husbands through work is the mark of a virtuous wife. For someone like Mr. Lin, who is rare and sought after, why would I rebel? Lin Zhennan inquires, do women in Myanmar require a bride price? What is the typical amount? Of course, Mr. Lin. How much bride price do you desire? I shall inform my father, and he will certainly provide it. Although you were once brothers, he is now my elder and cannot diminish our family's honor. He will surely offer you over $10 million. Lin Zhennan, taken aback, covers his face, feeling embarrassed. How did he find himself in a small bordering country contemplating marriage while receiving a bride price? This is a custom unheard of among Chinese men. Back home, it is the women who demand bride prices. How did this cultural inversion occur just across the border? Should he accept or decline? Suddenly, he feels a sense of shame, questioning whether this is what it means to be a man living off a woman. Regardless, he asserts, no matter what, I will not accept a bride price from you. This is an insult to us Chinese men. Meow Meowdon, with a playful smile, responds, then Mr. Lin agrees, and the matter of the bride price is negotiable. After all, we shall be family. Lin Zhennan, resigned, states, we will discuss agreement later. For now, you should leave. You and your maids can share a room, or you can take this one while I squeeze in with your guards for the night. Meow Meowdon retorts, nonsense. I shall sleep with you tonight. How can I face my guards if you send me away? They all know my father has given me to you. If you cast me out, I would lose all face. Lin Zhennan is left dumbfounded, contemplating this audacious maneuver. Is he to be forced into an unwanted situation? He feels an impending sense of despair. How could his first experience be so confusing? No, he must resist. Yet, gazing at the determined Meow Meowdon, he doubts the efficacy of his resistance. The next day, upon awakening, Lin Zhennan finds Meow Meowdon's large eyes fixed upon him, radiating a blissful demeanor. The sight makes him hesitant to meet her gaze. As he attempts to rise, he finds himself ensnared by her, making it difficult to maintain his composure. After all, Lin Zhennan is in his early 20s, brimming with youthful vigor. Thus, they engage in a morning exercise, and after an hour, they finish, embracing before heading to the bathroom for a refreshing wash. Following their morning rituals, they descend from the presidential suite's private elevator, enjoying breakfast in the lobby before embarking on a journey to the stone gambling street. Eager to experience the thrill of stone betting, Mandalay's stone gambling market comprises indoor and street-facing shops, alongside occasional outdoor stalls where impressive stones may appear. The storefront sell not only stones but also antiques and artworks, all of which pique Lin Zhennan's interest. He is passionate about antiques and art, viewing stone gambling merely as a means to fortune, lacking the cultural depth he cherishes in antiquities. However, he does not feign disdain for wealth, recognizing its necessity in life. Wealth can indeed bring joy to individuals. Those who claim to dislike money often do so from a position of abundance. Such statements may carry an air of pretentiousness. Lin Zhennan wandered from shop to shop, yet his acquisitions were mere trinkets, lacking substantial value. Unbeknownst to him, Meow Meowdon was oblivious to the worth of her husband's purchases. She commanded her 2 guards to follow closely, each carrying 2 suitcases, ready to stow away any items Lin Zhennan acquired. Upon entering a shop seemingly run by Chinese proprietors, named How You Lie, Lin Zhennan noted its simple yet meaningful name before stepping inside. The shop was modest in size, approximately 40 to 50 square meters, filled with an array of antiques. Yet the value of these items was rather low. After surveying the offerings and finding nothing of interest, Lin Zhennan turned to leave. The shopkeeper was occupied with a few tourists and did not acknowledge him. Casually, Lin Zhennan glanced at the tea table in the center of the shop, which was adorned with a teapot and several cups, resting upon a slab of jadeite rough stone. The stone was massive, yet its previous owner had deemed it unworthy. Having flattened it for use as a tea table, Lin Zhennan employed his extraordinary vision, and his mind was immediately flooded with information. Burmese old mine glass type rough stone. Total weight, 800 kilograms. Actual jadeite content, 300 kilograms. A piece of spiritual stone weighing approximately 3 kilograms lies within, of considerable value, greatly beneficial for the owner's cultivation. Rough stone value, too high to estimate. Lin Zhennan was momentarily taken aback. A value so high that even his extraordinary system could not assess it. He needed to act swiftly. How much for this tea table? He inquired loudly. The shopkeeper, busy with a bustling clientele, replied without looking up, "It's not for sale." Meow Meow Dan, displeased at her future husband's rejection, chimed in, "What do you mean it's not for sale? Just name a price. My husband is not short on money." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper glanced up and assessed the situation. The two young individuals appeared genteel, yet the entourage behind them bore intimidating expressions. He quickly smiled and said, "I mean no offense, but I truly don't wish to deceive you. This is merely a jadeite rough stone that no one values. It's been flattened for use as a tea table, and look at it. Much has been removed, leaving it dull and gray, indicating a lack of jadeite." Lin Zhennan responded softly, "You are indeed a good man, but good men are rewarded. I have a penchant for gambling on stones. The less they are valued, the more I wish to acquire them." The shopkeeper, recognizing the young man's Chinese accent and recalling his own heritage, did not want to cheat him. "You are from China, aren't you? My ancestors were also from there. How about I just give you this stone? It occupies space here anyway." Feigning stubbornness, Lin Zhennan replied, "The more you refuse to sell, the more I wish to buy. Is this stone a treasure? Are you intentionally withholding it from me? Besides, do I lack money? You must sell it to me today." The shopkeeper was nearly driven to tears by the insistence of this tenacious young man. In a moment of exasperation, he raised a finger, indicating he would sell it for €1. Lin Zhennan asked, "What currency is that? Dollar? Euro? All Chinese yuan?" The shopkeeper, resigned, responded, "Let's say euros." Lin Zhennan retrieved a black card from his pocket, acquired from foreign mercenaries, and tossed it before the shopkeeper. 100 million euros is 100 million euros. Go ahead and swipe it. Everyone present, including Meow Meow Dan's entourage, was taken aback. 100 million euros? Could that rough stone truly be worth such a sum? The shopkeeper felt a pang of despair, wondering if he had offended someone and was now facing repercussions. With a sorrowful expression, he handed the black card back to Lin Zhennan, saying, "Sir, please tell me where I have wronged you, and I will amend my ways." Lin Zhennan, exasperated, threw the card back again. "What kind of nonsense is this? Am I at fault for wanting to buy something? Hurry up and swipe it. I have other shops to visit and cannot waste time." The shopkeeper, sensing that Lin Zhennan was quite serious, was bewildered as to why this young man was so determined to purchase the tea table at such a staggering price. 100 million euros could buy numerous rough stones. Yet their family, having been in this business for generations, likely had less than 1 million euros in total assets. Selling this tea table would elevate their worth 100-fold. It was incomprehensible. Lin Zhennan was aware of the shopkeeper's vivid imagination and found it amusing. While he could have purchased the tea table for a fraction of that sum, he wanted to assist the shop run by his fellow countrymen, especially since the items were of modest quality and the proprietors were honest in their dealings. He did not wish to exploit them too much, as it would weigh on his conscience. However, he had no intention of revealing his noble intentions to the shopkeeper. With trembling hands, the shopkeeper inserted the card into the machine, entered the amount, and handed it to Lin Zhennan for the password. Lin Zhennan entered the code, and a chime signaled the successful transaction. Moments later, the shopkeeper received a notification on his phone. A transfer of 100 million euros had been deposited into his account. Stunned, he stared at his phone, doubting his own senses. It took him a while to regain his composure. He quickly knelt before Lin Zhennan, bowing his head in gratitude. "Sir, I do not understand your reasons, but I know you are a good person. Thank you, thank you." Although the shopkeeper was not particularly old, perhaps in his early 50s, he spoke sincerely. After all, 100 million euros was no trivial sum. Many wealthy individuals might claim fortunes in the billions, yet few possess actual cash reserves of over 100 million. Such liquid assets were exceedingly rare. Lin Zhennan, undeterred, merely waved his hand, and the shopkeeper rose as if assisted by an invisible force. Miao Miao Dan and her subordinates were not astonished, having witnessed Lin Zhennan's extraordinary abilities before, but the shopkeeper and his patrons were left in utter disbelief. Was this young man performing magic or wielding some sort of sorcery? Without exchanging further words with the shopkeeper, Lin Zhennan lifted the jadeite rough stone tea table effortlessly and exited the store. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, utterly bewildered by the spectacle they had just witnessed. Such wealth, and yet so much leisure. Miao Miao Dan, with her proud little chest, walked behind Lin Zhennan. Her husband was indeed remarkable. After exiting the establishment, he hastily placed the jade rough on a tea table by the roadside, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. He quickly instructed Yi Huachang to procure a small truck to transport the stone. Lin Zhennan, feigning to pull out a large stack of dollars from his pocket, though in truth the money came from his spatial storage, handed it to Yi Huachang, saying, "Take this, and if you cannot rent a truck, just buy one outright." As Lin Zhennan strolled along the street, inspecting various shops for items of interest, Miao Miao commanded her subordinates to safeguard the precious stone, valued at over 100 million euros. Although she believed the stone to be of little worth, she was determined to protect it, as it was favored by her husband. Miao Miao Dan distanced herself slightly from her guards and whispered to Lin Zhennan, "Husband, is that stone truly worth so much, or do you know that Chinese man and wish to assist him?" Lin Zhennan chuckled, "Little Dan. Do you think your uncle is such a fool? I want to help that Chinese man too, but I certainly won't let myself be at a disadvantage." Miao Miao Dan pouted. "Who is your little niece? She's already been so close to you." Lin Zhennan teased, "Look at those women. They engage in all sorts of embarrassing acts with their godfathers, calling them godfathers so affectionately." Miao Miao playfully punched Lin Zhennan's shoulder. "Husband, you are so naughty." Yet, her concern lingered as she asked, "Is that broken tea table really worth 100 million euros? Feigning anger, Lin Zhennan retorted, "What punishment should befall those who doubt their husband's words?" With that, he playfully smacked her pert backside twice. Miao Miao Dan giggled and embraced Lin Zhennan's arm. Lin Zhennan grinned. "If you doubt your husband's judgment, let us find a place to unveil this stone. Then you shall see how sharp my eye is. However, I am unfamiliar with this area. Please inquire discreetly about where we can break the stone, avoiding the public eye, lest we attract too much attention and end up paying more than necessary." Miao Miao Dan pondered briefly before stating, "I have a classmate in Mandalay whose family seems to be in the jade business. I will ask her. She should know of a place." Lin Zhennan feigned ferocity. "Asking your classmate? Male or female?" Miao Miao Dan laughed. "Of course it's a girl. Who would play with a smelly man?" Lin Zhennan pretended to strike her again. "Are you saying I am smelly too?" Miao Miao Dan raised her hands in surrender. "Aside from my father and husband, the other men are indeed smelly." Releasing Lin Zhennan, she dialed her female classmate, Alasa, inquiring if her family had a place for breaking jade. Upon seeing Miao Miao Dan's call, Alasa eagerly picked up. "Miao Miao Dan, you finally decided to call. I heard your father acquired another large territory. Congratulations, young lady of a warlord." Miao Miao Dan replied with a laugh. "I don't care about my father's affairs. I am here in Mandalay for fun." Alasa, surprised, asked, "Is your father really okay with you being out alone? Isn't he afraid of kidnappers trying to extort him? You used to refuse to go out." Miao Miao Dan, with a hint of pride, said, "I am not alone. I am here with my husband to gamble on stones. My father even sent a troop to protect us. Who would dare to cause us trouble? My husband is a martial arts master and possesses magical abilities." Alasa laughed. "Wait, Miao Miao Dan, have you gotten married? A husband by your side sounds so corny." Miao Miao Dan retorted, "You are just jealous, blatantly so. Enough of the chit-chat. I heard your family is in the jewelry business. Do you have a place for breaking open jade rough? My husband purchased a large piece and wishes to find a location to unveil it." Alasa burst into laughter. "Jealous? Hardly. I have more men than you can imagine. But I will say, my family does indeed have a place for breaking jade. I will send you the address. You can find your way there. I will wait for you at the jade factory." Miao Miao Dan received her classmate's address. Shortly thereafter, Yi Huachang arrived with a brand new small truck, having purchased it without hesitation. He had witnessed how Lin Zhennan, their chief strategist, was not short of funds, having spent 100 million euros on a mere stone. The small truck parked in front of the precious stone. This time, Lin Zhennan refrained from lifting the 800-kilogram stone himself, allowing several guards to hoist it onto the vehicle instead. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention to himself and did not desire to become a public figure. With the stone secured, Lin Zhennan drove towards their destination. Although he departed, tales of his exploits began to circulate on the street, whispers of his strength rivaling that of Xiang Yu and his lavish generosity. Chapter 69. This is not my character. Before long, Lin Zhennan and Miao Miao Dan's convoy arrived at a grand villa on the outskirts. Miao Miao Dan was already at the entrance, welcoming her party. Alasa and Miao Miao embraced warmly. Miao Miao, we graduated from university almost a year or two ago. I called you to come out and play, but you never did. You've become such a homebody. Alasa pouted. Miao Miao Dan replied with a smile. It's my father. He won't let me go anywhere, fearing that his rivals might kidnap me for ransom. Alasa inquired. So how did he let you, the precious daughter, out this time? Miao Miao Dan pointed to Lin Zhennan. Because of him. Only then did Alasa notice Lin Zhennan amidst the crowd. He indeed appeared somewhat handsome and charming, though he seemed not to be Burmese, likely of Han descent. Alasa teased Miao Miao Dan. Miao, who is this? Though her face flushed, Miao Miao Dan confidently replied, of course, he is my future husband. Allow me to introduce you. This is my future husband, Mr. Lin Zhennan, of Han descent. She then pulled Lin Zhennan closer. Husband, meet my classmate and best friend, Alasa, from the renowned jewelry family in Mandalay. Alasa joked, oh dear husband, you've given me goosebumps. Are you from Middle Ages? Such cheesy lines. The two young women continued their playful banter. Alasa then called for a forklift to bring the stone inside. She explained that this villa had once been their residence, but it had since been converted into a jade-breaking factory and warehouse. The workers used a forklift to lift the stone onto the jade-breaking machine. They requested Lin Zhennan to mark the stone for proper operation, as such a large piece, purchased for 100 million euros, warranted careful handling. With his extraordinary abilities, Lin Zhennan knew precisely where to mark, distinguishing between valuable jade and waste. He stepped forward, took a pen, and began to draw lines on the stone. The workers positioned the machinery according to his markings and commenced their operation. The sound of the machines roared, echoing through the space. Lin Zhennan grasped Miao Miao's hand, saying, let us step outside. It is too noisy here. We will return shortly and will know the outcome. Miao Miao, feeling a twinge of concern, replied, Brother Nan, are you not worried? You spent so much on that stone. After being teased by Alasa a few times, Miao Miao finally referred to Lin Zhennan as Brother Nan instead of her husband. Lin Zhennan dismissed her worries, stating, if it does not show green, you will see it remains unchanged. If it is of glass quality, it remains so regardless of your gaze. Miao Miao nodded and followed Lin Zhennan out of the raucous stone-cutting workshop. The group settled at tables in the courtyard, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Alasa inquired, Miao Miao, how long do you plan to stay in Mandalay this time? Miao Miao leaned against Lin Zhennan's arm, responding, that depends on Brother Nan's decision on how many days we will play here. Alasa feigned a gagging gesture, exclaiming, oh dear Miao Miao, I cannot endure your public displays of affection. Must you flaunt your happiness before me? The two women erupted into laughter, playfully teasing one another. Lin Zhennan observed the camaraderie between the two women, feeling a sense of warmth, reminiscent of his own bond with Hao Yoxing. His thoughts drifted to Hao Yoxing, and he couldn't help but feel nostalgic about their shared days. Just then, Yi Huaqiang emerged, addressing Lin Zhennan, Chief Lin, the stone has shown green. They say it is of glass quality. Alasa covered her mouth in astonishment. Initially, she had not paid much attention to the handsome Lin Zhennan, but hearing his subordinate refer to him as Chief startled her. Alasa was aware of Miao Miao's family background, knowing her father was a significant warlord, and had recently heard that he had annexed another warlord's territory. Moreover, there were rumors that General Wu Min's successful annexation was aided by a young man from Huaxia. Could it be this dashing young man before her? If so, he must be extraordinary. Lin Zhennan, unfazed by Alasa's speculations, took Miao Miao's hand and entered the stone warehouse. Upon entering, they saw that the stone had been partially uncovered, with workers washing it down with hoses. Under the bright lights, a vibrant green hue dazzled their eyes. Wow, a glass-quality stone of this size. I have been in this industry for 30 to 40 years, and this is truly my first time witnessing such a thing, exclaimed an older worker. Another worker jested, Old Wan, how old are you? This is your first time? Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Laughter erupted among the workers. Upon noticing Lin Zhennan and Miao Miao, the laughter subsided. Miao Miao's face flushed with joy as she beheld the dazzling green jade. Having loved jade since childhood, she had a fair understanding of its quality and varieties. Seeing such a transparent green jade, she realized that even if it were not of glass quality, it surely was of high ice quality. And such a large piece must be worth a fortune. It appeared her husband's taste was indeed discerning. She had momentarily considered stopping him from purchasing it. But how regretful that would have been. Without a second thought, Meow Meow kissed Lin Zhennan on the cheek. This time, no one mocked her. For the astonishing glass-quality stone left everyone awestruck. Anyone would be thrilled to possess it. Alasa gazed at Lin Zhennan and Meow Meow with envy. She pulled out a professional laser pointer to examine the jade stone closely. Excellent, excellent. This is imperial green glass quality, flawless and exceptional. It is rare to find one this large. If it were all of this quality, I estimate few in Mandalay could afford it. Lin Zhennan was well aware that the stone was indeed entirely of this quality. Its previous owner had merely uncovered one side and, seeing no jade, discarded it in the warehouse. Unbeknownst to them, years had passed. The shop owner had repurposed this national treasure into a tea table, a true waste of valuable material. Yet, one could not blame them. Not everyone possesses Lin Zhennan's extraordinary insight. However, Lin Zhennan had certainly compensated for it, investing 100 million euros, equivalent to over 10 billion yuan, ensuring that the family would never want for anything in their lifetime. The crowd looked towards Lin Zhennan, pondering whether to continue the stone's unveiling. Given the current state of the stone, which was already promising, it could fetch a good price without further exploration. However, if the other three sides were revealed and any flaws emerged, or if they turned out to be of glass quality but were not worth delving deeper, the price would significantly drop. Even without further unveiling, the stone in its current condition was worth tens of billions of euros. This was a gamble. If all sides revealed glass quality imperial green, it could be worth over 100 billion euros. If only the top layer was of glass quality, it might only be valued at a few billion euros. Lin Zhennan, even if not incurring a loss, would not gain much either. He waved his hand decisively, declaring, "Unveil it completely. I am a betting man. Even when it was merely a tea table, I dare to wager 100 million euros on it. Now that it has progressed this far, would I abandon it? That is not in my nature." Chapter 70. Preparing to auction the glass-quality jade. The workers, upon hearing Lin Zhennan's words, promptly resumed their machines to continue the unveiling process. After all, they were laborers working for pay, regardless of how the stone turned out. If it was a good stone, the boss would reward them handsomely. If it failed, they bore no responsibility. The unveiling process took over an hour. The three of them remained, anxiously watching the workers as they slowly continued their task. Finally, their worries dissipated as the remaining stone skins were stripped away, revealing all imperial green, glass-quality jade. Cheers erupted from the crowd in the warehouse. All glass-quality imperial green. What a windfall. Alasa joyously instructed her subordinates to fetch firecrackers to celebrate outside. In Myanmar, firecrackers were not prohibited, and one could set off as many as they wished. The sounds of crackling firecrackers echoed into the warehouse, filling everyone with excitement and flushed faces. Even those not involved in the stone's discovery shared in the exhilaration. Lin Zhennan discreetly retrieved a substantial amount of cash, all in $100 bills, from his space. He handed the money to Yi Huaqiang, saying, "Old Yi, give each stone worker $1,000 and everyone else present $200 each to share in the joy." Yi Huaqiang felt his heart race at the thought of how much money that amounted to. Chief Lin was indeed generous with his wealth. However, Yi Huaqiang kept his thoughts to himself, following Lin Zhennan's instructions to distribute $1,000 to each of the 4 stone workers, totaling $4,000. The number of onlookers was considerable, easily in the dozens or even hundreds. Distributing the funds took about $30,000. The large warehouse was filled with laughter and cheers. Everyone expressed their gratitude to Lin Zhennan and Meow Meow. Just then, Alasa approached, smiling as she asked Lin Zhennan, "Young Master Lin, what do you intend to do with your glass-quality jade?" Lin Zhennan glanced at Alasa. "Miss Alasa, are you interested in purchasing? If so, I can offer you a discount, considering you are my fiancé's close friend." Alasa shook her head. "I would love to buy it, but unfortunately, I do not have that much cash on hand. Such a large piece of imperial green jadeite glass. I estimate that no one in the entirety of Mandalay could afford to purchase it outright. While there are numerous jewelers here, none would be willing to liquidate their entire fortune to acquire this particular piece of glass. Although the glass variety is indeed precious, it often requires a lengthy storage period before it can be sold, thereby hindering the flow of capital." Lin Zhennan is aware that Alasa speaks the truth. Yet what she does not realize is that Lin Zhennan has no intention of selling at all. When he originally purchased this rough stone, he was primarily drawn to the approximately 3-kilogram spirit stone within it, a stone he would never sell, regardless of the price. Alasa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Young Master Lin, if you truly intend to divide it into several portions, I can certainly find a few prominent buyers for you. Alasa was elated, despite only earning a 10% commission. The selling price of this stone would likely yield a commission far exceeding the value of her family's jewelry company. Moreover, by splitting it into several portions, the number of potential buyers would increase significantly. Such a glass variety of imperial green would indeed sell without difficulty. Alasa immediately set about organizing the auction and instructed her subordinates to handle the necessary arrangements. She then contacted relevant jewelers, inviting them to participate in this special auction. Naturally, only those with fortunes in the billions in US dollars rather than shots will be allowed to attend. The date was set for the following day, at the Queen Hotel where Lin Zhennan and his companions were staying. The 3-cut jadeite rough stones weighed in at 120 kilograms for the central piece, with the other two weighing 110 kilograms and 105 kilograms respectively. Alasa diligently prepared the contract for Lin Zhennan's signature. It was rare for him to engage in such formalities. He pulled the delicate hand of Miao Miao Dan towards him. Come, Miao Miao, you'll sign on my behalf. Miao Miao Dan blinked excitedly. Is it really okay, Brother Nan? Lin Zhennan waved dismissively. What's the harm? It's just a worthless stone. Alasa had to suppress her urge to strike him. Worthless stone? This so-called worthless stone represents the value of numerous publicly listed companies. How dare he flaunt such arrogance before me? Yet, she couldn't help but find enjoyment in his bravado. He was both handsome and charismatic. Miao Miao Dan was quick to take action. Had she hesitated, she would have lost her chance. In truth, Lin Zhennan held his own reservations. Being in Myanmar, a place unfamiliar to him, made him cautious. However, Miao Miao Dan's signature carried weight. Her father was a significant warlord in the region, not someone easily intimidated. Miao Miao Dan expressed her concerns. Darling, do you think our jade will be safe there? Lin Zhennan glanced at her. Are you not confident in your classmates? Aren't you close friends? Miao Miao Dan fidgeted, saying, but wealth can corrupt the heart. Those 2 pieces of jadeite are said to be worth billions of euros. Such vast sums are bound to incite greed. Lin Zhennan nodded. Indeed, your insight is commendable, Miao Miao. You're more perceptive than you appear. Miao Miao Dan's large eyes widened. People might be afraid of your money being swindled. Lin Zhennan gently stroked her small face. Do you think just anyone can take my money? Those who covet my wealth or my life have already met their demise. Wouldn't you agree? Although Miao Miao Dan had never witnessed Lin Zhennan's lethal prowess, she had heard tales from her father of his extraordinary skills, which reassured her. Chapter 71. The brother is not short of money, but the sister is. After lunch, Lin Zhennan and Miao Miao Dan ventured to the street of jadeite gambling for more treasures. Unfortunately, their luck was not with them that afternoon, as they did not encounter any more glass varieties of jadeite. However, there were still plenty of mid-range goods, which Lin Zhennan was not picky about. His reputation had already spread through the street, so whenever he showed interest in something, the sellers would invariably raise their prices slightly for him. However, Lin Zhennan was not concerned, understanding that everyone needed to earn a living. Who would he want to make a little extra? As long as he believed he could profit by over 50% from the rough stones, he purchased them all. By the end of the afternoon, he had acquired thousands of rough stones, weighing at least several dozen to over 100 tons. Lin Zhennan called Wang Wenjing. Upon receiving the call, Wang Wenjing was exceedingly pleased. Ah, good brother, you finally decided to call me. Lin Zhennan replied earnestly. Brother, I'm busy. Unlike you privileged second-generation officials who leisurely sip tea and court girls, we toil away to earn a living. Wang Wenjing responded. Yes, you're a poor man. There are so many poor people in the world, and you think making money is a matter of minutes. Now, what do you need from me? Just as Lin Zhennan was about to speak, a voice on the other end interrupted. Wang Wenjing, who are you calling a beauty? Look at you, always slacking off. Lin Zhennan instantly recognized the voice of the fierce woman, Wang Ziwei, and could not help but smirk. It seemed Wang Wenjing was about to face her wrath. Not wishing to engage with Wang Ziwei, he promptly hung up the phone. After a while, Lin Zhennan received a message from Wang Wenjing containing the address of his jewelry company in Beijing, along with a question about whether Lin Zhennan had enough money. He offered to transfer some funds if necessary. In Beijing, Wang Ziwei observed her brother, Wang Wenjing, furtively texting and calling someone. When she inquired, he refused to divulge the truth, infuriating her to the point where she clenched her fists, ready to unleash her fury on him. Seizing an opportunity when he was distracted, she snatched his phone to check his messages. Upon discovering that he was communicating with Lin Zhennan, she read through the bold messages and couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of all. Wang Wenjing received a notification on his phone, indicating an international transfer had been made to his account for 10 million yuan. Staring at the sender, Lin Zhennan, he was utterly baffled. He was supposed to be sending money to him, yet now it seemed reversed. Had Lin Zhennan suddenly become excessively wealthy? Wang Ziwei, observing her brother's bewildered expression, inquired, "Who texted you? You look like a fool. Are you being pursued for debts?" Wang Wenjing said with irritation, "Who can chase after my debts? I'm content not to pursue anyone else's. I'm not short on money. My troublesome brother Lin Zhennan transferred 10 million Huaxia coins to me, and I have no idea what it means. I'll call him to inquire, lest it be a mistake. He certainly doesn't need my money." Upon hearing this, Wang Ziwei snatched his phone away and checked the transfer information. She then exclaimed loudly to her brother, "This is the account Lin Zhennan, that rascal, has sent me, as he doesn't have my bank details, so it's in your name." Wang Ziwei, fearing he wouldn't believe her, showed her phone's information to Wang Wenjing. Confused, he asked, "Sister, why would he transfer 10 million Huaxia coins to you?" Wang Ziwei, still fuming, retorted, "Mind your own business. Perhaps he feels he owes me something, and this is his way of making amends." Intrigued, Wang Wenjing's curiosity was piqued. "Sister, do you think he has done something wrong to you?" Wang Ziwei blushed, her face reddening with anger as she shouted, "That's none of your concern. Hurry and transfer that 10 million to my account, or beware of the consequences." Wang Wenjing quickly agreed, but secretly thought of reporting to their grandfather, sensing something was off with his sister. Meanwhile, Lin Zhennan in Myanmar was oblivious to the sibling drama. He entered a reputable antique shop specializing in ceramics, which offered an array of items from the primitive celadon of the Warring States to Cultural Revolution porcelain from the 1950s and 60s. The selection was dazzling, ranging from towering vases to tiny bird feeders. The diversity was astounding, featuring blue and white porcelain, multicolored glazes, and various other styles. Chapter 72, Xuanda, Multicolored Porcelain. Lin Zhennan, arm in arm with Miao Miao, strolled through the store, taking in the exquisite craftsmanship of Chinese porcelain, which he revered deeply. In the realm of world culture, China as porcelain artistry is unrivaled. Centuries ago, Chinese porcelain was as precious as gold, coveted by European royalty as a symbol of status and beauty. Wars were even fought over a few pieces. Just as today as elites collect Swiss watches, so too did the aristocracy of the past collect Chinese porcelain. As he admired the multicolored porcelain, Lin Zhennan was captivated by the intricate designs and the lustrous glaze that shimmered with a subtle, ethereal glow, known to connoisseurs as clam luster. His heart raced. This multicolored ware appeared to be Xuanda porcelain, renowned for its rarity, while the more common, wanly multicolored pieces are still considered national treasures. Could he be on the verge of discovering a great find, regardless of its cost? He simply adored it. The multicolored porcelain is said to have originated in the Yuan dynasty, though few pieces remain today, and there is some debate regarding its history. However, it is widely accepted that Xuanda porcelain reached a mature stage, with complete pieces being exceedingly rare. Reportedly, only a few have been preserved in the Potala Palace. Other provincial museums seldom house Xuanda pieces, underscoring their extraordinary value. With a heart pounding with excitement, Lin Zhennan attentively gazed upon a stunning set of Xuanda, multicolored teapot and teacups. The exquisite tea set depicted mandarin ducks in a lotus pond, showcasing a hint of Yuan dynasty artistry. The porcelain was impeccably preserved, devoid of any imperfections, as if freshly crafted. Lin Zhennan picked up a teacup and turned it over, revealing a 6-character mark in blue and white, made in the Xuanda period of the Ming dynasty. He examined the other pieces, finding the same 6-character inscription. Carefully setting them down, he feared damaging these treasures. Miao Miao, observing her future husband's cautious demeanor, sensed their value but couldn't discern herself. Yet, she had the good sense to refrain from questioning him in front of others. Lin Zhennan gestured for Miao Miao to inquire about the price of the tea set. She promptly approached the shopkeeper, asking, "Excuse me, how much for that set of green and red flower porcelain teapot?" The shopkeeper chuckled at her phrasing, recognizing her as an amateur. "That's not just any set. It's Xuanda multicolored porcelain, a precious tribute from the Ming dynasty to our king. For you." It's 500,000 euros. Lin Zhennan thought the price was not exorbitant, but neither was it a bargain, fairly average. However, Miao Miao exploded. You're joking. It's just a teapot set made of clay. There are only 5 pieces, and you want 500,000 euros? Why not just rob a bank? Lin Zhennan nearly collapsed from disbelief. Miao Miao was a true gem. To her, a national treasure was merely clay, and she questioned the pricing per piece. Did she not understand that without each piece, the value would diminish greatly? The shopkeeper, though aware of Miao Miao's privileged background, couldn't help but explain this. You may not realize, but Schwanda multicolor porcelain is exceedingly rare. We might only have this set in our country. Thus, 500,000 euros is quite reasonable. If you take it back to China, its price will surely double. Miao Miao understood Lin Zhennan's intention to negotiate and feigned ignorance. Double? I just want a teapot set to enjoy tea. Who would sell it afterward? I'm not short on money for a few teacups. The shopkeeper found her naivety amusing. Explaining antique culture to someone so uninformed was futile. Lin Zhennan, with a casual demeanor, remarked to the shopkeeper, "You're exaggerating. Even if these are old, they're merely Qing dynasty imitations, not authentic Ming Xuan pieces. I suspect they are likely Qing replicas created during the Tongji revival. You know that during the Qing dynasty, Empress Dowager Cixi had many such pieces made for her personal use." The shopkeeper, Wu Siki, who had a hint of Chinese heritage, recognized Lin Zhennan's knowledge of history and respectfully replied, "You are indeed well-versed in our heritage, sir. However, I still believe this is a Ming piece. If not from the Xuande period, then certainly from the Wanli era. Our official stance is that it's classified as a tribute piece. What do you think of my assessment?" Lin Zhennan sensed the shopkeeper's uncertainty, indicating that he too was not entirely convinced of its authenticity. And he couldn't help but smile inwardly. This was indeed a potential treasure. In the antiquities trade, the thrill of discovery is often more enjoyable than the financial gain. Many affluent entrepreneurs frequent antique markets, not solely for profit, but for the sheer pleasure of the hunt. After all, these wealthy individuals could easily earn thousands at any moment. Why wouldn't they seek a leisurely pastime? The joys of the antique trade are realms forever incomprehensible to those uninitiated. Thus, Lin Zhennan, with a smile, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the antique shop owner, Wu Siki. "My dear sir, I am not attempting to drive down the price. This piece you offer is undoubtedly a Qing imitation. At best, it can only be traced back to the Yongjing era. It is well known that the items produced during Yongjing's reign possess remarkable craftsmanship, often surpassing that of the originals. Am I mistaken?" Wu Siki nodded in agreement, mentally acknowledging that he had encountered a connoisseur. It seemed this set of tea utensils would not fetch an exorbitant price. Since we are both knowledgeable in this matter, let us dispense with the pretenses. How much do you value it? You may propose a price, and if it is reasonable, I shall part with it. I have cherished this tea set for several years, and if the price is right, I would be glad to pass it on to you. Lin Zhennan felt a surge of approval in his heart. Since the owner was forthright, he too would speak plainly. 1 million euros. What does that sound? I am offering a price commensurate with pieces from the Yongjing era. Should it be from the Guangxu period, it would not be worth this amount. Wu Siki pondered. That price is not trivial. If what he claims is true, and it is indeed from the Guangxu era, it is only worth about 100,000 euros. Conversely, if it is from Yongjing, it might indeed be valued around 1 million euros. Feigning generosity, Wu Siki declared, "Since you are well-versed, I shall extend this friendship to you. 1 million it is, without a profit for me." Miao Miaodong interjected with a playful tone. "Of course. You will not profit a single cent. Your gain is merely 990,000 euros. Lin Zhennan and Wu Siki exchanged amused glances, laughter escaping them. They were not taken aback by the charming young lady. After all, she was a novice, unfamiliar with the true value of antiques. Wu Siki then instructed his workers to fetch a brocade box, packaging the tea set with care before handing it to Lin Zhennan. He entrusted the beautifully wrapped tea set to his bodyguards, instructing them to place it gently in the vehicle awaiting them outside. The guards handled the precious cargo with utmost caution, aware that they had witnessed their commander spend 1 million euros. Any damage would be catastrophic. Lin Zhennan subsequently procured various antique porcelain pieces, amassing a collection worth over 1 million euros. Though not exorbitant, the acquisitions were to his liking. To him, purchasing antiques was akin to embracing destiny, and today he felt jubilant to have encountered treasures that resonated with him. Chapter 73, The Leaf Family's Lackey. After acquiring the exquisite Schwanda 5-color tea set, Lin Zhennan lost interest in further shopping. His mind was elsewhere, distracted by his newfound possession. Miao Miaodong summoned the hotel staff to deliver the finest local delicacies to the presidential suite. She understood that once Lin Zhennan acquired a treasure, he would not wish to dine out. Thus, Miao Miaodong arranged for the meal to be served in the suite, desiring to share both food and admiration for his acquisition with him. Indeed, Miao Miaodong was attuned to Lin Zhennan's feelings, despite their brief acquaintance of only a few days. The harmony between two individuals in daily life does not necessarily depend on the length of their relationship. Some may traverse a lifetime without truly connecting, while others may experience an instant rapport, remaining strangers thereafter. The complexities of human emotion are baffling, beyond the grasp of even the most sophisticated scientific instruments. Lin Zhennan found himself gradually enamored with the petite Miao Miaodong, whose childlike demeanor exuded an air of delicate charm. She clung to him, and he found no displeasure in her company. Miao Miaodong uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring a modest amount into her glass and filling Lin Zhennan's cup generously. She also ladled a substantial helping of local delicacies into his bowl, encouraging him to savor his meal while admiring his treasure. Lin Zhennan nodded, relishing the food and the beauty before him, occasionally glancing at his prized possession, wishing that such blissful moments could last eternally. Meanwhile, in the nearby bank's manager's office, a young and audacious individual from Huaxia lounged in the manager's chair, legs crossed, while the respectful manager of the Myanmar bank stood before him. Have you ascertained the origins of the young man who transferred 10 million yuan to Huaxia? The bank manager, Wu Bang, replied, I have conducted an investigation. His name is Lin Zhennan, and the recipient is Wang Wenjing of the Wang family jewelers in Kyoto. His funds are legitimate, with no issues. Upon hearing the name Wang Wenjing, the young man promptly uncrossed his legs, adopting a serious demeanor. Our old rival, the Wang family? Are you certain? Wu Bang affirmed, indeed. I personally reviewed the remittance slip. This young man was Zhu Debiao, the Myanmar representative of the illustrious Yi family from Huaxia. He was a trusted aide to Yi Kai, the notorious scion of the third generation of the Yi family, known for his extravagant lifestyle. Yi Kai operated a chain of jewelry stores in the capital, competing directly with Wang Wenjing. Presently, Zhu Debiao was dispatched to Myanmar to acquire jade raw materials. Today, he observed Lin Zhennan's substantial purchases of jade and, perceiving him as a lavish spender, began to suspect he might be a rival agent from the Wang family. Moreover, he had transferred a substantial sum to the Wang family's jewelry company, prompting him to seek clarification from the bank manager. The Yi family had invested heavily in this bank, essentially holding a significant stake. Wu Bang continued, this Lin Zhennan also purchased a piece of jade raw stone today at an antique jewelry shop, reportedly for 100 million euros. 100 million euros? What kind of jade stone could possibly be worth that? Zhu Debiao stood, his composure faltering, and questioned Wu Bang with intensity. Do you truly believe this Lin Zhennan is a fool, rather than someone who has stumbled upon a great deal? Wu Bang chuckled. To spend 100 million euros on a mere tea table, if he is seeking a bargain, it seems unlikely. Wu Bang added, the strangest part is that this Huaxia man utilized a Swiss bank's black card for the transaction. As far as I know, such black cards are exceedingly rare worldwide. How could a Huaxia individual possess one? Despite his bravado, Zhu Debiao was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Swiss bank's card and curiously inquired, is this Swiss bank's black card truly that precious? Wu Bang explained with a hint of resignation. The Swiss bank's black card is said to have a global issuance of no more than 100. To obtain such a card, one must have at least $10 billion deposited in the Swiss bank. Zhu Debiao dismissed the significance. $10 billion is not an extraordinary sum. Today, the wealthiest individuals across various nations are in the realm of hundreds of billions. Bank manager Wu Bang chuckled wryly. You may not realize, Zhu, that while many may flaunt fortunes in the hundreds of billions or even trillions, these figures often represent company assets or stock evaluations. Few can readily access $10 billion in cash. Zhu Debiao contemplated this, recognizing the truth in Wu Bang's words. Even the Yi family's century-old jewelry store, valued in the hundreds of billions, was heavily leveraged with loans. If pressed for cash, producing even tens of billions would be challenging, let alone 100 billion yuan, equivalent to nearly 1 trillion Huaxia yuan. Zhu Debiao retorted, it seems this Lin Zhennan is not as simple as he appears. Wu Bang has unveiled astonishing news. A more shocking revelation has surfaced. It is said that Lin Zhennan, having purchased the rough stone for 100 million euros, went to the Alasa warehouse to unearth it, and astonishingly, he discovered over 200 kilograms of imperial green jadeite of the glass variety, which is immensely profitable. Zhu Debiao, with eyes wide open like saucers, exclaimed, "Over 200 kilograms? Is that glass-type jadeite real or fake?" Wu Bang, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Of course it is real. Alasa has already notified all wealthy individuals in Mandela that an auction will be held tomorrow night for this piece of jadeite rough stone. It is said that the glass-type jadeite rough has already been cut into 2 pieces, as a single piece of imperial green jadeite is exceedingly valuable, and it is estimated that few can afford it, hence the division into 2. Zhu Debiao's eyes sparkled with uncertainty as he asked Wu Bang, "Has Alasa sent you an invitation from the auction house?" Wu Bang nodded, saying, "Of course they did. Although we will not participate in the auction for the jadeite rough, their jewelry company frequently collaborates with our bank, so it is only courteous to extend us an invitation." Chapter 74, Preparations for Buying a Masterpiece. Wu Bang, the manager of the Myanmar Bank, remarked to Zhu Debiao, "Lin Zhennan is quite formidable. We should avoid open conflict with him. He has connections with a local warlord, and I have heard that this warlord even considers him as a potential son-in-law. His daughter is currently residing in the presidential suite at the Queen Hotel with Lin Zhennan." Although Zhu Debiao felt a sense of discontent, he nodded in agreement. The day swiftly passed. The following evening at the Queen Hotel, the grand banquet hall on the 25th floor was ablaze with lights, filled with laughter and merriment. Alasa Jewelry Company was holding an auction here. The company's name, True Feelings Jewelry, ranks among the top 10 in Myanmar, making it a well-known establishment in the local jewelry scene. The president of the company is, of course, Alasa's father, while Alasa herself serves as the general manager. Her brother, Aliang, however, is a carefree individual who shirks responsibilities. When funds run low, Aliang shamelessly turns to his sister for assistance. Nevertheless, Alasa has never looked down upon her brother. Having grown up under his protective wing, she understands that he feigns nonchalance to allow her to maintain control over the family business, feeling no guilt, as he knows she possesses a greater aptitude for commerce, while he merely wishes to enjoy a life of leisure. Lin Zhennan entered the auction hall with Miao Miao Dan, initially intending to find a secluded spot to observe the auction without participating, merely to witness the fate of his stone. To his surprise, upon entering, Alasa approached him with a robust man. This man, tall and dark, stood around 1.9 meters. Alasa introduced him. "Young Master Lin, this is my brother Aliang. Brother, this is Mr. Lin Zhennan, my best friend's boyfriend, who uncovered the glass-type jadeite that is up for auction tonight." Aliang stepped forward, eagerly shaking Lin Zhennan's hand. Smiling, "I've heard from my sister that you are a fortune bringer. Let me bask in your luck to see if I can win a few games of cards." Lin Zhennan smiled slightly, shaking his hand. "Brother Yang, you flatter me. I merely had good fortune yesterday." Alasa then led Lin Zhennan and the others to a private room, instructing her brother Aliang, "Today, your task is to entertain my classmate and her boyfriend, Mr. Lin. I have a busy evening ahead and must excuse myself." Lin Zhennan understood that Alasa, occupied with hosting the auction, would have no time to accompany them. Therefore, he said, "Miss Alasa, please attend to your duties. There is no need to stay with us." The auction was set to commence at 8:30 p.m., and it was already past 8. The banquet hall was abuzz with chatter, and most attendees had arrived, scattered across various private rooms and seats outside. In a corner, Zhu Debiao from Kyoto and Wu Bang, the bank manager, were seated. Wu Bang pointed discreetly at Lin Zhennan, who was conversing with Alasa, whispering to Zhu Debiao, whose fierce eyes scrutinized Lin Zhennan, leaving one to wonder what thoughts were brewing in his mind. Lin Zhennan and Miao Miao Dan, accompanied by Aliang, entered a luxurious private room, equipped with opulent amenities and a massive screen to view the auction. The room offered refreshments, including renowned wines from around the world, such as China's Mutai and famous French Reds, catering to all possible indulgences. This room not only provided food and drink, but also accommodations for rest, showcasing a complete array of facilities. Lin Zhennan marveled at the lives of the affluent, which he found incomprehensible. Aliang accompanied him for tea, engaging in light-hearted banter. Upon learning that Lin Zhennan was immersed in exploring the primitive forests, Aliang's enthusiasm peaked. "Young Master Lin, I must boast, I have ventured to every corner of Myanmar, including the so-called Wild Man Mountain. If you plan another expedition, you must take me along as your guide." Lin Zhennan thought about when he might return to Myanmar, merely responding affirmatively. As they conversed, Aliang's phone rang. prompting him to answer. Moments later, Aoyang stood and smiled at Lin Zhennan. Mr. Lin, type businessman Xie Guangquan has arrived. I must go greet him. Lin Zhennan recognized the name, recalling that the Xie family was a leader in the Chinese business community in Thailand. He waved Aoyang off. Please attend to your guest. I can manage here. Shortly thereafter, Aoyang returned, escorting a young man and two Caucasian gentlemen into the room. Aoyang rushed to Lin Zhennan, grinning. This is Mr. Xie. I've heard that the glass-type jade up for auction tonight belongs to you. He wanted to stop by and say hello. I hope you don't mind that I brought them in without your permission. Lin Zhennan, familiar with Xie Guangquan's reputation, initially intended to ask Aoyang for an introduction. But since Xie had entered, he found no reason for offense. He quickly stood. What are you saying, young Master Xie? Who doesn't he know that you are a leading figure among Chinese in Thailand? We would love to meet you. Xie Guangquan, in his 20s, exuded charm and elegance. The two older Caucasian men appeared to be in their 40s or 50s. Xie Guangquan smiled at Lin Zhennan. Mr. Lin, these two gentlemen are here to observe the jade auction. They're involved in arms trading. I initially planned to connect them with the Thai military for business, but unfortunately, the military's offer was too low, and my friends declined, so no deal was made. They came to Myanmar to explore and see the local jewelry. It seemed that Xie Guangquan was rather forthright, openly discussing their dealings with the military. However, given the environment in Myanmar, where warlords abound, arms trading was hardly clandestine. If one had the means, anything could be procured. Lin Zhennan recalled his frugal father-in-law, General Wu Min, who was in dire need of an extensive array of modern weaponry to establish his foothold. With his territory now expanded, it was imperative to augment his arsenal. Tentatively, he approached Xie Guangquan and inquired, Young Master Xie, would you be so kind as to speak to your two friends on my behalf? I wish to procure some arms. Xie Guangquan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Young Master Lin wishes to purchase weapons? How fortuitous. My two friends specialize in this very field. When business comes knocking, how could they possibly refuse? He then turned to the two Caucasian gentlemen and conversed with them in rapid English. The men, upon hearing, beamed with joy, promptly rising to shake Lin Zhennan's hand while uttering phrases he could not comprehend. Although Lin Zhennan had studied English, he could only grasp isolated words, the flow of conversation eluding him. Xie Guangquan hastily translated, Young Master Lin, do not take offense. These foreigners are quite straightforward. Upon learning of your intent to buy arms, they were eager to engage, unlike us Huaxia people who tend to beat around the bush before addressing the matter at hand. Xie Guangquan then posed a question to Lin Zhennan. Mr. Tom wishes to know how many weapons you require and what types, so he can ascertain the pricing. Lin Zhennan couldn't help but chuckle at the foreigner's urgency. It was rather amusing that they were ready to conduct business so swiftly. In contrast, transactions among Huaxia people often took days to solidify. I am uncertain of the exact figures, Lin Zhennan replied, as I intend to purchase these for my father-in-law. We must equip at least a division with both light and heavy weaponry. Please discuss this with my foreign friends. They should be well-versed in the standard requirements for a proper division's arsenal. Upon hearing Lin Zhennan's words, Xie Guangquan, despite being of noble lineage, was taken aback. This young gentleman was indeed a man of considerable means, purchasing an entire division's worth of equipment for his father-in-law. Earlier, in the Grand Hall, Aoyang had mentioned that Lin's father-in-law was a minor warlord in the region. Miao Miao Dan, overhearing Lin Zhennan's intent to procure arms for her father, felt a warm glow of satisfaction. His unabashed admission of buying equipment for his father-in-law signified his recognition of her. In Chapter 75, a mere 99 billion euros were transacted. Among the two Caucasian gentlemen, the elder was Mr. Tom, the manager of the Thor Arms Company's Asian office. Upon hearing of Lin Zhennan's desire to purchase a full division's equipment, he felt elated. A standard division consists of approximately 10,000 personnel, and the associated cost for such an arsenal would certainly amount to a significant sum, a substantial deal, indeed. Furthermore, this business would entail ongoing services beyond just the sale of weapons. Ammunition and maintenance would provide a continuous stream of income. Mr. Tom stood up, greeting Lin Zhennan with another handshake and an embrace, speaking in a language Lin Zhennan could not decipher. Xie Guangquan translated, conveying that Mr. Tom warmly welcomed Lin Zhennan to utilize their company's munitions, assuring him of their superior quality, derived from extensive battlefield experience. Lin Zhennan did not perceive Mr. Tom's words as mere flattery, recognizing that countries often incite conflict to sell arms and seize resources, a classic case of a war profiteer. Mr. Tom, being well acquainted with the weapon configurations required for military formations, promptly provided Lin Zhennan with 3 tiers of equipment options for his consideration. Lin Zhennan received the lists of weaponry options from Tom. While he lacked an understanding of the origins of these arms, he could clearly discern the price differentials. The first package was priced at $1 billion, the second at $500 million, and the third, the least sophisticated, at $1.5 billion. Given that he intended to gift these to his father-in-law, it was only fitting to choose the finest. He discarded the 2 cheaper options and presented the premium list to Tom, stating, "I shall proceed with this equipment. However, the final decision rests with my father-in-law, as I am not well-versed in these matters." Mr. Tom was quite pleased to see Lin Zhennan opting for the highest configuration. Lin Zhennan then dialed General Wu Min. Upon recognizing Lin Zhennan's call, General Wu quickly answered, "Brother Lin, are you enjoying yourself in Mandalay? What brings you to call at this late hour?" Hearing General Wu refer to him as Brother Lin repeatedly, Lin Zhennan coughed lightly, jesting, "You've given me your daughter, and I've already spent the night with her. And yet you still call me brother? Are you trying to shorten my lifespan?" Concerned by Lin Zhennan's cough, General Wu asked, "Brother Lin, are you feeling unwell?" Ignoring the inquiry, Lin Zhennan continued, "General Wu Min, I encountered a friend in Mandalay who introduced me to a national arms dealer. I am preparing to purchase a full division's equipment as a gift for you, but I require your expertise to liaise with the foreign arms dealer." On the other end, General Wu was bewildered. A full division's equipment as a gift. What is Brother Lin up to? Although I command a division, I hardly have more than a couple of regiments worth of personnel. Do I truly need such an arsenal? This equipment must cost over $1 billion. How much wealth does Brother Lin possess? And why the desire to gift me such a fortune? Could it be that he has grown fond of my daughter? Ah, what a windfall. He quickly responded, "Oh, Brother Lin, Commander Lin, I shall hasten to Mandalay at once." After hanging up, General Wu wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning broadly, and mused, "Oh, my precious daughter, you have truly found me an excellent son-in-law. How wealthy could he be to part with a division's worth of equipment? Could it be that I, Wu Min, am destined to be an emperor?" As General Wu indulged in his daydreams, he resolved that henceforth he ought to address Lin Zhennan with a more respectful title, Commander Lin. Lin Zhennan, having concluded his call, turned to Xie Guangquan and said, "Young Master Xie, kindly inform Mr. Tom that my father-in-law will arrive tomorrow to finalize the contract." Xie Guangquan relayed the message, and Mr. Tom promptly nodded in agreement. By this time, the clock struck 8:30, signaling the commencement of the auction. A beautiful auctioneer in her 20s took the stage, gracefully grasping the microphone. "Esteemed guests, gentlemen, and ladies, good evening. I am the auctioneer, Olis, and tonight I am honored to host this auction on behalf of the True Feelings Jewelry Company." After bowing to the audience, she continued, "This evening, we shall auction 2 pieces of glass-grade imperial green jadeite, owned by Mr. Lin Zhennan. One piece weighs 110 kilograms, while the other weighs 105 kilograms. The origins of these jadeites are rather legendary. It is said that Mr. Lin discovered them in an antique shop where the owner had used them as a tea table. Allegedly, this stone had been in his possession for over a century, remaining unnoticed as a national treasure of glass-grade imperial green jadeite. Had it not been for Mr. Lin's discerning eye, this jadeite might have languished in that shop for many more years. The antique world thrives on storytelling, and it seems the realm of jewelry and jade has adopted this very principle, weaving tales to enhance their value. However, Olis did not speak falsely. Lin Zhennan indeed purchased a tea table from that shop. After sharing the enchanting story of the jadeites, the auctioneer officially commenced the bidding. First, let us commence the auction with a modestly sized jadeite of imperial green, weighing 105 kilograms. The opening bid for this exquisite piece of glassy jadeite is set at 1 billion euros, with increments not less than 10 million euros. Lin Zhennan pondered why the Burmese had a penchant for using euros. The auctioneer announced the starting price, and immediately someone raised their paddle, 1,050 million euros. Soon after, another bidder escalated the price to 11 billion euros, followed by bids of 12 billion euros, 13 billion euros, 14 billion euros, 15 billion euros, and then 18 billion euros. At this moment, a commanding voice resonated through the hall. "Our Hong Kong Zhou Group bids 30 billion euros. The crowd turned to see a stout man in his 50s, proudly holding up his bid card. Many thought to themselves that he was not playing fair. While others were incrementing bids by 1 billion, he jumped to over 10 billion in one go. Observing that no one else was willing to counter, the man from Zhou Group beamed with satisfaction. It became apparent that he was the assistant to Mr. Li, Hong Kong's wealthiest man, and no one dared to bid further. Knowing that the price exceeded their budgets and wishing to honor Mr. Li, Lin Zhennan felt quite pleased, believing that 30 billion euros was the zenith for this glassy jadeite. It seemed he had underestimated the esteem in which glassy jadeite was held among the Chinese people. Subsequently, Mr. Li's assistant promptly settled the payment and swiftly took possession of the 105-kilogram piece, leaving without any delays. Outside the Queen's Hotel, a helicopter awaited, and the assistant departed with the jadeite aboard, showcasing the opulence of wealth. Lin Zhennan observed the live broadcast of the assistant's departure and marveled at the spectacle. It was no wonder they had arrived by helicopter, revealing the extraordinary nature of the affluent. Next, the auction continued with the 110-kilogram jadeite, with the price of the previous piece established, and this one being slightly heavier. Its value was assuredly not to be lessened. As a result, the bidding intensified, culminating in a final hammer price of 60 billion euros. Thus, Lin Zhennan's two pieces of glassy jadeite fetched a staggering total of 110 billion euros. After deducting the commission of 11 billion euros, Lin Zhennan netted an impressive 99 billion euros, with tax obligations managed by the Alasa company. Observing the Chinese bidder's extravagant expenditure, Mr. Tom and two arms dealers could not help but express their astonishment at the sheer audacity of these Asian buyers. After the auction concluded, Lin Zhennan invited Xie Guanquan, two foreign arms dealers, and the Alasa siblings to celebrate. Upon entering the room, Lin Zhennan collapsed onto the expansive bed, not inebriated but utterly fatigued from the social engagements. He vowed to reduce such obligations in the future, finding them more exhausting than his gymnastics with Miao Miao Dan. Without even washing up, he succumbed to sleep, while Miao Miao Dan, seemingly unaffected, took her time to freshen up before curling up beside him like a kitten. The following morning, Lin Zhennan awoke to find Miao Miao Dan had risen and was conversing with his father, General Wu Min, feeling slightly embarrassed. He retreated to the bathroom to freshen up before dressing formally. When he emerged, General Wu stood and extended his hand for a greeting. "Ah, Lin Zhennan, you are awake," he exclaimed. Lin Zhennan felt relieved that General Wu did not refer to him as Brother Lin, sparing him from embarrassment. "General Wu, what brings you here so early?" he inquired. General Wu replied with a smile. "I drove over in the middle of the night. With such a substantial equipment deal from you, how could I sleep? I brought my guard along and didn't want to disturb you while you were resting, so I chatted with Miao Miao instead." Lin Zhennan was taken aback by General Wu's dedication to his military equipment delivery. "It seems I must arrange for a helicopter squadron for you, General Wu, to spare you the arduous night journeys," he suggested. General Wu was nearly moved to tears by Lin Zhennan's thoughtfulness, marveling at how fortunate he was to have such a son-in-law. As they settled onto the sofa, Lin Zhennan and General Wu conversed about the equipment purchase, while Miao Miao Dan sat behind Lin Zhennan, giving him a shoulder massage, causing him a touch of embarrassment. He inwardly grumbled, wondering why she couldn't contain herself in front of her father. Nevertheless, General Wu appeared oblivious to the situation, maintaining a serious discussion. Lin Zhennan dialed Xie Guanquan, instructing him to arrange a meeting with arms dealer Mr. Tom at the Queen's Hotel. Xie Guanquan readily complied. Within half an hour, he and two foreigners arrived at the hotel. Since Lin Zhennan had skipped breakfast, they convened in a Western restaurant, where they could dine while discussing business matters. To Lin Zhennan's amusement, the Alasa siblings also joined the gathering. As they enjoyed their meal, Lin Zhennan spoke with Mr. Tom. "I am considering adding another helicopter squadron. How much would that entail?" After translation by Xie Guanquan, Tom was overjoyed to hear Lin Zhennan's intentions, knowing that the price of helicopters was significantly higher than standard military equipment. Following negotiations, Tom offered 30 Apache helicopters and promised to send 10 national pilots to train Lin Zhennan's personnel until they were proficient. However, they had yet to discuss the price per Apache helicopter. Lin Zhennan asked Xie Guanquan why the foreigners seemed hesitant to quote a price for the helicopters. Xie Guanquan explained that they had been negotiating with the Thai military regarding the sale of Apache helicopters, but had not reached an agreement due to pricing issues. Typically, such helicopters were not sold to Asian countries, as they were considered advanced technology. The price was approximately $100 million per helicopter for NATO countries, but they intended to charge $300 million each for Asian nations, a price many could not afford. If Lin Zhennan wished to acquire a squadron of helicopters, he would need around 30, with estimates ranging from $85 to $90 billion. Lin Zhennan inwardly scoffed, thinking that those two foreigners must have seen his auction success and were attempting to capitalize on his newfound wealth. Lin Zhennan's heart ached. The money had barely warmed in his grasp before these insistent compatriots sought to claim it. The price for appeasing his father-in-law indeed seemed exorbitant. Turning to Miao Miao Dan, who was indulging in a feast, Lin Zhennan remarked, "Miao Miao, your dowry appears quite steep." Upon hearing this, Miao Miao Dan understood Lin Zhennan's implication and, feeling a bit bashful, responded, "Why not forego the helicopter fleet and instead procure a division's worth of equipment for my father? With that, he would command respect in the region without the need for so many helicopters." General Wu Min secretly cursed the impulsiveness of young women, even before marriage. They were already contemplating their future husbands. If marriage ensued, she might very well expect financial assistance from her dutiful son-in-law, which could prove challenging. Lin Zhennan was uncertain of the true value of the Apache helicopters, yet he sensed that these foreigners sought to exploit him. Thus, he addressed Xie Guangquan directly. "Tell the foreigners that we require a Division S weaponry, plus 30 helicopters for 5 billion euros. If they find it too cheap, then we shall walk away. I can find others. Let them know I have connections with the Huaxia military, who could offer a better price." Xie Guangquan conferred with the arms dealers from both nations, who ultimately acquiesced, recognizing that 5 billion euros was roughly equivalent to over $7 billion. Once an agreement was reached, the contract was signed, with General Wu Min personally endorsing it, though Lin Zhennan provided a 1 billion euro deposit, with the remainder to be settled upon delivery. Lin Zhennan harbored no fears of being deceived by these foreigners. He was confident that should they renege on the deal, he could pursue them even to their homeland, ensuring they would meet a dire fate. General Wu Min expressed his gratitude repeatedly, declaring Lin Zhennan as the second in command of their military. Upon the arrival of this armament, he envisioned a scenario where no one in Myanmar would dare to oppose him, not even the government forces, who would think twice before challenging him. In that moment, Wu Min felt a surge of ambition. After the arms contract was signed, Tom assured that the equipment would be delivered to Myanmar within 10 days to a month, directly into General Wu Min's hands. Tom then hastily departed Mandalay to report back to his company and prepare the weaponry for shipment. It must be said, Westerners do tend to approach their work with a commendable seriousness and diligence. Upon concluding his business, Aoyang shyly approached Lin Zhennan. "Young Master Lin, do you have any plans for today? Perhaps we could venture into the forest for a hunt." Lin Zhennan smiled wryly. Aoyang was indeed an avid enthusiast. Just yesterday, he had shared tales of hunting in the primeval forests, and today he was eager to embark on such an adventure. Out of gratitude for Aoyang's efforts in assisting with the auction, Lin Zhennan acquiesced. "Very well, Aoyang. Where shall we go?" Upon hearing Lin Zhennan's agreement, Aoyang beamed with excitement. "Let us hunt nearby. I fear my sister will nag if we stray too far." Lin Zhennan chuckled. "Who is the elder sibling here? You or your sister?" Aoyang showed no signs of embarrassment. "My sister is the head of our family, tirelessly working to provide for the dozens of us. So we must heed her wishes." Lin Zhennan nodded, appreciating Aoyang's straightforwardness. They arranged a hunt in a forest just outside Mandalay that afternoon. Meanwhile, Lin Zhennan accompanied his father-in-law, General Wu Min, on a tour of the city. However, Wu Min was preoccupied, his thoughts consumed by how he would wield this new arsenal to assert his dominance over the local warlords, demonstrating his formidable power. At noon, Lin Zhennan hosted General Wu Min at the Queen Hotel for a splendid meal. After they finished lunch, Lin Zhennan received a call from Aoyang, who was eager to join him with his hunting gear. Myanmar's forests are lush and abundant, and scarcely had they departed Mandalay than they found themselves amidst towering trees of primitive wilderness. Lin Zhennan and Miao Miao Dan, accompanied by their entourage, joined Aoyang, who brought along 10 bodyguards and even a few hunting dogs, indicating his serious approach to the hunt. Surprisingly, Xie Guangquan chose to accompany Aoyang and Lin Zhennan for a day of leisure hunting instead of departing with the foreign arms dealers. Though Lin Zhennan had never hunted before, he accepted a double-barreled shotgun gifted by Aoyang as they stepped out of the vehicle. The hunting ground was a picturesque gorge flanked by mountains with a narrow, verdant stretch in between, a veritable paradise for wildlife. Aoyang eagerly released his hunting dogs, which bounded into the underbrush, startling various creatures of all sizes. With a hearty laugh, Aoyang raised his gun and fired, successfully striking a few rabbits and even 2 unsuspecting deer. While this might be deemed a successful hunt, Lin Zhennan pondered the cost of such an endeavor. To him, the expense of fuel for their numerous vehicles outweighed the value of the few animals they had captured. If Aoyang were aware of Lin Zhennan's thoughts, he would surely scoff at his narrow perspective. After all, a man of wealth should not dwell so much on financial matters. As an old poet once said, one must revel in life's joys while they last. Today, Xiaguanquan also enjoyed himself, successfully shooting a few small animals, leaving Lin Zhennan as the only one without trophy. In truth, Lin Zhennan had little interest in such small game. Aoyang teased him, young Master Lin, as the son-in-law of a general. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed for not even catching a few rabbits? Lin Zhennan dismissively replied, such trifles do not interest me. I prefer to hunt larger game, like bears or Siberian tigers. Aoyang shook his head. Such majestic creatures are becoming increasingly rare. To find them, you would need to venture deep into the wilds. As if to counter Aoyang's assertion, the hunting dogs suddenly began barking furiously at a tree hollow, and soon enough, two massive brown bears emerged. Growling and swatting at one of the dogs, which yelped and collapsed in the underbrush, rendered lifeless. The remaining dogs retreated in fear, barking from a distance. In that moment, Lin Zhennan recalled the two golden eagles he had kept in his space for several days. Perhaps it was time to let them out for some fresh air. Although he knew they were safe within his space, filled with an assortment of previously hunted game, he thought it prudent to allow them to stretch their wings. Lin Zhennan lingered behind the group, unnoticed by anyone, softly muttering to himself. Suddenly, he beheld his two golden eagles soaring through the sky, their cries echoing across the expanse. The commotion drew the attention of the crowd, who had initially been captivated by the two brown bears. Now, the piercing cries of the eagles compelled everyone to look up. There, two massive eagles blotted out the sun as they descended with a fierce rush. To Lin Zhennan's astonishment, the eagles appeared to have doubled in size within just a few days, likely due to the abundant spiritual energy in his surroundings, which had proven beneficial for these creatures. Additionally, during his healing sessions with the eagles, he had offered them ample spirit water, possibly enhancing their physical prowess as well. Aoyang, always intrigued by potential prey, immediately raised his hunting rifle, intent on shooting the two giant eagles. Lin Zhennan hastily interjected, young Master Yong, please do not fire. These are my golden eagles, which I have painstakingly raised. I implore you not to harm them. Aoyang stared in disbelief. You raised these two magnificent eagles? Where did you find them? Their wingspan must be at least 34 meters. Good heavens, they could easily carry off a cow. Meow meow, Dan, initially frightened by the approaching eagles, now felt a surge of excitement upon learning they were her husband's pets. She eagerly anticipated the moment when the eagles would land before her, longing to caress them, dreaming of soaring through the skies like the characters in romantic tales. Lin Zhennan pointed to the two brown bears and commanded the eagles, go my eagles, capture those bears. Meow meow Dan's excitement intensified, and the onlookers shared her anticipation, wondering if the eagles could indeed subdue the powerful bears. Many doubted the eagle's strength, considering the bears to be over 500 pounds each. Could these eagles possibly possess such might? Little did they know that after Lin Zhennan's nurturing, the eagles had transformed remarkably. Without any suspense, the two eagles obeyed Lin Zhennan's command, soaring above the bears. They extended their formidable talons, and each secured a grip on one bear's scalp. With a powerful flap of their wings, they ascended into the sky. Once high above, they released their grip, causing the hefty bears to plummet to the ground, lifeless before they could utter a single cry. The hunters below stood in awe, witnessing the astonishing prowess of the eagles. These eagles are almost supernatural. Chapter 78. The golden eagles arrive at the Queen's Hotel. The two eagles landed beside Lin Zhennan, flapping their wings joyfully, their steel-beaked heads pecked playfully at him. Lin Zhennan affectionately patted one on the head, saying, stop pecking. I just bought this new outfit. Don't ruin it. Meow meow Dan gazed at the eagles with sparkling eyes and whispered to Lin Zhennan, darling, may I touch them? Lin Zhennan found himself increasingly fond of this adorable woman. Of course, meow meow. Come here, eagles, meet your little mistress. The eagles, having recognized Lin Zhennan as their master, approached Meow Meow Dan, albeit somewhat uncertainly. Meow Meow Dan was overjoyed. These playful eagles could comprehend human speech. She attempted to stroke the head of the male eagle, which stood over 2 meters tall, far beyond her reach. Understanding her intent, the eagle crouched down, allowing her to caress its head. Meow Meow Dan's eyes widened in delight at the eagle's intelligence, her affection for it growing exponentially. Aoyang gazed enviously at Lin Zhennan, imagining how impressive it would be to hunt with such magnificent eagles. Xiaguanquan approached Lin Zhennan, commenting, young Master Lin, these eagles are indeed formidable and astute. I have traveled extensively, but I have yet to encounter such regal eagles, not even those owned by Saudi princes. At this point, Miao Miao Dan had become familiar with the eagle's temperament and climbed onto one's back. The eagle trotted playfully, its rear end swaying, prompting laughter from the crowd. While these raptors ruled the skies, their awkwardness on land was amusing, causing them to wobble comically. The spectators turned their gaze back to the two deceased brown bears, each weighing over 500 pounds. Lin Zhennan's guards and Allah Yang's bodyguards struggled to lift the bears onto their vehicle. Meanwhile, Allah Yang's interest in hunting waned, as he became wholly absorbed by the two eagles. Although he could theoretically purchase them, he knew that acquiring them from Lin Zhennan was impossible. Uncertain of Lin Zhennan's wealth, Allah Yang recalled the two jade pieces auctioned at his jewelry company the previous night, realizing Lin Zhennan was likely a billionaire. His own modest means paled in comparison. Observing Lin Zhennan's affection for the eagles, coupled with his girlfriend's enthusiasm, he dismissed any thoughts of acquiring them. As the two magnificent eagles perched atop the pickup truck, passers-by marveled at their grandeur. Upon returning to the Queen's Hotel, the eagles drew considerable attention. Guests from inside and outside the hotel flocked to witness the imposing creatures. The square in front of the hotel was teeming with people, all eager to discuss the remarkable golden eagles. Lin Zhennan approached the hotel staff, requesting, "I apologize, but could you assist me in procuring a few wild goats? My eagles prefer their meals to be fresh." The staff, fluent in Chinese due to the influx of tourists from China, readily understood his request. Lin Zhennan handed the attendant several $100 bills, making the attendant's eyes widen with excitement. Though wild goat meat is generally considered a delicacy in many countries, in mountainous regions like Myanmar, it is relatively inexpensive. $100 could procure several goats. Lin Zhennan nonchalantly assured the attendant, "Keep the change as a tip for your trouble, and please ask your supervisor for a brief leave." The attendant, elated, hurried to relay Lin Zhennan's instructions to the manager. Meanwhile, Lin Zhennan arranged for the eagles to be housed in a rented storage space within the hotel. The manager readily agreed. At that moment, Zhu Debiao blended in among the curious crowd. He pondered, who exactly is Lin Zhennan? His actions, from feeding eagles to gambling with jade, suggest he is not from humble beginnings. Yet, no matter how I inquire, I cannot discern which noble family he belongs to. Lin Zhennan held a favorable impression of Xie Guangquan and readily agreed to visit Thailand when time permitted. Miao Miao Dan had developed an affection for the two golden eagles, and she felt reluctant to part with them, yearning to play in the warehouse where the eagles resided. Her childlike innocence brought both laughter and exasperation to Lin Zhennan, who found himself increasingly fond of her naive charm. Chapter 79. Lin Zhennan's abduction. Thus, Lin Zhennan indulged in a tender moment with Miao Miao Dan early that evening. After bathing, he retired to bed, preparing for an early rise the next day. In the dead of night, he was suddenly stirred by a commotion outside, prompting him to awaken and hastily dress without disturbing Miao Miao Dan. He quietly opened the bedroom door a crack to observe the living room. To his shock, he beheld a group of men in black, forcefully entering the rooms of his guards, who lay unconscious on the floor, including two middle-aged maids belonging to Miao Miao Dan. A wave of confusion washed over Lin Zhennan. He had no enemies in this place. What could these intruders possibly want? Was it that the auction yesterday had drawn the attention of these underworld figures, leading them to attempt a robbery? He scanned one of the larger men with his extraordinary abilities. Zhu Debiao, age 32, a veteran who had served in a special forces unit in Huaxia. Now, he was an agent for the Yi family in Myanmar. This man was formidable, having mastered the traditional 13 Protectors martial arts, and had once single-handedly thwarted over 10 armed foreign agents infiltrating Beijing, thus earning the trust of the Yi family patriarch. As Lin Zhennan pondered the implications of this man's profile, he was perplexed by his sudden appearance. What was their motive in assaulting his guards? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be related to the Wang family in Beijing? The female tyrant had mentioned that her abduction in the jungles of Myanmar was orchestrated by her enemies. But who could they be? Was it possible that this was the work of the Yi family? Had he inadvertently attracted their ire by saving the female tyrant, Wang Ziwei? Furthermore, having auctioned 2 jade stones for over 1,000 billion Huaxia yuan yesterday, Zhu Debiao was likely envious. Determined to kidnap Lin Zhennan, Zhu Debiao sought out numerous desperate individuals in Myanmar, planning to abduct him tonight and extort his wealth. Ultimately, he aimed to rob the raw stones entrusted to a logistics company mid-journey, delivering a crushing blow to the Wang family. Although he enjoyed a lavish lifestyle as an agent for the Yi family in Myanmar, he still felt the stark contrast between the impoverished land and the capital of Huaxia. Understanding their intentions, Lin Zhennan considered the possibility of eliminating these intruders on the spot. However, he shifted his thoughts. Perhaps allowing himself to be taken would provide insight into their plans. He wrapped Miao Miao Dan in a blanket and placed her in the space of his ring, ensuring she would remain undisturbed. As he opened the bedroom door, he called out, "What disturbance is this at such an ungodly hour?" The assailants pointed their weapons at him, and Zhu Debiao, wearing a mask, sneered, "You've come out on your own. I was just about to order them to break in. Perfect timing. Let us bind him and take him away." Zhu Debiao stepped into the bedroom, only to find it empty. Lin Zhennan assessed Zhu Debiao with a knowing glance, having already sentenced him to death in his mind. Yet he chose to bide his time. Zhu Debiao cocked his weapon, contemplating executing Lin Zhennan, but he remembered he needed to interrogate him about his wealth. Discovering that Lin Zhennan had no cards or cash on him, he was unaware that Lin Zhennan had concealed his valuables in the ring space. Zhu Debiao noticed an inconsistency. The large bed had no blanket. Dismissing Lin Zhennan, he approached the window. Outside was pitch black, obscuring any view. Zhu Debiao assumed Lin Zhennan had hidden Miao Miao Dan outside. Lin Zhennan, aware of Zhu Debiao's thoughts, found amusement in the situation. Irritated by Lin Zhennan's laughter, Zhu Debiao grabbed a submachine gun from his subordinate and struck Lin Zhennan on the head. Though Lin Zhennan initially considered retaliating, he decided it would be wiser to feign unconsciousness and see where they would take him. Thus, he rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. Zhu Debiao and his men searched the room, but found nothing of interest. With a command, they retreated, aware of the risks involved in the Queen's Hotel, where the local underworld leader provided them cover. They descended the elevator, and Lin Zhennan, feigning sleep, observed them heading towards the warehouse where his golden eagles were kept, feeling a pang of greed for their potential theft. Lin Zhennan silently urged his eagles to retreat. In an instant, the two golden eagles vanished from the warehouse. Zhu Debiao and his men approached the warehouse door, peering through the crack, only to find it empty. The lights inside illuminated the void, leaving Zhu Debiao puzzled about the disappearance of the prized birds. Had someone else claimed them before him? Cursing his misfortune, he hastily led his men away. They did not travel far before reaching the basement of Myanmar Bank. Lin Zhennan was astonished. Did the bank staff know of his wealth and plan to rob him? What connection could this Myanmar Bank have with the Yi family in Beijing, leading to such collusion? Chapter 80. Interrogation. Lin Zhennan was dragged into a small room in the basement, furnished with a simple bed and a blanket. He smirked inwardly, realizing they intended to keep him here for an extended period. The assailants tossed him onto the bed, and one thug brought a basin of cold water, presumably to douse him and rouse him from his stupor. He quickly awoke, drenched and uncomfortable. Feigning shock, he asked, "Where is this? Why have you brought me here?" Zhu Debiao, reveling in his triumph, sat before him with a smug expression. "Listen here, kid, be compliant. Hand over the money from the jade stones you bought yesterday. And if I'm in a good mood, I might let you go." Lin Zhennan pretended to hesitate. "I'm afraid, my good sir, that money has already been spent on military arms for my father-in-law. You can verify it with Mr. Tom from Thunder God Company. I ordered a full regiment's worth of heavy and light weaponry for $20 billion. I still owe him a sum, which I'll repay gradually." Having served in the military, Zhu Debiao recognized that equipping a regiment requires at least 10,000 personnel, and $20 billion for their armament was likely insufficient. The boy's claim of owing money to foreign arms dealers seemed credible. Zhu Debiao erupted in a tirade for a Myanmar girl. "You would spend hundreds of billions on an entire regiment's worth of weapons? With $20 billion, you could have 1,000 women. Do not attempt to intimidate me. Without some force, you shall not speak the truth. Come, my brothers, let us give this man a surprise, for otherwise he will not be honest." Two burly men dipped their whips in a bucket of water and lashed at Lin Zhennan. However, with his supernatural abilities, Lin Zhennan was unperturbed by their actions. In no time, his exquisite suit was reduced to tatters, yet his flesh remained unscathed. The assailants soon realized this fact. Zhu Debiao scolded, "Haven't you eaten? After striking for so long, nothing has happened except to ruin his clothes." The two henchmen exchanged bewildered glances. Despite their exertion, no marks had appeared on this man's body, an inexplicable phenomenon. Lin Zhennan smirked and said, "Your leader chastises you for lacking the strength to harm me. Perhaps you should summon him to do so." The henchman dared not voice such a suggestion. Zhu Debiao, incensed, stood and kicked his chair aside, seizing the whip from his subordinate. Filled with rage, he aimed the whip at Lin Zhennan. Drawing upon his abilities, Lin Zhennan absorbed the whip's impact. Zhu Debiao, startled, quickly clasped the whip with both hands, attempting to pull it toward himself. Lin Zhennan exerted force, breaking free from his restraints, and seized Zhu de Biao by the hair, drawing him into his embrace. Despite Zhu de Biao's towering height of 9 meters, he collapsed into Lin Zhennan's grasp like a mere kitten. Lin Zhennan swiftly struck him with a resounding slap, then stood and kicked Zhu de Biao to the ground, forcing him to kneel. The remaining henchmen rushed forward, intent on rescuing their leader. However, with a mere gesture, Lin Zhennan rendered them immobile, their eyes darting with despair. Zhu de Biao, witnessing this display, was left dumbfounded. Who was this man? Did he possess sorcery or some form of illusion? How had he encountered such an impenetrable wall? He lamented his negligence in not investigating Lin Zhennan's background before engaging him. Lin Zhennan pulled up a chair and lounged casually, crossing his legs. Zhu de Biao was taken aback, for he had been wearing a black hood until now. How could Lin Zhennan possibly recognize him? Lin Zhennan chuckled coldly. Do not think to deceive me with falsehoods. Every movement you make is as transparent as a naked figure running through the streets. If you doubt my knowledge, allow me to reveal certain truths and see if you believe them to be genuine. Your parents are deceased. You enlisted at the age of 18 and serve in a special forces unit in China. You had the opportunity for advancement, yet you fell for your superior's daughter, who deemed you unworthy. One fateful night, emboldened by darkness, you attempted to flirt with her. You should have been executed, yet your former commander, recognizing your past merits, forced you to leave the military instead. Zhu de Biao was left speechless. This intimate knowledge was known to few, for it had been suppressed at the time due to the girl's influential father, who wished to shield his daughter's reputation. Thus, the incident was quietly resolved without trial. This secret was known only to a select few, including Zhu de Biao and his immediate superiors. Lin Zhennan dismissively stated, "Do not be astonished at my awareness. I am also privy to the fact that prior to your attempt to abduct me tonight, you had a liaison with an 18-year-old virgin from Myanmar. Your superstitions compel you to seek a young maiden before embarking on such ventures, believing it will ensure success in your endeavors. Am I correct?" At this revelation, Zhu de Biao was truly convinced. While the earlier information might have been obtainable through investigation, the events of this evening had occurred merely hours before, making it impossible for anyone to have uncovered them. Stammering, he inquired, "Who are you, and how do you know all of this? Was your earlier fainting merely an act?" Lin Zhennan chuckled lightly. "I fainted merely to enjoy your incessant prattle. Now, tell me, whose orders did you follow to capture me? It wouldn't happen to be Yi Kai, would it?" Upon hearing this, Zhu de Biao swore under his breath. "What more do you wish to know? You seem to know everything." Reluctantly, he divulged that he and Yi Kai had devised a plan to capture Lin Zhennan, intending to kill him and seize the fortune he had amassed. They also aimed to rob the valuable raw jadeite stones worth hundreds of millions en route to Kyoto. Should they fail to apprehend Lin Zhennan, they had a backup plan. Lin Zhennan could not help but laugh. "You've dug a pit here, waiting for me. This border is vast. I doubt Yi Kai has eyes everywhere." After conducting his interrogation of Zhu de Biao, Lin Zhennan pondered how to deal with the group. Observing the 12 individuals before him, he recognized each one as a criminal, unworthy of sympathy. Lin Zhennan had once been a man of peace. However, since acquiring his powers, his perspective had shifted. He now believed that the world would be better off without such individuals, as their existence only led to the demise of the innocent. Yet, regarding Zhu de Biao, he hesitated slightly, for he was associated with the Yi family and had served in the military, earning some commendations. He decided to spare him for the time being. As for the remaining 11 henchmen, he felt no qualms about their fate. With a flick of his fingers, a burst of violet energy struck one of the kidnappers, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground, a finger-sized hole in his chest. Lin Zhennan rose, no longer paying attention to Zhu de Biao. Although Zhu de Biao would not perish, he would spend the night in the basement, trembling in fear alongside the corpses of his comrades, an experience that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Quietly, Lin Zhennan returned the 2 golden eagles to the warehouse. Noticing that the guards and servants remained unconscious, he utilized his abilities to revive them all. The bewildered guards and maids found themselves inexplicably lying on the floor. Due to the sudden nature of the incident, they had been unable to react in time to raise the alarm. They all apologized to Lin Zhennan, expressing their regret for their failure. Lin Zhennan waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no matter. The incident was unexpected, and I bear you no blame. However, heightened vigilance is essential moving forward." The guards nodded vigorously, their hearts heavy with the realization that had anything happened to Lin Zhennan or the commander's daughter, their lives would have been forfeit. Upon entering his bedroom, Lin Zhennan gently placed Miao Dan back on the bed, ensuring she remained undisturbed in her slumber. He lay down beside her, drifting off to sleep. The next day, Lin Zhennan contacted General Wu Min, requesting the dispatch of a capable team to Mandalay to accompany the logistics company and ensure their safety until they reached the border of Myanmar and China. General Wu Min eagerly complied, as it was the first request from his esteemed son-in-law, and he would not refuse. He promptly organized his guard unit, drawing from his security battalion. Though it was a modest force of 100 men, it was more than sufficient to safeguard the vehicles transporting the jadeite. Lin Zhennan was aware that he had seen, through Zhu Debiao and Yi Kai's plan to rob goods, they would undoubtedly not dare to return. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he requested General Wu Min to send a team for protection. He was reluctant to engage in any further delays with these vehicles. Lin Zhennan then called Aoyang, asking him to personally accompany the guard to liaise with the logistics company upon their arrival, given that Aoyang was well acquainted with the local terrain. Aoyang readily agreed, eager to cultivate a friendship with Lin Zhennan, hoping that if the two golden eagles had offspring in the future, he might receive one or two as a gift. After concluding all matters in Mandalay, Lin Zhennan felt a twinge of reluctance to part ways. He smiled at Aoyang, saying, "Once I stabilize in the homeland, you are welcome to visit Huaxia, and settling down here would pose no problem." Miao Dan, though still fighting back tears, managed a forced smile. Lin Zhennan borrowed a helicopter from a wealthy individual through Aoyang and took Miao Dan to a makeshift airport to board it. With a sense of resignation, he followed her into the helicopter's cabin. As the helicopter ascended, the noise was deafening. Even with noise-canceling headphones, it was of little help. This vintage helicopter was indeed quite bothersome. Fortunately, after more than an hour of flight, they arrived at General Wu Min's headquarters. Lin Zhennan refrained from accompanying Miao Dan as she disembarked, knowing that once she stepped down, she might not be able to leave again. Supported by two maidservants, Miao Dan descended from the helicopter, greeted by General Wu Min and his subordinates at the airport, which was merely an expansive clearing capable of accommodating helicopters. As Miao Dan gazed up at Lin Zhennan in the helicopter, tears threatened to spill once more. Lin Zhennan instructed the pilot, "Let's take off." He then arrived at Mandalay International Airport, but recalled Zhu Debiao's warning that they would apprehend him at customs. It was time to inform the female tyrant Wang Ziwei, which he believed would pose no issue, yet he wished to avoid trouble. Most importantly, upon entering the airport, he noticed that everyone was required to present their passports, and he had neither a ticket nor any identification. Alas, he had been quite careless. It seemed his only option was to slip past the border where no soldiers were stationed. The thought of exploring the primeval forest filled him with joy. Stepping outside the airport, he watched as planes took to the azure sky, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He caught sight of the ring on his finger, and, inspired by thoughts of the ring's spatial capabilities, he promptly purchased a small cloth pouch and some yarn from a nearby shop. Hailing a taxi, he made his way to a larger forest area. The taxi driver, puzzled, wondered what this person could possibly want in such a remote place, devoid of villages or stores, seemingly oblivious to the potential dangers of wild beasts. Once there, Lin Zhennan released the two golden eagles from the ring's space. He carefully removed the spatial ring from his finger, placing it into the small pouch, which he then securely tied to one of the eagle's feet. After ensuring it was secure, he released it, fearing that if the pouch fell while the eagle soared, it could land in a treacherous location, potentially leading to dire consequences. After a cautious glance around to confirm no one was watching, he slipped back into the ring space. His primary reason for choosing this secluded location was to avoid attracting undue attention. Exiting the spatial realm once more, he communicated with the two eagles, nourished by the spiritual spring water, had developed a profound consciousness and understanding of Lin Zhennan's intentions. Seeing that the eagles comprehended his words, Lin Zhennan climbed onto one of their backs and directed them to fly towards the distant mountains beyond the airport. From there, he could discern various flight paths, enabling him to identify the general direction of the flights. Being far from the city, they were less likely to be detected, and he could still make out the lettering on the aircraft as they ascended. Chapter 82. Smuggling across the border on Golden Eagles, Lin Zhennan finally spotted an Airbus emblazoned with the characters of Eastern Airlines. Elated, he patted the Golden Eagle's shoulder, prompting both eagles to spread their wings and take flight. Caught off guard, Lin Zhennan nearly fell off but quickly retreated into the ring space. The eagles, though unsure of Lin Zhennan's whereabouts, were accustomed to sudden transitions between realms and continued to chase after the Easter Airlines plane, unnoticed in the vast expanse. Had this occurred within Huaxia, it would surely have been recorded and shared online, turning the two golden eagles into viral sensations. Once again, Lin Zhennan entered his ring space, taking the opportunity to survey the vast expanse within. The realm was an immense land, seemingly endless, blanketed in snow, with several frozen rivers in sight. Regrettably, in all directions visible to him, there were no signs of animals or human life. The vegetation was nearly non-existent, leading him to ponder if this was a world devoid of life. He mused that, given the chance, he would like to spend 10 days exploring this realm, seeking out any hidden wonders. If he could cultivate a city within, providing for basic needs and growing crops, it would be a paradise akin to the descendants of Qi Yu in the heavenly pit. However, the pit was too small compared to this vast expanse. If successful, he could forge a new world here, living freely and blissfully. Lin Zhennan chuckled at his grandiose thoughts, finding the idea delightful. When the time was ripe, he genuinely wished to create a civilization within this realm. He was mindful of time, fearing the eagles might take him who knew where. Attempting to communicate with them again proved futile, as the spatial realm was cut off from the outside world. Cautiously, he re-emerged, careful not to exert too much force, lest he tumble from the sky. Fortunately, he emerged right beside one of the eagles. As he wrapped an arm around its neck and gazed around, he was astounded to see the two golden eagles perched on the wings of the Eastern Airlines plane, each occupying a side. They seemed to be balancing themselves, either quite audacious or perhaps a bit foolish. Passengers in the cabin soon noticed the remarkable sight, causing a stir. Those with cameras snapped photos, while others used their phones. Though the images were shaky due to the aircraft's movement, Lin Zhennan sensed the impending danger. If the passengers on the plane became overly enthusiastic, bustling about, it could jeopardize the safety of the flight. He quickly dismissed the two golden eagles, which were flapping their wings proudly. Lin Zhennan commanded the eagles to descend to the ground, then hastily retreated into the ring space, fearing his visage might be captured by the passengers on board, which would undoubtedly thrust him into the limelight. Once they landed, Lin Zhennan gave the two eagles a hearty pat on their heads. "You foolish birds. Can you even fly on an airplane? I thought you could keep up, yet here you are, lazing about." He playfully scolded them, and the two eagles, seemingly unperturbed, cawed joyfully, circling around him. Amused yet exasperated, Lin Zhennan decided to ignore their antics. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that he was in a small grove, far from the rare and untouched forests of his homeland. After placing the two eagles back into the space, he sought a narrow path to exit the grove, which was merely a few hundred meters wide. Upon emerging, he encountered a farmer carrying what appeared to be vegetables. Lin Zhennan approached respectfully and greeted the farmer. Over the years, the reputation of adventurers had grown, often leading to tales of lost souls and rescue calls, frequently aired on television. Consequently, the rural farmers had become aware of this somewhat unwelcome group. This area was the outskirts of Beijing, approximately 40 kilometers from the city center. Lin Zhennan retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and offered it to the farmer. The farmer, however, refused to accept his money. Reluctantly, Lin Zhennan took a few heads of cabbage from the farmer's basket, claiming he was purchasing them. Only then did the farmer begrudgingly accept the 100 yuan. Once he had departed, Lin Zhennan discreetly placed the cabbage into the space, ensuring the two eagles would have some greens to munch on, as their diet had been predominantly meat. After some time, he finally spotted a young farmer riding a motorcycle. Lin Zhennan waved his hand, exclaiming, "Hey there, my friend. I'm looking to get into the city. Would you mind giving me a ride? I'll cover your gas." He mentioned the gas money to avoid offending the young man as pride. After all, he wasn't a taxi driver. The young man glanced at Lin Zhennan and sensed he did not appear to be a menace. Lin Zhennan quickly added, "No problem. I can give you 100 yuan." Soon enough, he found himself on the back of the motorcycle as the young rider revved the engine. They sped forward, the cold wind stinging his ears. The rider apologized, saying, "Sorry, I didn't bring an extra helmet today. I hope you're not too cold." Lin Zhennan replied, "It's no trouble at all." Approximately an hour later, the young rider brought Lin Zhennan to the center of Beijing, to an unremarkable location. "This is the Chaoyang district. It's quite convenient for reaching various places," he explained. Lin Zhennan thanked the rider and looked around. Having never traveled beyond his province, he was unfamiliar with the significance of Chaoyang district in Beijing. Suddenly, he remembered the woman known as the Dragoness. She had unjustly taken 10 million yuan from him. Now that he had arrived in the capital, he was determined to confront her. After all, this was her territory, and he felt compelled to extend a gesture of hospitality. He pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Ziwei's number. True to form, the dragoness answered. Who is this? What do you want? Upon hearing her brusque tone, Lin Zhennan retorted, Who am I? I am the one who saved you in the primordial forest, your benefactor, Lin Zhennan. Startled, Wang Ziwei checked her phone screen and confirmed it was indeed Lin Zhennan. He continued, While I was in Myanmar, you accused me of living luxuriously, yet I was nearly kidnapped and killed. How can you be so heartless? I risked my life for your family. Wang Ziwei softened her demeanor. Why are you so upset? Lin, who tried to kidnap you? With your skills, how could anyone survive against you? Tell me where you are. Lin Zhennan glanced around. I'm in the Chaoyang district, near the community service station. Can you find it? Wang Ziwei, puzzled as to how he ended up in Chaoyang, refrained from questioning him further. She noted that Lin Zhennan was still using an outdated phone, lacking modern features. He mused that as a billionaire, perhaps it was time for an upgrade. Chapter 83. The delicious Beijing pancake. While waiting on the street, feeling bored, Lin Zhennan decided to purchase a few pancakes. Sitting by the roadside to eat, he found the Beijing pancake delightful, a culinary experience foreign to him as a southerner. He returned to buy another 20 pancakes, eliciting an understanding chuckle from the vendor. After devouring 3 or 4, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a powerful vehicle approaching. He looked up to see a Hummer, adorned with government plates, stopping right in front of him. The door swung open, and Wang Ziwei emerged, clad in camouflage combat gear and sunglasses. Lin Zhennan nearly spat out his pancake in shock. Wang Ziwei, are you being too ostentatious? Aren't you afraid your superiors will send you to the front lines? Wang Ziwei removed her sunglasses and kicked Lin Zhennan playfully. Upon noticing the bag of pancakes he was holding, she burst into laughter. Lin Zhennan, you look like a country bumpkin. Why are you carrying so many pancakes? Are you afraid they'll sell out? Realizing her words might have offended him, she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Lin. I shouldn't have called you a country bumpkin. Lin Zhennan, somewhat annoyed, replied, Forget it. I won't hold it against you since you're just a silly girl. Wang Ziwei threatened playfully, If you keep calling me a silly girl, I might just turn you into pulp. Lin Zhennan shook his head. I don't believe you. Wang Ziwei, deflated, recognized Lin Zhennan's formidable skills. She knew she would be no match for him in a fight. Despite her usual domineering demeanor, she felt like a true girl in his presence, even though others viewed her as a fierce dragoness. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, she grabbed Lin Zhennan's arm, saying, Enough chatter. Let us get in the car. Lin Zhennan settled into the passenger seat. Glancing around the Hummer, he found it rather unremarkable, akin to a truck. He wondered why such a vehicle commanded such a high price. Compared to his own car, this one seemed relatively inexpensive. He inquired, Where are we headed? To the famous Quanjude for Peking duck, of course. Wang Ziwei replied. Lin Zhennan asked, Is Quanjude really the best place for Peking duck in all of Beijing? Not necessarily, Wang Ziwei admitted, but Quanjude's duck is a symbol of the capital, and most visitors insist on trying it. However, I must confess, I've grown a bit tired of it. Honestly, your pancakes are more enjoyable to me. Lin Zhennan raised an eyebrow. Is this how you treat your guests? You invite them for a meal and then belittle the food? Are you genuinely inviting me or not? Wang Ziwei, visibly upset, exclaimed, Did you not encourage them to speak? Now that they have, you claim they are mistaken. Lin Zhennan, intrigued, inquired, I have heard that a full course of Quanjude's roasted duck can cost several thousand yuan. Is that true? Wang Ziwei replied, Indeed, some can exceed 10,000. However, that is for special preparations. A regular roast duck typically costs about 1 or 200 yuan. Lin Zhennan gasped, That duck is quite expensive. In my hometown, one can prepare a duck for merely 2 or 300 yuan. Wang Ziwei, with an air of superiority, retorted, Of course, this is Kyoto's duck. Yours are merely from the countryside. They cannot be compared. As she spoke, Wang Ziwei sensed the inconsistency in her words. Lin Zhennan chuckled heartily. Indeed, the ducks from your big city are expensive. But at the end of the day, it is still just a duck, isn't it? Realizing her folly, Wang Ziwei playfully punched Lin Zhennan's shoulder, saying, You have become corrupted in Myanmar. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the renowned Quanjude roasted duck restaurant in Kyoto. The ancient and elegant architecture truly possessed a distinct charm. At the entrance stood a hostess in a qipao, which made Lin Zhennan ponder. This is indeed a famous establishment. Back home, duck was not considered a high-class dish. It was even inferior to chicken. For instance, a chicken could fetch over 100 yuan, while a duck would be priced around 40 or 50 yuan, or even less. Is this the effect of brand prestige? As Wang Ziwei entered, the head manager promptly approached her, respectfully inquiring, Miss Ziwei, are you treating today? How many guests shall I escort to the private room? Wang Ziwei proudly replied, today. It's just my brother and a friend, 3 of us in total. Please ensure you showcase your finest culinary skills. The manager promptly responded, certainly, Miss Wang. We always reserve your usual table for you. Please lead the way. Such reserved private rooms were typically for clients on the company's VIP list, although not always occupied. They were required to make room whenever a VIP arrived, a privilege reserved for the elite. Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei entered a tastefully decorated private room. The elegant decor, adorned with famous calligraphy and paintings, likely cost millions, yet it could accommodate only a single table. One could only imagine how many ducks would be needed to feast within such an establishment. Before long, laughter echoed from outside as Wang Wenjing exclaimed, "Ah, Brother Lin, you finally remembered me. I was beginning to fear you would forget." With that, she pushed open the door, followed closely by Long Haotian. Wang Ziwei looked at Long Haotian with curiosity. Group leader, how did you end up with my brother? Long Haotian feigned annoyance, responding, why can't I spend time with your brother? Are you worried I will corrupt him? Wang Ziwei, slightly embarrassed, lowered her head and murmured, I was merely inquiring why someone as busy as you would be wandering around with my brother. Long Haotian chuckled and shook hands with Lin Zhennan, saying, little Ziwei, I was just joking. Why so serious? This ISNT the workplace. Realizing she had misunderstood, Wang Ziwei nodded in comprehension. The 4 of them settled back into the private room. Wang Ziwei leaned against Lin Zhennan, eagerly calling for the dishes to be served. In a short while, the servers began to bring roasted ducks to the center of the table. A chef approached to expertly slice the duck, arranging the pieces on various plates for the guests. One must admit, the service was indeed exceptional, befitting a renowned dish from the capital. In his hometown, while they also had roast duck, the service was far inferior, often chaotic, stripping away the ambience of enjoying fine cuisine. After slicing the duck, the chef retreated, leaving 2 servers on standby for any guest requests. Wang Wenjing casually pulled a bottle of premium red wine from her bag, instructing a server to fetch several glasses. Once the glasses arrived, she had the server bring a corkscrew and open the bottle, filling each glass to about half full. Lin Zhennan, curious, asked, what kind of wine is this? Young Master Wang? Wang Ziwei glanced at him. Simpleton, this is red wine, I 82 Lafite. Lin Zhennan, unfazed, smiled without showing any irritation. Wang Wenjing replied warmly, I brought this from home, a cherished bottle of 82 Lafite. Many establishments may offer 82 Lafite, but most are not authentic. I have brought 2 bottles of my treasured 82 Lafite for us to enjoy. Lin Zhennan raised his glass to toast Long Haotian. He was quite familiar with Wang Wenjing, but not so much with Long Haotian, hence his respectful demeanor. He took a sip, finding it both sour and astringent, failing to understand why such a bottle could be valued at tens of thousands of yuan. He preferred the flavors of Maotai, Luzhou Laojiao, and Wuyangya, many of China's fine spirits. Wang Ziwei observed Lin Zhennan's expression with amusement, laughing, you truly are a rustic, unable to appreciate finer tastes. Long Haotian, concerned that Lin Zhennan might take offense, quickly intervened, little Wang, you mustn't say that. Such comments reflect regional bias. Lin Zhennan shook his head, group leader Long. It's quite all right. I'm accustomed to her jests. Indeed, they swiftly moved past the subject. Lin Zhennan then retrieved a lengthy list from his pocket, handing it to Wang Wenjing. This is the jade rough I obtained in Myanmar. Please verify the goods. Wang Wenjing nonchalantly placed the list in her bag, responding courteously, why would I need to verify young Master Lin's goods? I trust you completely. Just tell me the price. Lin Zhennan, with utmost seriousness, stated, the purchase cost is around $1.5 billion. Just add 30%, and that will suffice. I want to profit excessively off you. The goods should have arrived in Kunming by now. I will call to confirm. They should reach Kyoto tomorrow. Wang Wenjing nodded, that's fine. I am not in a hurry. Is 30% too little? Wang Ziwei, calculating, exclaimed $1.5 billion is approximately 12 billion yuan. Adding 30% makes it 15.6 billion. Lin Zhennan, you are quite greedy. Just for facilitating the purchase, you inflate the price by over 3 billion. You truly are a shrewd merchant. Wang Wenjing, entirely confident in Lin Zhennan, declared that even if he doubled the amount, she would not hesitate to pay. She turned to her sister Wang Ziwei, sister, do not be so startled. Even if Brother Lin doubled it, I would pay him in full. Wang Ziwei rolled her eyes, you trust him so readily. Yet when I ask you for a few thousand, you dither and hesitate. Wang Wenjing replied with a sigh, sister, you are mixing concepts. You're simply borrowing money. while our brother Lin is making a profit. They are not the same. Wang Ziwei playfully waved her fist in front of Wang Wenjing. Impudent child, do you dare speak ill of your sister? Wang Wenjing, exasperated, replied, you only know how to bully those of us who are mere scholars. Long Haoyan exclaimed, you capitalists are truly remarkable at making money. In the mere days we've been apart, you've amassed over 3 billion. How many years would it take me to earn that? No wonder you refused to join my army. If I had your capabilities, I wouldn't be toiling away in military training. Lin Zheng replied to Long Haoyan, you possess a spiritual pursuit, while we are mere mortals, seeking only material wealth. It's an incomparable distinction. Moreover, while I might earn a bit this time, it comes with tremendous risk. These stones may yield precious jade, but they might equally turn out to be worthless. Long Haoyan nodded slightly. Indeed, the risk is substantial. If you were to ask me to take that leap, I wouldn't have the courage. I prefer to dedicate my youth to our homeland, which provides me with lifelong insurance. Laughter erupted among the group. Wang Ziwei, eyes wide, interjected, what risk do you face in buying these stones? Isn't that risk merely transferred to my brother? Lin Zheng continued, is there someone named Yi Kai in your capital? This rascal sent an agent from Myanmar to my hotel, kidnapped me, and attempted to extract information about you. But I'm not particularly familiar with you. How would I know what you're up to? He even tried to extort me for the money I might make from raw stones. The three were taken aback. Yi Kai's audacity was indeed growing. Wang Ziwei shot a sidelong glance at Lin Zheng. You've only been in Myanmar for a few days, and yet you have friends? What sort of connections does this friend have that can mobilize troops? Male or female? Lin Zheng responded curtly, a man, an old fellow in his 40s or 50s. Would you like to interview him? Wang Zian burst into laughter. Oh, an old man, you say? What kind of connections does this old man have to mobilize troops for your stone dealings? Lin Zhennan, exasperated, replied, oh, you're such a curious one. He asked General Wu Min from northern Myanmar. Do you know him? Long Haoyan asked, is he the one stationed in northern Myanmar? Lin Zhennan confirmed, yes. Do you know him as well? He was our commanding officer when we were ambushed on the small street. Long Haoyan remarked, I don't know General Wu Min personally, but I've heard of him. Our dragon team frequently operates in that region, so we're somewhat acquainted with notable generals and bandits. Chapter 85. The Troubles of Lin Zhennan. Long Haoyan inquired about Lin Zhennan's experiences since their separation, and after hearing them, he felt an even stronger desire to befriend him. Lin Zhennan was thriving in the chaotic environment of Myanmar, suggesting that his abilities were far more profound than they appeared. Moreover, the Wang siblings seemed to trust him implicitly. Setting aside other considerations, their familial ties alone warranted camaraderie. They indulged in food and drink, and since they had not sampled many dishes this time, their meal was brief. Wang Wenjing settled the bill, and they exited the Quanjude roast duck restaurant. Long Haoyan, with other matters to attend to, bid farewell. Lin, you and the Wang siblings enjoy yourselves. I must take my leave for now. By the way, let's exchange phone numbers for future contact. Lin Zhennan exchanged numbers with Long Haoyan, who then departed. Lin Zhennan turned to Wang Wenjing. Having eaten, what shall we do now? Oh, I should find a hotel to sort out my accommodation first. Wang Ziwei, irritated, retorted, it's barely noon. Why would you need a hotel? Are you worried we don't have room for you at home? Our place is spacious enough. You can stay with us. You think we would shortchange you? Wang Wenjing remained quiet, but a smile played on her lips, which she was clearly suppressing. Lin Zhennan insisted, I must find a hotel. Staying at your house is out of the question. Wang Ziwei shot him a glare. What is wrong with that? We shared a space in Myanmar for over 10 days, and you never mentioned any discomfort. Conversing with this fierce woman gave Lin Zhennan a headache as he rubbed his forehead. He muttered, are you truly in a clerical position in the dragon team? Wang Wenjing understood the implication behind his question. The dragon team's recruitment process is notoriously rigorous, and only the most qualified candidates gain entry. Not only politically sound, but also proficient in martial arts, weaponry, tracking, and assassination. Although his sister trained alongside military personnel from a young age, she still could not pass the assessments. Only the clerical department had openings where the standards were relatively relaxed, as those roles rarely required fieldwork. Lin Zhennan sighed, oh, I see. He chuckled, I meant no offense. I simply find it remarkable that someone as capable as you managed to enter an elite organization like the Dragon Team. Wang Ziwei pouted, do you think I'm foolish? You assume I'm merely an imposter. Lin Zhennan, not wishing to offend this fierce woman, smiled. How could you possibly be an imposter? After all, you are the daughter of a general. This seemed to ease Wang Ziwei, who feared Lin Zhennan's disdain. However, her forthright demeanor was evident. Her temper flared quickly. but it dissipated just as fast. She smiled brightly at Lin Zhennan. So today, instead of worrying about booking a hotel, let us stroll through the streets, shall we? Wang Wenjing, overhearing her sister, was taken aback. Was this really her sister? Since childhood, she had viewed her sister as a fierce dragon, often scolding or reprimanding her without malice. But the image of her as a shadow loomed large in her memories. What had changed? In front of Lin, she was almost cute and charming, a stark contrast that left Wang Wenjing bewildered. Lin Zhennan had no choice but to acquiesce. All right then. I've never been to the capital, so I'll rely on you as my guide. Wang Wenjing, seeing through her sister's intentions, quickly chimed in. You two go ahead and explore. I have some matters to attend to at the office. Let us gather for drinks tonight at my home. Or perhaps we can find a nice hotel to celebrate together. Lin Zhennan replied nonchalantly, I'm fine with whatever you decide. I'll follow your lead. Wang Wenjing nodded and drove off. Once Wang Wenjing had left, Wang Ziwei sighed in relief and opened the door to her Hummer, inviting Lin Zhennan inside. As he entered the vehicle, Lin Zhennan remarked, Why does a girl like you prefer such a rugged car? Isn't that typically for rough men? Wang Ziwei replied, I love the wildness of this vehicle. It's powerful and affordable. Lin Zhennan couldn't help but think affordable? She must be incredibly wealthy. This vehicle costs over $1 million. Yet, she added, you don't realize that the slightly better sports cars driven by rich second-generation heirs cost several million and aren't as durable. Her point was indeed valid. Compared to those cars, this one was reasonably priced and sturdy. How could it not be? The vehicle's design was based on military models, merely modified for civilian use. However, it seemed she still had a preference for sports cars, albeit constrained by financial considerations. Wang Ziwei, displaying an unusual gentility, said, Lin, you have no idea about my family situation. Although my brother runs a company, the profits go to support our entire family, not just us. Moreover, my grandfather has numerous comrades, some of whom are quite impoverished. He often extends his support to them. Thus, from an external perspective, our family appears affluent. However, each of us must request financial approval from him for any substantial expenditure. Of course, minor amounts are exempt, but for larger sums, his consent is imperative. We each receive an allowance monthly, and any expenses exceeding this amount must be managed personally. Lin Zhennan could not help but develop a favorable impression of Wang Ziwei's grandfather, whom he had yet to meet. After all, the general, who had lived a life of military service, had countless comrades, each facing hardships, to whom he offered assistance. And this was no trivial matter. Lin Zhennan glanced at her vehicle, remarking, Your car is rather impressive. It seems your allowance must be quite generous. Otherwise, you couldn't afford such a vehicle. Though you claim it's inexpensive for ordinary individuals like us, it remains a luxury. Wang Ziwei rolled her eyes at him, saying, You still consider yourself an ordinary person? You've earned billions, yet you call yourself ordinary? Such a so-called ordinary individual is beyond my reach. Lin Zhennan chuckled. Haven't I simply earned a few billion from your brother? Is it necessary to harbor such animosity towards me? Besides, do you believe your brother will earn several times more than I did? Wang Ziwei found this assertion believable, as she had heard her brother speak with the excitement of someone who had discovered a treasure. Yet, she could not comprehend why her brother had such unwavering faith in Lin Zhennan, as if he were under a spell. Turning to Lin Zhennan, she added, This car was purchased for me by my brother. I wouldn't have the funds to buy it myself. Lin Zhennan contemplated for a moment and suggested, Then let's make our first stop at the dealership. I, too, wish to purchase a car. Navigating Kyoto without one is quite difficult. You see, cars are everywhere. You may select one, and I shall buy it for you. Wang Ziwei exclaimed in excitement. Are you serious? You will give me a car, and I can choose freely? Lin Zhennan nodded. Of course, you may choose anything that is available at the dealership, but do not request models that are unavailable. I cannot procure those for you. Some vehicles are limited editions, and money alone cannot secure them. Wang Ziwei replied, Do you think I am one who is insatiable? Lin Zhennan earnestly nodded. It is difficult to say. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. Wang Ziwei raised her fist to strike him, but Lin Zhennan deftly dodged. Focus on driving. Watch the road, and do not become a road menace. With that, Wang Ziwei spared him further annoyance. She guided Lin Zhennan in her Hummer to a car dealership. Chapter 86, The Custom Model, Porsche 918. Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei entered the dealership. Unlike the dramatic confrontations often depicted in films, the reality was far more mundane. Lin Zhennan's attire was neither particularly refined nor shabby. After all, he had not sought high-end fashion in Myanmar, nor did he have the time to do so. More importantly, he had no desire for such things. The dealership staff, upon seeing Lin Zhennan, noted his less-than-stylish clothing, but were charmed by Wang Ziwei's designer attire and the Hummer, which was not a vehicle for the average person. Consequently, they welcomed them with enthusiasm. A group of salespeople surrounded Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei. "Miss, what type of vehicle are you interested in?" Wang Ziwei pointed to Lin Zhennan, saying, "He's the one you should ask, not me." The salespeople then turned their attention to Lin Zhennan, their initial enthusiasm waning as they thought, "This man? He likely won't buy anything too expensive." However, having encountered various individuals in their line of work, they refrained from showing any disdain towards Lin Zhennan, particularly in light of the young lady accompanying him, although the smiles on their faces were noticeably diminished. Some even turned away. Lin Zhennan, unfazed, declared, "Then I shall purchase a Rolls-Royce, and, for this lady, I would like the finest sports car you have. What do you say, Ziwei? Choose one." As many salespersons had dispersed, only a handful remained, newcomers with little experience. The three female sales representatives standing before Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei appeared to be recent graduates, perhaps still students. Upon hearing the handsome young man express his desire to buy 2 luxury cars, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Zhennan inquired, "What is your finest model for ladies?" The youngest among the sales representatives, Chun Jinger, just 19 and in her second year of university, approached Lin Zhennan with the enthusiasm of someone reciting a script. "We have several premium options, including Maserati and Ferrari, which are highly sought after and prestigious sports cars for women." Lin Zhennan, intrigued, cut to the chase. "What about their performance? What are their price ranges?" The Ferrari models range from 3 to 5 million, while the Maserati is priced between 5 to 10 million for women S models, with men's models being slightly more expensive. Lin Zhennan expressed his dissatisfaction. "Are there no vehicles priced higher than a few million?" The young women felt their hearts race. He finds several million too cheap. Is he truly wealthy or merely pretending? Chun Jinger explained softly, "We do not have any cars that are excessively expensive, and some require advance ordering, meaning they cannot be purchased immediately. However, I have heard there is a custom Porsche 918 available, priced over 30 million, but we do not have the authority to sell it, as it has already been custom ordered." Lin Zhennan's interest peaked at the mention of a 30 million Porsche, feeling it might be worthy of Wang Ziwei. The saleswoman quickly called her manager, "Manager Wang, we have a customer interested in purchasing a Porsche 918. May we sell the one we have in our garage?" The manager, Wang Zhongfeng, responded impatiently, "The car in the garage has already been ordered. Do you not know this? It is not for sale." Chun Jing-er stammered, "But this buyer insists on the most expensive vehicle. He will not settle for cheaper options." Wang Zhongfeng, realizing he was dealing with a serious buyer and not just someone pretending, decided to investigate further. "Have him wait. I will be down shortly," he instructed. Wang Ziwei, upon hearing Lin Zhennan's interest in the custom Porsche 918, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Lin, perhaps we should reconsider. It is someone else's order. Why should we take what belongs to another? Besides, 30 million is quite a sum. I wouldn't feel secure driving it. What if something were to happen?" Lin Zhennan shot her a glance. "If you were worried about driving it, then perhaps you should just carry it instead." Wang Ziwei, after a moment of contemplation, realized the humor in his words, playfully punching his shoulder. The nearby saleswomen looked on with envy, wishing they had a boyfriend who treated them with such thoughtfulness. Soon, the manager of the dealership, Wang Zhongfeng, descended the stairs. From a distance, he recognized Lin Zhennan. Although Lin Zhennan's attire was not particularly luxurious, it was clear that it was not of local origin. Moreover, upon seeing Wang Ziwei, he noted her unmistakable air of nobility. Having encountered various individuals in his career, he understood that some aristocrats dressed modestly yet carried an inherent elegance, and it was best not to provoke such individuals. Thus, Wang Zhongfeng extended his hand from a distance. "I am a manager of this dealership, Wang Zhongfeng. May I inquire which gentleman is interested in purchasing the Porsche 918? Lin Zhennan extended his hand and shook it, saying, "Manager Wang, it's me. I wish to purchase a vehicle as a gift for my dear friend. I have heard from your sales team that you possess a customized Porsche 918. May I acquire it?" Wang Zhongfeng hesitated, responding, "This vehicle has been specially ordered by the owner of a real estate company, and it was commissioned 3 months ago. Selling it now would be quite inappropriate." Lin Zhennan frowned. "Just order another one for him. I'll compensate you with extra money to facilitate this transaction. What do you say?" Manager Wang Zhongfeng found himself in a difficult position. After all, the real estate mogul wouldn't miss a few extra millions. Lin Zhennan boldly declared, "I will add 5 million to his asking price. If you can make this happen, please let me know. If not, We shall explore other dealerships. Wang Zhongfeng swallowed hard. Adding 5 million at once? This man must truly be affluent. I cannot afford to let this slip away, as that amount could cover my salary for several years. He reluctantly replied, Sir, how about a round sum of 40 million? This matter is delicate, and I must handle it with care. Thinking to himself, Wang Zhongfeng realized that selling at 40 million would yield him an additional 8 million, and even if he offended the real estate owner, he could always find another dealership. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhennan nodded eagerly. Let's finalize this deal. At that moment, the sales staff had already displayed a video of the Porsche 918 on the electronic screen in the sales hall. The stunning design of the Porsche captivated Wang Ziwei, who couldn't help but drool, exclaiming, It's simply gorgeous. I wonder if it's for sale. Having forgotten her earlier reluctance, she turned to see Lin Zhennan and manager Wang Zhongfeng engaged in animated conversation, seemingly successful in their negotiations. The sales staff, who had left the scene, gazed at the screen showcasing the customized Porsche 918, astonished at the prospect that the two individuals might acquire such an extravagant vehicle. This was indeed a shocking turn of events. Regrettably, several saleswomen stomped their feet in frustration. Seasoned in the sales arena, they understood that selling a customized vehicle would undoubtedly involve a price increase, and the additional funds would likely be their share of the profits. Chapter 87. I might just buy a Rolls-Royce. Lin Zhennan produced a bank card containing over 4 billion euros and joyfully made the transaction. Wang Ziwei, unreserved, quickly checked his balance and was astounded to find over 40 billion yuan, exclaiming, Lin Zhennan, you have over 40 billion in your account. Have you robbed a bank? Realizing her error in speaking so loudly, she quickly covered her mouth, regretting that so many had overheard her. Although they were not particularly fearful, it was still an unwise remark. Manager Wang Zhongfeng was curious to see the balance, but refrained, recognizing that it was a private matter for the client. Hearing the exclamations about such a staggering balance, he silently congratulated himself for not underestimating anyone based on appearances. Lin Zhennan scoffed at Wang Ziwei's remark about robbing a bank. Do banks even have that much cash? Wang Zhongfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, which bank would have 40 billion in cash available for theft? That's simply a fantasy. Lin Zhennan proceeded to sign a series of contracts with manager Wang Zhongfeng. Salesperson Chen Jinger guided Wang Ziwei to the garage to view her Porsche 918. At that moment, Wang Zhongfeng cautiously inquired, What vehicle will you be purchasing, Lin Zhennan? Lin Zhennan replied nonchalantly, I don't plan to stay in the capital for long, so I suppose I will settle for a modest Rolls-Royce. His casual mention of purchasing a Rolls-Royce after spending over 40 million was bound to provoke envy. Wang Zhongfeng accompanied Lin Zhennan to view several models of Rolls-Royce in the showroom. After browsing, Lin Zhennan pointed, that one, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wang Zhongfeng nodded rapidly. Very well. I will prepare the contract immediately. This vehicle is priced at 12 million, and I can include 3 years of insurance as a gift. However, Lin Zhennan was indifferent to such offers, having already spent a fortune. Who would concern themselves with 3 years of insurance? Outside the dealership, 2 luxury cars were parked side by side, a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a customized Porsche 918. Both vehicles were a sight to behold, attracting the attention of passers-by. The dealership organized a simple ceremony to commemorate the transaction, with all sales staff gathered around the 2 cars, holding colorful balloons. Others recorded the occasion for posterity. Initially, Lin Zhennan intended to drive his Rolls-Royce, but Wang Ziwei insisted on taking him for a ride in her Porsche 918, eager to experience its dynamics and speed together. With no choice, Lin Zhennan reluctantly climbed into her car. Manager Wang Zhongfeng felt a chill upon hearing the address she provided, a villa community exclusively for the wealthy and powerful. He was relieved he had not offended them. After Wang Ziwei made the necessary arrangements, she pressed down on the accelerator, and the Porsche roared down the street like a beast unleashed. Other vehicles hurriedly moved aside. While the Porsche 918 was not the most expensive car, most people preferred to keep their distance, as even a minor scrape would be costly. After over an hour of exhilarating driving, Wang Ziwei's initial excitement began to wane. She turned to Lin Zhennan, asking, Little Lin, where did you acquire such wealth? When we were together, you didn't have this much money. Lin Zhennan reclined in his seat. How would you know I didn't have this much money? You never inquired. Wang Ziwei retorted, When I asked you to return 50 million to my brother, you were so stingy. You certainly weren't this generous back then. Lin Zhennan countered, I've conducted business since then. On what basis do you demand I return 50 million to your brother? I'm not selling counterfeit goods. Your brother earns more than I do. Only someone of your domineering nature would suggest such a thing. Upon hearing Lin Zhennan call her a tyrant, Wang Ziwei raised her tiny fist, declaring, "You absolutely did not possess this wealth back then. Don't try to argue." With a sly smile, Lin Zhennan replied, "If you call me Brother Nan, I'll tell you." Wang Ziwei pouted. "Why should I? You're a few years younger than me. Why should I call you Brother Nan? I might as well call you Stupid Pot instead." Lin Zhennan ignored her. Gazing out the window, after a long pause, Wang Ziwei timidly called out, "Brother Nan, will you tell me?" Lin Zhennan replied earnestly, "I'm not sad. I'm just not sad." Wang Ziwei pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized Lin Zhennan was teasing her. She playfully struck his shoulder a few times with her small fist. In a sweet voice, she urged, "Brother Nan, please tell me." Lin Zhennan felt a sudden chill, as Wang Ziwei's charm was nearly irresistible. He quickly responded, "I want a massive piece of glass-type imperial green jade while gambling on stones in Myanmar, which netted me several billion euros. Therefore, my wealth is entirely legitimate, not acquired through nefarious means." Wang Ziwei felt reassured by Lin Zhennan's expertise in jade gambling, believing him without doubt. She proudly thumped her chest, exclaiming, "Wow, you truly are the king of luck. To win a piece of glass-type jade in one go is remarkable. Now I can drive this car with confidence." Lin Zhennan asked Wang Ziwei, "Where are you headed?" Wang Ziwei replied, "Haven't we just had a meal not long ago? We have nothing to do, so we might as well stroll around. By the way, with all your money, aren't you going to do something with it? Just leaving it in the bank seems rather wasteful, doesn't it?" Lin Zhennan pondered and said, "Am I interested in other businesses? The only thing I have a penchant for is antiques and calligraphy. However, the good pieces are increasingly scarce, all in the hands of various collectors." Wang Ziwei suggested, "Why not go to an auction then?" Lin Zhennan shook his head. "While many items can indeed be bought at auctions, I find it akin to gambling, which lacks excitement. I prefer purchasing from private collectors. There's a thrill in uncovering hidden treasures. It's far more enjoyable, and in the process I get to meet a variety of people, engaging in a battle of wits. That's the real joy." Wang Ziwei scoffed. "What hidden treasures? You just want to buy good items at a lower price, don't you? You make it sound so grand." Lin Zhennan replied, "In the past, when I had no money, I might have fit your description, but now, I'm not solely focused on finding bargains. It's the process that matters to me, though I know you might not believe me." Despite not fully understanding why, Wang Ziwei trusted Lin Zhennan and said, "I believe you." "Really?" he asked. "Yes, I know you wouldn't deceive me." Wang Ziwei sincerely believed that Lin Zhennan would not betray her, for he had rescued her when she was most lost and helpless, bringing her out of the mountains. She had never asked him for anything, often seeking favors instead. Chapter 88. Preparing to buy some properties. Wang Ziwei added, "Since you don't have a place in Beijing, why not buy a few apartments to hold? Given the current trend, property prices are bound to rise each year. What do you think?" Lin Zhennan looked at Wang Ziwei, amused. "Is it necessary for you to insist that I spend my money today?" Wang Ziwei earnestly replied, "I'm only looking out for you. Money in the bank is depreciating rapidly. When I suggested starting a company, you said you lacked experience. Now, when I propose buying a property, you still hesitate." Lin Zhennan raised his hands in surrender. "All right, let us buy a house. Wherever you say to go, I'll follow, as I have no idea which properties are good here." Upon hearing this, Wang Ziwei immediately drove towards a nearby large development. She felt secretly pleased, finally anticipating that he would buy property. One of her classmates worked at a sales office in that vicinity. Soon, they arrived at a new development called Century Jinyuan. Before long, a stunning woman in her 20s emerged from the sales office. Spotting Wang Ziwei, she rushed over to embrace her. "Wow, Ziwei, you're looking more beautiful than ever." Upon noticing Lin Zhennan approaching from behind, she whispered to Wang Ziwei, "Hey Weiwei, where did you fish out this Prince Charming?" Wang Ziwei smirked. "Prince Charming? More like a bullfrog." The two women laughed together, while Lin Zhennan stood to the side, unbothered, observing the exquisite buildings around them. Indeed, the architecture was breathtaking, with at least dozens of elevator apartments, each soaring above 30 stories. The community was also well-planned with greenery, offering a spacious and comfortable ambience, even if it wasn't fully developed yet. After their chatter, the beautiful woman turned her attention to Lin Zhennan. She approached him gracefully, extending her hand. "Hello, I'm Tian Yanan, a classmate of Wang Ziwei from elementary school." Lin Zhennan smiled and shook her hand. "Lin Zhennan, a friend of Wang Ziwei. Boyfriend?" Tian Yanan teased. Lin Zhennan quickly waved his hands. No, you misunderstand. We are merely friends. Is there such a thing as pure friendship between men and women? Why don't we also try to be pure friends?" She jested. Lin Zhennan felt a bit awkward under her playful advances. Just then, Wang Ziwei stepped in to rescue him. Oh, Yanan, don't make it hard for him. P.S. brought you a fortune, and you're trying to scare him off. You silly girl. What fortune? Tian Yanan asked. Wang Ziwei explained. A few days ago, didn't you say the sales of your properties were poor due to high prices? You Haven Tea sold 2 units this month. I brought this fortune to help you boost your sales. Don't you know how much I care about you? Tian Yanan looked at Lin Zhennan with a hint of disdain. Fortune? What kind of fortune are we talking about? Let us see what kind of fortune has our proud princess pleading for him. Wang Ziwei, aware of Tian Yanan's condescension towards Lin Zhennan, understood it wasn't intentional. She merely thought Wang Ziwei was boasting. What kind of fortune? If he pulls out his money, it could knock you senseless, believe it or not. Wang Ziwei challenged. Tian Yanan retorted, I don't believe it. Provide an example. Wang Ziwei burst into laughter, recalling how they used to argue as children, always insisting on examples to prove their points. She pointed to a nearby Porsche 918. See that? That's proof. Having previously been distracted by their banter, Tian Yanan suddenly noticed the stunning sports car parked nearby and rushed over. Wow, Porsche! Are you saying this was driven in by Mr. Lin? Tian Yanan asked Wang Ziwei. What Mr. Lin? I drove it in myself. It was a gift from him, Wang Ziwei replied. Isn't it beautiful? Wow, Ziwei, you've struck gold. This Porsche must be worth several million. And he just gave it to you? How can you still say you were just friends? Tian Yanan exclaimed excitedly. Wang Ziwei scoffed at Tian Yanan's reaction. What is wrong with your eyesight? Glaucoma? Cataracts? This is the latest custom model of the Porsche 918. Look closely, it's not just several million. It's a whopping 40 million. Pay attention. Tian Yanan nearly stumbled, her eyes widening at the sight of the sports car. Despite her own privileged background, she couldn't help but be astonished at the thought of such a car being gifted. As she circled the car, she confirmed it was indeed the newly released special edition Porsche 918. Anyone who could gift such a car was deserving of the title of fortune. Immediately, Tian Yanan approached Lin Zhennan, flashing a charming smile. I knew it. This morning I heard magpies singing. It turns out the fortune has arrived. Lin Zhennan found her antics amusing and followed Wang Ziwei into the sales office. In truth, Tian Yanan was a junior manager in the sales department. The company had developed many such properties, but sales were not going well. Hence, during a recent gathering with Wang Ziwei, she had expressed her grievances. That is why Wang Ziwei had brought Lin Zhennan along today, hoping to boost her friend's sales with his unexpected fortune. Of course, Wang Ziwei had no intention of taking advantage of Lin Zhennan. From a long-term perspective, the capital of Huaxia is an international metropolis where real estate will inevitably appreciate over time. Even if it does not rise significantly, it cannot possibly decline much, at the very least preserving the value of one's currency. Tian Yanan summoned them to the manager's office and instructed a young secretary to bring several cups of coffee. She invited Lin Zhennan and the others to sit on the sofa and enjoy their drinks. Tian Yanan inquired, Mr. Lin, which type of apartment are you interested in? A larger unit or a smaller one? She then asked, what is the average price per square meter here? If Mr. Lin is genuinely considering a purchase, I can negotiate with our general manager for a discount. A price of 48,000 per square meter should be feasible. Lin Zhennan replied nonchalantly, then I will buy a whole building. Would 45,000 yuan per square meter be acceptable? Tian Yanan was taken aback by his audacity. This man had an uncanny ability to make unexpected remarks. A whole building, Mr. Lin? Surely you jest? Our larger buildings are over 100,000 square meters, and even the smaller ones are several tens of thousands. This is no trivial matter, and what would you even do with so many properties? If it's merely an investment for appreciation, I must be candid with you. Waiting for value to increase entails significant risk. Wang Ziwei, startled, quickly interjected, Lin Zhennan, have you lost your mind? What do you need with so many properties? I brought you here to consider buying 2 units at most. You haven't even had a drink, and you're already getting carried away. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should squander it. Lin Zhennan felt an urge to retort, this woman. She invites me to buy a house, and then chastises me for wanting to. Chapter 89. I want to buy a whole building. Irritated, Lin Zhennan exclaimed. What do you want from me, miss? Are you encouraging me to buy or not? You've completely muddled my thoughts. Wang Ziwei stammered. I am suggesting you buy, but I did not mean an entire building. You would need to invest an astronomical amount. Just buying 2 units would suffice. Lin Zhennan insisted. 2 units are far too few. I fear I won't find them later. If I buy a whole building, I can easily locate my home when the time comes. The two women immediately stood up, appearing ready to strangle Lin Zhennan. There's a certain way to flaunt wealth, but not like this. Lin Zhennan raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Ladies, please, hear me out. I truly wish to purchase a building. If we calculate based on 100,000 square meters, please do me the favor of negotiating a preferential rate." Tian Yanan blinked. "Mr. Lin, you're not trying to woo me, are you? Even if you were, I wouldn't require such an exorbitant price. I am quite agreeable." Before Lin Zhennan could respond, the fierce Wang Ziwei, sensing something amiss, turned to Tian Yanan, glaring. "What are you thinking? I bring you a wealthy benefactor, and you wish to play the role of a gold digger? Watch how I deal with you." Tian Yanan, amused, looked at Wang Ziwei. "Oh my, someone else jealous. Did you break your vinegar jar? Dear sisters, please cease this banter. I genuinely intend to buy property. Should I fail to secure a satisfactory deal here, I shall seek another place, lest you think I suspect you both of deceit." Realizing Lin Zhennan's earnestness, Tian Yanan quickly stated, "All right, since you truly wish to buy, I shall report this to our chairman. Such a significant matter is beyond my authority." Wang Ziwei scoffed. "Isn't your chairman your uncle? Do you really need to consult him?" Tian Yanan glared at Wang Ziwei. "This is a formal company, not a workshop. Decisions cannot be made unilaterally." Wang Ziwei, smirking, whispered in Lin Zhennan's ear, "What a tiny company with so many rules. It's still our little Lin who calls the shots." Feeling the warmth of her breath tickling his ear, Lin Zhennan shifted uncomfortably. Tian Yanan took out her phone and called her uncle, Fu Xiaowang. Upon hearing from his niece that someone was interested in purchasing an entire building, he was taken aback. His company had expanded too rapidly, and he was struggling to keep up with the demands of the bank while sales were not going well. This call from his niece could relieve his immediate financial woes. Fu Xiaowang promptly agreed to come and requested his niece to ensure this esteemed guest was well taken care of, assuring her he would arrive within half an hour. After ending the call, Tian Yanan informed Lin Zhennan, "Mr. Lin, please wait. My uncle said he would be here within half an hour to discuss further." Wang Ziwei pulled Tian Yanan aside, saying, "Since I cannot dissuade Lin Zhennan from buying, I will help him secure a better price. Or else we want to be able to play together as sisters." Tian Yanan pouted, "Look at you, already protective over him, and you aren't even married." Wang Ziwei raised her fist in mock threat. "Say another word, and I'll tear you apart." The three of them continued their playful banter until half an hour swiftly passed. As the time drew near, a burly man in his 50s, slightly balding, appeared. Tian Yanan hurriedly approached him and exchanged a few words. Fu Xiaowang approached Lin Zhennan, extending his hand in greeting. "Welcome, Mr. Lin, to our company for business discussions. Should you be sincere, I assure you we will provide a satisfactory price." Lin Zhennan responded with a carefree smile. "Very well, we are all friends here. I have some idle funds. As long as everyone is content, I am happy to invest." Thus, Lin Zhennan chose a building of approximately 100,000 square meters. And Fu Xiaowang generously offered a price of 43,000 per square meter, even lower than he had anticipated by 2,000. Calculating the total, the building measured 800 square meters, amounting to 644 billion yuan. With a grand gesture, Lin Zhennan declared, "Since Chairman Fu is so generous, I shall not be stingy either. Let's make it 645 billion. Tian Yanan thought to herself, "You're truly wealthy. While others round down, you round up, adding several million more. What case of rich but foolish?" Lin Zhennan's actions, however, earned him Fu Xiaowang's respect. Though the difference of 3 to 5 million did not concern Fu Xiaowang, it did reveal much about Lin Zhennan's character. Fu Xiaowang instructed his secretary to prepare the contract. After all, Lin Zhennan was not purchasing for personal residence, so it was of little consequence. Following this substantial transaction, Fu Xiaowang's company saw an immediate increase of over 4 billion, and he was elated, wishing to treat Lin Zhennan to a celebratory meal at a high-end restaurant. Fu Xiaowang was genuinely joyful. The banks had been hounding him for repayments, and he had lost much sleep over it. With an influx of over 4 billion in cash, he can now bargain with the banks more freely. "I can repay you, but I won't be collaborating with you anymore. There are plenty of banks to choose from." Lin Zhennan, who despised socializing, intended to decline Fu Xiaowang's invitation when Wang Ziwei's phone rang. Upon answering, Wang Ziwei's expression changed dramatically. "What? Grandpa's health has deteriorated? Which hospital? We're on our way." Noticing her distress, Lin Zhennan hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Ziwei?" With urgency, Wang Ziwei replied, "My grandfather's heart condition has suddenly worsened. He has been admitted to the 3rd Military Medical University. I must go and see him. If you have other matters, you need not accompany me. Lin Zhennan hurriedly said, I'm fine. I'll go with you. Any day is good for a meal. After we eat, we can find Chairman Fu for another meal. A gathering can wait. Fu Xiaoguang quickly replied, yes, there will be plenty of time for meals later. The patient is the priority. Thus, Lin Zhennan and Wang Ziwei swiftly drove her Porsche 918 towards the 3rd Military Hospital. Chapter 90, The Old Man Recovers. Wang Ziwei parked the car and hurriedly led Lin Zhennan into the hospital ward. Prior to their arrival, she had spoken with her brother Wang Jing to ascertain her grandfather's room number. 2 guards stood at the entrance of the ward, all of whom recognized Wang Ziwei. Upon her arrival, they allowed her to pass, but blocked Lin Zhennan. Wang Ziwei quickly explained, he is my friend, someone my grandfather has long wished to meet. The guards, mistaking Lin Zhennan for the grandson-in-law of the old general, promptly let them through. Upon entering the ward, they observed numerous doctors in white coats bustling about, their expressions anxious. This ward was a high-level intensive care unit, significantly larger than a standard room, fully equipped with amenities akin to a hotel suite. Wang Ziwei rushed to her grandfather's bedside, finding him with closed eyes, a pale complexion, and inwardly curled lips. Lin Zhennan immediately recognized that the old general might be nearing his end. He had witnessed many elderly individuals on the brink of passing, and their lips often curled inward. Seeing her grandfather in such a state, Wang Ziwei began to weep uncontrollably. She shared a deep bond with him, having been the sole granddaughter among a household of men, where her grandfather had showered her with affection. She had essentially grown up by his side, spending more time with him than with her own parents, especially after her grandmother's early death and her grandfather's robust military demeanor. Consequently, Wang Ziwei, despite her elegant name, possessed a boisterous personality to the extent that, at nearly 30, she had never even had a boyfriend. Wang Ziwei collapsed at her grandfather's bedside, crying without a hint of her usual poised demeanor, leaving the doctors in white coats at a loss for how to handle the situation. Lin Zhennan approached, gently tugging at Wang Ziwei's shoulder. Ziwei, please step aside so I can see if I can assist the old general. He had witnessed miraculous recoveries in the past, having healed paralyzed individuals in the treacherous pits of Myanmar. As Lin Zhennan stepped forward to check the old general's pulse, the doctors objected, demanding to know who he was and how he dared to treat the old general. You are not a doctor from this hospital. The old general's condition is critical. You must not interfere, they insisted. Lin Zhennan rolled his eyes at the doctors. And can any of you heal the old general? None could respond affirmatively, for the old general had indeed reached a critical stage, bordering on a vegetative state. A slight misstep could result in death within days. At this moment, Wang Ziwei unleashed her temper. If you cannot help my grandfather, do not waste your breath. Let my friend examine him properly. The doctors, intimidated by her outburst, retreated quietly. Seizing the opportunity to check the old general's pulse, Lin Zhennan began to channel his unique energy into Wang Zhenhua, dissolving the obstructions within his blood vessels. As Lin Zhennan's energy coursed through Wang Zhenhua, the old general's complexion visibly transformed from a ghastly pallor to a healthy hue. Realizing that the old general was no longer in danger, Lin Zhennan instructed Wang Ziwei, keep watch over your grandfather. No one is to approach him. I will quickly fetch some medicine for him. Wang Ziwei, fully trusting Lin Zhennan, nodded earnestly and took her place at her grandfather's bedside. Stepping into a secluded corridor, Lin Zhennan retrieved a vial of spiritual spring water from his storage, adding a touch of Dahong Pao tea for flavor, producing a yellowish liquid with a slight medicinal scent. He then returned to the ward, gently lifting the old general's head and pouring the elixir into his mouth. Several doctors attempted to intervene, questioning the contents of the water, but were met with Wang Ziwei's fierce glare, silencing them. Lin Zhennan's otherworldly spring water was known to cure all ailments. Within mere minutes of ingesting the potion, the old general, Wang Zhenhua, opened his eyes and surveyed the room. Spotting his beloved granddaughter beside him, he waved excitedly. Come here, girl. I thought I would never see you again. Wang Ziwei playfully punched her grandfather's pillow, retorting, Grandpa, you always speak nonsense. How could you possibly be unwell? Even when I was kidnapped in Myanmar, I never entertained such pessimistic thoughts. Yet here you are, an old soldier with less spirit than us young ladies. You must perk up. No one can ignore our presence. Lin Zhennan remained focused, continuing to cleanse the old general's body of impurities. The majority of the spring water had now entered the old general's system. His stomach gurgled, and upon opening his eyes, he demanded, "I need to use the restroom. Everyone out." 2 guards promptly assisted him to the hospital's restroom, where the sound of rushing water soon echoed. A short time later, the old general emerged, his complexion radiant as if he had never been ill. The doctors in white coats were astounded, struggling to believe their own eyes. This was the same patient they had deemed on the verge of death. The hospital's specialists, still skeptical, insisted on conducting comprehensive tests across various departments. After an hour of examinations, the old general's health indicators were remarkably robust, akin to those of a youthful individual. The senior doctors began to question whether the hospital's equipment was malfunctioning. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenhua's family rejoiced at the miraculous recovery of their grandfather, who had not only regained his health, but appeared revitalized. Every prominent family requires a venerable elder to maintain its stability, and the Wang family was no exception. Without the old general, their lineage would falter. Chapter Doksambir, Yikai. After enduring a long day of examinations, the old general was in high spirits, exclaiming his desire to be discharged from the hospital, claiming the air was unbearable, filled with the scent of disinfectant. His eldest grandson, Wang Xingjun, attempted to dissuade him. "Grandpa, please remain for a couple more days for observation. What if there are complications?" Wang Wenjing had faith in Lin Zhennan's abilities and saw no issues, while Wang Ziwei held absolute trust in him. Thus, neither sibling opposed their grandfather's wish to leave. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from the corridor. "Oh dear, where's old man Wang's critical care ward? Have you arrived too late?" Wang Ziwei recognized the insufferable Yi Kai immediately and flung open the ward door. In the hallway stood a young man in his 30s, holding a flower basket. He was, by all accounts, a dashing figure, tall and poised, though his eyes bore a slightly effeminate quality. She appeared to embody the archetype of a villainous character from a television drama. Wang Ziwei stepped forward, hands on her hips, and confronted him. "What brings you here, Yi Kai?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhennan realized, so this is Yi Kai. Yi Kai responded with a sinister smile. "Miss Wang, I heard that old Master Wang is gravely ill, so I took the liberty of bringing a floral tribute to pay my respects. I feared that my tardiness might prevent me from bidding him farewell, which would indeed be a lifelong regret." Wang Xingjun, enraged, stormed towards Yi Kai, pointing a finger at his nose and berating him. "Yi Lao-san, what did you just say? Do you dare challenge me today? Such insolence is unbecoming." Lin Zhennan marveled inwardly. Indeed, the Wang family possesses a fiery temperament. Even this individual, who seems to hold a general's rank, speaks with such brazen disregard. Truly, they are not of the same ilk. Yet, I find such forthrightness refreshing compared to those who are duplicitous and insidious. Yi Kai, dismissive of Wang Xingjun, sneered, "Wang family elder, you are a soldier of the nation. Must you speak in such a foul manner? I come bearing a floral tribute for the Wang patriarch. Yet you choose to chastise me. It reveals a lack of breeding on your part." Wang Ziwei, unwilling to let her cousin suffer this indignity, prepared to charge forward again. However, Lin Zhennan gently pulled her back, advising, "Miss, do not act impulsively. Do not fall into their trap." Wang Wenjing nodded in agreement, urging her elder sister to remain calm. Thus, Wang Ziwei, her face flushed with anger, refrained from advancing. At that moment, the young man named Yi Kai approached, pointing at Lin Zhennan. "And who might you be? I've never seen you before." Lin Zhennan, perplexed, wondered why he felt targeted by Yi Kai. Just as he was about to respond, Wang Ziwei, like a protective lioness, shielded him, exclaiming, "What concern is he of yours?" Yi Kai chuckled wickedly. "Well, who is this? To have captured Miss Wang's attention and protection is indeed a rare spectacle. Wouldn't you all agree?" His entourage of 7 or 8 men echoed their approval with raucous laughter. Lin Zhennan had no desire for a significant altercation with Yi Kai. Realizing that although these noble families were far from virtuous, he preferred to avoid entanglements with them, being a commoner himself. Moreover, he recalled the spider spirit's words about their potential to transcend this mundane realm. He had no intention of stirring up conflict with these worldly individuals. However, should they attempt to bully him, they would find it a futile endeavor. If Lin Zhennan chose to retaliate, it would be a simple matter for him to dispatch these common folk, and he could easily escape without consequence. Yet, out of respect for Wang Ziwei and her family, he wished to avoid any major troubles. Thus, he stepped forward, addressing Yi Kai in a calm tone. "Esteemed sir, I am Lin Zhennan, a mere commoner. Might I inquire if you have something to say to me? It seems we harbor no enmity." Yi Kai's eyes sparkled with malice. "Ah, commoner, Yet you have secured the favor of Miss Wang. You are quite remarkable indeed. With your delicate complexion, you resemble a pretty boy. Laughter erupted from his entourage once more. Lin Zhennan narrowed his eyes at him. To be a pretty boy requires certain qualities. Not just anyone can assume that role. Certainly not you. Old Master Wang Zhenhua, had quietly positioned himself behind the crowd, observing how Lin Zhennan would handle Yi Kai, the reckless scion. Upon hearing Lin Zhennan's taunt, Yi Kai's fury ignited. Bring that country bumpkin down. This is Sijio City. Does he think he has a voice here? Lin Zhennan scoffed. Sijio City is your territory? Are you a king? If you claim dominion here, then you are indeed a king. But who dares impersonate one? That could lead to execution. Though there was no emperor to speak of now, the upper echelons still frowned upon anyone daring to proclaim themselves as such in this locale. If old Master Wang were present, he would likely administer a couple of slaps to Yi Kai. Should Yi Kai not acknowledge his status as the local authority, he would be slapping his own face. Realizing he had inadvertently provided Lin Zhennan with leverage, Yi Kai seethed with embarrassment and gestured for two burly men over 6 feet tall to advance. These giants weighed over 250 pounds, their movements causing the floor to tremble. The two men in black lunged at Lin Zhennan with fists raised. Lin Zhennan had no intention of engaging in a brawl with these commoners. He contemplated hiring a couple of bodyguards in the future to handle such matters, as dealing with these individuals was hardly worth his time. One of the black-clad brutes attempted to impress his master with a powerful punch, striking Lin Zhennan squarely in the chest. A cry of agony echoed through the air. Yi Kai, grinning broadly, was about to revel in his triumph, but then he recognized that familiar cry. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own subordinate, Yi Lao-san, who had emitted the shriek. Yi Lao-san clutched his wrist, hopping back to his side, exclaiming, "Third young master, my arm is broken." Yi Kai bellowed, "Why are you crying out? You didn't even get hit by him, yet your arm is broken. You truly are pathetic." Chapter 92, Yi Kai draws his gun. Though Yi Kai refrained from confronting the two grandsons of the Wang family, he had no reservations about dealing with Lin Zhennan, who hailed from humble background. With a wave of his hand, he commanded 7 or 8 men to advance, some wielding clubs, others brandishing electric batons that crackled with blue sparks. Old Master Wang felt a surge of urgency and prepared to intervene. In a swift motion, Lin Zhennan stepped forward and struck the wrist of the man holding the electric baton, causing it to fall to the ground, silent. Another assailant charged at him, swinging the baton towards Lin Zhennan's head. Lin Zhennan chose not to evade, curious to test his resilience against the electric shock. The baton connected with his neck, sending a jolt through his body. He felt a sting, a bit of numbness, but nothing insurmountable. Clearly, he possessed a degree of resistance to the electric current, and fear was not a factor for him. Seeing the electric baton pose no threat, Lin Zhennan felt emboldened, no longer intimidated by these men. Wang Ziwei sought to assist him, but Lin Zhennan, emulating Bruce Lee, casually rubbed his nose and shook his finger, exclaiming, "These little pests don't require your assistance. I can handle them alone." Wang Ziwei rolled her eyes at him. Lin Zhennan charged into the fray, launching a flurry of strikes, each connecting with precision. Within mere minutes, the 7 or 8 burly men lay sprawled on the ground, howling in pain. Remarkably, Lin Zhennan had refrained from delivering fatal blows. Otherwise, they would likely be en route to the morgue. In a state of panic, Yi Kai hastily drew a handgun from his waist, preparing to aim it at Lin Zhennan. At that moment, Old Master Wang could no longer remain a passive observer. Upon seeing Old Master Wang emerge, Yi Kai's bravado faltered, despite his arrogance. He felt a twinge of trepidation in the presence of these seasoned generals. Moreover, upon seeing General Wang radiating with vitality and brimming with energy, it was hard to believe he was unwell. A sense of unease washed over him. How could this venerable gentleman appear so healthy? Was there a miscommunication? Or was the Wang family deliberately crafting a smokescreen, ensnaring him in a trap? At that moment, Yi Kai abandoned his previous arrogance, bowing and scraping before the elder Wang. "Grandfather Wang, you have misunderstood me. I heard you were ill and rushed over with a floral tribute to see you. I had no idea I would encounter a conflict with these individuals. Em trulisore, e epalizais." Wang Zhenhua waved his cane dismissively. Yi Kai, feeling humiliated, left the hospital, disregarding the subordinates sprawled on the ground. After all, this was a hospital. If they merely claimed to be affiliated with the Yi family, surely the institution would intervene. That was beyond doubt. The so-called villa was, in fact, a quaint old courtyard transformed into a residence, exuding an antique charm reminiscent of the Republic of China era, which Lin Zhennan found particularly enchanting. Observing Lin Zhennan's curious demeanor outside, the elder Wang approached him. "Young man, do you fancy my courtyard?" Lin Zhennan, noticing the elder's approach, respectfully replied, "Elder, I'm merely indulging my professional inclination. As an antiquities dealer, I feel an intrinsic connection to old architecture and furniture." The elder Wang looked at Lin Zhennan with a puzzled expression. "Aren't antiquities enthusiasts typically older gentlemen? How is it that someone as young as you engages in this trade?" Lin Zhennan chuckled. "Perhaps it's in my genes. My grandfather had a passion for antiquities and made it his profession, which instilled in me an appreciation from a young age. After his passing, I inherited the family business." The elder Wang nodded and inquired, "And what of your parents? What professions did they pursue?" Lin Zhennan shook his head. "My parents passed away when I was quite young, to the extent that I have no recollection of them." The elder Wang quickly expressed, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know your parents were no longer with us." Lin Zhennan waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. It happened long ago, and I've come to terms with it." The two continued their conversation as they made their way to the hall to sit down. Servants had already prepared coffee and tea for the guests to help themselves. Lin Zhennan opted for a cup of oolong tea, while Wang Wenjing naturally requested a cup of coffee. Wang Ziwei, however, asked for nothing and sat next to Lin Zhennan. At that moment, the elder Wang's two sons arrived. The eldest son, Commander Wang, observed his father conversing animatedly with Lin Zhennan. The elder Wang shot him a glare. "Wang Commander, are you being overly sentimental, like a peacock displaying its feathers?" Wang Xingjuan hastily reassured his father. "Father, grandfather is indeed unwell, but thanks to young Mr. Lin, he seems to be in better spirits than before his illness. It's truly remarkable." Only then did Commander Wang notice a young man seated closely with his niece. Sensing an air of intimacy, it struck him as peculiar, for his niece typically did not extend warmth toward strangers. Could it be that she was beginning to entertain notions of romance? Such a thought was akin to a rare flower blooming from an iron tree. Might his esteemed ancestors be nudging this younger generation? If that were the case, he would be grateful to the goddess of mercy. The long-standing dilemma concerning his eldest child might just be resolved. He promptly stood and approached Lin Zhennan, extending his hand for a handshake. Lin Zhennan, taken aback, quickly rose to accept the handshake, feeling honored. After all, he was a commander of the military district. It was only natural to feel a sense of honor in such a moment. Following Commander Wang, Wang Xinghao approached. Upon hearing that this young man had cured his father, he was intrigued but maintained a composed demeanor, having honed the art of remaining unflustered in his government role. Wang Xinghao stepped forward and shook Lin Zhennan's hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lin brother. You have saved my grandfather's life. You are indeed a great benefactor to our family." Seeing his father refer to Lin Zhennan as Lin brother, Wang Ziwei frowned, pouting, "Father, what are you doing? Lin Zhennan is our friend of our generation. How can you call him Lin brother? Just use his name or call him Little Lin instead." Lin Zhennan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, leader, Ziwei is correct. There is a generational gap between us. It would be inappropriate to refer to each other as brothers. Perhaps I could elevate myself and call you Uncle Wang instead?" The elder Wang chuckled, chiding, "Enough of your pretenses, you two. Just call him Uncle Wang too, and you can refer to the commander as uncle or elder. We come from humble beginnings, devoid of such formalities." Lin Zhennan nodded respectfully to both Wang family elders, addressing them as Uncle Wang and Uncle Wang too, and then they all settled down to converse. At that moment, Wang Xingjuan's son, Wang Xingjuan, curiously inquired of Lin Zhennan, "I say, Lin brother, what kind of elixir did you give my grandfather? After consuming your concoction, his recovery was astonishingly rapid. It's truly miraculous." Lin Zhennan initially intended to respond, but was preempted by Wang Ziwei, who chimed in, "Of course it's miraculous. It's a secret family remedy passed down by Little Lin. It can revive the dead. I drank half a bottle of it to recover. And now, look at my vibrant health. I haven't caught a cold even once. Revive the dead." Lin Zhennan couldn't help but chuckle. "You've surely indulged in too many martial arts novels." Yet, there was truth in her words. After all, the spring water was sourced from his ring's space. It could indeed remedy common ailments. Coupled with his own extraordinary abilities, in his hands, it was nearly impossible to succumb to illness. Commander Wang eagerly inquired, "Young brother, do you have any more of that elixir?" Wang Ziwei, without reservation, questioned her uncle. "Uncle, what do you want that for? You can't just think of using my little Lin to curry favor with some big shot." No one found it surprising that Wang Ziwei spoke so candidly. After all, she was the treasured darling of the family. The commander felt slightly embarrassed, being over 50 years old. The elder Wang burst into laughter. My dear granddaughter, please don't make your uncle uncomfortable. There are guests present, and you should give him some face. Wang Ziwei, pouting defiantly, replied, but there are no outsiders here. Little Lin isn't an outsider. The elder Wang feigned ignorance. Though little Lin has done me a great favor. He isn't one of us, is he? Is there anyone in our family who has taken fancy to him, considering him as a prospective son-in-law? But I sense that little Lin is not one to seek such a role. Wang Ziwei's face flushed crimson as she playfully pestered her grandfather, lightly hitting him. The elder Wang, stretching with a yawn, remarked, ah, how delightful. My dear granddaughter, give my back a rub. Upon realizing her grandfather was treating her as a free masseuse, Wang Ziwei ceased her playful hits. Commander Wang, irritated by the interruption, shot a stern glance at his niece. Little Ziwei, enough of the antics. I have serious matters to discuss. My former superior, Long Xiaotian, is afflicted with several ailments, particularly Parkinson's disease. His speech is unclear, and he trembles. I suspect his condition is worse than my father's. If little Lin has more of that elixir, I would like to obtain half a bottle from Minister Long to see if it might aid his health. The elder Wang interjected, I'm not ill. I'm perfectly fine now. Commander Wang was truly at a loss, feeling a deep sense of grievance as his father constantly interrupted his attempts at conversation. Observing the commander's woeful demeanor, the elder gentleman shot him a disapproving glance, saying, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You simply wish to pander to him in hopes of being promoted from the regional military commander to a position within the general headquarters. Our Wang family does not engage in such underhanded tactics. Lin Zhennan discreetly gave the elder a thumbs up. With a tone of indignation, Commander Wang retorted, is it wrong for me to show concern for my former superior's illness? Moreover, my old superior, Long Xiaotian, is your comrade as well. You fought alongside him in the trenches. How could you bear to watch him suffer without feeling pain yourself? The elder Wang scoffed. Do you think I am oblivious to this matter? Even if Xiao Lin has a bit of that medicine left, I must take it to that rascal. I want to see Long Xiaotian grovel before me. It would be quite a sight. Laughter erupted in the room upon hearing the elder's words, revealing his true intentions. The elder and Long Xiaotian had emerged from the same unit, competing at every level, from squad leader to battalion commander to general. Even in illness, they were still engaged in rivalry. Two old children, indeed. Commander Wang dared not compete with his father and thus relented to let him deliver the medicine, though it mattered little whether it came from him or his father. The crux of the matter was that Lin Zhennan had not yet confirmed whether the rare medicine was available. Sensing the family's gaze upon him, he smiled and said, I do have a small amount of that medicine, but I hope you won't spread the word. If everyone learns of it, I'll one tea be able to provide any. The formulation is not particularly precious, but the source of this water is indeed rare. It must be drawn from the ancient snows of Kunlun Mountain to create this secret potion. The others in the room nodded in agreement, assuring him they would keep it confidential. Lin Zhennan stepped outside and retrieved 2 bottles of spring water from his spatial ring. Returning, he placed them on the table and said to Commander Wang, here are 2 bottles for you. I don't have more on hand. As for the medicine, I can provide a prescription for you to collect from a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Once the herbs are brewed, a small amount mixed with this spring water should suffice for most ailments. The group looked skeptically at the bottles, questioning how mere spring water could cure numerous diseases. Lin Zhennan, perceiving their doubts, examined Commander Wang's health. He noted numerous dark spots on his lungs and signs of liver cirrhosis, likely due to excessive smoking and drinking. While not fatal, the pain must have been quite frequent, and given his high-ranking position, he dared not take too much sick leave. In the current political climate, one could easily be sidelined due to illness, leaving others to take their place. Thus, Lin Zhennan addressed Commander Wang, Uncle Wang. It seems you have issues with your liver and lungs. You must be experiencing significant pain at night, and no amount of Western medicine can alleviate it. Your flushed complexion is a clear indicator of serious lung issues. Those who lack understanding might mistake it for good fortune, but it is actually a sign of your deteriorating condition. Commander Wang was taken aback, for he had recently undergone a medical examination that confirmed Lin Zhennan's observations, and he had never disclosed this to anyone, not even his closest confidant, his father. The fact that this young man could discern his ailment so readily convinced him of his skills as a healer. Eagerly, he grasped Lin Zhennan's hand, imploring, young Lin, you must help me thoroughly examine my condition and determine whether it can be treated. Lin Zhennan chuckled lightly. Uncle Wang, there's nothing to worry about. These ailments may be challenging for large hospitals, but they're trivial to me. Commander Wang's eyes glimmered with urgency. How long will the treatment take? Lin Zhennan replied with a smile. What are we waiting for? Let us start immediately. Just drink this spring water, and you shall see your ailments vanish. Without hesitation, Commander Wang opened a bottle and gulped it down. Moments later, he began to sweat profusely, feeling a fiery sensation coursing through him, and hurried to the restroom. After more than 10 minutes, a satisfied Commander Wang emerged from the restroom. His complexion markedly improved. His brother, Wang Seheo, noticed the transformation and quickly hid the remaining bottles. Having been observed by the others, Wang Jiwei laughed and remarked, "Father, look at your pitiful demeanor. Why are you hiding the water mint for your elder brother as treatment?"